After his rebirth, Qin Chuan began his journey as a humble police officer in a small town, tearing through criminals and transforming his life. In a short span of time, he captured serious offenders, garnered numerous accolades, wielded power, and boldly navigated the peaks of existence, showcasing his indomitable spirit. Chapter 1. Can you believe it? At a matchmaking event, he publicly confronts his future mother-in-law. In the scorching July heat, the sun blazed down upon the earth, waves of warmth rising into the air. The streets of Changning town were bustling with activity, merchants and vendors lining the roads, their calls filling the air. Crisp pears. Sweet and large crisp pears. The little girl selling crisp pears shouted with vigor, her voice far more compelling than the calls of the young ladies in the nearby hair salon, resonating beautifully. Emerging from the police station adjacent to the town government, Qin Chuan braved the sweltering sun, weaving through the crowd and entering the only CAF in town, Red Romance. Today was a day of celebration. His distant aunt, having heard of his heartbreak, insisted on introducing him to a potential girlfriend. In her words, the best way to move on from a relationship is to step into another. Qin Chuan could only silently rebut, finding a strange philosophical depth in her statement. This day was not only festive, but also significant. For Qin Chuan had been reborn or perhaps transported. From the year 2030, he was brought back to 2010, just as he embarked on his career, courtesy of a dump truck. It was difficult to ascertain whether this was truly a rebirth or a time travel, as the name of his country had changed. His homeland had transformed into the Dragon Nation. Yet other aspects remained constant. The familiar faces and the novice village of Changning Town Police Station were unchanged. Upon entering the CAF, the tall and handsome Qin Chuan instantly captivated the attention of all present. Changning is merely a small town, situated in a remote area, characterized by its parched and desolate atmosphere. The older gentlemen wear faces etched with the lines of hardship, while the young men are predominantly dark and unremarkable. A figure like Qin Chuan, with his cool, fair complexion, towering stature, and striking appearance, is exceedingly rare. Qin Chuan surveyed the patrons within the CAF. In the year 2010, those who could afford a 10 yuan cup of coffee in Changning were individuals of some standing and ambition within the local community. Activate the Eye of Sin. Upon silently uttering the command, a crimson glimmer seemed to flash within his eyes, and in an instant, a stream of information floated above the heads of everyone in the CAF. Liang Guodong, Sin Value. 1. At the age of 15, stole a chicken from a neighbor. Lu Xiaogua, Sin Value. 0. Zhang Miao Miao, Sin Value. 2. Had an abortion 3 years prior resulting in the loss of a female infant. Having been reborn, Qin Chuan possesses a system, with the initial gift being this Eye of Sin. When activated, it allows him to discern right from wrong and judge virtue against vice. However, the Eye of Sin cannot remain activated indefinitely, as it would drain a significant amount of Qin Chuan's energy. This ability is merely the first reward from the system. He can acquire further abilities by apprehending criminals and accumulating virtue and vice values. For every 100 virtue values collected, he is granted a chance to spin the roulette for additional rewards. In his previous life, Qin Chuan's career in law enforcement was fraught with challenges. Driven by the desire to uncover his father's whereabouts, he enrolled in a police academy, only to find himself serving as a local officer in a remote village. It is worth noting that he had been the top student in his class upon graduating from the academy. To his astonishment, he found himself assigned to a small police station in a quaint village. That was not all. After languishing in Changning town for a decade, he was ultimately dismissed from the police force and subsequently imprisoned for 10 years. On the very day of his release, he was swept away by a truck that ran a red light. Who, he wondered, was orchestrating this series of misfortunes from behind the scenes? In his previous life, he had been unable to uncover the truth, but in this new existence, armed with a system by his side, Qin Chuan was determined to see who could thwart his rise to prominence. In this lifetime, he vowed that everyone would bear witness to his ascent. Wherever he roamed, he would shine like the blazing sun, illuminating the darkness and leaving no place or evil to hide. What was that saying? I share no common ground with evil. I shall not coexist with gambling or drugs. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, Qin Chuan approached the designated table No. 3. Zhang Jinlian had already spotted him upon his entrance, immediately taken with his appearance. If his financial situation were also commendable, he might indeed be a suitable match for her daughter. Both families had perused photographs of one another, and Qin Chuan recognized her at once. Yet the girl. His distant aunt had remarked that the girl was pleasantly plump, a sign of fortune for her future husband, but surely not to the extent of weighing 200 pounds. Xiaoqin, come and sit. The aunt who beckoned him appeared to be in her 40s, yet her skin was taut, her figure enviable, and her eyes sparkled with warmth, a true embodiment of enduring charm. Just that simple wave and smile surely commanded no less than $300. Hello, Auntie. This woman was the mother of the girl should the blind date prove successful. She would become his future mother-in-law. To speak candidly, in terms of appearance alone, the mother-in-law is far more striking than her daughter. Ah, you must be Xiaoqin. Your second aunt mentioned that you are quite the handsome gentleman. I was initially skeptical, but you are indeed much more dashing than in the photographs. Exhibiting a warm demeanor, Qin Chuan greeted her and took a seat across from her. Xiaoqin, let us be forthright, your looks have certainly caught my attention, so let us discuss other matters. Let us get straight to the point. Please share your circumstances. What kind of car do you drive? What sort of house do you own? And what savings do you have? The elegant and charismatic aunt, gripping her rather hefty daughter, raised her eyebrows with an expectant gaze, interrogating Qin Chuan about his background. Qin Chuan, who had been feeling anxious, finally relaxed. In the realm of matchmaking, it was refreshing that they focused on cars, houses, and finances rather than solely on appearances. He suppressed the urge to jest that his vehicle was a lavish golden chariot, and that his residence was a place of unparalleled beauty. He replied slowly, "My circumstances are decent. I have access to luxury vehicles valued in the millions, and my family home is situated with a mountain at the back and a stream INF. Rant, though we have fallen on hard times, and my savings have diminished somewhat." Qin Chuan never spoke untruths. He had the privilege of being ferried by a subway worth millions, punctual to the minute. Though the ancestral home in Wangjega village was modest in size, it undeniably boasted a serene stream in front and the protective embrace of green hills behind. His grandfather once recounted that their ancestors produced a scholar of distinction, yet now, a certain individual was in debt for 7,239 yuan and 80 cents, which indeed reflected their decline in fortune. Upon hearing this, the aunt's face lit up with delight, and her anticipation deepened. Is that so? What brand is your vehicle, and which ring is your house located in? The honest Qin Chuan gave a shy smile. I utilize the subway line 1, available at my beck and call, and my house is the second one on the west side of Wangjaiga village with 1 SI, defacing the verdant hills. Aunt, are you out of your mind? Are you here to amuse yourself at my expense? Young lady, let us leave. Though it was not the first time Qin Chuan had been scorned for his lack of wealth, he felt a sense of injustice at allowing the other party to depart without consequence, considering his identity as a police officer. Aunt, isn't it a bit late to contemplate leaving at this moment? He chuckled. The aunt laughed derisively. What? Do you think being a police officer makes you superior? You think you can forcefully buy and sell? He had anticipated that being a police officer might afford him some advantage, yet he found himself to be just a pauper. Qin Chuan shook his head at that moment. He had no inclination for such thoughts. He stepped forward and executed a decisive maneuver, swiftly bringing the mother-in-law to the ground. Zhang Jinlian, hands on your head. You are under arrest. Under the gaze of justice, Zhang Jinlian, with a crime value of 49, had orchestrated 3 instances of child trafficking. Help! Help! The aunt toppled to the ground, cried out in a manner akin to a slaughtered pig. Help! The police are ruining my matchmaking. They've arrested me. Someone come quickly. The patrons in the CAF turned their attention to table number 3. Hadn't they come for matchmaking? How had a few exchanged words led to such a debacle? Yet, as is often the case, the onlookers were indifferent, for the world is not filled with individuals eager to meddle in others' affairs, especially when it concerns the business of the police. Seeing no one rush to her aid, the aunt continued to shout furiously. I'll have you know, I am not to be trifled with. The captain of the county security team is my cousin. Should you dare to apprehend me, I shall ensure that you are left unable to escape unscathed. Chapter 2. Should we acknowledge such remarkable achievements? Is the captain of the security team really my cousin? Child trafficking, and not just once but thrice. Do not think that just because your cousin is the captain of the security team, or even if you were the emperor himself, you would escape punishment. Mother, please don't arrest my mother. Strangely enough, in this moment of peril, the young girl did not falter. She stood resolutely before her mother, shielding her from Qin Chuan. Although the man possessed undeniable charm, having caught the girl's own photographs, there was no justification for him to strike her mother. Qin Chuan refrained from confronting the girl aggressively, recognizing her as a victim in this dire situation. The first child abducted by Zhang Jinlian 2 decades prior was this very girl. Taking out his phone, Qin Chuan called the station head and awaited assistance in the CAF. 10 minutes later, Wang Xuebing rushed into Hong Langman, breathless. Captain, this is the individual I mentioned in my call. 3 years ago, a boy went missing in Wangjiaga village, and she is the one who took him. You are slandering me. Help! The police are assaulting me. Wang Xuebing glanced at the woman on the ground, then turned to Qin Chuan with a frown. Are you certain? Absolutely, Qin Chuan replied. The child is indeed from our village. At the time, someone witnessed the abductor. There was a distinctive red birthmark on the back of his hand. Captain, you see. Of course, Qin Chuan's statement was fabricated, but he could not disclose that the system had informed him. Wang Xuebing scrutinized Qin Chuan intently. This young man, although he had been assigned to the rural police station due to a prior conflict, Wang Xuebing had observed his diligent nature. He had not succumbed to despair despite his stationing in a remote area. Given Qin Chuan's confidence, it seemed there would be no issue. Take her back to the station. Director, I have never interrogated a suspect before. This individual was apprehended by me. May I take the lead in the interrogation? Qin Chuan proactively requested prior to Wang Xuebing's arrangement for the preliminary questioning. The arrest of Zhang Jinlian was solely reliant on Qin Chuan's keen instincts. Yet the judicial process mandates evidence. If the suspect stubbornly maintains their innocence, it could ultimately prove challenging to secure conviction. However, Qin Chuan's approach to the interrogation would differ, as he possessed leverage. Wang Xuebing had no objections. The remote location of Chongning Town meant that there were only 6 formal police officers in the precinct, and 2 of them were on a compensatory leave after a night shift. Among the remaining 4, 1 had gone to a meeting in the town, leaving only 3 available for interrogation, including himself. Very well, activate the recording. We must preserve the evidence. Rest assured, we will adhere strictly to the protocol. In the interrogation room, which was little more than an office, the suspect was restrained to a heating pipe, unable to stand or sit comfortably, forced to crouch. While the procedure must be followed, the manner of execution was at Qin Chuan's discretion. As he took a drag from his cigarette, he turned off the camera. What are you doing? Zhang Jinlian's face turned pale as she witnessed Qin Chuan shutting down the recording device. You're a police officer. You cannot. With a derisive laugh, Qin Chuan responded, Annie, what are you thinking? 3 cases of human trafficking. Where shall we begin our discussion? What? What human trafficking? You are slandering me. I have never committed any crime. Never committed a crime? You surely haven't forgotten about Duan Lao San from Jianxi village, have you? And what about Zhang Matzi from the neighboring county? Surely, that name rings a bell? Moreover, regarding your daughter, the infant girl lost in Qinjigu 2 decades ago, are her biological parents still alive? Shall we consider a paternity test? You. Zhang Jinlian gazed at Qin Chuan's expression as if she had seen a ghost. How could this officer possibly know such details? Naturally, Qin Chuan would not disclose to her that, under the malevolent gaze of justice, he had meticulously catalogued this woman's transgressions. What Qin Chuan aimed to achieve now was merely the legitimization of evidence. Zhang Jinlian, I do possess evidence against you. However, given your acquaintance with my second aunt, I shall grant you leniency if you confess willingly. With that, Qin Chuan rose to turn on the camera, then returned to his seat at the table. What is your name? 30 minutes later, Qin Chuan handed a thick record book to Wang Xuebing. Is it finished? Yes, a total of 3 abductions. The earliest was the infant girl lost in Qinjigu 20 years ago. She is now her daughter. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have apprehended 1 suspect in child trafficking, awarding you 49 points of moral value. The system's reward in moral value corresponds to the culpability of the apprehended individual. Having served as a police officer for over 20 years, Wang Shuebing was well aware of the complexities involved in such cases. Most child trafficking cases are challenging due to the extensive time gaps and the difficulty in securing concrete evidence. Unless a suspect willingly confesses or there exists surveillance footage of the crime, the outcome becomes uncertain if the suspect withstands interrogation. Wang Shuebing held little hope for Qin Chuan's interrogation. However, to his surprise, in just 30 minutes, Qin Chuan had elicited a full confession of the criminal activities from the suspect, from the time of abduction to the location of sale. Every detail regarding the trafficking of children and the corresponding payments is crystal clear. "Xiao Qin, did you employ any underhanded tactics?" Qin Chuan flashed a grin and replied, "Director Wang, I am a police officer. How could I possibly break the law? Rest assured, you need not fear my heavy-handed methods." In truth, she was moved by my words and confessed willingly. While a confession has been obtained, the case remains unresolved. The lost children must be located, and DNA testing must be conducted. Only when all is settled can the individuals be referred to the procuratorate for prosecution. In 2010, the Changning Town police station was equipped with a single, outdated Santana police vehicle. Director Wang waved his hand, granting permission for Qin Chuan to use it for the time being. "Xiao Qin, you're quite impressive, managing to apprehend a trafficker even during a matchmaking event." Zhang Jun, the deputy director of the station, was in his 30s and represented the backbone of the Changning Town police station. Nestled in a remote area with a sparse population, the station comprised only 6 personnel. Director Wang Shuebing and Deputy Director Zhang Jun, with no instructor present, oversaw the remaining 4 officers. Among them, a female officer named Zhang Xiaojun handled household registration duties and internal affairs. The other 3 officers, including Qin Chuan, had no specialized roles, engaging in public safety, casework, and cybersecurity as needed, all under the adept leadership of the director. Despite appearing to be a newcomer in the station, Qin Chuan had previously worked alongside several colleagues for many years, familiarizing himself with their preferences. Zhang Jun, a commendable individual and a former soldier, enjoyed fishing. Director Wang was fond of smoking. The remaining 3 officers included Zhang Xiaojun, who was under 30, unmarried, and had a passion for gardening, and Hu Jiangwo, who was nearing retirement and relished drinking tea. Sun Bingquan, at the age of 28 and unmarried, harbors feelings for Zhang Xiaojun. "You rascal, with your silver tongue, do remember to drive safely." Qin Chuan apprehended a human trafficker, which stirred considerable excitement among the locals. After all, in a small-town police station, it is rare to encounter significant cases. Of course, even if one does arise, solving it is another matter entirely. Wang Shuebing assigned the most seasoned officer, Hu Jiangwo, to accompany Qin Chuan on this mission. Although nearing retirement, Old Hu remains diligent and dedicated. He was on duty yesterday and was supposed to have today off. Yet a call from Wang Shuebing summoned him back. As Qin Chuan departed the police station, he drove a familiar yet strange Santana. Observing the surroundings that felt both reminiscent and distant, momentarily lost in thought. Had he truly been reborn? "Hey, keep your focus on the road. This old body still wishes to live a few more years," Old Hu interjected. Qin Chuan snapped back to reality, offering a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, Old Hu, you are destined for longevity." In his previous life, during his imprisonment, Old Hu had visited him. Even at 70, he remained in good health. Remarkably, even after Qin Chuan's demise, Old Hu continued to thrive. Suddenly, with a screech, Qin Chuan slammed on the brakes. Just as he uttered a cautionary remark, he activated the Eye of Sin, revealing a stream of crimson information above a chubby man ahead. Zhao Si-hu, with a crime value of 62, had robbed and murdered a pedestrian in Haizhou City, County 7 days prior. What the hell? This man is the suspect in the notorious 618 robbery and murder case reported from the neighboring city. Chapter 3. Capturing a fugitive in broad daylight, the chubby man, noticing the police vehicle nearby, averted his gaze and hastened his steps to flee. Qin Chuan averted his gaze from the individual before him, his mind racing with thoughts. What should he do? The robber-murderer stood right in front of him. Should he apprehend him or let him go? The suspect's profile was prominently displayed in the precinct's bulletin board, albeit with the individual wearing a cap in the wanted photograph, making it difficult to discern his features due to the overhead angle of the surveillance footage. In his previous life, this very person had also been captured in Chongqing Town, although it was not the local police who apprehended him, but rather the criminal investigation team from Haizhou City. Though Qin Chuan had not participated in that operation, he later learned of the suspect's extreme brutality, which resulted in the tragic loss of a police officer during the arrest. The officer had sustained a fatal injury to the heart and could not be revived if he chose to arrest the suspect. Qin Chuan was acutely aware of his own limitations. Despite graduating at the top of his class from the police academy, he had never faced a real-life confrontation. His decade of experience as a police officer in his past life had only led him to apprehend petty thieves. His hand-to-hand combat skills were hardly more impressive than what he might have learned in prison. Moreover, the individual before him was a ruthless robber and murderer, having inflicted over 30 stab wounds on a victim merely for refusing to relinquish their bag during a robbery just 7 days prior. One must never underestimate the destructive potential of a murderer when cornered. For a policeman, the pursuit of justice is a duty, while for a criminal, fleeing is a matter of survival. Yet, to do nothing was inconceivable for Qin Chuan. After all, he was a police officer. How could he ignore the presence of a robber-murderer? Reporting the incident could be an option, allowing him to relay the information without risking his safety while still earning some credit. However, such credit would pale in comparison to the glory of a solo capture. Qin Chuan clenched his teeth in frustration. Damn it! In his previous life, he had not only failed to uncover the truth behind his father's disappearance, but ultimately found himself unable to fulfill his duties as a police officer, spending a decade behind bars for it. If one were to be reborn, yet still approach life with timidity, what difference would there be from a mere fish? Act. However, it is imperative to act with prudence. Though old who has dedicated his life to law enforcement, his experience has largely been confined to Chongqing Town, offering little in the way of practical skills. Now in his 50s, he is unlikely to provide any assistance. Furthermore, Qin Chuan cannot allow his companion to be put in harm's way for the sake of accolades. Additionally, his abrupt halt has already aroused suspicion. One must not act recklessly, but rather employ cunning. With this thought in mind, Qin Chuan turned the vehicle around and lowered the window. "Fishmonger, I would like 2 catfish, please." Having said this, he swiftly exited the car and strode towards the fish stall, not forgetting to greet Old Hu. "Old Hu, wait for me. I shall bring back 2 fish." At that moment, Zhao Si, who happened to be on Qin Chuan's left, his demeanor highly vigilant, and Qin Chuan could almost sense the tension in his companion's taut muscles. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan bypassed him and crouched before the fish stall. "How much of the catfish, my good man?" 28 per pound, freshly caught from the North River. "Would you like 2? "Yes, and let us add 3 pounds of loach." "Certainly. You would shortchange me, would you?" The stall owner deftly weighed the fish, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth. "You could trust my fish. If I short you, come and smash my stall." Observing that Qin Chuan was genuinely purchasing fish, Zhao Sihu's taut nerves began to relax. He paused and walked past Qin Chuan from behind. At this moment, Qin Chuan had completed the payment, and the fishmonger handed the catch to him. "Take care now." Before his words could dissipate, and amidst the astonished gaze of the fish vendor, Qin Chuan abruptly covered a rotund individual to his right with the fish haul. Simultaneously, he seized a rusted steel pipe that had caught his eye beside the stall and swung it violently towards Zhao Sihu. Qin Chuan's strike was both unforeseen and executed with remarkable speed. However, he evidently underestimated the vigilance of a robber and murderer in the presence of law enforcement. As fish and water cascaded down Zhao Sihu's head, he swiftly drew a sharp knife from his lower back, transforming the air into a flurry of glinting blades. The clash of steel resonated as the pipe met the knife, causing the surrounding crowd to scatter in terror. With the water now gone, Zhao Sihu's vision began to clear. This was a dire situation. Qin Chuan realized that if he did not act decisively, the moment Zhao Sihu regained full sight, he would face an even more precarious scenario. At that point, not only would capturing the suspect become impossible, but he could also inadvertently harm innocent bystanders. and he would undoubtedly bear the consequences. Damn it, it was time to fight. With that thought, Qin Chuan hurled the steel pipe, and, seizing the opportunity, while Zhao Sihu's defenses were momentarily down, lunged at him. With a left hand that bore the weight of urgency, he pinned Zhao Sihu's knife-wielding right hand, while his right fist descended mercilessly towards Zhao Sihu's head, shouting, "Lao Hu, wanted criminal. This man is a wanted criminal." Upon witnessing Qin Chuan's sudden action, Lao Hu in the vehicle knew something was amiss and immediately alighted. Before he could reach the scene, he saw Qin Chuan tackle the suspect, exclaiming "wanted criminal." With a swift and precise kick to the groin, Lao Hu demonstrated that experience does triumph over youth. Zhao Sihu, desperately resisting, turned a deep shade of purple, reminiscent of liver. A raspy sound emerged from his throat as Qin Chuan seized the opportunity to twist the opponent's arms. With a sharp click, he swiftly affixed the handcuffs. Breathing heavily, Qin Chuan felt the weakness in his limbs, as if he were devoid of sensation, and he slumped down beside him. "Xiao Qin, who is this wanted criminal?" Zhao Sihu, the robber from Qin County involved in the 618 incident. Only then did Lao Song recall the wanted poster displayed in the office. However, this chubby figure bore little resemblance to the image. Just as Lao Hu was about to ask for a name, his gaze fell upon a pool of blood beneath Qin Chuan. "Damn it, Xiao Qin, are you injured?" "Huh?" Upon hearing Lao Hu's voice, Qin Chuan finally registered the situation. He lifted his hands to discover a gash on his right arm, blood gushing forth. Glancing at his abdomen, he reassured himself, "Damn it, it's nothing. Just a cut on my arm. I won't die from it." 10 minutes later, Wang Xuebing arrived on the scene with several auxiliary officers from the station. Zhang Jun remained at home, as they still had a human trafficking suspect detained. "Wang, this guy is Zhao Sihu, the robber and murderer from Haizhou's 618 case." Wang Xuebing paid no mind to the suspect and headed straight for Qin Chuan. "How are you?" Qin Chuan forced a smile. "It's fine, just a superficial wound on my arm." Seeing Qin Chuan's arm wrapped in cloth to staunch the bleeding, his complexion pale, Wang Xuebing finally felt a sense of relief. Heaven knows how alarmed he was when he received Lao Hu's call. "In the future, report any incidents promptly. Don't try to play the hero." Yes, I understand, Wang. I assure you there will be no next time." "Old Hu, take Xiao Qin to the town clinic for a bandage. I will take the person back first." "All right." He didn't feel anything during the fight, but now Qin Chuan is grimacing in pain. As for the credit, he is not worried about Wang Xuebing taking it for himself. Not to mention that so many people were watching. Qin Chuan is well aware of Wang Xuebing's character. In his previous life, if it weren't for Wang Xuebing protecting him, he might have been killed long ago. Take the person back. At this moment, Wang Xuebing finally had the time to scrutinize the already handcuffed Zhao Sihu, the notorious criminal from the 618 robbery and murder case. They had been searching frantically in Haizhou City, and little did they expect him to end up in their territory. Qin Chuan, this kid, is truly impressive. He just arrested his mother-in-law and now has taken down a robbery and murder suspect. This is an extraordinary achievement. He should at least be awarded a third-class merit. Chapter 4. What did you say? The suspect in the 618 case has been apprehended? Leaving aside Wang Xuebing's call to the county bureau to report the capture of the murderer, Qin Chuan had also arrived at the clinic. His injuries were indeed not severe, just a bit of excessive bleeding and a pale complexion. The Loaning Town Clinic, much like the police station, had only a handful of staff. The doctor tending to Qin Chuan was a childhood friend from Wang Jiga village. "What happened to you?" Qin Chuan shrugged, and didn't he explain, "Qin Feng, are you capable? Should I just go to the county hospital instead?" Wang Qingfeng graduated from a vocational school in veterinary medicine 3 years ago, and when he returned home to raise pigs, he happened to stumble upon a job opening at the town clinic and unintentionally passed the exam to get in. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding, this fellow can certainly handle the postpartum care of sows and is adept at treating ailments. Such a minor injury is nothing to fret over. Shortly, I will administer a tetanus shot, and all will be well. Meanwhile, Lao Hu is engaged in conversation with the director of the health clinic, leaving Qin Chuan alone to receive an intravenous drip. It presents a perfect opportunity to glance at the system notification. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have captured one armed robber and murderer, earning 62 morality points. Your cumulative morality points total 111, allowing for a single spin of the roulette. Would you like to spin now? Spin. As the command is uttered, a vibrant, multicolored wheel materializes in Qin Chuan's mind, whirling at a dizzying speed, obscuring the view of the rewards displayed. Only a bright red pointer stands out, glaringly prominent. Stop. The wheel abruptly halts, the red pointer landing on a blue square. Congratulations. Host, you have drawn the skill, Combat Elite. The system offers a myriad of rewards, just before the wheels cease spinning. Qin Chuan caught a fleeting glimpse of the densely packed options, numbering no less than 100. Skill rewards are primarily classified into 3 tiers: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Combat Elite is classified as an intermediate skill, while the beginner level is termed Combat Novice, and the advanced level is called Combat Master. The colorful wheel of knowledge surged into the depths of Qin Chuan's mind. In an instant, an avalanche of combat knowledge flooded his consciousness. The system's skill rewards not only enhance cerebral capacity, but also instill muscle memory directly within the body. After 2 breaths, Qin Chuan opened his eyes, extending his uninjured left hand to form a fist in the air. Had he possessed this skill during the capture of Zhao Sihu, he would surely have emerged unscathed. In a swift and unarmed maneuver, he incapacitated his opponent. Unwavering from the criminal investigation team of Haizhou City had not closed his eyes for 3 consecutive days, his eyes bloodshot and weary, resembling a haggard rabbit. 7 days prior, a shocking robbery and murder occurred outside the construction bank in Qingguan County. The assailant attacked in broad daylight, stabbing the victim over 30 times. After seizing 30,000 yuan, he vanished without a trace. The chief of the Haizhou Public Security Bureau issued an ultimatum. If the case was not solved within 7 days, Unwavering would be dismissed. Now, only 4 hours remained until the deadline for solving this case. What to do? Suddenly, the phone on his desk rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was his office director. He chose not to answer. With so little time left and no leads on the case, he had no inclination to deal with office matters. In truth, Unwavering did not care about his position. He felt a deep sense of shame for failing to apprehend the criminal. It was known that the victim was 4 months pregnant, which meant 2 lives were lost. That murderer deserved 1,000 tortures. The relentless ringing of the phone persisted. Unwavering picked up the receiver. Zhang Yuan, you better give me an explanation. Captain, we've apprehended the suspect. What? Unwavering, on the brink of fury, felt as though someone had gripped his throat. What did you say? Captain, the suspect in the 618 case has been caught. Damn. He slammed down the receiver and rushed to the office. At the Changning Town Health Center, Qin Chuan had finished treating his wounds and received a tetanus shot. In the words of his childhood friend, a veterinarian, it was nothing serious. With a few days of rest, he would be fine. However, one must be cautious not to rupture the wound, avoid water exposure, and prevent infection. Exiting the health clinic, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. Qin Chuan gazed at the bustling crowd on the street and let out a long sigh. Indeed, this rebirth was exhilarating. It was merely the first day, yet he had already sustained an honorable injury. Clearly, pretentiousness comes at a cost. Old Hu. How impressive was I during that moment at noon? Old Hu shot him an irritated glare. You should have informed me beforehand. At that time, Old Hu genuinely believed Qin Chuan was going to buy fish, to report to the superiors, anticipating that the county or city would come to apprehend individuals. Qin Chuan scratched his head. I felt he had noticed me. I had no time to ponder such matters. Old Hu's advice was indeed the optimal solution, yet Qin Chuan, eager to achieve merit, chose to take a risk. In hindsight, that risk was quite worthwhile. Setting aside the matter of accolades, the combat elite skill was genuinely valuable. The Santana had already been driven away by Wang, leaving the 2 of them to walk back. The town's market was just dispersing, with numerous individuals passing by Qin Chuan. Having experienced 2 benefits from the Eye of Sin, Qin Chuan could not resist activating it once more. Suddenly, a stream of information appeared above the heads of a dozen individuals before him. Zhang Bo, Sin Value 1, had stolen and slaughtered a neighbor's chicken a day prior. Sun Weibao, Sin Value 0. Zhang Feng, Sin Value 12, a habitual thief, possessing 3 mobile phones and 6 wallets, with an involved amount of 18,000. Damn! Qin Chuan, who had thought the world was peaceful, unexpectedly encountered a thief. To apprehend or not, there was no need for contemplation. At the precise moment of their passing, Qin Chuan struck with lightning speed, swiftly drawing forth his hand. With a sharp click, the gleaming handcuffs clasped around the suspect's right wrist. "Well, my friend, shall we take a little trip?" Zhang Feng gazed in bewilderment at the cuffs, utterly perplexed. How had he been discovered? Lao Hu shuddered at the swift turn of events. How could one so easily be shackled? Are handcuffs to be wielded so carelessly? What a farce! Shouted Qin. Lao Hu, noticing the confusion on Qin Chuan's face, hastily interjected, "This lad is a habitual thief. I spotted him plotting from a distance just moments ago. I am injured and unable to conduct a thorough search. You should check him. He must have stolen goods on him." Lao Hu regarded Qin Chuan with skepticism. A thief? Is that true? Despite his doubts, Lao Hu chose to trust Qin Chuan, who presented his badge. "Police. We suspect you are a thief. Please cooperate." Zhang Feng stood frozen in fear. "Cooperate? What are you talking about?" "Government. This is my first time. I swear." Before Lao Hu could act, the man hastily emptied his pockets, revealing his phone and wallet. "Officer, I truly am a novice at this. It's just that my family is in dire straits. Please spare me this once. I promise I won't do it again. Enough with the excuses. Come with me to the station." Such habitual thieves are rarely of good character, and not a word from their lips can be trusted. Whoever heard of a good person referring to the police as the government? Clearly, he had been educated within the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have apprehended a thief. Reward received, 12 morality points. Ah, that brings the total to 23 morality points, edging closer to the next lottery draw. Chapter 5. Director, you must come and see this. As long as 7 or 8 more petty thieves come along, Qin Chuan will secure a second chance at the lottery. The mere thought invigorated him. With a flourish, the Eye of Sin activated. At a glance, the majority of the crowd appeared to be on the white list. There were quite a few with sin values of 1, 2, and 3, but most had merely committed minor misdeeds that did not amount to criminal acts. Thus Qin Chuan deemed it unnecessary to apprehend them. According to the system's guidance, individuals with sin values below 10 were generally law-abiding citizens. The threshold of 10 sin points marked a significant divide. Crossing it indicated a criminal offense sufficient for prosecution. As long as no lives were lost, sin values typically did not exceed 50 points. Should one surpass 100 points, it would imply at least 2 lives taken. Therefore, Qin Chuan's focus was drawn to those with sin values exceeding 10. Thus, he proceeded ahead while Old Hu dragged along Zhang Feng. The latter's belt had already been unfastened, leaving him to hold up his trousers with one hand, while the other was gripped by Old Hu. This was a customary procedure when apprehending suspects. Zhao Junshan, with a sin value of 19, had committed theft 3 days prior at the home of the mayor's father-in-law, making off with 30,000 yuan in cash. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. This was indeed a big catch. He was aware of this case, and Wang Suojing had been quite troubled about it, not realizing it was this scoundrel who had perpetrated the crime. The moment Qin Chuan spotted Zhao Junshan, the latter also noticed Qin Chuan, although both Qin Chuan and Old Hu were dressed in plain clothes, concealing their identities as law enforcement officers. The conspicuous handcuffs from Zhang Feng's arrest revealed their true roles. Nevertheless, Zhao Junshan felt no fear. After all, the police were not omniscient and could not possibly know of his past transgressions. Yet, driven by a subconscious urge to distance himself from the authorities, he remained on high alert, ever prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Qin Chuan's right hand was bandaged, rendering him unable to engage in direct combat. Thus, he made his way towards Zhao Junshan, though his gaze was drawn to a nearby street vendor. "How much for the peanuts?" he inquired, employing a classic diversionary tactic that, though old, proved effective. Zhao Junshan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking it was merely a peanut purchase. However, just as he was about to leave, a shadow suddenly lunged at him. Thud! Despite his injured arm, Qin Chuan's feet were unhindered, and he executed a sweeping kick that sent Zhao Junshan crashing down. Lao Hu! The handcuffs! Lao Hu, who was trailing behind with Zhang Feng, nearly suffered a heart attack. How'd he manage to bring him down again? Stay down. Don't move. He instructed Zhang Feng to remain stationary while he rushed forward, producing his handcuffs to securely restrain Zhao Junshan. This scoundrel was involved in the burglary at the mayor's father-in-law's residence 3 days prior. How did you deduce that? The footprints. Look at his shoes. The prints matched those left at the crime scene. This assertion was, of course, fabricated by Qin Chuan, as Zhao Junshan had been standing and had not revealed any footprints. Officer, this is a misunderstanding. I am an innocent man. A misunderstanding? Qin Chuan retorted, delivering a kick to the culprit's rear. Behave yourself. Shall we search your cabinet at home and see if that 30,000 yuan is there? Zhao Junshan fell silent, sensing that this officer possessed an uncanny insight. How could he know that the money was concealed in the cabinet? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have apprehended a thief, earning 19 points of virtue in vice. Excellent. Accumulating a total of 42 points. Upon observing the expression of the other party, Lao Hu immediately discerned that Qin Chuan had once again struck gold. Yet, could it truly be that the discovery lay solely in the soles of one's feet? Swiftly unfastening the other's belt and leading Zhang Feng along as if he were walking a dog, Lao Hu managed to create quite a spectacle. Qin Chuan, however, remained unfazed. The sinister gaze of his was undeniably effective. A subconscious urge to repeat the action surged within him, but suddenly, with a resounding thud, darkness enveloped him, rendering him oblivious to all that followed. Lao Hu, trailing behind, nearly succumbed to fright. Just moments ago, Qin Chuan had been a force to be reckoned with, having apprehended 2 criminals in quick succession, yet now he lay motionless. Qin Chuan, someone, help! Lao Hu hastily dialed Wang Xuebing, exclaiming, Director, we have a situation. You must come at once. 20 minutes later, at the Chongning Town Health Center, Wang Qingfeng took Qin Chuan's blood pressure and examined his pupils. Director Wang, there is nothing to worry about. He merely fell asleep. Asleep? Wang Xuebing regarded the unconscious Qin Chuan on the hospital bed with skepticism, then glanced at the antiquated mercury sphygmomanometer in Wang Qingfeng's hands. Could it truly be that he was simply asleep? Wang Qingfeng confidently asserted, Director Wang, I can assure you, when it comes to sleep, I possess an accurate eye. When I tended to the pigs back in the village, those that succumbed to slumber appeared just this way. Could one truly compare a human to a pig? Nevertheless, observing Qin Chuan's steadily rising and falling chest, it seemed he was indeed in no grave peril. Lao Hu, you remain here on watch. Should anything arise, do not hesitate to contact me. While Qin Chuan lay incapacitated, Wang Xuebing found himself inundated with pressing matters. The case of Zhang Jinlian, involved in child trafficking, had been confessed by her, yet the ensuing work was far from trivial. More importantly, the suspect in the heinous robbery and murder case in Haizhou City is currently handcuffed to the heating pipe in his office. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's sudden, fainting spell, Wang Xuebing would have had to sleep in the presence of this criminal before the higher-ups arrived to take him away. After all, he is a murderer. Since its establishment, the Chongning Town Police Station has apprehended its first murderer. Additionally, they have also detained a habitual thief and a burglar. When did the Chongning Town Police Station become so bustling, with for criminals incarcerated at once? The thief was straightforward. Wang Xuebing simply handed him over to Officer Sun Bingkoan. The previous cases required no digging. The stolen goods discovered on him alone warranted at least a brief detention. The burglar was also an easy case. Transferred to Deputy Chief Zhang Jun, who promptly informed the town mayor that they had caught the thief who had robbed his father-in-law's house. Wang Fengqing, as the mayor of Chongning Town, is considered a local authority, yet this official had not slept in his own bed for several days. His wife had issued an ultimatum. If he could not capture the thief, he could forget about ever sleeping in their bed again. Due to this matter, Wang Fengqing had reprimanded Wang Xuebing several times. However, he understood the situation at the Chongning Town Police Station. Merely maintaining its operations was commendable, let alone solving cases. He had already contacted a familiar deputy chief at the county bureau, hoping that the criminal investigation team would look into the matter. To his surprise, he had just received a call stating that the suspect had already been apprehended. Wang Fengqing decided to visit the police station to see which scoundrel had the audacity to steal from his venerable father-in-law. After all, that money would eventually belong to him. As Qin Chuan opened his eyes once more, he was overwhelmed by a throbbing headache, dazzling lights, and a spinning world, a consequence of the excessive use of the Eye of Sin. The crimson alerts on the system interface illuminated the reason behind Qin Chuan's fainting spell. It appeared that even the most audacious of endeavors had its limits. Reflecting on his earlier use of the Eye of Sin, Qin Chuan recalled that the first 3 instances had proven uneventful, yet the 4th had resulted in an abrupt loss of consciousness. Quietly, he resolved to restrict his use of the Eye of Sin to no more than 3 times a day. "You're finally awake?" Lao Hu, seated at the bedside and having foregone sleep, expressed his astonishment upon seeing Qin Chuan's eyes flutter open. Today's mission alongside Qin Chuan had been the most exhilarating, yet perilous day of Lao Hu's life. Chapter 6. Are you Qin Chuan? Arrest him. How are you feeling? Lao Hu's genuine concern warmed Qin Chuan's heart. "I'm fine, just a bit dizzy." "Lao Hu, what time is it?" "It's 10:30. You slept for 5 or 6 hours. What about the thief?" "Rest assured, he's already been handed over to the director. You should relax. Any matters can be addressed tomorrow." Qin Chuan nodded slightly, still recovering from the aftereffects of the Eye of Sin, and knew he needed further rest. The following morning, Qin Chuan awoke once more, feeling invigorated. The residual effects of the Eye of Sin had completely dissipated, yet Lao Hu was no longer by his side. Rising from his bed, Qin Chuan opened the door to find Wang Qingfeng waiting. "Awake at last? I knew you would be fine after some rest. Where has Lao Hu gone?" "He left for the station early this morning, saying that if you woke up, you should head home to recuperate. They can handle things at the station." Qin Chuan shook his head. The police station had only a few personnel, and given that he had apprehended 4 individuals the previous day, they were undoubtedly overwhelmed. After bidding farewell to Wang Qingfeng, Qin Chuan departed from the health clinic and headed straight for the police station. Unbeknownst to him, the Changning Town police station was currently bustling with activity. A dozen officers in uniform had blocked the entrance. As Qin Chuan stepped inside, he witnessed a middle-aged man with a slightly rotund figure and a receding hairline, berating Wang Xuebing. "Director Wang, although Changning Town is a small locality, as the head of this station, are you truly so ignorant of the most fundamental legal principles? Can an intern officer possess any enforcement authority? Just look at this." He went in and kicked someone down. "Does this brat even respect the law? If I do not expel such a troublemaker from the police force, then I have wasted my time as the captain of this security team." Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, recognizing the man chastising Wang Xuebing as Zhao Juanhao, the captain of the Public Security Bureau's security team from Julin County. Moreover, standing beside Zhao was his mother-in-law, whom he had previously subdued at the matchmaking event. An intern officer? This was directed at him. Indeed, when his mother-in-law had been apprehended, she mentioned her cousin being the captain of the security team. It turned out to be true. Captain Zhao, surely this is a misunderstanding, this woman." Wang Xuebing began to explain, but he suddenly caught sight of Qin Chuan entering. Hastily, he stepped forward to position himself between Zhao Juanhao and Qin Chuan, attempting to shield Qin Chuan from being noticed. However, Wang Xuebing could not obstruct Zhang Jilian's gaze. "Cousin, it's him. It is he who falsely accuses me of child trafficking. You must apprehend him immediately." Zhang Jilian's voice pierced the air, laced with hysteria. Upon hearing this, Zhao Juanhao casually pushed Wang Xuebing aside and strode purposefully toward Qin Chuan. "You? Are you the intern officer?" Qin Chuan nodded, maintaining a composed demeanor. "Indeed I am. And who might you be?" Although Qin Chuan recognized Zhao Juanhao from their previous encounters, he feigned ignorance, as he had just experienced a rebirth and could not acknowledge their past familiarity. "That's good to know. As for me, I am Zhao Juanhao, the captain of the county's public security team. Bring him here. I want him handcuffed." With that command, 2 officers from the public security team approached, intent on restraining Qin Chuan. "On what grounds do you intend to cuff me? What gives you the authority? You, as an intern officer, lack enforcement powers. Are you aware of that? Publicly, in the Honglumen CAF, you assaulted innocent civilians while falsely accusing others of child trafficking. Young Qin, if you wish to be a police officer, You must adhere to the principle of evidence and abide by the law. If you violate the law, I can only act in accordance with regulations. What are you staring at? Officers apprehend him. The two officers, having reached Qin Chuan's side, hesitated slightly, their expressions revealing reluctance. Yet, Zhao Juanhao was their superior, and his assertions were valid. They produced handcuffs, ready to restrain Qin Chuan. Brothers, please cooperate. Wait. Qin Chuan's voice rang out, capturing Zhao Juanhao's attention. Oh, are you defying the law? Qin Chuan shook his head. Captain Zhao, on what basis do you claim that I am violating the law? As an intern police officer, exercising authority without lawful power, is that not a case of breaking the law while knowing the law? Law enforcement authority? Zhao, you must be mistaken. I was merely acting in defense of justice. The crowd fell silent, and Wang Shuebing's eyes sparkled with realization. As the director of the police station, although Chongming Town is not a significant place, Wang Shuebing holds the rank of deputy section chief. Zhao Juanhao, on the other hand, is the captain of the county's public security team, overseeing the security affairs of the entire county and managing a portion of the police station's responsibilities. However, in terms of rank, Zhao Juanhao and Wang Shuebing are of equal standing, both being deputy section chiefs, despite Zhao Juanhao's connections, which sometimes compel even the head of the county bureau to show him deference. Wang Shuebing has no desire for promotion or wealth, and thus sees no need to bow low. The reason he complied earlier was solely due to Zhao Juanhao's unassailable argument, as Qin Chuan is indeed an intern officer, having just joined the force a few days ago. Without formal confirmation, he naturally lacks law enforcement authority. Furthermore, there were no other official officers present at the time, making it impossible to authorize Qin Chuan to act. Zhao Juanhao, possessing a video from that moment, captured Qin Chuan decisively taking down the opposing party. With the law on his side, Wang Shuebing could only yield. However, he did not anticipate Qin Chuan's cunning response. Indeed, lacking law enforcement authority does not preclude one from acting in defense of justice. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Zhao Juanhao was taken aback, having not foreseen such quick wit from Qin Chuan. Yet, to think that a single remark could dismiss me, the esteemed captain of the public security team, is rather presumptuous. Qin Chuan, the premise of acting justly is the presence of wrongdoers to apprehend. What you're doing is nothing short of provoking trouble. As an intern police officer, to engage in such provocations and indiscriminately assault others, how can you claim to uphold the law while breaking it? Someone, apprehend him. One can only commend the experience of the seasoned. With just a few words, Captain Zhao Juanhao has rendered Qin Chuan utterly defenseless. However, who is Qin Chuan? He is no ordinary person. He is a reincarnated being with extraordinary abilities. In his previous life, a few words from Zhao Juanhao would have silenced Qin Chuan on the spot. But now, Captain Zhao, Zhang Jinlian, is implicated in the abduction of 3 children. Is such a person not a villain? Abduction? You claim abduction. Yet where is your evidence? After Zhang Jinlian's arrest yesterday, she has already confessed. What utter nonsense. She is merely a woman, coerced by your torture into a false confession. Can her words be taken as truth? Someone, seize this fellow. Once he enters the public security division, I doubt he can maintain his silver tongue. Hold on. Wang Shuebing had refrained from speaking earlier due to Qin Chuan's lack of law enforcement authority. But the circumstances have changed. As Qin Chuan stated, even without enforcement powers, one can still act with courage and integrity. Captain Zhao, have you forgotten where we are? This is the Chongming Town Police Station, not your county's public security division. Chapter 7. Looking for trouble? Let us see who truly captures whom. Wang Shuebing's words were resolute and impactful, invigorating Hu Jiangwo, Zhang Jun, and the others of the station. It was high time to take such a stand. The county's public security team seems to be overly assertive, strutting their authority at the Chongming Town Police Station. Wang Shuebing stands tall and resolute. Furthermore, Captain Zhao, the child trafficking case falls under the jurisdiction of criminal investigation. What relevance does it have to your public security department? Zhao Juanhao is somewhat taken aback by Wang Shuebing's resistance. However, it is not entirely unexpected. They remain oblivious to the gravity of the individuals they have offended. Director Wang, are you determined to show favoritism towards this young man? Captain Zhao, this is not favoritism. I am merely adhering to the principles of objectivity. Adhering to the principles of objectivity? Humph. Zhao Juanhao scoffs, retrieving his mobile phone to mock Wang Xuebing. I hope you remain so steadfast after receiving a call from Secretary Gao. Wang Xuebing's expression shifts. He is acutely aware of who Secretary Gao is, and this is the primary reason he holds Zhao Juanhao in such regard. Yet, should he simply allow the other party to take Qin Chuan away? Wang Xuebing understands that if Zhao Juanhao succeeds in removing Qin Chuan today, the consequences awaiting him will be far graver than mere disciplinary action. Whether he can continue wearing that police uniform is uncertain. Wang Xuebing does not harbor any special affection for Qin Chuan, who has only recently begun his duties. However, in this brief span of time, specifically within a single day, Qin Chuan has remarkably apprehended 4 criminals, one of whom is a fugitive wanted for robbery and murder. Such a promising talent cannot be allowed to fall into Zhao Juanhao's hands. Resolving himself, Wang Xuebing thinks, is he merely a county committee secretary? Can he truly wield unchecked power? Moreover, the incident involving Qin Chuan's capture of the fugitive was reported just last night. This is indeed a commendable achievement. Wang Xuebing, determined to stall until his superiors arrived, felt there might still be a glimmer of hope. Zhao Juanhao, today. Wang. Just as Wang Xuebing resolved to stand his ground against the adversary, he was intercepted by Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan felt immense gratitude towards Wang Xuebing for his willingness to stand up for him. In his previous life, Wang Xuebing had always shielded him, particularly due to his long tenure at the Chongning Town police station. Now, in this new life, having just been reborn and starting his job at the station, Wang Xuebing continued to defend him, which spoke volumes about his character. Otherwise, he would have no reason to offend Zhao Juanhao, who had the backing of the county party secretary for Qin Chuan's sake. However, while Wang Xuebing's support was heartfelt, Qin Chuan could not remain in the shadows. As a reborn individual, if he could not navigate a mere Zhao Juanhao, it would be better to perish once more. Dealing with someone like Zhao Juanhao, who had connections, required decisive action. Procrastination would not suffice. He needed to strike swiftly and decisively, eliminating any chance for the opponent to seek reinforcements. The Eye of Sin activated. A sudden rush of information surfaced above the heads of those present. Most of the personnel at the Chongning Town police station displayed predominantly white information, save for Sun Bingquan, who bore a slight mark of sin. Sun Bingquan, sin value 1, had peered at Zhang Xiaojun while she bathed the year prior. In stark contrast, the 13 members of the public security team startled Qin Chuan. Only one held a clean record, while the others exhibited varying degrees of sin. Jiang Chao, sin value 3, had accepted 2 packs of Zhonghua cigarettes and a case of Maotai liquor from the owner of AI, Look TV. Sun E, sin value 2, had enjoyed 3 sessions at Xinshin Footbath without payment. Zhang Liang, with a malevolent score of 4, sheltered the debt collectors of a small loan company, resulting in the brutal beating of debtors. Though most individuals did not exceed a score of 5, the information emblazoned on Zhao Juanhao's forehead caused Qin Chuan's veins to bulge with fury. Zhao Juanhao, with a malevolent score of 99, acted as a shield for the criminal underworld of Julin County. 3 years prior, he had repeatedly assaulted a female student, leading to her pregnancy, and subsequently murdered her, burying her body beneath the viewing pavilion in Songlin Park. He even savagely assaulted the parents of the female student in public, and was implicated in multiple incidents of intentional injury and illegal detention. A malevolent score of 99. This was the highest malevolence score Qin Chuan had encountered since his rebirth through the Eye of Malevolence. The notorious Zhao Sihu, who openly robbed and killed in Chengguan County, had a mere score of 62. How could such a person remain unapprehended? Qin Chuan felt a surge of rage. You wish to capture me? Today, I shall seize you first, Zhao Juanhao. Are you not afraid of the vengeful spirit of Chun Yingying seeking retribution against you? Qin Chuan's words left Zhao Juanhao frozen in disbelief. How do you know of Chun Yingying? You. Before Zhao Juanhao could utter another word. Qin Chuan advanced without hesitation, disregarding the pain from his arm wound, and executed a swift capture maneuver. Crack! The sharp sound of bones interlocking sent shivers down the spines of all present. Then, amid incredulous gazes, Qin Chuan delivered a forceful kick to Zhao Juanhao's lower back and swiftly mounted him. Zhao Juanhao, you are under arrest. Ack! Zhao Juanhao was left bewildered by Qin Chuan's series of actions. It was only after being knocked down that he realized what had transpired. The excruciating pain from his arms twisted behind his back made him break out in a cold sweat. Yet Qin Chuan's grip was merciless. With his left leg pressing down on Zhao Juanhao's neck, Qin Chuan forced the latter's cheek to harshly scrape against the scorching concrete ground, and as he opened his mouth, he was met with a mouthful of dust. Qin Chuan, have you lost your mind? I will ensure you meet a fate worse than death. What are you all staring at? Come help me. At that moment, the officers from the security team finally realized that their captain had been subdued by a mere officer from a small precinct. Let our captain go. You are breaking the law. Qin Chuan cast a glance at the two security officers who had rushed forward. Song Dehui, with a crime value of 32, was Zhao Juanhao's right-hand man, an accomplice in several murder cases. Zhao Xiaohu, with a crime value of 44, was Zhao Juanhao's cousin and also an accomplice in a series of criminal activities. These two were among the most notorious officers in the security team. Qin Chuan showed no mercy, delivering a powerful punch to the back of Zhao Juanhao's head, causing him to see stars and preventing him from rising. He then unleashed a flurry of strikes with the speed of thunder. With his elite combat skills, Qin Chuan was more formidable than the average special forces soldier, far beyond the capabilities of two ordinary security officers. The two men clutched their stomachs and chests, reluctantly collapsing to the ground. Qin Chuan turned to the other officers who were preparing to charge forward and coldly declared, "Even if you are unaware of Zhao Juanhao's actions, you must know something. I will state this clearly. I am determined to resolve the matter concerning Chun Yingying from 3 years ago. Anyone who dares to interfere with my investigation will serve as an example." Just like these two, the members of the security team halted in their tracks, gazing at the fallen Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu. As Qin Chuan remarked, no one understands what Zhao Juanhao has done better than they do. Yet, what can they do? Zhao Juanhao enjoys the backing of the top authority in Jilin County, and being the captain of the security team, he commands a degree of respect that few dare to challenge. 3 years ago, the incident Zhao Juanhao was involved in was not a secret. However, knowledge alone does not suffice for action. The father of that female student now resides in a wheelchair. Who can hold Zhao Juanhao accountable? In a world where one must look out for oneself, the consequences of inaction are dire. Chapter 8. A mere officer daring to confront a superior? These ordinary policemen, driven by self-preservation, can only turn a blind eye. Yet this time, they were taken aback by the audacity of a humble intern from the Chongning Town police station who dared to make an arrest. Furthermore, how did he come to know about Chun Yingying? Could it be that he too has influential connections? Otherwise, the opposition would not be so formidable. The group exchanged glances, opting to observe the situation before taking further action. While they could not sacrifice themselves for justice, they could not hinder it either. Thus, they retreated while shouting, "Qin Chuan, do not deceive yourself. Do not think that having backing means you can act with impunity. Jilin County upholds the rule of law. Release our captain at once." What nonsense about Chun Yingying? Qin Chuan, just wait. I smack. Having just regained his composure, Zhao Juanhao received another slap from Qin Chuan, resulting in a loss of a bloody tooth, a testament to the force behind Qin Chuan's strike. In the midst of his fury, Zhao Juanhao realized the wisdom in the adage that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Silently harboring dark thoughts, he vowed that once he turned the tables, he would ensure Qin Chuan met his demise. No, first he would strip the man of his police uniform, then savor the meticulous crafting of his downfall. Not only Qin Chuan, but also his family, and even the family dog, would not be spared. Offending Zhao Juanhao meant a total annihilation of your entire lineage. Qin Chuan's series of actions left not only the public security team utterly bewildered, but also the officers at the Chongning Town police station. Wang Xuebing felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Was there anyone backing Qin Chuan? He was uncertain. A graduate ranked first in a police academy could inexplicably find himself assigned to the most impoverished precinct of Jilin County, under the jurisdiction of Shingen City. There were even explicit instructions for Wang Shuebing to take good care of Qin Chuan. This was no trivial matter. It was a clear affront. Moreover, the ability to influence the assignment of such an outstanding police academy graduate was hardly within the reach of an ordinary individual. Qin Chuan. Could it be that there is some misunderstanding? Wang Shuebing found himself at a loss. With Qin Chuan having apprehended a wanted criminal, he could at least secure a third-class merit. In such a scenario, Wang Shuebing could still protect Qin Chuan from Zhao Junhao's machinations. However, at this moment, this fellow had directly incapacitated someone. Without irrefutable evidence of wrongdoing, no one could save him. Qin Chuan shook his head. What misunderstanding could there possibly be? He had already taken the man down. Captain Wang, this matter does not concern you. Wang Shuebing was a decent person, having treated Qin Chuan well in their past. Qin Chuan had no desire to entangle him in Zhao Junhao's affairs. In truth, his decision to arrest Zhao Junhao on the spot was not merely a spur-of-the-moment action. He was, in fact, taking a gamble. Qin Chuan recalled that in his previous life, when Zhao Sihu was apprehended in Chongning Town, the operation was led by Qian Guobin, the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Shingen City Public Security Bureau, along with Duan Weigua, the captain of the neighboring Haizhou City criminal investigation team. Qin Chuan had little impression of Duan Weigua. However, Qian Guobin was another matter entirely. To the average person, the position of captain of the criminal investigation team in Shingen City was already quite significant, yet it was merely the beginning of Qian Guobin's illustrious career. By the time Qin Chuan found himself languishing in prison, Qian had ascended to the role of provincial police chief, having received the highest honors for his exceptional contributions. Renowned for his unwavering sense of justice, he had solved numerous major cases and was hailed as a vanguard in the province's campaign against organized crime. Recognized nationally as an outstanding individual. As long as he could substantiate Zhao Junhao's criminal activities, even if the county party secretary of Jilin stood behind him, there would be no escape from the arm of the law. Old Hu, bring me 3 pairs of handcuffs. Fresh from the clinic, Qin Chuan found himself without any restraints. At this moment, he preferred to keep his colleagues at the station uninvolved in this matter. Thus, even if he were to use handcuffs, he intended for Old Hu to bring them over so he could personally affix them on Zhao Junhao, Song Dehui, and Zhao Xiao. Wait for it, Qin. Zhao Junhao spat blood, his gaze filled with malice as he glared at Qin Chuan. He had just signaled his subordinates to rush out and call for reinforcements. Damn it. Once my backup arrives, haha. Zhao Junhao then cast a sinister look towards Wang, Shuebing, and the others. And you as well, Director Wang. Hith, what a fine establishment the Chongning Town police station is. A mere intern, breaking the law and assaulting a superior. Slap. After Qin Chuan finished interrogating the other 2 individuals, he carelessly struck Zhao Junhao with a slap. Rest assured, Mr. Zhao, not even the county party secretary, let alone the municipal party secretary, can save you today. Mark my words. Old Zheng, your police in Shingen are truly remarkable, disregarding even the municipal party secretary? As Qin Chuan's words faded, a hearty laughter resonated from the entrance of the police station. Everyone turned to see a dozen officers in uniform stride inside. At that moment, Qian Guobin's face had darkened considerably. Originally, he had anticipated showcasing his prowess before Duan Weigua after apprehending a robbery and murder suspect in his jurisdiction. It's quite amusing that someone the entire criminal investigation squad couldn't apprehend was caught by our township police station, he mused. However, Qian Guobin was taken aback when he entered and witnessed Qin Chuan slapping Zhao Junfeng, boasting of disregarding the municipal party secretary. Moreover, it was evident from the insignia on Qin Chuan's uniform that he was merely an intern officer, while the person he had struck bore the insignia of a third-level police officer. Who on earth possesses such audacity? Qian Guobin was far from pleased. In stark contrast, Qin Chuan was elated. He had correctly wagered on Qian Guobin's arrival, a true savior. Director Lin, you have come. Seeing the newcomers, Zhao Junhao appeared to grasp at a lifeline, eager to rush towards one of the tall, slender men. But alas, just as he took a couple of steps, he fell to the ground. Qin Chuan, expressionless, retracted the right foot he had just extended. "What are you shouting about?" Zhao Juanhao, having fallen in a most embarrassing manner, was utterly bewildered. "The county bureau chief has arrived, yet you still exhibit such arrogance?" Lin, whose countenance darkened. Although he held no fondness for Zhao Juanhao, the latter was undeniably a third-level police officer. When did it become permissible for a mere intern officer to act in such a manner? Furthermore, Zhao Juanhao had already called out to him. Yet the individual had the audacity to deliver a kick without the slightest hesitation. This was a blatant disregard for Lin Hu, the deputy chief of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. Not to mention, the head of the municipal criminal investigation team was also present. If this matter went unresolved, how could he navigate his future? Cease. Qin Chuan certainly recognized Lin Hu, the deputy chief of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau, who oversaw the criminal investigation team. Naturally, he was obliged to heed the command. "Good day, Chief Lin." Qin Chuan saluted sharply, but due to the excessive force he had employed against Zhao Juanhao moments earlier, his injured arm from the previous day's apprehension of Zhao Si, who began to bleed anew, Lin Hu furrowed his brow, ignoring Qin Chuan's salute, and instead turned his gaze towards Wang Xuebing. "Director Wang, what is the situation here?" Wang Xuebing hurried over. "Chief Lin, it is as follows." Chapter 9, Evidence. "You should have mentioned it earlier." Wang Xuebing briefly recounted the events. "Yesterday, our precinct apprehended a suspect involved in child trafficking and obtained a confession. This morning, Captain Zhao Juanhao came to request the suspect's transfer, claiming we had arrested the wrong person. When Qin Chuan returned from the hospital, he witnessed Captain Zhao attempting to take the suspect away, and a conflict ensued. The more Lin Hu listened, the more his brow knitted in concern. He was well aware of Zhao Juanhao's standing. After all, who in Jilin County could challenge him? As for Zhang Jinlian, it was highly likely that there was indeed something amiss. After a brief moment, Lin Hu grasped the situation and approached Zhao Juanhao. "Captain Zhao, the crime of trafficking falls under the jurisdiction of criminal investigation. It is inappropriate for your public security team to interfere." "Director Lin, Zhang Jinlian, she..." "Captain Zhao, did you not hear what I said?" As Lin Hu's gaze intensified, Zhao Juanhao seemed poised to respond further. However, Lin Hu, with a more forceful tone, was resolute. He had no desire to involve himself in Zhao Juanhao's dubious affairs, especially with the leadership of the municipal criminal investigation team present. He simply wished to expedite Zhao's departure, apprehend the murderer, and subsequently meet the officer who had single-handedly captured the robbery-murder suspect. Zhao Juanhao, though unaware of the individuals behind Lin Hu, recognized the insignia they bore, indicating their rank. Despite his arrogance, he was not foolish. It was clear that Zhang Jinlian would not be leaving today. What a pity! That woman still possesses her allure. Yet I shall no longer have the pleasure of her company. Never mind. Retreating may open up new horizons. Very well, Director Lin, I shall not take Zhang Jinlian, but I must insist on taking this little brat who dares to act above his station. Lin Hu cast a disdainful glance at Qin Chuan. What audacity to disregard the county party secretary and the city party secretary alike. Who did he think he was? A mere intern officer displaying such arrogance. Lin Hu gestured for Zhao Juanhao to handle the matter himself. Upon hearing this, Zhao Juanhao turned to Qin Chuan, a sneer adorning his face. Though this minor issue was somewhat irksome, it was merely a trivial interlude for Lin Hu. Director Wang, please have the handcuffs removed from Captain Zhao and escort us to transfer the robbery-murder suspect. Upon concluding his words, Lin Hu approached Qian Guobin and the others, preparing to lead them inside. Although Qian Guobin felt somewhat displeased, he recognized that this matter pertained to the Public Security Bureau of Jilin County, and thus refrained from overstepping his bounds. However, just as the group was about to depart, they were intercepted by a figure. Director Lin, Zhao Juanhao must not be released. Lin Hu gazed at the small, earnest intern police officer who had dared to block their path, nearly laughing in exasperation. This young man truly lacked decorum. Just moments ago, Lin Hu had chosen not to reprimand him for his insubordination, yet here he was audaciously obstructing their way. Nevertheless, upon noticing the bloodied arm of the intern and the resolute determination in his eyes, Lin Hu inquired. Why must he not be released? Qin Chuan's eyes sparkled with intensity as he bypassed Lin Hu and fixated on Qian Guobin, exclaiming vehemently, because Zhao Juanhao has committed murder. Murder? The moment those words escaped his lips, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. You little brat, how dare you slander? Zhao Juanhao erupted in fury, advancing to seize Qin Chuan by the collar. Wait, yet before he could act, a commanding voice interrupted him. Comrade, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Qian Guobin, a man of considerable standing, though unfamiliar with Zhao Juanhao, had gleaned from the recent conversation between Wang Xuebing, Lin Hu, and others that this individual, despite being a policeman, was far from virtuous. In fact, Lin Hu's subtle wariness suggested that Zhao Juanhao likely possessed some significant connections. Otherwise, though both men held the same rank as deputy officers, Lin Hu, being a member of the party committee and deputy director of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau, held a superior position. Moreover, he held the position of deputy director in charge of criminal investigations, ranking just below the chief and the political commissar within the entire Jilin County Public Security Bureau. One might ponder why such an individual would harbor apprehension towards a mere security team leader. Qian Guobin initially wished to remain uninvolved in these matters, as they were beyond his purview. However, should the situation involve murder, then regardless of who it was, Qian Guobin would ensure that they faced the repercussions. Qin Chuan snapped to attention, disregarding the pain from his wounded arm, blood seeping forth. Report, sir. I swear upon my police badge that Zhao Juanhao committed rape and murder, a crime that cannot go unpunished. You accursed liar. How dare you accuse me of murder? Do you possess any evidence? Zhao Juanhao, unfamiliar with Qian Guobin, recognized from his epaulets that he was a high-ranking official. If not now, when would he declare his innocence? Qian Guobin stepped closer, scrutinizing the depths of Qin Chuan's eyes. Qin Chuan's salute remained steadfast, his gaze unwavering as it met Qian Guobin's. After a moment of silence, Qian Guobin inquired, What is your name? Report, sir. My name is Qin Chuan, an intern officer at the Chongning Town Police Station. Qin Chuan. Qian Guobin was slightly taken aback. So this young man was Qin Chuan? The very officer who single-handedly apprehended a robbery and murder suspect. Lin, who was equally astonished, realizing he was indeed Qin Chuan. During yesterday's report, Wang Xuebing had specifically mentioned Qin Chuan's name. You were the one who captured the suspect in the 618 robbery and murder case. Report, sir. I apprehended him alongside Officer Hu Jiangwo from the Chongning Town Police Station. Old Hu, standing behind Qin Chuan, was momentarily stunned. At that time, when Old Hu approached, Qin Chuan had nearly subdued the suspect, and Old Hu merely delivered a kick to Zhao Sihu's groin. When Qin Chuan was reporting, he even remembered to mention himself. The old comrade was so moved he nearly wept. Very good, very good, Qian Guobin exclaimed thrice. He heavily patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. What happened to your arm? Report. Sir, I accidentally got scratched while apprehending a suspect yesterday. Scratched? Is it serious? Report, sir. It's nothing to worry about, just a superficial wound. I had it bandaged at the clinic yesterday, but it seems I might have moved too vigorously just now, causing the wound to reopen. Then why are you being so formal? Qian Guobin personally lowered Qin Chuan's arm and then turned to Zhao Juanhao. So, you just mentioned this person committed rape and murder? Knowing that Qin Chuan was the hero behind the capture of the 618 robbery and murder case, Qian Guobin no longer held the biases he had upon first meeting him and began addressing him as Little Qin. Such a promising talent should be filled with vigor. As for the county party secretary, or the municipal party secretary, well, the municipal party secretary still deserves some respect. Yes, sir. Don't call me sir. Call me Qian Guobin. I'm the captain of the criminal investigation team in Xing'an City, so just call me Captain Qian. The several detectives from the Xing'an City criminal investigation team who followed Qian Guobin were momentarily taken aback. Only leaders or core members of the criminal investigation team could call him Captain Qian. Ordinary people wouldn't dare to address him so casually. Report, Captain Qian. Zhao Juanhao indeed committed murder. You're talking nonsense. I'm a police officer. How could I possibly kill someone? Zhao Juanhao felt that if he did not resist further, things might take a turn for the worse. What are you shouting about? Do you think I can wrongfully accuse you? Qin Guobin coldly rebuffed Zhao Juanhao and then turned to Qin Chuan with a warm demeanor, showcasing a striking contrast. Xiao Qin, we are police officers. Our words must be substantiated with evidence. Evidence? I possess it. Oh, where? In Songlin Park. After Zhao Juanhao committed murder, he buried the body beneath the viewing pavilion. Chapter 10. The Remains in Songlin Park. Boom. Qin Chuan's words struck like a bolt of lightning, shattering Zhao Juanhao's every illusion. When Qin Chuan had mentioned Chun Yingying's name moments ago, Zhao Juanhao had felt indifferent. After all, the events of that year were not unknown to many. However, the location of the burial after Chun Yingying's murder was known only to himself and two trusted confidants. How did Qin Chuan come to know? Zhao Juanhao's sinister gaze shifted to Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu. Had they betrayed him? The two met Zhao Juanhao's piercing suspicion with vehement headshakes. We helped you bury the body. If we sold you out, we would be implicated as well. Zhao Juanhao was not a fool. Initially, he was merely shocked by how Qin Chuan discovered the burial site. But upon reflection, he realized that Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu were his right-hand men. They had all partaken in murder, smuggling, and other vices together. If they truly had betrayed him, they would be implicating themselves as well. Yet if it were not them, how could Qin Chuan have known? Zhao Juanhao, of course, was unaware of the intricacies of the situation. However, that did not hinder his resolve to retaliate. Utter nonsense. What's Songlin Park? What body beneath the viewing pavilion? It is all a fabrication of your imagination. Zhao Juanhao's handcuffs remained unshackled, forcing him to point at Qin Chuan's forehead with both hands. If you have the courage, go dig it out. The audacity of Zhao Juanhao's words left not only Qin Chuan bewildered, but also his two subordinates, Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu, in a state of confusion. Had Zhao Juanhao been rendered foolish by Qin Chuan's actions? While others might be unaware, Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu were acutely aware that Chun Yingying's remains were indeed buried there. Dig it out? That would be akin to walking into a trap. The two subordinates quickly exchanged glances with Zhao Juanhao, but he paid them no heed. The current situation rendered denial futile. The exposure of Chun Yingying's remains was inevitable. Yet, even with such exposure, what could it possibly change? 3 years had passed, and the body had long since decayed into mere bones. How could Qin Chuan ever prove that it was Zhao Juanhao who had committed the murder? Engaging in a game of wits? The young man was merely a novice. At this juncture, the 618 robbery and murder case seemed to pale in significance. Qin Guobin had left a few accompanying officers behind, while he personally escorted Qin Chuan to Songlin Park. Whatever connections Zhao Juanhao could fathom, an experienced detective like Qin Guobin would undoubtedly anticipate. However, Qin Guobin chose not to reveal his insights. Although he was unaware of the reason behind Qin Chuan's unwavering confidence in possessing evidence that implicated Zhao Juanhao as the murderer, the determination in Qin Chuan's gaze suggested he was quite certain. Thus, under Wang Xuebing's guidance, a formidable group set forth toward Songlin Park. Meanwhile, at the Julin County Committee, Gao Qingshan had just concluded a report from his secretary and was astonished that someone dared to challenge Zhao Juanhao. In Julin County, who did not recognize Zhao Juanhao as a man under Gao Qingshan's influence. Yet, a mere officer from the Chongning Town police station dares to handcuff Zhao Juanhao in broad daylight? Is this a mere coincidence, or is there a deeper conspiracy at play? As Gao Qingshan lightly tapped the lower right corner of his desk with his fingers, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Sun Tao stood quietly, hands at his sides. As the secretary to Gao Qingshan, he was well acquainted with his superior's demeanor. This gesture signified that Gao Qingshan was deep in thought, and no one should interrupt him. After a moment's silence, Sun Tao stepped forward slightly, bowing in readiness to receive Gao Qingshan's instructions. Xiao Sun, you shall personally investigate the matter, Gao Qingshan commanded. Secretary, should we not directly bring Zhao back? Sun Tao inquired. Gao Qingshan shook his head. Although Chongning Town is remote, the newly appointed mayor, Wang Fengqing, was promoted by Old Chun. With the upcoming change in leadership, it is curious that Zhao Juanhao encounters trouble now, of all times, especially within Old Chin's territory. We must remain vigilant. It is astonishing that an ordinary police officer from a rural station would dare to restrain the captain of the county security team. Qin Chuan could not believe that such an act could occur without some form of instigation behind it. Watching as his secretary departed, Qin Chuan leaned back in his chair, gazing out the window at the drifting clouds. Old Chun, you are rather hasty. Meanwhile, in the Bamboo Grove County office, Chun Mingguang, the county magistrate, suddenly sneezed amidst reviewing documents. I hope I'm not catching a cold. At Songlin Park, in the viewing pavilion, Wang Shuebing, Hu Jiangwo, and Sun Bingquan, along with the injured Qin Chuan and the deputy station chief Zhang Jun, were all vigorously wielding pickaxes to excavate. Several criminal investigators brought by Qin Guobin joined Zhao Juanhao's subordinates in the excavation efforts. Qin Chuan merely inferred from the hints provided by the Eye of Evil that Zhao Juanhao had concealed the corpse beneath the pavilion. However, this pavilion was quite expansive, and the system did not specify its precise location. While Zhao Juanhao was aware of the details, he could not articulate them. Consequently, the group began to excavate in circles. After an hour, a peculiar sound erupted as Old Hu raised his pickaxe, his complexion shifting dramatically. Had they truly unearthed it? Qian Guobin and the others hastened to inspect the site. To their astonishment, they indeed discovered a segment of desiccated bone. Qin Chuan's prediction had proven accurate. With a definitive location established, the excavation proceeded with remarkable swiftness. Before long, a skeleton, shrouded in tattered garments, lay before them. Zhao Juanhao, the remains are here. What else do you have to say? Qin Chuan seized Zhao Juanhao by the collar, dragging him towards the grave. Zhao Juanhao seemed unfazed by Qin Chuan's recklessness, muttering that he would soon have cause to weep. Stop! However, before Zhao Juanhao could utter another word, someone intervened to halt Qin Chuan. The crowd turned to find tall, slender man clad in a white shirt and adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. He appeared to be in his 30s. Qin Chuan did not recognize him, but Zhao Juanhao's face lit up with recognition. This was his savior, Secretary's son. You have arrived just in time. This mere intern from the Chongning Town police station has absurdly accused me of murder. What a ludicrous assertion. As the captain of the county's Public Security Bureau's patrol team, would I resort to murder? This individual has arbitrarily procured a skeleton from who knows where and claimed it to be my doing. Are there any fingerprints or other evidence linking me to this act? Sun Tao is not comparable to Zhao Juanhao. He has accompanied Qin Chuan to the city for a meeting and has had the opportunity to meet Qin Guobin. He gestures for Zhao Junfeng to remain calm and takes the initiative to greet Qin Guobin. It is an honor to have Captain Qian in attendance. I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I am Sun Tao, the secretary to Secretary Qin Chuan. During my last visit to the city for a meeting, I was fortunate to have met you, Captain. He adds, I shall promptly inform Secretary Gao of your arrival. He will surely wish to come and greet you personally. Sun Tao's words are imbued with courtesy. Although Qin Guobin holds the position of captain in the criminal investigation team of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, he is merely at the deputy division level. In contrast, Qin Chuan, despite serving at the county level, holds a superior division rank, thus placing him above Qin Guobin in terms of hierarchy. Sun Tao's remarks are a gesture of respect towards Qin Guobin. Waving his hand, Qin Guobin replies, No need for such formality. I've come to transfer a suspect and will be leaving shortly, so it is unnecessary for Secretary Gao to come personally. Qin Guobin, having no particular rapport with Qin Chuan, naturally prefers to avoid a meeting. Sun Tao insists, that cannot be. If Secretary Gao were to learn of this, he would surely reproach me for neglecting an esteemed guest. He then turns to Lin Hu and says, Director Lin, please handle this matter. Amir in turn has casually implicated the esteemed captain of the county security team in murder. It seems the operations of your Public Security Bureau warrant a thorough report to Secretary Gao. Initially, Sun Tao was heading towards Chongning Town, but en route, he learned that everyone had gathered at Songlin Park. Originally, he had intended to investigate the situation as per Secretary Gao's instructions. However, upon seeing Qin Guobin, it became evident that the matter needed to be downplayed and resolved discreetly. He must endeavor to take Zhao Juanhao away. Otherwise, Should anything truly happen to Zhao Juanhao and he fall into Qian Guobin's hands, no one would be able to save him. Furthermore, it could potentially have adverse repercussions for Gao Qingshan. Lin, who listened to Sun Tao's words, his breath momentarily halted, yet he remained silent. For he understood that speaking would be futile. Although he held the position of deputy director in the County Public Security Bureau, he was but a mere triviality in the eyes of Secretary Sunday. Captain Qian, let us depart. Wait. Qian Guobin remained unmoved by Sun Tao's persuasion, his expression turning somewhat frosty. A mere secretary to the county committee dared to openly interfere in the investigation of a criminal case. What nonsense is this about carelessly handling a corpse? That is a human life. Do you think you are the secretary of the municipal committee? Secretary's son, I am currently engaged in a case investigation. Please do not interfere. This statement was delivered with considerable bluntness by Qian Guobin. Sun Tao's countenance also shifted, forcing a smile as he replied, "Ah, yes, of course." With no other recourse, Sun Tao could only hope that the other party indeed possessed no evidence. Qian Guobin turned to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, you assert that this skeleton was buried here after Zhao Juanhao committed murder. Is there any other evidence? Qian Guobin's words were clearly understood by Qin Chuan. Merely asserting that Zhao Juanhao had committed murder based on a single skeleton was insufficient. From a criminal investigation perspective, even if Zhao Juanhao had left fingerprints or similar traces at the time of the murder, any such evidence would have completely vanished after 3 years. However, Qin Chuan was no fool. How could he overlook the aspects that Zhao Juanhao had considered? Report to Captain Qin. The evidence lies within the bones. With this declaration, Qin Chuan leaped into the grave, peeling back the tattered garments that obscured the abdomen of the skeleton. He then meticulously cleared away the surrounding soil. In a short while, the assembled crowd gasped in astonishment as a small skeleton was revealed in the abdominal region. This is the evidence. Qin Chuan's brows knitted in fury as he exclaimed. 3 years ago, Zhao Juanhao repeatedly violated the female student Chun Yingying, resulting in her pregnancy. After murdering her, he conspired with Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu to bury her remains here. Zhao Juanhao, if you claim you did not kill her, dare you undergo a DNA test with the child found within Chun Yingying's skeleton? Let us see if this child is indeed yours. Upon glimpsing the small skeleton nestled within the abdominal cavity, Zhao Juanhao was rendered speechless, collapsing in a daze at the edge of the grave, nearly falling in. How could this be? She was pregnant. Qian Guobin understood instantly. It was evident that Zhao Juanhao had committed the murder. This scoundrel, as the captain of the county's public security bureau, had brazenly broken the law, committing murder and concealing the body. He deserves to die. Someone, take him away. Take him away? A cold sweat broke out on Sun Tao's forehead. He was all too aware of the connection between Zhao Juanhao and Gao Qingshan. If Qian Guobin were to earnestly take Zhao Juanhao away, the consequences will be dire. With this thought, Sun Tao steeled himself, saying, Captain Qian, the case involving Zhao Juanhao falls under the jurisdiction of our county's Public Security Bureau, the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team. Oomph. Qian Guobin let out a cold snort. He was fully aware of Sun Tao's ulterior motives. Secretary Sun, before me stands Gao Qingshan, and I ask him if he dares to compete with me for the person. Captain Qian, Sun Tao, your unwavering defense of Zhao Juanhao. Could it be that he is an accomplice? Should we consider bringing you in for questioning as well? Qian Guobin let out a cold snort, then turned to face Qin Chuan, who had just emerged from the pit of corpses, immediately donning a warm and welcoming smile. The young man is quite impressive. He resembles a true officer. Rest assured, I will take him away, and your contributions shall not go unnoticed. Furthermore, Qian Guobin cast a glance at Sun Tao, stating that he could call him any time if anything arose. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing a robust murderer. Reward of 99 for good and evil points. Consequently, Qin Chuan has accumulated a total of 141 points, allowing him to draw once more. Throughout this entire process, despite not uttering a word, Duan Weigua, the captain of the Haizhou Criminal Investigation Team, observed intently. As he departed, he slipped Qin Chuan a business card. Young man, I have high hopes for you. If things do not go well in Xing'an, come find me in Haizhou. At the Chongning Town Police Station, the suspects involved in the Haizhou City robbery and murder case have been transferred. Zhang Jinlian, along with the thief captured by Qin Chuan yesterday afternoon, has also been handed over to Lin Hu for transport to the county bureau. The Chongning Town Police Station suddenly fell silent, as if nothing had transpired, and everyone merely experienced a fleeting dream. Director Wang, I feel as though I have been dreaming. Sun Bingquan never anticipated that he would experience such an exhilarating day in this small-town police station. Old Hu's sentiments ran deeper. Having lived for more than half a lifetime, he had never encountered such peril in these past 2 days. Wang Xuebing let out a sigh and glanced at Qin Chuan, who was seated across from him. All right, after 2 days of hard work, you should rest early. Qin Chuan, I have submitted your formal employment application to Director Lin. If all goes well, you may officially be confirmed by tomorrow, achieving formal status within 3 days of joining the police force. I am uncertain whether Qin Chuan has broken the record for the fastest confirmation at the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, but he has undoubtedly surpassed the record of the Zhuilin County Public Security Bureau. The Chongning Town Police Station lacks dormitory accommodations, so Qin Chuan has rented a modest house nearby. It is quite affordable, costing only 80 yuan per month. As for the old residence in Wangjiatou, it is situated 4 to 5 kilometers away from the town, making it less convenient than renting a place in town. Qin Chuan's mother teaches at the Xing'an City Experimental Primary School and has not yet retired, thus she is unable to accompany him. Upon returning home, Qin Chuan first tended to his wound. Although the injury had reopened due to vigorous activity today, it was not severe. In a few days, it should heal completely. Lying on his bed, Qin Chuan summoned the system. After capturing Zhao Juanhao and acquiring 99 points of virtue and vice, his total had reached 141 points. With an additional 32 points from Song Dehui and 44 points from Zhao Xiaohu, Qin Chuan now had a total of 217 points. This was sufficient for him to draw twice. System, initiate the lottery. The colorful wheel spun rapidly in his mind. Stop. The wheel gradually came to a halt, and the red pointer slowly fixed itself in place. Qin Chuan widened his eyes in careful observation. It was indeed this skill. Chapter 12. Skill. 100-mile tracking. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. 100-mile tracking. 100-mile tracking is a basic skill. Qin Chuan possesses the remarkable ability to utilize his skills against any target, be it vehicles, individuals, or other objects, as long as the target remains within a radius of 100 miles from Qin Chuan. He can pinpoint their location through the system's map. To his astonishment, he discovered the existence of such an extraordinary skill within the system. Although the skill necessitates that the target be at least 10 meters away from him, this still constitutes an unparalleled tracking capability. With this ability, the need for police dogs becomes obsolete. The sole drawback is that the 100-mile tracking skill can only pursue one target at a time. However, the skill is upgradable. At an intermediate level, it can extend to 1,000 miles, allowing for an increased number of targets to be tracked simultaneously. With 117 points of moral value remaining, Qin Chuan resolved to continue the lottery. Retaining moral value serves no purpose. Only through the lottery can it be transformed into his personal strength. The task of apprehending Zhao Juanhao appeared deceptively simple today, yet proved to be quite challenging. No one at the police station was available to assist Qin Chuan in capturing Zhao Juanhao, while Zhao's security team boasted a dozen officers. Had Qin Chuan not possessed elite combat skills, subduing Zhao Juanhao and simultaneously restraining Song Dehui and Zhao Xiaohu in an instant would have been utterly impossible. It was precisely Qin Chuan's exceptional prowess that instilled fear in the remaining officers of the security team, enabling him to maintain control over Zhao Juanhao. The vibrant disc in his mind continued to spin. Stop. The red pointer gradually settled on a crimson zone. Congratulations to the host for drawing the item. Strength Pill. The Strength Pill is a one-time use item that, when consumed, triples the host's strength for 24 hours. What the heck? Qin Chuan was astonished to discover that the system could indeed extract such potent items. To possess thrice the strength would enable him to deliver a single punch capable of slaying a bull. He pondered whether the strength-enhancing elixir could be administered to others. If the system's items were applicable to others, it would be truly remarkable. However, the strength elixir was designated exclusively for the host, and others could not benefit from its potency. Such was the case. Yet, the system did not explicitly state that items could not be shared. It merely indicated that the elixir could not augment the strength of others. What about the other items? Nevertheless, for now, there was only this one item, and he would wait for future opportunities to draw others. The system possessed a built-in space where all items rewarded by it could be stored, allowing Qin Chuan to access them at will. However, items from the real world could not be housed within this space. After a day filled with apprehensions and solving cases, Qin Chuan felt utterly exhausted. Not long after the lottery, he succumbed to a deep slumber. The next morning dawned bright and sunny. The police station in Chongning town lacked a canteen, so Qin Chuan had to prepare a meal for himself. As for dining out, with his meager intern salary of over 2,000 a month, he would soon find himself relying on the winds of the Northwest. Good morning, Xiao Qin. Good morning, Director Zhang. Come here, Qin Chuan. Have a meat bun made by your sister-in-law. Thank you, Brother Hu. This morning, Qin Chuan distinctly felt the warmth and camaraderie of his colleagues at the station. Qin Chuan, please step into my office for a moment. Wang Xuebing received a call from the county bureau early that morning. It was a personal call from Lin Hu, bearing good news. Wang Xuebing's face beamed with joy, his spirits exceedingly high. The Chongning Town Police Station is the least staffed and most remote of the 8 stations in Jilin County. Each year, during the county's evaluations, it consistently ranks at the bottom. However, this year is markedly different. The criminal activities of Zhang Jinlian, involved in child trafficking, prompted an overnight investigation by the county bureau, which has yielded solid evidence. Child trafficking constitutes a serious crime anywhere, yet such cases are often challenging to resolve due to the lengthy time span involved. The Chongning Town Police Station's success in apprehending Zhang Jinlian and dismantling a 20-year-old trafficking operation has indeed brought recognition to the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. It is said that the county mayor praised the bureau's efforts during a late-night briefing. Moreover, the suspect in the Haizhou City robbery and murder case was also captured by Qin Chuan, marking another significant triumph. With these 2 cases, the Chongning Town Police Station is poised to excel in this year's evaluations in Jilin County, with the possibility of securing the top position. Additionally, the case involving Zhao Juanhao's murder has revealed further complications, leading to inquiries directed at Secretary Gao of the county committee early this morning. Consequently, Wang Xuebing is elated. This year, who would dare to claim the title of a perennial underachiever? Observing the tall and handsome Qin Chuan brings Wang Xuebing immense joy. Young Qin, come sit down. Haha, I just received a call from the county bureau. Your application for confirmation has been approved, and the documents will be sent over this morning. Congratulations, young man. In the history of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau, you're the only officer to be confirmed in just 3 days. The premature confirmation was something Qin Chuan had anticipated. To say nothing of other factors, the capture of Zhao Sihua was a significant achievement on his part. It would have been utterly unreasonable not to confirm him ahead of schedule. However, he was somewhat taken aback by the swift issuance of the document. This was undoubtedly a testament to the capable leadership of his superior. In a world rife with subterfuge, flattery often prevails. Although Qin Chuan had not accomplished much in his previous life and had been schemed against in the end, he possessed a modicum of social acumen. Wang Xuebing waved his hand dismissively. There is no need to flatter me. Given the cases you've cracked this year, our department's evaluation will surely improve. I ought to express my gratitude on behalf of the office. Wang Xuebing personally offered Qin Chuan a cup of tea. Tiguanyan, do give it a try. Qin Chuan rose to accept it with both hands. Xiao Qin, did you offend someone during your time at the police academy? Qin Chuan forced a smile. He certainly knew he had crossed someone, yet the identity of that individual eluded him. Offending someone was a certainty, but the specifics remained a mystery. The county bureau had even reached out to me, indicating they wished to look out for you, but I understand that they were merely acting on someone else's behalf. I reviewed your file, and with your academic performance, you would have been more than adequate to remain in the Municipal Criminal Investigation Unit, far removed from our remote locale. However, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. Only a select few can dictate your assignment, and eventually, the truth will come to light. Thank you for your concern, Director Wong. Rest assured, regardless of how I ended up at the Town Police Station, I will treat it as my home and commit myself to my duties wholeheartedly. After a brief conversation, Qin Chuan took his leave. Wang Xuebing, merely the director of a local police station, was not a hidden kingpin, nor did he possess any formidable connections. If Qin Chuan aspired to distinguish himself, he could only rely on his own merit. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Jun, Hu Jiangwo, Sun Bingquan, and Zhang Xiaowan were engaged in animated discussions about Qin Chuan's remarkable feat from the previous day. Not only had he apprehended a wanted criminal, but he had also dared to confront the captain of the county security team, a truly audacious act. Brother Chuan, from now on, you are my brother, exclaimed Sun Bingquan, the first to give a thumbs up upon Qin Chuan's return. Well done, you. Zhang Jun, as the deputy director, frequently interacted with the security team and was well aware of the caliber of individuals within. He was astounded that Qin Chuan had outmatched them. What is the big deal? We, as police officers, exist to uphold justice, right? As they say in the movies, I will not coexist with evil. Chapter 13. I, Qin Chuan, the nemesis of evil. Two more violent criminals discovered. In the days that followed, Qin Chuan accomplished several significant tasks. Using his evil eye, it became exceedingly simple for him to apprehend petty thieves with just a few strolls around the streets. However, to prevent a recurrence of his previous sudden fainting episode, he limited his use of the evil I do no more than 3 times a day, striving to keep it to 2. Through experimentation over the past few days, he discovered that the frequency of use was not absolute, but rather contingent on the number of individuals being observed. As long as he did not exceed 20 people, he faced no issues. Once the number surpassed that threshold, fatigue set in. A week after his rebirth, Qin Chuan's arm had healed completely, and the documents for his formal promotion had long been issued. Qin Chuan has also reaped his first medal in life, achieving a personal third-class merit once. Lao Hu has also basked in this glory, assisting in the capture of a serious criminal and earning a personal third-class merit as well. To be honest, this matter has sparked considerable envy among the colleagues at the precinct. Wang Xuebing, who has spent his entire career at the Town Police Station, has not managed to receive even a commendation, let alone a merit. Early this morning, Qin Chuan and Hu Jiangwo went to inspect the explosive storage at a mine in Sunjiaten. How do you have such keen insight? Hu Jiangwo has been accompanying Qin Chuan in apprehending criminals and has grown quite accustomed to it. Although there have not been any wanted felons like Zhao Sihu, they have captured 5 thieves in just this past week. One of them was involved in a case exceeding 100,000 in value. As for petty thieves, it seems they have nearly become extinct in the entire Chongning town. Qin Chuan chuckled. Criminals possess a gaze that sets them apart from the ordinary. The eye of evil, while not a combat skill, is akin to a divine tool for the police. With this ability, Qin Chuan feels destined for greatness. This rebirth feels as if he has covered the mouth of life. Pride opened the legs of destiny and is certain to carve out a new realm and forge a new existence. By the way, have you heard? Secretary Gao from the county committee just returned from the city yesterday. Gao Qingshan. Qin Chuan learned about this from Wang Xuebing. The child found within Chun Yingying's remains has been confirmed through DNA testing to be Zhao Juanhao's. Song Dehue and Zhao Xiaohu have openly confessed to their involvement in helping Zhao Juanhao bury the body all those years ago. However, the one who committed the murder remains Zhao Juanhao, with no connection to Gao Qingshan. As for the other cases involving Zhao Juanhao, they ultimately ended inconclusively due to insufficient evidence. Although Gao Qingshan faced disciplinary action, he still remains the secretary of the county committee in Julin. Qin Chuan understood Hu Jiangwo's insinuation perfectly. Without him, Zhao Juanhao would not have encountered any troubles. If Zhao Juanhao had remained unscathed, Gao Qingshan would have certainly escaped punishment as well. Moreover, in a previous life, Gao Qingshan had advanced even further, retiring as the vice chairman of the Political Consultative Conference in Xing'an City, indicating his considerable influence there. Brother Hu, I am merely a humble police officer. While he is a prominent secretary, how could he possibly hold a grudge against me? Qin Chuan, driving, waved his hand dismissively, feigning indifference. As long as Qin Chuan did not provoke him, Qin Chuan had no intention of antagonizing him. However, should circumstances escalate, one must be willing to risk it all to unseat the emperor. What does Qin Chuan have to fear? Furthermore, there is a county head from Xing'an City who has been parachuted into Julin, and their discord is common knowledge throughout the county. How could Qin Chuan continue to wield unchecked power? Xinhai Mining is the star enterprise of Julin County and a significant taxpayer. The mine located in Sunjiaden is the foundation of Xinhai Mining, consistently providing profits for 2 decades. Brother who please come in. They were greeted by Dong Jijun, the deputy mine manager in charge of safety. Inspecting the explosives reserves at the coal mine is a lucrative task, and the personnel involved rotate regularly. During their reception by Dong Jijun, someone stealthily slipped high-quality Tiguanyin tea and rolled cigarettes into the back seat of the police car through the open window. Qin Chuan merely cast a glance before following Old Hu towards the construction site. The nuances of human interaction were imparted to Qin Chuan by Old Hu during their journey. It was not merely a matter of providing something to ensure leniency during inspections. Rather, it was a gesture of goodwill, a means to seek reassurance. Furthermore, there was a hope for a thorough and legitimate inspection, devoid of unnecessary complications. Otherwise, a mere discrepancy in the temperature or humidity of an explosive storage location could spell trouble for the mine. The site of Xinhai Mining was not as Qin Chuan had envisioned, filled with heaps of black coal. On the contrary, the premises were impeccably clean and orderly, presenting nothing like a conventional coal mining enterprise. Rest assured, Brother Hu, our explosives management is under constant surveillance, 24 hours a day. There will be absolutely no issues, Qin Chuan reassured him. Upon opening the explosives warehouse, it was evident that 2 individuals were indeed on guard, and the requisite slogans and management regulations adorned the walls in full compliance. All right, let us verify the reserve quantities, Old Hu asserted, drawing upon his extensive years of experience, emphasizing that regardless of what was offered, the inspection process must remain intact. Principles were not to be compromised. While minor infractions could be overlooked with discretion, Qin Chuan was, in fact, even more familiar with this place than Old Hu. In his previous life, he had frequently visited to seek favors. However, this time, as it was his first visit in this lifetime, he feigned curiosity, exploring every corner with wide-eyed wonder. The inspection concluded swiftly, with the explosives custodian escorting both men, accompanied by Dong Jijun. As they waved their farewells, Qin Chuan caught sight of an elaborate tattoo adorning the arm of one of the custodians. The wages for workers in this establishment could not be substantial. How could a mere warehouse custodian afford such body art? Were they truly respectable individuals? The eye of discernment was now open. 2 warehouse keepers were engulfed in a blinding aura of blood. Cheng Feng, with a crime score of 87, nicknamed Madman, was the true perpetrator of the massacre case in Bazhou City 718 and was simultaneously implicated in numerous offenses including kidnapping, extortion, intentional injury, illegal confinement, and violent debt collection. Li Hu, with a crime score of 77, known as Tiger, was a fugitive wanted in a series of robbery and murder cases in Beihang City, also facing multiple charges such as kidnapping, extortion, intentional injury, illegal confinement, and violent debt collection. Qin Chuan was nearly taken aback by the formidable information emblazoned on the foreheads of these 2 men. How could these 2 hardened criminals oversee an explosives warehouse? What were their intentions? With no time to ponder further, Qin Chuan realized he must take action. You 2, halt! Just as Cheng Feng and Li Hu were about to retreat into the warehouse, they instinctively attempted to flee upon hearing Qin Chuan's command. However, upon noticing Dong Jijun beside them, they quickly recalibrated their thoughts, recognizing their newfound protection. Dong Jijun was momentarily taken aback. Officer Qin, what do you mean by this? Qin Chuan bypassed Dong Jijun and strode directly toward Cheng Feng and Li Hu, removing the handcuffs from his waist. Cheng Feng, have you already forgotten about the Bazhou case so soon? Cheng Feng's triangular eyes glinted with menace, his expression transforming drastically. How does he know that I was behind the Bazhou case? And you, Li Hu, surely you haven't forgotten the 2 lives lost in Beihang City so quickly? As he spoke, Qin Chuan moved to place handcuffs on Chung Feng. Stop. Chapter 14. Violent Resistance? I favor it. Dong Jijun, standing behind Qin Chuan, turned pale with fury and immediately stepped forward to intervene. Officer Qin, what is the meaning of this? Why are we being apprehended without justification or evidence? After speaking, Dong Jijun turned to Hu Jiangwo and inquired, Old Hu, what do you mean? If you seek benefits, this is hardly the way to go about it. Benefits? If it were someone else attempting to gain advantage through such means, Hu Jiangwo might have been skeptical. Yet, he had personally witnessed Qin Chuan's capture of Zhao Sihu. How did he earn his third-class merit? If Qin Chuan claimed these two individuals were involved in something, then undoubtedly they were. Following the director ensures sustenance, while aligning with Qin Chuan guarantees merit. It was Hu Jiangwo's assertion. Old Dong, if Qin Chuan insists these two have issues, then they certainly do. Cooperate with us, and we will take them back. If there truly is a problem, it will reflect your mind's cooperation. If not, I will personally return them to you. Return them? Dong Jijun's left lip involuntarily twitched. Was he unaware of the nature of these two individuals? If they were truly taken to the police station. Dong Jijun steeled himself and exchanged glances with Chung Feng and Li Hu behind him. Old Hu, Xinhai Mining is a legitimate enterprise. These two are our employees. If you wish to take them, I require formal procedures. Hu Jiangwo was momentarily taken aback. Dong Jijun's words held merit. After all, apprehending individuals must entail proper protocol. Seizing the opportunity, Chung Feng and Li Hu made a break for it. This elicited amusement from Qin Chuan. Refusing to be captured? This is precisely what he relished. With a swift twist of his waist, he executed a perfect maneuver. Possessing elite combat skills from the system, Qin Chuan's prowess rivaled that of top-tier special forces. Though the two were serious offenders, their combat capabilities were quite mediocre. With a swift kick, he seized Chung Feng by the neck and effortlessly toppled him to the ground. With a forceful kick, the moment Chung Feng's left cheek made contact with the ground, an immense impact unleashed a wave of flesh. Hu Jiangwo's eyes twitched in response. Chung Feng, having struck his head against the ground, was left in a daze, and Hu Jiangwo advanced, landing another kick aimed at his groin. Old Hu may have lacked in other areas, but his ability to deliver a precise kick to the groin was unparalleled. With this blow, Chung Feng was completely stripped of his combat capability. Old Hu, cuff him. Call the director for backup. Qin Chuan adjusted his stance and dashed forward in pursuit of Li Hu. Li Hu, not particularly tall, but lean and swift, sprinted rapidly. Within a few breaths, he had raced from the explosives warehouse to the factory square, shouting as he ran, "Help! Someone! The police are killing people!" In an instant, over 20 individuals surged forth from various corners of the factory, each wielding clubs, and without hesitation, they surrounded the uniformed Qin Chuan. Faced with this menacing crowd, Qin Chuan activated his evil eye once more. Zhang Baowen, with an evil value of 23, was involved in brawling, loan sharking, and illegal detention. Serving as a thug in an underground gambling den. Fang Xiaojun, with an evil value of 34, had offenses including brawling, provoking trouble, and intentional injury. Also serving as a thug in an underground gambling den. Sun Xiaobao, with an evil value of 44, was guilty of rape, robbery, and intentional injury. Similarly, a thug in an underground gambling den. Qin Chuan felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. Had he stumbled into a den of thieves? With over 20 individuals, more than half had an evil value exceeding 20, and several surpassed 50, clearly indicating that they had blood on their hands. At this moment, Li Hu ceased fleeing, hiding behind the crowd. With a slight tilt of the head and the right hand poised like a blade, it glided slowly across his neck. His piercing gaze, akin to that of a hawk, fixated on Qin Chuan. Officer Qin, this is all a misunderstanding. At that tense moment, Dong Jijun rushed forward, exclaiming, "Everyone disperse. It's a misunderstanding." Qin Chuan abruptly turned, his unrelenting gaze sweeping over Dong Jijun. Dong Jijun, with a malevolent score of 134, was the second in command of the Xinhai crime syndicate, implicated in numerous heinous acts including murder, kidnapping, extortion, rape, and drug trafficking. While Xinhai Mining ostensibly functioned as a coal enterprise, It clandestinely operated an underground casino, coercing female university students into prostitution and perpetually peddling narcotics, wreaking havoc in the region. A score of 134. This marked the first encounter Qin Chuan had faced with an individual bearing a score exceeding 100 since his rebirth. Whereas Lao Hu, ignoring Dong Jijun's presence. Qin Chuan pondered the absence of Lao Hu, who had recently been with him. Officer Qin, please remain calm. Lao Hu is quite safe. This is merely a misunderstanding, and once resolved, Lao Hu will certainly be unharmed. Qin Chuan's temper flared as he discerned the veiled threat within Dong Jijun's words. What have you done to Lao Hu? What happened? Dong Jijun scoffed, realizing that since the two had discovered Chung Feng and Li Hu, they could not be allowed to live. Eliminating them here and later claiming the vehicle had careened off a cliff would leave no witnesses. Who could challenge their narrative? Thus, Dong Jijun's earlier remarks were merely a stalling tactic. When Hu Jiangwo had been interrogating Chung Feng, he had covertly delivered a decisive blow from behind and subsequently reported to his superior, who had only one directive: make it clean. At this moment, realizing that he could no longer deceive Qin Chuan, Dong Jijun grew weary of further discourse. Damn it, refusing to heed a cordial invitation and opting for punishment instead. I had just allowed you to leave, yet you obstinately remain. Charge! An ominous laughter erupted from the 20 or so individuals, who gradually advanced toward Qin Chuan. Murder was not unfamiliar to many present. However, killing a police officer, that was indeed a first. At this moment, Qin Chuan's eyes blazed with fury. Lao Hu. Has something happened? In his previous life, he shared a deep bond with Lao Hu, a relationship that straddled both mentorship and camaraderie. Even after Qin Chuan was wrongfully imprisoned, Lao Hu, in his 70s, had visited him. But this time, could it be that his reincarnation has inadvertently led to Lao Hu's demise? None of you shall escape. System, activate the strength pill. In a fit of rage, Qin Chuan consumed the item obtained through the system's lottery. The strength pill was a one-time use item, which would triple the host's strength for a duration of 24 hours. A wave of warmth surged through his limbs, instilling in him the illusion that he could lift the very earth itself. Whoosh! The encirclement of 20 or so individuals had solidified, and a steel bar swung down upon Qin Chuan from behind, accompanied by a chilling rush of wind akin to a vengeful specter. Chun San's eyes twitched with excitement. Within Xinhai mining, his status was lowly, and his treatment paled in comparison to that of Li Hu and his cohorts. Dining required forced laughter, drinking demanded his participation in revelry, and even his indulgences with women were limited to those discarded by others. Why? Merely because he bore no blood on his hands? Now an opportunity had arisen, and it was a police officer. Yet, the anticipated scene of brain matter splattering did not materialize. Crack! In a sudden, resounding crack, Chun San felt as though he had ascended into the skies, akin to boarding an aircraft. Immediately, a tsunami of pain surged from his arm. A heart-wrenching wail escaped his lips, causing Qin Chuan to furrow his brow as he retracted his fist, which was now smeared with viscous blood. His strength had amplified, yet his physical condition remained unchanged. Although Qin Chuan's blow had shattered his opponent's arm, he too had sustained injuries. However, at that moment, there was no time for concern. Fists, steel rods, and sharp blades descended upon him like a torrential rain. Qin Chuan, akin to a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, unleashed devastation with each strike, bones snapping and sinews tearing. The sickening sound of shattering bones erupted like firecrackers, resonating in a relentless cacophony. Chapter 15, 1 million. Kill him for me. With strength surpassing that of an average person by threefold, Qin Chuan's punch carried the weight of nearly 300 pounds. Coupled with the elite combat skills at his disposal, he moved through the fray like a god of war. Armed with nothing but his bare hands, he employed military boxing, Jeet Kune Do, and Muay Thai, utilizing every vicious technique available. Elbow strikes, kicks, anything that grazed his opponents rendered them incapacitated, their cries echoing in agony. Within mere moments, over 20 individuals lay defeated. At this juncture, Qin Chuan was drenched in blood, his own or that of others, It was impossible to discern. Come on, cool me. Yet, witnessing Qin Chuan's ferocity, this rabble hesitated, daring not to advance. Fear not, he stands alone. Having injured a dozen of us, he cannot possibly endure. It was Li Hu who had been lurking behind the crowd. Having witnessed Qin Chuan incapacitate Cheng Feng with a single, stunning kick, an act not easily accomplished by an ordinary individual. Thus, Li Hu, cunning as he was, feigned exuberance while remaining on the periphery, waiting for an opportune moment to strike against Qin Chuan. Yet, he was utterly unprepared for the ferocity of Qin Chuan. As Qin Chuan wiped the blood from his blurred vision, his teeth clenched in determination. Liungria. Others may escape unscathed, but neither you nor Dong Jijun shall evade justice. He bent down to seize a sharp blade and hurled it with ferocious intent. With a sickening thud, Li Hu, though quick to react, could only evade partially. The blade pierced his shoulder, blood gushing forth. Seeing this, the remaining onlookers lost all courage to fight and fled in panic. Qin Chuan, relentless, dashed towards Li Hu. No, please spare me. Though consumed by rage, Qin Chuan recognized a line he could not cross. He could not take a life. However, he felt no remorse in ensuring these scoundrels faced retribution. With a resounding crack, the sound of shattering bone echoed as Li Hu's left leg was crushed beneath Qin Chuan's boot, rendering him powerless. Turning his gaze, he found only Dong Jijun remaining in the center of the square. It was not that he wished to stand his ground, but rather that his legs had betrayed him. Please don't come any closer. As the embodiment of a vengeful deity, Qin Chuan advanced towards Dong Jijun, who was paralyzed by fear. With a resounding slap, Qin Chuan struck Dong Jijun's face, sending 3 bloodied teeth flying. The crimes this wretch had committed warranted 1,000 tortures. Zhang Yinshu had perished, carrying a 3-month pregnancy at the time. A year prior, in a drunken stupor, this beast, Dong Jijun, had set his sights on a hotel attendant and, that very night, dragged her back to the Xian High coal mine, where he, along with a band of over 10 men, violated her. Subsequently, Zhang Yinshu's husband sought an explanation, only to have her captor seize her once more, subjecting her to further indignities before ultimately leading to her demise. Their remains now lie buried within the forsaken caverns of the mine. Furthermore, Dong Jijun has coerced female students into prostitution through predatory lending practices, catering to gamblers, high-ranking officials, and the detritus of the mining site. Over the years, 3 university students have perished as a result of his persecution, with some bodies interred within the mine and others discarded on the mountainside to feed the wolves. At this very moment, 3 female university students remain imprisoned within the mine. With a resounding crack, Qin Chuan stomped down, shattering Dong Jijun's left hand. The latter let out a blood-curdling scream, convulsed momentarily, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. Qin Chuan shook his somewhat sluggish right arm. Although he had fought valiantly, the sheer number of adversaries had taken its toll. Despite possessing elite combat skills, he had sustained several injuries, 4 or 5 cuts and bruises marred his hands, back and thighs. Initially, he felt no pain during the skirmish, but now a searing ache coursed through him. He tore a strip from a tattered cloth to bind his arm's wound, then hoisted Dong Jijun and made his way toward the explosives depot, intent on checking on Old Hu's condition. Suddenly, a piercing whistle sliced through the air from behind him. Qin Chuan instinctively dodged, yet felt a slight numbness in his left shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he found a dart, resembling a swallow in flight, embedded in his shoulder. Friend, I must take this man with me. Mr. Ghost, kill him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dong Jijun's eyes gleamed with a glimmer of hope. 1 million. Kill him, and I will give you 1 million. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan struck Dong Jijun, knocking out 5 of his teeth. Whimpering, Dong Jijun was discarded like a rag. Under the gaze of the malevolent eye, the information regarding his adversary left Qin Chuan astounded. The notorious Ghost of Grief, with a malevolent score of 244, was a mercenary of exceptional skill, an overseas assassin of unspeakable evil. His visit to Julin County was to safeguard a significant individual while negotiating with the Xinhai Group's criminal syndicate. For the past few days, he had been concealed within the Xinhai coal mine, hosted by Dong Jijun. With a malevolence exceeding 200, The number of lives he had claimed remained unknown. Do you want him? But what if I refuse? The ghost of grief strolled forward, halting approximately 10 meters from Qin Chuan, the Dragon Kingdom's police force. You are the most formidable I have encountered, yet how much strength do you have left to fight? A wise saying from the Dragon Kingdom states that those who recognize the situation are true talents. I shall not make it difficult for you, provided you do not make it difficult for me. I only want him. Panting heavily, Qin Chuan fixed his gaze on the ghost of grief, remaining silent. The ghost seemed to interpret Qin Chuan's silence as consent to take Dong Jijun, cautiously advancing. Mr. Ghost, oh no. With a resounding slap, the ghost of grief struck Dong Jijun's head. Fool! After uttering those words, he turned to Qin Chuan with a grin. Officer, we shall never regret our actions. With that, the ghost of grief began to drag Dong Jijun away. However, in the fleeting moment as the three passed each other, the ghost's right leg lashed out like an iron whip, slicing through the air with a fierce wind. Qin Chuan smirked, having anticipated the sudden assault all along. Let's not dwell on the fact that Qin Chuan would never allow the adversary to take Dong Jijun away. The flicker of excitement that danced in the opponent's eyes upon hearing the promise of 1,000,000 in rewards did not escape Qin Chuan's notice. The opponent was attempting to exploit Dong Jijun to lower Qin Chuan's guard. Yet, Qin Chuan too sought to recuperate his strength while buying time. With a thunderous clash, their legs collided, the sound resonating so heavily that it made one's heart skip a beat. Upon realizing that his scheme had been unraveled by Qin Chuan, Gue Jianchou ceased to conceal his intentions. His legs became a flurry of motion, unleashing a tempest of relentless attacks. Although Qin Chuan was nearing his limits, the effects of the vigor-enhancing pill still lingered. Each counterattack, unless it missed its mark, landed upon Gue Jianchou with the force of a bulldozer. Within mere moments, Gue Jianchou found himself spitting blood, retreating in astonishment. How is your strength so immense? Gue Jianchou, forged through life and death experiences, possessed killing techniques mastered to perfection, his strength exceeding that of an ordinary person by more than double. Yet, when clashing with Qin Chuan, he felt as though he was outmatched in power. At that moment, Qin Chuan was not faring well either. Gue Jianchou's fists felt like branding irons, each strike inflicting significant damage. Chapter 16. Qin Chuan, your skills are remarkably impressive. Qin Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze fixed on Gue Jianchou. So, how does it feel to earn 1,000,000 for my demise? Gue Jianchou narrowed his triangular eyes, his crimson tongue sweeping across his lips, revealing an unabashed ferocity and unmasked greed. I want to give it a try. A try? Ha! Qin Chuan was equally eager to test his limits, to see if he could subdue his opponent before his own strength dwindled. Just as they prepared to engage, a clear siren echoed from a distance. Reinforcements had finally arrived. As Gue Jianchou was about to charge forward, he abruptly halted, casting a glance at the distant flickering police lights. Dragon Country's police, consider yourself fortunate. With that, he disregarded Dong Jijun, who lay groaning on the ground, and took off running. Qin Chuan intended to pursue him. However, the severe physical exhaustion, coupled with blood loss and the debilitating effects of having utilized the Eye of Sin too many times, left him feeling dizzy and on the verge of collapse. Yet, escaping was not so effortless. Just as Gue Jianchou departed, Qin Chuan unleashed a 100-mile tracking spell. As long as the adversary remained within 100 miles of him, Qin Chuan would eventually have the opportunity to seize him. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Qin Chuan staggered toward the explosives depot, desperate to ascertain Old Hu's condition. However, he had scarcely taken 2 steps before darkness enveloped him. Qin Chuan, just before succumbing to the void, a smile graced Qin Chuan's lips. It seemed to be Old Hu's voice. When Wang Shuabing arrived at the scene, he was rendered speechless, his jaw dropping at the sight before him. A dozen individuals lay scattered on the ground, wailing in agony, their limbs contorted at unnatural angles. Among them, a somewhat familiar figure appeared to be the worst off. Bloodied and surrounded by a scattering of teeth, his cheeks bore the vivid imprints of slaps. Was this all his doing? Upon Wang Shuabing's arrival, he witnessed Old Hu blood-soaked, cradling the unconscious Qin Chuan, while a group of burly men wailed mournfully nearby. Old had been struck by Dong Jijun, but his life was not in peril, merely momentarily dazed. After regaining his composure, he made his way toward the square, just in time to see Qin Chuan teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Indeed, it appears so. There are no others in this place. What incited the conflict? Qin Chuan stated that these two individuals are wanted criminals, intending to apprehend them, and they seized the opportunity to flee, violently resisting the law. Hu Jiangwo recounted the information he possessed. Old Hu, are you unharmed? Just then, Qin Chuan, nestled in Old Hu's embrace, finally regained consciousness. I am fine, truly. But how about you? At that moment, Qin Chuan was covered in blood, with a swallowed dart embedded in his shoulder. I'm also well. Director, you have arrived. Upon turning to see Wang Xuebing, Qin Chuan hastily informed him. There's an underground casino involved. The basement holds 3 female students captive. Additionally, there are skeletal remains in the mine at the back mountain. Director, they must all be apprehended. However, before he could utter another word, Qin Chuan's head tilted, and he lost consciousness once more. When Qin Chuan awoke again, he was greeted by the pungent scent of disinfectant filling his nostrils. Struggling to open his eyes, he was met by a young nurse. You're awake? Her gentle voice enveloped Qin Chuan, akin to delicate hands incessantly caressing him. Where am I? You are in a county hospital. Please rest well and refrain from moving. I will fetch the doctor. Accompanying the doctor was Old Hu. You rascal. You have finally awakened. Old Hu's voice brimmed with uncontrollable joy. At that moment, he was wrapped in a thick bandage around his head, rendering him somewhat comical, resembling a mummy. Old Hu, ignoring the stinging pain from his wounds, Qin Chuan struggled to sit up. Are you all right? You should rest comfortably, Lao Hu urged, quickly stepping forward to restrain Qin Chuan, who was attempting to rise. You were struck on the head by Dong Jijun, yet you appear unharmed. Meanwhile, the doctor has informed me that you bear 7 stab wounds and have lost a considerable amount of blood. Are you intent on throwing your life away? Realizing that Lao Hu was indeed fine, Qin Chuan finally exhaled in relief. It was crucial to note that Lao Hu was merely 3 years away from retirement. An incident at this juncture would be disastrous. What about Dong Jijun and his associates? Rest assured, none of them will escape, Lao Hu replied. It turned out that after Lao Hu reported to Wang Xuebing, the latter immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Due to the limited police force at the Chongning town station, Wang Xuebing promptly informed Lin Hu. Shortly after Wang Xuebing's arrival yesterday afternoon, a large contingent from the County Police Bureau descended upon the scene. Some of the individuals Qin Chuan had subdued were fugitives or wanted criminals, and they were apprehended on the spot. Currently, they were being held at the County Police Bureau, and it was rumored that the situation had escalated to the city level, with officials from the Municipal Bureau arriving overnight. Qin Chuan breathed a deep sigh of relief. As long as they had not escaped, all would be well. The only lament was that the notorious Gue Jianshou had accumulated a crime value exceeding 200. After the doctor conducted a thorough examination of Qin Chuan and confirmed that there were no severe issues, he advised him to rest adequately before taking his leave. Shortly thereafter, Wang Xuebing, accompanied by personnel from the station, arrived at Qin Chuan's hospital room. Zhang Jun squeezed Qin Chuan's right hand, exclaiming, Are you some sort of deity? How did you know those two were serious offenders? Qin Chuan offered a wry smile. He was no deity, but rather a seasoned practitioner. The individual, named Li, who possesses a blood mole upon his forehead. A few days ago, while organizing documents, I perused the collaboration notice from Beihang City. Although the photograph was somewhat unclear, my attention was immediately drawn to that distinctive blood mole. Sun Bingquan gazed at me with envy. Qin Chuan, your skills are truly remarkable. At that moment, Lao Hu was absent, and Qin Chuan was in a state of unconsciousness. However, Zhang Jun and others managed to obtain the surveillance footage from the scene, revealing the astonishing prowess of Qin Chuan. He single-handedly confronted over 20 adversaries and emerged victorious without a single defeat. Is this even humanly possible? You, my friend, are exceedingly reckless. With so many opponents, what if something went awry? Wang Xuebing felt a genuine sense of dread. As the director, his perspective differed from that of others. Qin Chuan was indeed facing a multitude of adversaries. Had any mishap occurred, Qin Chuan chuckled lightly. They were merely a disorganized rabble, not worthy of concern. By the way, Director Wang, how is the follow-up on the case progressing? Rest assured, you need not worry about that, Wang Shuebing replied, patting Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Xinhai Mining has effectively faced its downfall. The remains you mentioned from the mine in the back mountain have been located, and the imprisoned students have been rescued. Additionally, the underground casino has been shut down. The case has now been taken over by the Municipal Bureau. The Municipal Bureau that simplifies matters considerably. By the way, Director Wang, have we apprehended an individual known as Ghost Sea Trouble? Ghost Sea Trouble? Wang Shuebing shook his head. I have not heard of any such person. He was simply the last individual who confronted me. The last? He discovered that the place where he collapsed was in a blind spot of the surveillance, making it impossible to see anyone else. A sense of dread enveloped Qin Chuan. He had just examined the system, and there were no clues from the bodily tracking. The police had also failed to apprehend the suspect. This individual had undoubtedly managed to escape. Chapter 17. Qin Chuan, return with us for an investigation. After a brief discussion, the crowd gradually dispersed. Although Qin Chuan's injuries were not severe, the significant loss of blood necessitated ample rest. In solitude, he lay upon the hospital bed and began to review the system information. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have captured the serious criminal Chung Feng, earning 87 evil points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have captured the serious criminal Li Hu, earning 77 evil points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have apprehended the thug Zhang Sunwen, earning 23 evil points. Despite sustaining several wounds, Qin Chuan's rewards were exceedingly abundant. The contributions from Chung Feng and Li Hu alone amassed a total of 164 points. Although the others contributed less, their sheer numbers resulted in a substantial accumulation. Additionally, the good and evil points Qin Chuan had gathered from apprehending thieves and other criminals over the past week had now reached a total of 473. This was sufficient for him to claim 4 rewards. System, initiate the lottery. A colorful will spun rapidly in his mind. Stop. This time, the red pointer landed in a blue section. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item, Mighty Vajra Pill. The Mighty Vajra Pill is a one-time use item that, upon consumption, permanently enhances the host's physical attributes by 300. Wow! Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. This was indeed a remarkable treasure. Although both are one-time items, this particular one, which can permanently enhance one's physical fitness, is undoubtedly far more precious than the strength-enhancing pill. During the recent battle, despite Qin Chuan's consumption of the strength pill, his capacity to withstand blows, endurance, and overall fortitude remained at the level of an ordinary person, significantly hampering his combat effectiveness. However, with the enhancement provided by the Strength Diamond Pill, such issues ceased to exist. Upon consuming the Strength Diamond Pill, a warmth far more intense than that experienced with the previous Strength Pill surged through Qin Chuan's body, enveloping him in a sensation akin to soaking in a hot spring. An exquisite comfort. After a quarter of an hour, the warmth gradually dissipated. As Qin Chuan lifted the covers, he was astonished to find that his knife wounds had completely healed, leaving only faint scars behind. He had not anticipated that the Strength Diamond Pill would offer such a remarkable benefit. Clenching his fist in the void, Qin Chuan felt an unprecedented vitality. Had he possessed this physical state during yesterday's battle, he likely would have emerged unscathed. Furthermore, that specter of despair would have undoubtedly fallen within his grasp. System. Continue the lottery. The colorful roulette reappeared, and moments later, Qin Chuan called for it to stop. The red pointer landed in the black zone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the skill, Footprint Identification. Footprint identification is a primary skill that allows one to analyze the basic information of the footprint's owner, such as height, weight, and gender, based on the shape of the footprints. Qin Chuan had encountered this during his time at the police academy, though he was only familiar with it and not proficient. Upon choosing to accept the skill, a wealth of knowledge and experience regarding footprint identification flooded into Qin Chuan's mind, encompassing concepts like stride length, foot angle, and gait, among others. System, continue the lottery. The roulette spun once more, and when Qin Chuan called for it to stop, the pointer once again landed in the black zone. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill. Enhanced Vision. Enhanced Vision, a basic skill, primarily functions to improve nocturnal sight. This skill can be further evolved into advanced abilities, such as dynamic visual tracking. System, continue the lottery. The roulette spun again, and the red pointer ultimately rested in the white zone. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill. Scene Investigation. Scene Investigation, a basic skill in criminal investigation, excels in uncovering subtle clues at crime scenes, a vital skill for any detective. During his studies at the police academy, one of the principal courses was criminal investigation. Upon graduation, Qin Chuan achieved the highest score in that subject among all graduates. However, upon receiving the system skills, Qin Chuan realized that what he had learned in the academy paled in comparison to the scene investigation skill provided by the system. This bountiful harvest allowed Qin Chuan to draw rewards 4 times. Although all 3 skills were basic, the Great Power Pill was undoubtedly impressive. With 473 points of good and evil value, after completing 4 lottery draws, 73 points remained. Having tasted the sweetness of the lottery, Qin Chuan eagerly wished to apprehend more criminals. Yet, for now, it remained but a thought, as the doctor would not permit his discharge. Qin Chuan also wished to keep his swift recovery a secret. Otherwise, he might be subjected to further examinations. Typically, knife wounds do not heal in less than 10 to 15 days. Remarkably, Qin Chuan had healed in just a day, leaving only a faint scar. Thus, for the following 3 days, Qin Chuan obediently lay in a hospital. On the 4th day, a dreary rain fell incessantly. Qin Chuan had anticipated a day filled with flowers and applause upon his discharge from the hospital. Instead, he was met by 3 unfamiliar police officers. Qin Chuan, we are from the Political Work Supervision Office of the County Bureau. You are suspected of violent law enforcement resulting in death. Please accompany us for an inquiry. A thunderclap echoed in Qin Chuan's mind. What was happening? When had he engaged in violent law enforcement that led to someone's demise? The Political Work Supervision Office was indeed responsible for overseeing police conduct, and instances of internal violence fell under their jurisdiction. Stop. However, before Qin Chuan could fully comprehend the situation, 2 individuals rushed into the ward. It was Wang Xuebing. At that moment, Wang's face was ashen. Old Zhang, is it appropriate to arrest someone just as Qin Chuan has been discharged? The newcomer, clearly acquainted with Wang, offered a wry smile. Director Wang, this is an order from above. You are aware that although the Xinhai group case has been transferred to the City Bureau for investigation, certain specific matters remain under the purview of our County Bureau. A death has occurred, and the family has lodged a complaint with the Bureau. We cannot turn a blind eye. Though Wang's expression was grim, he understood the gravity of the situation. As a mere precinct director, he had no authority to suppress it. Old Zhang, grant me 10 minutes. After a moment of contemplation, Officer Zhang furrowed his brow before relenting. Old Wang, 5 minutes. Zhang, that seems rather unreasonable, interjected a younger officer accompanying Zhang, unable to contain himself. Enough. What could possibly happen in 5 minutes? With that, Officer Zhang exited the ward first. Wang Xuebing cast a grateful glance at him before turning his attention back to Qin Chuan. Outside the police station, the young officer appeared somewhat perplexed by Inspector Zhang's approach. Brother Zhang, if the higher-ups find out about this. Zhang, patting his companion on the shoulder, replied, why are you being so narrow-minded? The superiors merely instructed us to bring the individual back. Did they specify a time frame? Did they prohibit contact with others? They said nothing of the sort. So why the haste? Besides, he is also a police officer, and I trust you have heard about the events from a few days ago. He single-handedly subdued a dozen formidable criminals. My young friend, let me offer you a piece of advice. Be more lenient with your own kind. One should show mercy when possible. In the hospital room, Qin Chuan looked quizzically at Wang Xuebing. The dismantling of the Xinhai Group's criminal syndicate should have been a significant achievement for him. Initially, Qin Chuan thought he might at least be awarded a second-class merit for his efforts. Yet, before he had even been discharged, he was being taken away for questioning. Wang Xuebing sighed. Qin Chuan, please hear me out. The situation has undergone a drastic change over the past 3 days. Chapter 18. What right do you have to speak to a hero like that? 5 minutes later, the officer re-entered the hospital room. Wang Xuebing understood that the officer had already extended a measure of respect towards him and gently patted Qin Chuan's shoulder. Qin Chuan, remember my words. You must do your utmost to cooperate fully. Having just listened to Wang Xuebing's explanation, Qin Chuan felt somewhat prepared. Rest assured, officer. I will fully cooperate with the superior's investigation. The young police officer trailing behind Officer Zhang approached Qin Chuan, intending to place handcuffs on him. This action displeased Qin Chuan. Just 5 days prior, he had single-handedly dismantled the entire Xianhai mining crime syndicate, sustaining 7 stab wounds in the process, nearly succumbing to blood loss. Yet now, instead of recognition for his efforts, he was to be handcuffed? Officer, I am merely cooperating with your investigation. Wang Xuebing furrowed his brow and interjected, Old Zhang, we are all on the same side. This seems unnecessary. Officer Zhang waved his hand dismissively, and the young officer glanced at him before insisting on the handcuffs. Director Wang, the young man is new and unfamiliar with the protocols. Please overlook this. With that, he turned to Qin Chuan. Officer Qin, please follow me. In the vehicle, Officer Zhang took the passenger seat while Qin Chuan and 2 other officers occupied the back, squeezing him between them. Although no words were exchanged, the arrangement bore a striking resemblance to how suspects were typically treated. Qin Chuan had already learned from Wang Xuebing that the officer beside him was Zhang Guohao, the director of the Political Works Supervision Office at the Zhuilin County Public Security Bureau, a seasoned veteran who had spent most of his life within the county's police department. The 5 individuals, including the driver, remained silent. Qin Chuan closed his eyes, reflecting intently on the information Wang Xuebing had relayed. Sheng Feng, Liu Ngria, and other serious offenders had been taken by the Municipal Bureau for questioning on the day of their arrest. However, the others, lacking significant charges, had all been handed over to the Zhuilin County Public Security Bureau for review. As for Dong Jijun, the most pivotal figure within the Xianhai mining crime syndicate, he had tragically died during his detention that very night. The forensic diagnosis concludes that death resulted from intracranial hemorrhage. The demise of Dong Jijun has ushered in 2 significant turning points. Firstly, after interrogating all suspects apprehended from Xinhai mining, it has become evident that they were all recruited by Dong Jijun during his lifetime. This implies that all criminal activities associated with Xinhai mining now solely implicate Dong Jijun. While Do Sihai, the legal representative of Xinhai mining and the wealthiest individual in Zhuilin County, remains unscathed. Secondly, surveillance footage from Xinhai coal mine clearly displays Qin Chuan assaulting Dong Jijun, leading to the latter's death. This morning, Dong Jijun's family approached the county party secretary's office, demanding justice for the murderer. Within a span of 5 days, Qin Chuan has transitioned from a heroic police officer combating crime to a suspect in a case of fatal excessive force. Just 3 days prior, various leaders had come to offer their condolences, and now, before he has even been discharged from the hospital, he is to face an investigation. How ironic. Qin Chuan finds himself wanting to laugh at the absurdity of it all. To be candid, the 2 slaps he delivered to Dong Jijun were indeed impulsive acts of anger. At that moment, upon learning of the heinous crimes committed by Dong Jijun, if Qin Chuan had restrained himself, he would have ceased to be human. The subsequent kick that crushed Dong Jijun's shin was equally forceful. Yet, Qin Chuan was mindful. Though he struck with intensity, he did not intend to kill. Intracranial hemorrhage? The skull is one of the hardest bones in the human body. If 2 slaps could cause such a condition, then life would be far too fragile. Ahem. A little over 10 minutes later, the gates of the Zhuilin County Public Security Bureau came into view. Zhang Guohao cleared his throat and turned to Qin Chuan. Comrade Qin, the primary purpose of your presence today is to ensure your full cooperation with the investigation. Rest assured, the Public Security Bureau of Zhuilin County will undoubtedly uphold justice. We have all heard about the incident at the Xinhai coal mine 5 days ago, where you single-handedly confronted over a dozen bandits, sustaining 7 knife wounds in the process. This event marks you as a hero. However, Zhang Guohao's tone softened, becoming grave. Qin Chuan, one must not be overly reckless. Do you understand my meaning? Shortly, a 5-member team will conduct an inquiry with you, one of whom is Secretary Sun from the county committee, dispatched by Secretary Gao. Qin Chuan looked up, scrutinizing Zhang Guohao intently. Thank you, Director Zhang. Noticing that Qin Chuan comprehended his implications, Zhang Guohao turned away, falling silent. Having navigated the corridors of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau for so many years, Zhang Guohao's ascension to the position of Director of Political Work Supervision was no mere happenstance. It was a testament to his adeptness in managing relationships. 5 days prior, he had viewed the surveillance footage of Qin Chuan's valiant struggle against the armed thugs. Truth be told, Zhang Guohao held immense respect for him. If such a person is not a hero, then who could be? Yet, the tragic demise of Dong Jijun loomed over this matter, an insurmountable knot. Now, some seek to exploit this incident, and the victim's family has even lodged complaints with the county committee's office. Thus, this inquiry has come to pass. 10 minutes later, Qin Chuan found himself seated in a modest conference room. Including Zhang Guohao, 5 individuals occupied the seats opposite him, with Zhang Guohao positioned at the far right. Why are you not in handcuffs? Before Qin Chuan could settle onto his chair, he was met with a display of authority. The speaker, seated at the left of the 3 in the center, was evidently the second-in-command of the 5-member team. Qin Chuan recognized him as Sun Tao, the secretary to the county committee. Secretary Sun, it is only appropriate that Qin Chuan, being merely subjected to an inquiry, is not restrained by handcuffs. The speaker, seated at the rightmost position among the trio, is none other than Lin Hu, the deputy director of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. Let us commence, he declared. The individual in the center, Qin Chuan, was well aware of his identity. Zhou Xueshi, the director of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. The final participant, seated at the leftmost end, is Song Hui, the captain of the county criminal investigation team. Upon hearing Zhou Xueshi's words, Sun Tao ceased to insist on a matter of handcuffs, but continued, Qin Chuan, the county committee has received a formal complaint alleging that you engage in excessive force during law enforcement, intentionally causing harm to others, ultimately resulting in death. How do you respond to this? Qin Chuan stood impeccably straight, his gaze unwavering, not sparing a glance at Sun Tao. Reporting to Director Zhou, Director Lin, Captain Song, and Director Zhang, I am Qin Chuan, a police officer from the Channing Town Police Station, here to report for duty. With that, he executed a crisp salute. He offered no response to Sun Tao's accusation, nor did he yield to the pressure. Sun Tao was taken aback by Qin Chuan's blatant disregard for his presence. What do you mean by you? At this moment, Qin Chuan cast a sidelong glance at him and slowly articulated, Who are you? Why should I answer your questions? Sun Tao was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would dare to publicly challenge his authority in front of so many individuals. Speaking to him in such a manner. Preposterous. I am the secretary of the county committee, and you dare to address me in this manner. The county committee secretary? Qin Chuan lowered his saluting right hand and calmly regarded Sun Tao. I am a duly appointed People's Police of the Dragon Kingdom, affiliated with the Jilin County Public Security Bureau of Xing'an City. 10 days ago, I apprehended a notorious robber and murderer, earning a commendation and promotion despite grievous injury. Having been stabbed once, in a mere 11 days of service, I captured over 30 criminals, including thieves, murderers, and wanted fugitives in Channing Town. Just 5 days prior, I confronted more than 20 thugs from Xinhai coal mines single-handedly, sustaining 7 stab wounds in the process. And you, a mere secretary of the county committee. Huh? Qin Chuan scoffed. What gives you the authority to admonish a battle-hardened hero, such as myself? Chapter 19. Hero? If you call yourself a hero, then so be it. Apart from Sun Tao, the other 4 present could not help but silently applaud Qin Chuan's words. This inquiry was, after all, a result of pressure from the county committee. Xinhai mining had held sway over Jilin County for over a decade. Everyone in attendance was well aware of the formidable background it possessed. Dong Jijun was merely a scapegoat. Although he was brutally beaten upon capture, preliminary examinations at the hospital indicated no serious injuries. Yet, he tragically succumbed that very evening. This incident led to Zhou Xueshi being reprimanded for 2 hours by the county mayor and Qian Guobin of the municipal criminal investigation team. The sudden death of Dong Jijun cast the entire case into a state of considerable turmoil. Today's inquiry orchestrated by the county committee secretary's office, was merely an appetizer. Should it be established that Qin Chuan's excessive use of force resulted in Dong Jijun's demise, not only would he bear the brunt of the responsibility, but even Wang Xuebing, Lin Hu, and Zhou Xueshi would find themselves ensnared in the fallout. For Gao Qingshan, avenging the grievances from Qin Chuan's apprehension of Zhao Juanhao, which led to his own reprimand, while simultaneously stabbing the county mayor in the back regarding the personnel arrangements at the county police bureau, along with successfully resolving the Xin Hai mining case, could be described as hitting 3 targets with a single arrow. A heroic fighter? Sun Tao scoffed at the notion. As the secretary to the county party's secretary, he was far from naive. In fact, despite his youth, Sun Tao possessed a keen intellect and profound experience. Orchestrating the elimination of Dong Jijun under the cover of night and shifting all blame onto the deceased was his brainchild. The reason he took the lead in today's inquiry was primarily due to the fact that the individuals from the county police bureau were aligned with the mayor, leaving him without any hired guns and thus compelled to engage personally. Sun Tao had been contemplating a swift resolution to intimidate Qin Chuan and secure a rapid victory. However, he was taken aback when Qin Chuan dared to confront him head-on. It appeared that a shift in strategy was warranted. A heroic fighter? Sun Tao ignited a cigarette and remarked, "Comrade Qin Chuan, whether one is a heroic fighter is not for oneself to declare. It is the judgment of others that confers such a title. If they deem you a hero, then you are. If they do not, you may not be." The others to whom Secretary Sun referred. Was it you, or perhaps another secretary? You. Just then, Sun Tao, eager to press further, was interrupted by Zhou Xueshi. Secretary Sun, let us stick to the inquiry and refrain from delving into the superfluous. Zhou Xueshi was the newly appointed county mayor, promoted by Chunming Wang, and naturally had no obligation to show deference to Secretary Sunday. Moreover, should Qin Chuan be found guilty today, the one who will inevitably face repercussions is none other than Zhou Xueshi. A light reprimand could result in a mere disciplinary action, while a graver consequence might entail his removal from the esteemed position of police chief. Should this transpire, Gao Qingshan would seize the opportunity to install his own appointee in that role. Deprived of the support from the police department, Chunming Wang would find himself at an even greater disadvantage in future confrontations. Upon noticing Zhou Xueshi speak, Sun Tao immediately suppressed his feigned fury. After all, Qin Chuan had not desecrated his ancestral grave. The veracity of Sun Tao's so-called anger remained a mystery known only to the heavens. Very well, let us proceed, as Director Zhou has suggested. Sun Tao adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. Qin Chuan, this morning, the office of the county party secretary received a report concerning you. It alleges that you, at the Xinhai coal mine, employed excessive force resulting in the death of Dong Jijun. There exists surveillance footage to substantiate this claim, along with a forensic report detailing the circumstances of Dong Jijun's demise. It explicitly states that his death was caused by intracranial hemorrhage. In conjunction with the video evidence and the forensic report, it can be conclusively determined that Dong Jijun was indeed killed by your hand. Do you have anything to say? Sun Tao's voice rose and fell with a melodic cadence, effortlessly drawing others into his rhythm. Furthermore, his statements were imbued with strong logic. There was a report, hence we must investigate. The surveillance footage reveals you, Qin Chuan, striking Dong Jijun, resulting in the loss of his teeth. The forensic assessment confirms that Dong Jijun succumbed to intracranial hemorrhage. Zhou Xueshi's brow gradually furrowed. This was the very reason the opposition could not avert this inquiry. Zhou Xueshi was acutely aware that Dong Jijun's death was not the handiwork of Qin Chuan. Knowing full well that it was a trap set by the other party, framing Qin Chuan for the murder of Dong Jijun and subsequently targeting himself and others. The reality remains that the police must adhere to the principles of evidence. At present, the evidence indicates that Qin Chuan is the murderer. However, Qin Chuan is not foolish. Zhou Xueshi is undoubtedly on his side, as evidenced by his recent defense of him. Zhang Guohao had also just reminded in the car that Sun Tao from the county committee is the presiding judge in this inquiry. Secretary Sun, I do not quite comprehend the meaning of your words. Dong Jijun harbored and sheltered serious criminals, operated an illicit casino at the Xinhai coal mine, victimized female university students, and drove innocent women to despair. Upon discovering the clues, he resisted arrest. Moreover, he attempted to assist the serious offenders Cheng Feng and Li Hu in their escape, inciting illegal personnel from the mine to openly assault law enforcement officers. Faced with over 20 violent criminals, I retaliated and injured Dong Jijun. What is wrong with that? Or perhaps, in your eyes, Secretary Sun, I, a police officer attacked by lawbreakers, am less than human, while the suspect Dong Jijun, who resisted arrest, is deemed a person of significance? Since you have viewed the footage from a scene. Secretary Sunday. Qin Chuan sat upright, his gaze unwavering. May I inquire if your vision is impaired? Given the adversarial nature of the situation, Qin Chuan showed no hesitation, responding with resolute vigor. The room fell silent as Zhou Xueshi and the others exchanged astonished glances. Qin Chuan's eloquence was indeed remarkable. Bang! Qin Chuan! Exclaimed Zhou Xueshi, taken aback by his sharp retorts. Sun Tao narrowed his eyes and slammed the table forcefully. We are discussing the cause of Dong Jijun's death. Whether he committed a crime shall be determined by the law. However, as a police officer, your excessive enforcement and violent actions have resulted in the death of another. This transgression cannot be absolved, no matter how you attempt to justify it. Cough, cough. Lin Hu, standing nearby, cleared his throat and turned to Sun Tao, saying, Secretary Sun, please calm down. What Qin Chuan just implied is that Dong Jijun orchestrated an attack involving over 20 individuals against him. Naturally, Qin Chuan had to exert every effort to safeguard himself in such a perilous situation. This matter, I believe it may only amount to excessive self-defense. Excessive self-defense? If that were the case, how could Secretary Gao possibly take action against the Public Security Bureau? In truth, this characterization had been premeditated by Zhou Xueshi and others from the outset. While it is true that Qin Chuan took a life, in such circumstances, had he held back, it would have equated to forfeiting his own. Therefore, labeling it as excessive self-defense and perhaps issuing a reprimand seems a far cry from stripping him of his uniform or even facing imprisonment. This is the utmost concession Zhou Xueshi and his colleagues could offer. However, Sun Tao was evidently unwilling to acquiesce. Director Zhou, is this the stance your Public Security Bureau is taking in collaboration with the County Committee's investigation? Chapter 20, A Dramatic Turn of Events. Sun Tao vehemently opposed, exclaiming, I do not agree. Qin Chuan's violent enforcement, which led to another's death, will not sit well with the 500,000 citizens of Zhulin County. Zhou Xueshi, with his arms crossed, gently released his hold and slightly turned to face Sun Tao. Secretary Sun, the position of the Public Security Bureau is not for you to dictate. Moreover, the sentiments of the 500,000 citizens of Zhulin County are not yours to represent. Sun Tao's gaze froze. He had not anticipated Zhou Xueshi's resolute stance and such forthright words. This was tantamount to making an enemy of himself. In other words, Gao's actions could be seen as a significant affront to Secretary Gao, a move that leaves no avenue for retreat. Director Zhou, although Secretary Sun Tao may not hold a high rank, his words in Zhulin County carry the weight of County Committee Secretary Gao Qingshan. I suspect Secretary Gao will not take kindly to your recent remarks. Secretary Gao, I, Zhou Xueshi, only acknowledge the county chief. Secretary Sun, Secretary Gao is of high status and authority. He would hardly concern himself with such trivial matters. Very well. I believe we shall proceed by explaining the situation to Dong Jijun's family as a case of excessive self-defense. I dissent. I dissent. Why two dissenting voices? In this setting, Zhou Xueshi and Lin, who are allied, both having been promoted by the county chief. Song Hui of the Criminal Investigation Brigade is secretly aligned with Sun Tao, though this is not widely known. Zhang Guohao is a seasoned veteran, unlikely to express his stance readily. Thus, the remaining dissenter must be Qin Chuan across from me. This young man also disagrees? Sun Tao looked at Qin Chuan in bewilderment, wondering what was happening. Zhou Xueshi and the others were equally astonished by Qin Chuan's dissent. It would be normal for Sun Tao to disagree, but Qin Chuan too? Qin Chuan, of everyone present, Lin, who has had the most interaction with Qin Chuan. From transferring the suspect in the Haizhou 618 robbery homicide case from Chongning Town Police Station to the case of Zhao Juanhao, and then the Xinhai coal mine case. Lin, who was involved throughout. How could this astute young man, so cunning when solving cases, be so inflexible at this moment? Excessive self-defense will at most result in an internal demerit. Do you understand? Sun Tao was present, precluding Lin Hu from divulging certain details explicitly. However, Qin Chuan held a different perspective. Should Dong Jijun's demise be attributable to his actions, he would accept the consequences, even incarceration, without protest. Yet confronted with a clear frame-up, Qin Chuan saw no justification for acquiescence. Director Lin, Qin Chuan declared, rising to his feet, his gaze sweeping across the 5 individuals before him. Director Zhou, esteemed leaders, and Secretary Sunday. My dissent stems from the fact that I am not responsible for Dong Jijun's death. I am acutely aware of the force I exerted at the time. While discomfort was present, it was by no means fatal. Therefore, Director Zhou, Qin Chuan affirmed, snapping to attention and offering a salute. I formally request a reinvestigation into the circumstances surrounding Dong Jijun's death, not only to exonerate me, but also to uncover the true cause of his demise and bring all those implicated to justice. Qin Chuan, who do you presume yourself to be? Do you believe your request alone warrants a reopening of the case? Sun Tao scoffed, dismissing Qin Chuan's proposition outright. Sun, in his position, saw no reason to engage in a wager with Qin Chuan. With Dong Jijun's death already adjudicated, he sought to avoid further complications. Unperturbed by Sun Tao's demeanor, Qin Chuan remained resolute. Director Zhou, I request a private audience with Secretary Sunday. A private audience? Zhou Xueshi, though uncertain of Qin Chuan's intentions, saw no grounds to deny the request at this juncture. Sun Tao, intrigued, observed Qin Chuan with amusement, offering no objection. He was curious to ascertain the nature of Qin Chuan's proposition. As the quartet from Zhou Xueshi's team departed the conference room, only Qin Chuan and Sun Tao remained, facing each other. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan vaulted over the table, landing before Sun Tao, startling him. Sun Tao had seen the video of Qin Chuan's solitary battle against more than 20 individuals at the Xinhai coal mine and was acutely aware of Qin Chuan's formidable skills. Qin Chuan, don't make a mistake. You. Qin Chuan scoffed, Secretary Sun, there's no need to be alarmed. I wouldn't want to dirty my hands on you. You. Ignoring Sun Tao's displeased expression, Qin Chuan leaned in and whispered something into Sun Tao's ear. Afterward, he stepped back, observing the man's face contort in a look of utter disgust. 5 minutes later, Zhou Xueshi and the others re-entered the conference room, finding Sun Tao ashen-faced and avoiding eye contact with Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, in contrast, sat upright, his expression serene. Director Zhou, there may indeed be issues with Dong Jijun's death. I consent to Qin Chuan's investigation. Sun Tao's words astonished Zhou Xueshi's group. They turned their gazes toward Qin Chuan, wondering what he'd said to frighten Sun Tao so thoroughly. At the Jilin County First People's Hospital, Dong Jijun's body lay in the cold storage of the hospital morgue. Qin Chuan, accompanied by Song Hui, the captain of the county's criminal investigation brigade, was reinvestigating Dong Jijun's death. The cause of death was determined to be intracranial hemorrhage, confirmed by the autopsy performed by Chen Guangzhu, Jilin County's sole forensic pathologist. Freezer number 3, help yourself. Chen Guangzhu's tone was curt, betraying his obvious indifference towards Qin Chuan. In his 2 decades as a forensic pathologist with the Criminal Investigation Brigade, no one had ever dared to question his autopsy findings. Yet, this Qin Chuan, a mere stripling, was demanding a re-examination of Dong Jijun's corpse. Though unspoken, it was a clear imputation of inadequacy in his work. Qin Chuan disregarded Chen Guangzhu's tone. His purpose here was to uncover the true cause of Dong Jijun's death, not to engage in a petty squabble with an old forensic expert. With a grating screech, the antiquated freezer door was pulled open, releasing a gust of frigid air. Qin Chuan involuntarily shivered. Despite the frozen state of the body, certain details remained accessible for his scrutiny. Forensic scene investigation skill, activate. Why was Qin Chuan so insistent on reopening the Dong Jijun case? Prior to acquiring the forensic scene investigation skill, He would never have made such a decision lightly. But now, he possessed a certain confidence in uncovering the true cause of Dong Jijun's demise. The Y-shaped incision, Chen Guangzu's suturing, was textbook. Qin Chuan donned his gloves and pried open Dong Jijun's skull. Chen Guangzu, standing nearby, pointed to a dark red area within the head, intradural hemorrhage. A classic case of violent impact, causing cerebral concussion and subsequent rupture of blood vessels. The blood clot is right there. Song Hui approached Qin Chuan. His voice tinged with a sigh. Qin Chuan, you were a bit rough back then. Rough? What excessive force had Qin Chuan used that he was unaware of? Moreover, his primary focus had been on Dong Jijun's teeth, a painful ordeal, undoubtedly gruesome to witness, but certainly not fatal. However, the hematoma in Dong Jijun's brain was indeed genuine. What, then, was the crux of the matter? Qin Chuan had maximized his forensic investigation skills. A multitude of possibilities flickered through his mind. Suddenly, a peculiar aroma piqued Qin Chuan's interest. Chapter 21. Case solved in half an hour. Your criminal investigation team might as well close up shop. Qin Chuan possessed little familiarity with Song Hui. During his previous life, he had remained ensconced in the Chongning Town police station, encountering Song Hui only during a few cooperative investigations. Chen Guangzu, on the other hand, was somewhat renowned. As the sole forensic pathologist in Julin County, he had served for over 2 decades, making him a seasoned veteran. However, longevity did not necessarily equate to competence. Dong Jijun's corpse had undergone an autopsy prior to being frozen. Consequently, upon initially opening the freezer, Qin Chuan had detected a faint scent of blood. Yet, upon approaching the body, he discerned an almost imperceptible fragrance. Due to the freezing, the cadaver had not decayed and, therefore, did not reek. However, neither should it exude a fragrance. Thus, under the astonished gaze of Song Hui and Chen Guangzu, Qin Chuan approached the corpse, his nose nearly touching it, and meticulously sniffed it from head to toe. This man is a pervert, isn't he? Chen Guangzu, who had initially harbored reservations about Qin Chuan's re-examination of the corpse, now remained silent. This man seemed to have mental issues. Who in their right mind would lie on a corpse and sniff it? Forensic pathologist Chen, has a toxicology analysis been performed on the corpse? Toxicology analysis? Chen Guangzu shook his head. Our county lacks the necessary equipment for such tests. Moreover, the cause of Dong Jijun's death is clear, so there's no need for that kind of analysis. Furthermore, there were no anomalies in the deceased's liver or gastric contents, and no signs of poisoning. Toxicological analysis during an autopsy adheres to stringent protocols. Chen Guangzu meticulously followed these procedures during the dissection, ensuring no irregularities occurred. Qin Chuan nodded inwardly, confirming his suspicions. All right, Captain Song, my examination is complete. Dong Jijun's immediate cause of death is indeed intracranial hemorrhage. Chen Guangzu scoffed. What did I tell you? The cause of death is obvious. What's there to see? Song Hui concurred. Okay, if there are no issues, let's go. Subsequently, Song Hui sighed. Xiao Qin, you were too impetuous earlier. Director Zhou had managed to secure a plea of excessive self-defense. It would have been better to concede. Why make a bet, now that you've lost the secretary's son's issue? Qin Chuan regarded Song Hui with curiosity. Captain Song, who said I lost the bet? Huh? Song Hui gestured toward the cold storage unit. Didn't you state that Dong Jijun died from intracranial hemorrhage? You assaulted him, and he died from intracranial hemorrhage. Doesn't that mean you killed him? Qin Chuan affirmed. Dong Jijun's direct cause of death is indeed intracranial hemorrhage, but I never claimed that I caused it. If you didn't, how did he develop intracranial hemorrhage? The exact reason. I'll explain it once we're back in the conference room. Qin Chuan withheld the explanation due to his distrust of Song Hui. The reason was simple. During the interrogation in the conference room, Qin Chuan activated his Eye of Sin. Confronted with 5 individuals questioning him, Qin Chuan was in the dark, unsure of whom to trust. Upon entering the assembly hall, he immediately activated his ocular of iniquity. Song Hui, guilt quotient of 32, an accomplice shielding the Xin High mining criminal syndicate. He accepted a vast sum in bribes, aiding criminal suspects in the destruction of evidence. thereby enabling their escape from legal sanctions. To Qin Chuan's surprise, Song Hui was associated with Xianhai mining and was also involved in other unlawful activities while being a legal professional. The reason Sun Tao consented to Qin Chuan's proposal to reopen the investigation after hearing a single remark was due to intelligence furnished by the ocular of iniquity. Gao Qingshan had been keeping a mistress, and they had a son. For Gao Qingshan, who initially had only a daughter, this mistress was the one who continued his Gao family lineage, and he cherished her dearly. However, unbeknownst to Gao Qingshan, that child was not his. It was the offspring of Sun Tao and that woman's affair. The words Qin Chuan whispered to Sun Tao were, if Gao Qingshan were to discover that the son he holds so dear is, in fact, a scion of your lineage, how do you surmise he would react? As Qin Chuan and his entourage were en route back, Zhou Xueshi and others were awaiting them in the conference room. Zhang Guahao was in charge of brewing and serving tea, while the other three were silent. Zhou Xueshi and Lin, who were concerned about whether Qin Chuan would uncover anything, and if not, how to respond. Sun Tao's face was gloomy, his heart was in turmoil. Only he and that woman knew about that matter. How did Qin Chuan find out? Should he eliminate the source? As for whether Qin Chuan could uncover the true cause of Dong Jijun's death, Sun Tao was skeptical. The people on that side had assured him that the method they used was foolproof. No matter who investigated, Dong Jijun would be found to have died from cerebral hemorrhage. Sun Tao had been contemplating how to immediately incarcerate Qin Chuan in the detention center upon his return. At that juncture, individuals from Xinhai Mining would undoubtedly intervene. Once he was deceased, no one would ever uncover his clandestine secrets. With a creak, the conference room doors swung open amidst the collective silence. Qin Chuan and Song Hui appeared, prompting Zhou Xueshi and others to rise to their feet. How'd it go? Qin Chuan promptly saluted, reporting, Director Zhou, I have not failed in my mission. The demise of Dong Jijun is indeed suspicious. Oh, Zhou Xueshi's eyes gleamed with interest. What are the specifics? Elaborate. Yes, Qin Chuan assented, proceeding to report, the immediate cause of Dong Jijun's death was intracranial hemorrhage. However, this hemorrhage was not a result of his resistance during the arrest when I subdued him. Rather, it was induced by someone administering a drug to Dong Jijun. A drug? Zhou Xueshi's gaze shifted towards Chen Guangzhu, the forensic doctor who had entered alongside them. The latter promptly stated, Director Zhou, Dong Jijun's liver showed no abnormalities, and no pills were discovered in the gastric contents. Zhou Xueshi then turned his attention back to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan promptly reported, Director Zhou, the toxin administered to Dong Jijun possesses a rather peculiar composition. Strictly speaking, the perpetrator employed a form of traditional Chinese medicine rather than a conventional poison. What traditional Chinese medicine? Dog walnut. Dog walnut? What is that? Dog walnut, scientifically known as Dachira, Qin Chuan continued to explain, is a traditional Chinese medicine that is toxic and possesses an unusual aroma. During my examination of Dong Jijun's corpse, I detected this scent. Administering this medication in substantial quantities can precipitate an anomalous elevation in an individual's blood pressure. Should the recipient be encumbered by pre-existing conditions such as hypertension, the likelihood of cerebral vascular rupture escalates, potentially culminating in intracranial hemorrhage and, regrettably, mortality. Formerly seated, Zhou Xueshi rose abruptly, exclaiming, Are you certain of this? Director Zhou, an immediate forensic examination of the decedent Dong Jijun's blood will corroborate the veracity of my assertions. Indeed, Song Hui, expedite the procurement of specimens and their subsequent conveyance to the Municipal Criminal Investigation Brigade. I shall personally contact Chief Chen Guobin to solicit his assistance. Zhou Xueshi was presently in a state of elation. Song Hui, the entirety of the Criminal Police Brigade ought to emulate Qin Chuan's diligence. Observe, in a mere half hour, inclusive of transit, he has elucidated the intricacies of the case. Is Officer Qin still assigned to the precinct? Should your current trajectory persist, obsolescence may be imminent. Chapter 22. The ominous tidings arrive. The test results are revealed. Zhou Xueshi's elation was palpable. Should Qin Chuan's assertions prove veracious, it would not merely exonerate him from suspicion. Conceivably, Pursuing the thread of Dong Jijun's demise could unearth unforeseen revelations. In light of such auspicious circumstances, a few jocular remarks directed at the criminal police brigade were inconsequential. Rest assured, Director Zhou, I shall personally oversee the conveyance to the Municipal Bureau, ensuring an unimpeachable outcome. Observing Sun Tao, who was drenched in perspiration and frantically attempting to impede the forensic toxicology analysis. Zhou Xuexi's delegation of Song Hui to procure specimens and the latter's proactive offer to liaise with the Municipal Bureau alleviated his anxiety. Indeed, with Song Hui's involvement, there was no cause for concern. Director Zhou, just as Song Hui concluded his affirmation and was about to depart, Qin Chuan interjected. Commander Song has just accompanied me in examining the cadaver and must be utterly fatigued. Perhaps Director Lin could undertake the journey to the Municipal Bureau? A palpable sense of astonishment permeated the room. Song Hui's countenance betrayed his surprise. However, he swiftly regained his composure. Comrade Qin Chuan, your solicitude is unwarranted. A mere visit to the morgue is hardly enervating. Furthermore, the conveyance of specimens for analysis falls squarely within the purview of our Criminal Investigation Brigade. My personal involvement will expedite the process at the Municipal Bureau, ensuring prompt results. Song Hui's assertion underscored the inherent connection between the submission of specimens and the domain of criminal investigation. While Lin, who oversaw criminal investigation, his role was supervisory rather than directly participatory. Concurrently, Zhou Xuexi and Lin, who discerned Qin Chuan's underlying intent. Evidently, Qin Chuan harbored reservations regarding Song Hui's trustworthiness. This sentiment was understandable, given that the officers responsible for guarding Dong Jijun at the hospital were affiliated with the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Dong Jijun's demise during this period implicated the brigade in potential culpability should foul play be involved. However, the present juncture was inopportune for internal discord. Qin Chuan. Commander Song possesses greater familiarity with the Municipal Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, and his extensive experience will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Upon observing Zhou Xuexi conversing nearby, Song Hui promptly nodded, assuring, "Rest assured, Director Zhou, I shall certainly fulfill the mission." Qin Chuan furrowed his brow, contemplating whether to confront them immediately. Son lui arborait corruption. Yet that was merely discerned by the eye of sin. The eye of sin only unveiled the outcomes of transgressions, devoid of any substantiating evidence. Hence, an immediate confrontation would merely devolve into a futile dispute, devoid of evidence. How could a mere police officer from a local station possibly topple the captain of the Criminal Investigation Brigade through mere words? Furthermore, would the adversary genuinely dare to defy all moral principles and tamper with the submitted samples? All right, Xiao Qin, you've just been discharged from the hospital. Return and recuperate properly. Once there are any developments, the Bureau will promptly notify you. Thus concluded the inquiry directed at Qin Chuan. As Sun Tao departed, he scrutinized Qin Chuan intently. While verbally acknowledging Qin Chuan's youthful accomplishments, his eyes exuded a profound homicidal intent, as if yearning to tear Qin Chuan to shreds. Qin Chuan, however, remained unperturbed, even indifferent to exchanging a single word with him. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xuexi and the others, Qin Chuan proceeded directly to the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau guest house. Wang Xuebing was still awaiting him there. Everything all right? Wang Xuebing was utterly bewildered. He had presumed that Qin Chuan faced dire straits, and that his own position as director was likely nearing its end. Yet now, Qin Chuan was informing him that everything was fine. Director Wang, everything is indeed fine. Director, Zhou has arranged for a separate investigation. Shall we return to the station this afternoon? Though Bamboo Forest County possessed its merits, a place Qin Chuan had yearned to be transferred to in his previous life, yet never succeeded, Qin Chuan now seemed to favor Changning Town even more. Despite its remoteness, the hearts there were pure. Upon his return to Changning Town, Qin Chuan proceeded directly to his rented abode. Having just been discharged from the hospital, there was no immediate urgency to resume his duties. Reclining on his bed, he perused his mobile phone and discovered several unread QQ messages. Chuanzi, yeah, and I are returning to Xing'an City next week. Aren't you thrilled? The flashing QQ avatar was labeled First Summer Girl. A sprite-like girl flashed through Qin Chuan's mind. Qin Chuan, a girl so beautiful that even the wonders of nature seemed inadequate to describe her, was the dream goddess of Song Chuan's high school days. As for Yi, whose full name was Lin Yuding, she was a beauty whose countenance surpassed even that of Qin Chuan. If Qin Chuan was a dream goddess, then Lin Yuding was a beacon of unattainable perfection. The trio had been inseparable during their high school years. Why these two great beauties were so fond of befriending Qin Chuan was a mystery to him. Perhaps it was because he was more handsome back then. However, after graduating from high school, the two great beauties went to study in Shangjing while he attended police academy. Qin Chuan had received a similar invitation in his previous life. However, at that time, he had just been assigned to the Chongning Town police station as a police officer, which was the lowest point in his life. So he did not attend that gathering. But now things were different. Having been reborn, Qin Chuan was no longer the callow youth he once was. A pushover for anyone to take advantage of. It's my dear Lin, I've missed you so much. The message was quickly replied to. You must be missing our Yaya, right? No, my feelings for Yaya are insincere, but my feelings for you are eternal. This time, the other party's reply was slower, but the content startled Qin Chuan. Fellow classmate Qin Chuan, if I were to disclose that Yu is presently in my company, observing our discourse, what sentiments would it evoke within you? Qin Chuan. I harbor no sentiments whatsoever, merely a longing for oblivion. Ding ding. A headshot labeled Moon Palace Fairy flickers incessantly in the QQ chat. Qin Chuan. I am deeply aggrieved. Has your affection for me truly waned? We pledged to remain together until our hair turned white. Yet how could you have transferred your affections so readily? To dare suggest that my feelings are insincere. Should you fail to arrive in Xing'an City next week, your demise is assured. Within a traditional courtyard residence in the capital, two serpentine beauties are entwined upon a sofa. The whimsical girl types away on her mobile phone. Since when has Qin Chuan become so glib? The other girl, tall and exuding an ethereal grace, smiles. Silly. Don't you find this more amusing? The former Qin Chuan was too earnest, not entertaining in the slightest. Time invariably elapses swiftly when engaged in conversation with beautiful women. Having been reborn, Qin Chuan's mindset is vastly different from that of his previous existence. For he is cognizant of the familial backgrounds of these two women. They possess the kind of lineage that, even with Qin Chuan's rebirth and good fortune, he is not confident in being able to match. Devoid of any presumptuous aspirations, Qin Chuan naturally refrains from being selective and voices whatever comes to mind. Since there is no possibility of a romantic entanglement, he chats casually. The following day, Qin Chuan visited the police station, and in the evening, everyone dined together, celebrating Qin Chuan's safe return. However, early on the third day, Wang Xuebing delivered a piece of devastating news to Qin Chuan. The Xing'an City Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division has released the results of the examination of Dong Jijun's corpse samples. The toxicology report came back negative for any drug-related substances. Furthermore, a fire erupted at the county hospital's morgue. Chapter 23. Tit for tat. Qin Chuan underestimated the unscrupulous nature of these individuals. Could Zhou Xueshi be implicated in some clandestine dealings here? Qin Chuan voiced his reservations when Song Hui was assigned to deliver the testing samples to the Municipal Bureau the day before yesterday. Nevertheless, Zhou Xueshi insisted on sending Song Hui. The Criminal Investigation Unit of the Xing'an Municipal Public Security Bureau has concluded that Dong Jijun's blood samples are devoid of any drug traces. There are three possible explanations for this result. Firstly, Qin Chuan's assessment may be erroneous, and Dong Jijun's demise is unrelated to the so-called dog walnuts. Secondly, the Xing'an Criminal Investigation Unit may have fabricated the results. Thirdly, Song Hui may have tampered with the samples during transit, leading to the negative result. The first possibility is unlikely, as Qin Chuan's judgment is infallible, barring the possibility of the forensic investigation skill acquired through the system lottery being counterfeit. The second possibility is also improbable, as the Xing'an Criminal Investigation Unit operates under Qian Guobin's jurisdiction. Fabricating results there would be considerably more challenging than engaging in subterfuge through Song Hui. The most plausible explanation is the third possibility. According to the Eye of Sin, Song Hui is already compromised and colluding with Xin Hai mining. Qin Chuan is puzzled by Zhou Xuexi's actions. When Qin Chuan subtly suggested that Song Hui was not the ideal candidate to deliver the samples, Zhou Xuexi dismissed the suggestion. Could it be that he is also involved? It seems unlikely. According to the Eye of Sin, Zhou Xuexi does not exhibit any sin, nor does it indicate any connection to Xin Hai mining. Moreover, Zhou Xuexi is aligned with the county magistrate and holds an adversarial position against Sun Tao and Gao Qingshan. Is it merely a question of inadequate competence? Unacceptable. One cannot simply remain idle and meet one's doom. Now that the Criminal Investigation Division of Xing'an City has released its findings, if Qin Chuan takes no action, he will face an abyss of irreversible ruin. If that juncture is reached, all will be lost. In his previous life, Qin Chuan gleaned a truth before his demise. When money speaks, truth is often silenced. However, when authority speaks, even money must yield. Qin Chuan may lack funds, but he does have an acquaintance in officialdom. Wang Xuebing is acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. If Qin Chuan is stripped of his police uniform, they too will suffer the consequences. Those scoundrels are ruthless. However, as the head of a remote police station, merely receiving this information in a timely manner is a testament to decades of cultivated connections. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth, realizing the opposition's efficiency. From Dong Jijun's death to the complaint lodged with the county party committee office, to Song Hui's substitution of the test samples, followed by the arson that consumed the county hospital's morgue. Each step intricately linked, countering every move. The mastermind behind this is no simple individual. Now that the body has been incinerated, obliterating all traces, they have left Qin Chuan no recourse. However, do they truly believe they can frame him in this manner? Ayist, Chief Wang, I must venture to the county hospital's morgue, preferably to retrieve any remaining fragments of Dong Jijun's corpse. Though the body has been burned, complete annihilation is impossible. If Qin Chuan can obtain the remnants of Dong Jijun's corpse, he can still orchestrate a turnaround. Wang Xuebing did not inquire as to Qin Chuan's purpose in acquiring the corpse fragments. Although Qin Chuan had only recently joined the police force, Wang Xuebing was acutely aware of his capabilities. Very well, I shall set aside my pride and devise a solution. At precisely 1:30 p.m., within a vacant room in the county hospital's rear courtyard, Qin Chuan and Wang Xuebing met with a middle-aged police officer. The officer, without uttering a word, hastily handed Wang Xuebing a small packet before departing. Old Huang, a menial worker from the Criminal Investigation Brigade and a comrade from the same year as me. Indeed, I once provided him with ammunition. During his military service, Wang Xuebing was awarded a second-class merit, which facilitated his entry into the Public Security Bureau after his transfer. Even Qin Hui had 3 good friends, let alone Wang Xuebing, who had spent his entire career within the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. Upon receiving the item, Qin Chuan promptly made a phone call. Unbeknownst to Qin Chuan, mere minutes after concluding his call, someone had already informed Zhou Xuexi of the matter. It appears that this officer under my command lacks confidence in me, the director. Director Qian, my apologies for this spectacle. The laughter from the other end was hearty and resonant. Enough. If you have no desire for that young man, I shall transfer him to the city. Zhou Xuexi, upon hearing this, became anxious. Old leader, please refrain. The Jilin County Criminal Investigation Brigade would be bereft of leadership. If you were to take him away, I would be left in the cold. After terminating the call, Zhou Xuexi leaned back in his chair, leisurely lighting a Zhonghua cigarette. Dosi Hai, you may possess your strategic brilliance, but I, too, have my means of evasion. The transformation from hunter to prey often occurs in an instant. A hunter disarmed is indistinguishable from a rabbit in the eyes of tiger. However, firearms come in various sizes. While long guns displayed openly may inspire apprehension, they are often not the instruments of fatality. Short guns, concealed within sleeves, are lethal upon discharge. Old Hu, depart immediately for the Xing'an Municipal Public Security Bureau and personally deliver this to Team Leader Qian Guobin. Remember, it must be handed to him directly. Outside the County People's Hospital, Qin Chuan entrusted the remnants of Dong Jijun's body, retrieved by Old Huang, to Hu Jiangwo. He had already contacted Qian Guobin. A assuring him that upon delivery to the municipal bureau, their technicians would be able to detect the residual components of Dachira. Unbeknownst to Song Hui and his cohorts, Dachira, once absorbed into the human body, rapidly accumulates in the skeletal structure, remaining detectable even after cremation. Hu Jiangwo, cognizant of the gravity of the situation, departed forthwith with the evidence. Chief Wang, the opposition will undoubtedly take immediate action. I implore you to buy me some time. Qin Chuan reluctantly withdrew the 100-ly tracking skill from Gue Jianzhou within the system and hailed a taxi directly to the county government compound. Gue Jianzhou. That matter would have to wait. For now, Qin Chuan would employ this skill on another target. 100-ly tracking, alas, was but a rudimentary skill, limited not only in tracking distance, but also in its application to a single individual at a time. Damn all, I refuse to believe you are without any vulnerabilities. Qin Chuan's analysis was accurate. Less than 20 minutes after his departure, Wang Shuebing received a call from the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Brigade. Song Hui himself contacted Wang Shuebing, demanding that both he and Qin Chuan report to the Criminal Investigation Brigade for questioning. Team Leader Song. Qin Chuan is recuperating from an injury and is currently on leave. I genuinely cannot reach him. At 6:30 in the evening, Qin Chuan, who had been squatting in the shade outside the county party committee compound, suddenly felt a spark of excitement. Finally, he has emerged. Qin Chuan donned a newly purchased cap and pulled up his mask, striding directly through the entrance. As the target approached within a 10-meter radius, Qin Chuan executed a swift pursuit, only to turn and walk away. Sun Tao cast a puzzled glance to the right, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the man in the cap. Yet, it was a familiarity that eluded him. Secretary Sun, over here. Just as Sun Tao was lost in thought, a middle-aged man emerged from a black BMW 7 Series parked by the roadside, waving at him. Setting aside his confusion, Sun Tao hurried towards the car. Chapter 24. Evidence may be sought again, but once a person is harmed, there is truly no remedy. In the corner, Qin Chuan observed Sun Tao entering the luxurious BMW, and a three-dimensional map materialized in his mind. A bright red marker traversed the map. This marked Qin Chuan's inaugural and genuine use of the pursuit skill. Moreover, he stumbled upon something even more intriguing. Upon activating the pursuit, it seemed as though he had unlocked a divine perspective. Qin Chuan could center his view around the pursued target and survey the surrounding environment. At that moment, he beheld the interior of the BMW, where Sun Tao was engaged in conversation with a middle-aged man who had just picked him up. However, the scene conveyed only images, devoid of sound. Yet, through the movements of their lips, Qin Chuan could vaguely discern fragments of their dialogue. For instance, his own name, Qin Chuan. Indeed, his name was mentioned in their conversation, and not just once. Inside the car, Sun Tao and his companion were indeed discussing Qin Chuan. Mr. Wu, the secretary is exceedingly pleased with your affairs this time. Ha! Secretary Sun, you are being too modest. Were it not for that despicable Qin Chuan, Shanghai mining would not have suffered such significant losses. Wu Jinzhong, as the deputy general manager of Shanghai Mining, is a trusted aide of Do Sihai. Dong Jijun is responsible for the operations at the mine, particularly engaging in illicit activities, while Wu Jinzhong specializes in legitimate endeavors, liaising with various government departments. To address Qin Chuan, Captain Song personally intervened. He is not someone who can be easily summoned, and the cost of this endeavor is considerable. Mr. Wu, if you think this way, your perspective is somewhat limited. Relationships, once nurtured, only grow stronger. Gradually, everyone becomes friends. As for that Qin Chuan, Sun Tao scoffed. Does he truly believe that by apprehending a few wanted criminals, he can consider himself invincible? Daring to challenge me. This time, I shall ensure he faces dire consequences. Ever since Sun Tao became the secretary to Gao Qingshan, no one, aside from the secretary and the county head, has dared to show him disrespect. A mere constable from a small-town police station is utterly inconsequential. The skies over Julin County cannot be overturned by a single petty officer. Rest assured, Secretary Sun. The Municipal Criminal Investigation Team found no traces of toxins within Dongjijun. Song Hui has already commenced actions against Qin Chuan. As long as we can substantiate accusations of violent law enforcement leading to death, even if it does not cost him his life at the very least, he shall be stripped of his uniform and imprisoned for several years. Wu Jianzhong had even begun to contemplate reaching out to those within, eagerly awaiting the moment when Qin Chuan would truly find himself confined, so he could fully grasp the repercussions of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. Secretary Sun, have we arrived? Shall we proceed inside? The Red Pavilion. As Qin Chuan alighted from the taxi, he gazed upward at the two vibrant crimson characters emblazoned above the entrance of the building across the street. He had only heard whispers of this place in his previous life, never having had the opportunity to set foot within its confines. Despite the impoverished state of Zhulin County, it was the common folk who bore the brunt of such poverty. Ironically, it was precisely in such locales that one found a dazzling array of nightlife and a flourishing service industry. It was said that Zhulin County boasted 3 notorious hotspots for indulgence, and the Red Pavilion was among them. As evening approached, the area was bustling with vehicles, and a steady stream of patrons flowed in and out. Qin Chuan, meanwhile, found himself in a nearby ice cream parlor, casually ordering a cup of ice cream. His pupils dilated slightly, his entire focus consumed by the vivid imagery unfolding in his mind's eye. After entering the building, Sun Tao and his companion ascended directly to the top floor via the elevator. Qin Chuan noticed that the man accompanying Sun Tao swiped a special magnetic card before pressing the elevator button, after which the two engaged in animated conversation. As the clock struck 9, another familiar figure emerged within the room, Song Hui. To his astonishment, it was indeed him. After a brief exchange of handshakes, they indulged in some light refreshments, but the gathering soon dissipated. Standing outside, Qin Chuan wore a glum expression. It seemed as though these individuals had merely met for a fleeting moment. Secretary Sun, Captain Song, the night is long, and I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, the man announced, placing a room key card before Sun Tao and Song Hui. May you both enjoy your evening. After speaking, the man departed from the room. Song Hui and Sun Tao exchanged a glance, sharing a peculiar smile before each taking their room cards and turning to leave. It was evident that this was not their first visit to this place, as they were well aware of the rooms corresponding to their cards. Due to the tracking on Sun Tao, Qin Chuan could no longer observe Song Hui's situation after they parted ways. However, the scene within Sun Tao's room left Qin Chuan momentarily stunned. The chamber, adorned with dark red velvet, featured a large circular bed, flanked by expansive mirrors on the ceiling and sides. Any angle from the bed would reflect in the mirrors. "Hey, darling, I'm here," Sun Tao exclaimed with excitement. Leaping onto the large circular bed, Qin Chuan felt a surge of discontent. After an entire afternoon, he had anticipated uncovering significant evidence, only to discover that it was merely a rendezvous for illicit pleasures. While still illegal, capturing them would yield little value. Qin Chuan had no intention of witnessing such explicit acts and was about to deactivate the tracking skill when he caught a glimpse of a figure on the bed. It was a girl clad in a nurse's uniform, bound and writhing upon the bed. The secretary was indulging in extravagant fantasies, engaging in role play. Wait, something felt amiss. This girl, why does she seem familiar? In an instant, Qin Chuan recalled. She was the nurse from the county hospital who had been attending to him. How did she end up here? He swiftly zoomed in on the scene within the tracking skill. Sun Tao was already atop the young nurse. From the shape of her mouth, Qin Chuan could discern her desperate plea. "Beast, let me go. Damn it." These scoundrels were not merely engaging in prostitution. This was an act of heinous violence. Engaging in prostitution may not be a grave matter, yet the act of rape is an entirely different scenario. If this accusation is substantiated, the consequences could be dire, potentially resulting in a minimum of 3 years imprisonment. Moreover, given the circumstances surrounding Sun Tao, one can reasonably deduce that Song Hui finds himself in a similar predicament. Qin Chuan felt a surge of excitement. This was a significant leverage. As soon as the two individuals could be implicated in the act of rape, he could move in and apprehend them directly. However, as he utilized his omniscient perspective akin to a divine surveillance, an unexpected pause overcame Qin Chuan. Perhaps realizing that no one would come to her aid, the young nurse had ceased her struggles, lying on the bed like a lifeless body. helplessly subjected to Sun Tao's advances. A silent stream of tears cascaded from the corners of her eyes. Qin Chuan stared vacantly at the glistening droplets, a knot forming in his throat. The young nurse, named Jiang Yaoyao, was not yet of age, having recently graduated from medical school, and she had a younger sister who was attending university. She was quite chatty, sharing all sorts of stories during his hospitalization. Suddenly, Qin Chuan struck himself across the face in frustration. How could he, a police officer, stand idly by to gather evidence while these two brutes committed such heinous acts? Although this situation warranted substantial prison time for both offenders, the cost was the innocence of two young women. Evidence could be sought anew, but once a life is shattered, there is no remedy. Resolving to act and save the girl, Qin Chuan sprang into action. Chapter 25. How dare a mere officer from a small precinct attempt to arrest me? Entering through the main entrance was out of the question. The floor where these two individuals resided required a special access card for the elevator, indicating that there were certainly watchful eyes. While he could potentially ascend, there was no guarantee that the victim would not already have suffered irreparable harm by the time he arrived. At this moment, Sun Tao was already unbuttoning his shirt. Qin Chuan glanced up at the facade of the red building, with its protruding balconies providing the perfect leverage. Taking a few steps back, he sprinted forward, grasping the first-floor balcony, and then, like a nimble monkey, he ascended with remarkable agility. In mere moments, he reached the top floor. A small boy by the roadside, gazing up at the moon, caught sight of Qin Chuan effortlessly scaling the building. "Mom, look at Spider-Man." "All right, sweetheart, we'll get you a Spider-Man when we get home." Bang! Just moments before, Qin Chuan had already pinpointed Sun Tao's room. With a powerful kick, he shattered the glass and entered the chamber. The impatient Sun Tao had already pulled his pants down halfway. Hearing the shattering sound, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat and his body instinctively recoiled. "Who is it?" From behind the velvet curtains, Qin Chuan stepped forward. "It's you." Sun Tao could hardly believe that Qin Chuan would show up here. "Brother Qin, help me." The girl's voice was hoarse from shouting, her eyes radiating an unprecedented light. Jiang Yaoyao had been drowning in despair, even contemplating biting off Sun Tao's tongue and leaping from the building. Yet, in her moment of utter hopelessness, the police officer who had made her blush and stirred her heart in the county hospital had appeared. "Secretary Sun, didn't he expect to see me here, did you?" "You." Sun Tao was taken aback, a mix of shock and fury. Crack! Before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful blow. Two teeth, mixed with blood, flew out. Qin Chuan did not hold back in the slightest. After consuming the powerful tonic, Qin Chuan experienced a threefold enhancement in his physical prowess, exhibiting agility surpassing even his capabilities at the Xinhai mine. He struck Sun Tao with such force that the latter saw stars, and upon rendering him immobile, Qin Chuan seized a fruit knife from the coffee table and approached the bed, where he swiftly severed the ropes binding Jiang Yaoyao. Once liberated, she threw herself into Qin Chuan's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Brother Qin, woe is me. Everything is fine now. Please call the police. I must rescue others." With no time to appreciate the delicate figure of the young woman, Qin Chuan hastened towards Song Hui's room. The tracking device only revealed the situation surrounding Sun Tao, leaving Qin Chuan unaware of the developments with Song Hui. Nevertheless, time was of the essence. Only 3 minutes had elapsed since the adversaries entered the room. He should make it in time. With a forceful kick, he shattered Sun Tao's door, appearing in the corridor. Who goes there? Wang Lang believed that the past few years had finally afforded him a taste of a life well lived. Ever since he was wanted for the heinous crime of rape and murder 3 years prior in Beizhou, he had known no peace, constantly evading capture for over half a year. Now, however, he relished the comforts that came from being sheltered under the auspices of the Xinhai organization, enjoying a lavish lifestyle while occasionally abducting young women for his pleasures. Yet, there were moments when Wang Lang regretted not applying himself to his studies in the past. If only he had dedicated himself to learning, he could have risen to power. An official's life was indeed desirable. Moreover, a corrupt official need not resort to robbery. Wealth would come to him effortlessly, as would women. Today, there were only 2 guests upstairs, but this newcomer was clearly an anomaly. Where did he come from? Qin Chuan scoffed and lunged forward, the sickening sound of bones snapping resonating through the air, leaving an unsettling sensation in one's teeth. Time was of the essence, and Qin Chuan spared no effort. Before Wang Lang could even react, he swiftly broke both of his arms and delivered a precise strike to the carotid artery, rendering his opponent incapacitated. Upon locating Song Hui's room, he delivered a powerful kick. The sound of the door being kicked open startled Song Hui awake, nearly causing him to faint. "It's you," he exclaimed, looking up to find none other than Qin Chuan before him. How could the other party possibly be here? Qin Chuan's gaze shifted, and indeed, he discovered a young girl tied up on the bed. However, compared to the nearby Sun Tao, Song Hui's movements were considerably slower. His clothes had been removed, but he had yet to make any advances. "Qin Chuan," the voice, both unfamiliar and familiar, momentarily stunned Qin Chuan. How did the girl know his name? Just as he was about to approach and see the girl's face, Song Hui interrupted him. "Qin Chuan, what are you doing here? Hurry and get out. Get out." Qin Chuan scoffed, seizing Song Hui's right hand. "Song Hui, you are suspected of rape, and I am here to arrest you according to the law." "Arrest me?" Song Hui nearly burst into laughter. "Qin Chuan, I don't care how you ended up here, but you, a mere officer from a local police station, think you can arrest me, the captain of the criminal investigation team? You've lost your mind." "Lost my mind?" Qin Chuan's grip tightened, and with a sharp twist, he heard a crack. "Ah!" Song Hui's agonized scream filled the air as Qin Chuan twisted his wrist with brutal force. It was a merciless move. The bones shattered, piercing through the skin, exposed to the air. "Ah! My hand! Qin Chuan, you want to die? This is your authority. How dare you act recklessly here? Do you know whose territory this is?" Qin Chuan clenched his teeth resolutely. As soon as Song Hui's wrist was twisted, he recognized the person on the bed, Li Xiaoye. She was his ex-girlfriend who had decisively broken up with him a week ago upon learning that Qin Chuan had been assigned to the Chongning Town police station. Bang! A kick struck Song Hui's knee, forcing him to kneel. Qin Chuan coldly declared, "You inquire about who has granted me this authority? Allow me to enlighten you. It is the people. It is the uniform I wear. It is the national emblem that adorns my cap. I care not whose territory this may be. I only know it is the land of Longhua. You commit heinous acts here, violating innocent women. I am compelled to apprehend you." After dealing with Song Hui, Qin Chuan approached the bed and picked up a fruit knife from the table, severing the ropes binding Li Xiaoye. "Are you all right? When business fails, decency remains. Though we could not continue as lovers, we need not become enemies." Furthermore, Qin Chuan understood Li Xiaoye's choice to part ways with him. As a mere police officer in a small precinct, what kind of life could he offer her? From the perspective of his previous life, her decision seemed quite prudent. However, Li Xiaoye did not ponder such matters. She suddenly threw herself into Qin Chuan's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. "Why did you take so long to arrive? I nearly was." Upon being kidnapped and brought to this place, the first man who emerged in her mind was Qin Chuan. How desperately she wished for him to descend from the heavens and rescue her. Yet, reality had proven that all her hopes were in vain, and she could only resign to her fate. Heaven knows how exhilarated Li Xiaoye felt when the door was kicked open, and Qin Chuan appeared before her. As Song Hui knelt on the ground, he endured excruciating pain, struggling to crawl to the nearby coat rack. He was aware of Qin Chuan's formidable skills, yet he pondered, could anyone be swifter than a bullet? As the captain of the criminal police team in Julin County, he naturally possessed the authority to carry a firearm at all times. "Damn it, I'll send this pair of lovebirds to their demise." To his astonishment, Song Hui discovered that the girl was acquainted with Qin Chuan. However, it mattered not. If he could eliminate Qin Chuan, he would simply claim that Qin Chuan attempted to assault the girl, and upon being discovered, violently resisted arrest, resulting in his own grievous injuries, thus compelling him to fire in self-defense. As for the girl, although she was rather attractive, it was unfortunate for her. He would stab her to death and assert that Qin Chuan, having failed in his assault, killed her instead. After all, she would be dead. Leaving no witnesses to contradict his narrative, he could assert whatever he pleased. Chapter 26. A fugitive, a police captain, and a county committee secretary. While Qin Chuan was soothing Li Xiaoye, he caught a glimpse of Song Hui's movements from the corner of his eye. yet no one intervened immediately. Grabbing a gun? That would be splendid. For such a scoundrel, severing a hand would be far too lenient. Without a weapon, how could one employ lethal force? Qin Chuan subtly shifted his position to find the most advantageous angle for his strike, the vegetable knife in his right hand gleaming ominously. Click! The sound of the safety being disengaged was crisp and melodious, as Song Hui's trembling left hand finally grasped the old Model 54 pistol from its holster. The stock was polished from wear, the dark muzzle slowly rising, preparing to aim at Qin Chuan. "Huh! Today, Qin, I shall send you to the underworld." Thud! Then, Song Hui caught a glimpse of a glimmering cold light, seemingly shooting from the direction of Qin Chuan, and suddenly his wrist was seized by a fruit knife, firmly pinned against the wall. "My hand!" A flash of cold amusement flickered in Qin Chuan's eyes as he hurled the fruit knife, while forcefully pushing Li Xiaoya down onto the bed. Warning: be cautious of the gun. Subsequently, he raised his leg and delivered a kick aimed squarely at the crumpled Song Hui on the ground, landing precisely between his legs. The sound that followed was akin to an egg shattering, accompanied by Song Hui's piercing scream. The sound was particularly unsettling, causing Li Xiaoya to instinctively clamp her legs together. "Fool!" Qin Chuan leaned closer to Song Hui, merely mouthing a few words before finally speaking. "Song Hui, after failing in your attempt at rape, now you wish to silence me?" Having uttered this, Qin Chuan disregarded the quivering figure of Song Hui on the floor and approached the coffee table, retrieving a minuscule camera, no larger than a fingernail. From within a flower pot, possessing enhanced vision, Qin Chuan had noticed the faint red light reflecting from the camera upon entering the room. This was indeed the correct approach, delivering a woman to Song Hui while documenting the act of his assault, and utilizing this footage as leverage when necessary. This exemplified the archetype of a proficient antagonist. This was also the reason Qin Chuan had refrained from delivering a fatal blow earlier. He had lured Song Hui into acquiring the gun. Without it, Song Hui posed no threat to Qin Chuan's life. However, with a firearm in play, Qin Chuan could justify even the most severe actions in the face of a life-threatening situation. At that moment, the sound of sirens echoed from outside. It seemed that Jiang Yaoyao's report had taken effect. Within minutes, a swarm of police officers rushed in, led by Liang Kai, the chief of the Julin County Urban Police Station. Among all the police station chiefs in Julin County, Liang Kai is undoubtedly the foremost leader. As the head of the urban police station, his stature is on par with that of Song Hui, the captain of the criminal police team. This is primarily due to their shared positions as members of the County Public Security Bureau's party committee, making them integral members of the leadership team. Liang Kai's presence is prompted by the unique circumstances surrounding the Red Pavilion, being one of the 3 notorious dens of vice in Julin County. He is well acquainted with the establishment's background. Thus, upon receiving the alarm, he personally led a team to the scene, only to witness a sight he would never forget. In the corridor, a hapless individual lay sprawled on the ground, his arms contorted at unnatural angles, seemingly on the brink of death. Inside one room, Sun Tao, the personal secretary to the county party secretary, was bloodied and shackled to a radiator. Alarmingly, he was also stark naked. In another room, Song Hui, the captain of the county's criminal police team, had his right wrist shattered, with bone fragments protruding. His left hand was gruesomely pinned to the wall with a fruit knife, blood streaming down. Beneath him lay a puddle of viscous liquid, a gruesome testament to his plight. Standing before Liang Kai was a young man who claimed to be a police officer. Liang Kai was utterly bewildered. Who was this officer daring enough to apprehend the county party secretary's secretary and the captain of the criminal police team? "Oh, old Liang, arrest him. Hurry. Take me to the hospital." In the corner, Song Hui, recognizing Liang Kai's voice, slowly opened his eyes and began to plead for help. Qin Chuan, without sparing a glance at Song Hui, saluted Liang Kai and promptly reported, "Report, Chief Liang. The individual in the corridor is the perpetrator of the Beizhou 318 rape and murder case. Sun Tao and Song Hui are implicated in an attempted rape, and I possess surveillance footage as evidence. The 2 women, Jiang Yaoyao and Li Xiaoya, are the victims. At Qin Chuan's behest, they had already begun recording on their phones. standing on either side of him to capture the incident from multiple angles, creating a comprehensive and three-dimensional view. Liang Kai is not a virtuous person. However, within the realm of malevolence, he possesses a mere score of under 10. To maintain such a low degree of malevolence amidst the moral decay of Jilin County's urban landscape. Liang Kai may not be a good individual, but he is certainly not a figure of extreme wickedness. Coupled with the evidence at hand and the testimonies of Jiang Yaoyao and Li Xiaoya, Sun Tao and Song, we cannot escape this predicament. Take them away. Before the camera, Liang Kai understood that regardless of how this matter would unfold, he must uphold justice impartially. Yet, he found Qin Chuan to be somewhat inscrutable. How could a mere policeman from Chongning Town dare to arrest the county committee secretary and even incapacitate the captain of the county's criminal police brigade? What emboldened him? The head of the Hongguan was also taken away for investigation. Zhou Xueshi, who was preparing for bed, fell silent upon receiving Liang Kai's call. He had already made preparations for an expanded meeting of the county bureau's party committee the following day, intending to remove Song Hui during the session. However, he never anticipated that Qin Chuan would act with such ferocity. Could this be the subordinate he would work with in the future? Suddenly, he felt a flicker of joy. Yet, where there is joy, there is also discontent. For instance, the secretary of the Jilin County Committee, Gao Qingshan, was not pleased. With a sharp motion, he shattered an exquisite jianware cup in frustration. Useless. But soon, Gao Qingshan regained his composure. Sun Tao and Song Hui were both individuals of their own accord. Yet they were unexpectedly apprehended by a mere officer from a local police station within the Red Hall. To Gao Qingshan, this scenario seemed utterly fantastical. Was Chun Mingguang truly unable to contain himself? In Jilin County, the only person capable of being an adversary was the newly appointed county chief from above. Gao Qingshan had indeed contemplated the possibility of coexisting peacefully with the other party. However, the reality was that such a choice was beyond his reach. Gao Qingshan's support in Xing'an City came from the mayor, while Chun Mingguang's backing was the newly appointed secretary of the municipal committee. When the winds above are turbulent, how could the waters below remain tranquil? After pondering for a while, Gao Qingshan picked up the phone and, after a moment's hesitation, dialed the unnamed number. Old leader. It's me, Xiao Gao. Chapter 27. The County Public Security Bureau exploded at 11 o'clock in the evening. The Jilin County Public Security Bureau was still brightly lit. Those who had not yet finished their shifts continued to work overtime, while those who had clocked out were all summoned back. Have you heard? Captain Song has been arrested. Damn, you just found out? Let me tell you, not only Captain Song, but also Secretary's son from the county committee. What is the big deal? They just nabbed a wanted criminal. Qin Chuan. Does he have some sort of background? If Qin Chuan was relatively unknown 10 days ago, now no one in the Jilin County Public Security Bureau was unaware of who he was. On his first day at work, he had toppled his prospective mother-in-law during a blind date, solved a child trafficking case that had remained unsolved for 20 years, and simultaneously apprehended a robber and murderer from the neighboring city. On the second day of work, the arrest of the chief of the public security team, Zhao Juanhao, took place, leading to his imprisonment and even resulting in disciplinary action against the county party secretary. Within a week, the lid was lifted on the Xinhai coal mine, where a single individual managed to overpower over 20 people and apprehend several fugitives. However, the situation took a dramatic turn as accusations arose that Qin Chuan had violently enforced the law, resulting in the death of a suspect. Now, in less than a day, both the county party secretary and the chief of the county criminal police have fallen into the grasp of Qin Chuan. In the interrogation room, Wu Jianzhong appeared despondent. He racked his brain, unable to discern where things had gone awry. How did that insufferable Qin Chuan end up in Sun Tao's room? Did he take the elevator? Without a personal access card, no one could reach the top floor. Did he climb? That would entail ascending 10 stories. Wu Jianzhong realized that with Wang Lang's arrest, he could not escape his fate. As the orchestrator who had directed the other party to seek women in the bar, he would undoubtedly bear the blame as the mastermind. As for implicating Do Sihai, Wu Jianzhong was not foolish. The charge of rape was not severe, although he had engaged in such acts multiple times. The maximum penalty would likely amount to 10 years, if that. After all, Do Sihai remained outside, if this powerful ally stood firm. Wu Jianzhong believed that even if he were imprisoned, his family could still thrive. However, if he confessed, it would lead to utter ruin for his family. Weighing the gravity of the situation, Wu Jianzhong understood clearly. Moreover, during a brief moment in the interrogation, he had received a message. If he bore the burden of this matter, he would face no repercussions. Remarkably, the handling of the situation proceeded with extraordinary swiftness. That very night, everyone had confessed with remarkable clarity. Wang Lang has openly confessed to the heinous crime of the rape and murder of 318 individuals in Beizhou City. With DNA evidence corroborating his guilt, he finds himself unable to deny his culpability. Furthermore, in a bid to earn leniency, he has voluntarily disclosed that Wu Jianzhong instructed him to scout for women in bars. This occurred on 3 separate occasions, involving 5 individuals. Wu Jianzhong does not require Wang Lang's accusations, as his own admissions are already abundantly clear. Apart from the 2 involved in this incident, the other 3 were merely enjoying themselves. Additionally, he revealed the orchestration behind Song Hui's tampering with Dong Jijun's corpse samples, detailing the entire scheme, from planning and execution to bribing Song Hui, administering drugs while Dong Jijun was hospitalized, and subsequently framing Qin Chuan for a brutal murder. On the other hand, Sun Tao's initial progress was fraught with difficulties. However, after the opposing party viewed the video, it became evident that the charge of attempted rape against him was irrefutable. His attempt was not a voluntary cessation of the crime, but rather a forced discontinuation, rendering it akin to a full-fledged rape charge, with a minimum sentence of 3 years. As for Song Hui, the situation grew considerably more intricate. In Zhou Xuexi's office, Qin Chuan held a toxicology report in hand. Possessing skills in criminal investigation, he quickly discerned its significance. The report indicated the presence of a substantial quantity of mandragora alkaloids in Dong Jijun's system. This revelation puzzled him. He set the report down, pondering the discrepancies. The tissue samples taken by Song Hui from Dong Jijun had been analyzed at the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Unit, which concluded that no mandragora alkaloids were present in his body. Why then was there now a report asserting that his system was saturated with these substances? Old Hu. He only left this afternoon, so it is impossible to have results so soon. Thus, Qin Chuan's eyes brightened. Director Zhou, have you set a trap for Song Hui? Zhou Xuexi was taken aback, then let out a bitter smile. What do you mean by setting a trap? If he has no issues himself and is not replaced midway, who could possibly do anything to him? Originally, the plan was to arrest him during the expanded meeting of the party committee tomorrow morning to create a certain deterrent effect. Unexpectedly, you young man stirred up such a commotion overnight. Qin Chuan scratched his head, genuinely unaware that Zhou Xuexi had such arrangements. He had once thought that Zhou Xuexi was either involved with Song Hui or lacked capability. It seems he had overthought it. After all, how could someone capable of becoming the county's public security bureau chief be a mere buffoon? Nevertheless, even if given another chance, Qin Chuan could not wait until tomorrow morning. After all, Li Xiaoye and Jiang Yaoyao are innocent. Since he has encountered them, he must take responsibility. All right, Wang Xuebing is waiting outside for you. Have a good rest tonight. We will handle things here. Understood. Outside the Public Security Bureau, under the moonlight and sparse stars, Wang Xuebing stood at the entrance. This seasoned chief looked at Qin Chuan, who emerged from the county bureau, with a complex expression. Although he was part of the criminal investigation team, he had heard about Qin Chuan's exploits that night from Lao Huang. Song Hui is not comparable to Zhao Juanhao. Among all the subordinate departments of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau, the county security team, while having a broad jurisdiction, is not considered a core department. If one seeks to make money, they do not go to the county security team, and if one wishes to advance in rank, that is not the place to go. The criminal police squad, led by Song Hui, is unlike any other. It represents the very core of the county's Public Security Bureau. It is precisely due to this significance that Song Hui holds the concurrent position of a member of the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau's party committee. Consequently, a man of such promising prospects and substantial authority has been apprehended by Qin Chuan, a mere low-ranking officer. You, my friend, truly possess audacity beyond measure. Qin Chuan chuckled softly. Director Wang, what can I do? They aim to eliminate me. I certainly cannot extend my neck for them strike. Upon returning to the guest house, Qin Chuan eagerly opened the system information. This time, he accrued a considerable amount of moral points. To speak of nothing else, the wanted fugitive Wang Lang alone contributed 64 points of malevolence. Chapter 28, Continuing the Lottery, Awaiting Promotion Ding. Congratulations to the host for capturing the head of the criminal police squad, Song Hui. Reward, 32 moral points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for apprehending the county committee secretary, Sun Tao. Reward, 33 moral points. Ding. Congratulations for capturing the rapist and murderer Sun Hao from Beizhou City. Reward, 64 moral points. The captures of Song Hui, Sun Tao, and the fugitive contributed a total of 129 moral points to Qin Chuan, along with the previous balance of 73 moral points. He now possessed a grand total of 202 points. He could draw twice from the lottery. System, initiate the lottery. A vibrant spinning wheel gradually materialized in his mind, and upon Qin Chuan's command, it commenced its rapid rotation. Stop. The red pointer ultimately came to rest in the blue zone. Congratulations to the host. You have drawn the item, Charge Needle. The Charge Needle is a single-use item that, upon activation, doubles the user's speed for a duration of 24 hours. This is a remarkable item, having experienced the power of both the Mighty Pill and the Mighty King Pill. Qin Chuan has developed a particular fondness for the rewards bestowed by the system. System, let the lottery continue. In Qin Chuan's perspective, the concept of virtue and vice is akin to money. What is spent is termed as currency, while that which is saved is merely paper. Speaking of which, now that he has been reborn, it is imperative to earn more money. After all, the salary of a police officer is far from substantial. The colorful wheel of fortune continues to spin rapidly, eventually halting with the red pointer landing in the black zone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the item, Gun God Glasses. The Gun God Glasses are a one-time use item, granting the host all the abilities of a shooting master for a duration of 24 hours. Although this lottery did not yield a skill-based reward, both the Charge Needle and the Gun God Glasses are evidently highly practical items. After securing his reward, Qin Chuan comfortably indulged in a deep slumber. He is not particularly anxious about making money. In his previous life, Qin Chuan spent a decade at the Chongning Town police station. While he may not have accomplished much, he did invest considerable effort into studying the stock market. Although he suffered significant losses during his stock trading endeavors, he still retains memories of the years when certain stocks soared. If worse comes to worst, pooling together some funds to invest in 10-cent shares would undoubtedly lead to millionaire status in a decade. The only drawback is that purchasing 10-cent shares requires going to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, which can be rather cumbersome. Of course, investing in Matai would also suffice, allowing for effortless gains. Wang Shuebing mentioned that the rewards from Qin Chuan's recent apprehensions of wanted criminals would be fully credited by the end of the month, amounting to nearly 100,000 yuan. When that time comes, he plans to invest it all in the stock market, letting money generate more money. The following morning, Wang Shuebing and Qin Chuan boarded the vehicle returning to Chongning Town, personally picked up by Deputy Director Zhang Jun. He drove the sole vintage vehicle of the department, an old Santana, which, aside from a non-functioning horn, was otherwise quite lively. Accompanying him was Hu Jiangwo, who had returned overnight from Xing'an City to Julin County. Since Zhou Xueshi had long prepared for contingencies, Hu's journey this time proved futile. However, at that moment, Qin Chuan was oblivious to Zhou Xueshi's suspicions regarding Song Hui, who had been ensnared in a trap. By noon yesterday, including Zhou Xueshi, none were truly trusted by Qin Chuan. The young lady you encountered earlier was quite charming. Are you truly willing to let her go? Zhang Jun remarked, referring to Li Xiaoye, who had just appeared at the guest house entrance, bearing a large bouquet of flowers and milk to visit Qin Chuan, who nodded approvingly. Zhang's observation is astute. It seems she harbors feelings for you. Qin Chuan chuckled and shook his head. The reason for his breakup with Li Xiaoye stemmed from his assignment to a rural police station post-graduation. She deemed him lacking in prospects, which led to their separation. Although he had rescued her the previous night, in her eyes, he remained the same rural officer. Even if she chose to reconcile now out of gratitude, How long could such gratitude endure? Though he would undoubtedly be reassigned away from Chongning Town, thus obscuring Li Xiaoye's materialistic tendencies. What if fate brought him back to Chongning one day? Or worse, what if he were to lose his badge altogether? Such scenarios were not without precedent. In his previous life, Qin Chuan not only lost his badge, but also spent a decade in prison. In this life, despite the presence of a system, what difference would it make? If Wu Jianzhong had been more ruthless in orchestrating Dong Jijun's demise. Once the forensic examination conducted by the criminal police team concludes, will Qin Chuan still have the opportunity to clear his name by incinerating the corpse? Will Song Hui be apprehended? At that juncture, what awaits is not merely a 5-person review committee, but rather direct entry into the detention center. Though Qin Chuan has been reborn, others are not Na'vi. Take, for instance, Do Sihai, the magnate of Xinhai mining, who, after enduring numerous tribulations, remains unscathed. Similarly, Gao Qingshan, the secretary of the Julin County Committee, continues to confidently preside from the podium. The incident involving Sun Tao has undoubtedly impacted him, but it is insufficient to jeopardize his position. To ascend as both the wealthiest individual and the power holder of county, one must possess cunning that surpasses even the shrewdest of individuals. In their eyes, Qin Chuan's tactics are woefully inadequate. Nonetheless, his exposure of Do Sihai's criminal activities in Chongning Town and the arrest of Do's trusted associates, Dong Jijun and Wu Jianzhong, have undeniably inflicted significant damage. However, this also ensured that Do Sihai would remember Qin Chuan, the humble officer from small-town police station. Equally, Gao Qingshan, the foremost leader of Julin County, has taken note of Qin Chuan. With the successive downfall of Zhao Juanhao, the captain of the Public Security Bureau's security team, and his secretary, Sun Tao, Gao Qingshan has not only incurred disciplinary repercussions, but has also leveraged substantial favors. It is likely that Secretary Gao would relish the thought of consuming Qin Chuan's flesh and drinking his blood. Yet, every situation possesses its duality, where there are disadvantages. There must also be advantages. While Qin Chuan has antagonized both Gao Qingshan and Do Sihai, he has simultaneously garnered attention from the county's public security director, Zhou Xueshi, and the county magistrate, Chun Mingguang, through his series of commendable feats. In the Bamboo Forest County, the discord between County Chief Chun Mingguang and Party Secretary Gao Qingshan has long been a widely acknowledged secret. However, the strong dragon cannot suppress the local snake. Due to Chun Mingguang's relatively brief tenure as county chief, he finds himself overshadowed by the locally nurtured Gao Qingshan in numerous respects. Among the many powerful departments within the county, only the Public Security Bureau stands as a bastion of support for Chun Mingguang. Yet, even within this singular ally, dissenting voices are hardly harmonious. This time, during a struggle revolving around Xinhai mining, Gao Qingshan's faction, led by Zhao Juanhao and Song Hui from the county's Public Security Bureau, was utterly defeated. Chun Mingguang achieved a decisive victory, gaining complete control over the bureau. Qin Chuan emerged as the most pivotal factor in this successful endeavor. Justice demands retribution, and merit deserves reward. The question of what fruits of victory Qin Chuan will ultimately reap has captured everyone's attention, with others displaying even greater anticipation than he does himself. Chapter 29, Special Commendation Meeting, Individual Second-Class Merit. Upon returning to Chongning Town, Wang Xuebing organized a celebratory banquet for his team. The meal featured Wang Laosan's signature pig slaughter dish. Amidst the clinking of glasses, Wang Xuebing took the lead in toasting Qin Chuan. Everyone recognized that while Qin Chuan remained the same individual, he had undeniably transformed. Having served as a police officer for his entire life, Wang Xuebing rose from mere constable to the position of director over the course of more than 20 years. Yet he felt that the past 2 decades paled in comparison to the excitement of the recent week. Following closely behind him, Zhang Jun drank the most. With over 60 degrees of Taokai's artisanal liquor, he downed 2 liang in just 3 gulps. At just over 30, Zhang Jun, still youthful, harbored aspirations of leaving Chongning Town. In the past, Zhang Jun could hardly have imagined such a scenario. Wang Xuebing's present is indicative of Zhang Jun's future. In a decade or so, Once Wang Xuebing retires, Zhang Jun would assume his position, becoming the second Wang Xuebing. However, the circumstances have changed. Qin Chuan has established a connection with the county police chief, who in turn has close ties with the county governor. Either of these two individuals, with a mere word, could facilitate Zhang Jun's transfer. Naturally, Zhang Jun does not expect Qin Chuan to directly arrange for his departure. He merely hopes the chief will mention him, provide him with a connection, and the rest will depend on his personal efforts. Sun Bingquan remains indifferent. Wherever Zhang Xiaojun goes, he will follow. Hu Jiangwo is nearing retirement and harbors little hope for the future, yet he has indulged in considerable drinking. This fellow has accompanied Qin Chuan and has already earned a third-class merit award for capturing a wanted criminal. The metal from Xinhai coal mine is likely on its way. Qin Chuan, old who has had a bit too much to drink, his tongue is thick. It is often said that in life, one's personal abilities are not as crucial as associating with talented individuals. Ha! Come, let me toast to you. Wang Xuebing shot a glance at him, questioning if he was being mocked. Old who evidently noticed Wang Xuebing's expression and quickly clarified, Director Wang, please do not take offense. I did not mean to imply that you are incapable. 3 days later, the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau convened a special commendation conference. Qin Chuan, adorned with a bright red flower, sat alongside Hu Jiangwo in the central position of the front row on the podium. Qin Chuan, this is my first time wearing such a bright red flower in my life. Do I look handsome? Hu Jiangwo sat upright, exuding vigor and radiance akin to a youthful groom. Qin Chuan scrutinized Hu Jiangwo with admiration, genuinely exclaiming, handsome, you look just like a groom. On either side of Qin Chuan and Hu Jiangwo, there were 6 individuals from the Chongning Town Police Station, all eagerly awaiting commendation. On the stage, Zhou Xueshi sat upright, though not in the principal seat. The focal point of the day today was County Mayor Chen Mingguang. This marked Qin Chuan's first opportunity for close engagement with him. Originally, only the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee, Secretary Zhou Mingyi, was required to attend this meeting. Chen Mingguang's personal presence underscored his profound regard for the proceedings. Now, Comrade Zhou Xueshi was set to announce the commendation decisions. With the county mayor in attendance, it was naturally Secretary Zhou Mingyi who presided over the gathering. The police officers in the audience instinctively straightened their postures. Such a specialized commendation assembly could only occur in the absence of significant case incidents. Qin Chuan too adjusted his stance. After listening to over an hour of reports, it was finally his turn. Comrade Qin Chuan is awarded the second-class individual merit. Comrade Hu Jiangwo is awarded the third-class individual merit. The Chongning Town Police Station is awarded the second-class collective merit. The resounding applause echoed throughout the hall. Commended comrades, please come to the stage. With a sharp salute, Qin Chuan stood at attention, and after returning the salute, Zhou Xueshi personally adorned Qin Chuan with the award medal. In just half a month of service, he had already achieved both the third-class and second-class individual merits. Qin Chuan's rapid ascent in commendations shattered the records of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau. Congratulations, Comrade Qin Chuan. Serving the people. Click, click. The propaganda officer from the Political Work Supervision Office was nearly breaking the camera shutter with excitement. After the meeting concluded, Qin Chuan was asked to remain behind for a private discussion. Led personally by Deputy Director Lin Hu, they proceeded to the small conference room on the second floor. Qin Chuan had an inkling of who was to meet him, yet the moment he laid eyes on the individual, astonishment washed over him. It was Chen Mingguang, the county mayor of Zhulin. In Qin Chuan's memory, this mayor was no ordinary figure. In his previous life, Chen Mingguang's tenure at the Zhulin County Committee was rather brief. Following the reassignment of Gao Qingshan to the position of vice chairman of the Xing'an City Political Consultative Conference, Chen Mingguang ascended to the role of county party secretary. Subsequently, he rapidly climbed the ranks, becoming a prominent official in less than a decade. Recognizing such potential, Qin Chuan was determined to treat him with due respect. County Mayor, I brought you here, Qin Chuan exclaimed, standing at attention and saluting. Haha, Comrade Qin Chuan, do not be so formal. Relax a bit. Today, I merely wish to meet you, for you are indeed a great contributor to our Zhulin County, Chen Mingguang remarked. his gaze filled with admiration as he surveyed the dashing young man in uniform before him. Chen had long harbored thoughts regarding Qin Chuan, and he already possessed some incriminating information about the latter's misconduct. However, he understood that such intelligence must not escape his grasp. At his current station, advancing further required more than sheer ruthlessness. It demanded a nuanced approach, a delicate balance of power and moderation. What he needed was to be a figure of authority wielding influence, rather than a mere participant on the battlefield. The leadership had placed him in this position not simply to eliminate a county party secretary. If every issue necessitated his direct involvement, then Chen Mingguang's prospects would be severely limited. Originally, Zhou Xueshi was a tool in his arsenal. Now, it appeared that Qin Chuan was an even sharper blade. If wielded correctly, he could conquer all adversities. The county magistrate has overly praised. Combating crime and safeguarding the populace is the inherent duty of the police. Qin Chuan stood tall, acutely aware that he had yet to earn the privilege of relaxation in front of Chen Mingguang. Whether others' words were mere formalities depended on one's standing. Qin Chuan felt that, in his capacity as an ordinary township police officer, he was unworthy of any ceremonial niceties from Chen Mingguang. Qin Chuan, your recent commendable performance has significantly uplifted the morale of the entire county's law enforcement personnel. Furthermore, given the current shortage of talent within the county police department, what are your aspirations for the future? Aspirations? With a crisp salute, Qin Chuan responded, "Report to the county magistrate. I am wholly committed to adhering to any arrangements made by the organization." Out of the corner of his eye, Qin Chuan caught a glimpse of Chen Mingguang's satisfied smile. Excellent. With such awareness, there is no task that cannot be accomplished. I look forward to hearing of your outstanding achievements in the county. Yes. The brief meeting swiftly concluded. Chen Mingguang did not disclose what position he would ultimately assign to Qin Chuan. However, before departing, he provided his personal phone number, instructing Qin Chuan to reach out directly should he encounter any insurmountable difficulties. Meanwhile, the county's Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary, Zhou Mingyi, who had just participated in the special commendation meeting, appeared in the office of the county party secretary, Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan personally poured a cup of tea for Zhou Mingyi, who received it with both hands while expressing his gratitude. Secretary Zhou, did you attend the police department's commendation ceremony? Qin Chuan was evidently aware of Zhou Mingyi's recent engagement. Indeed, Secretary Qin Chuan, the meeting has just concluded. County Mayor Mingguang also attended and delivered a remarkable and impassioned speech. Coupled with the recent apprehension of numerous wanted criminals by the Public Security Bureau, the morale of the county's police force is exceptionally high. Qin Chuan nodded in acknowledgement. The recent accomplishments of the Public Security Bureau have indeed been commendable. As the Secretary of the County Political and Legal Affairs Commission, your contributions are indispensable. Secretary Qin Chuan chuckled, remarking that Director Zhou does not seem to regard my position as the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission with much importance. He tends to report matters directly to Mayor Mingguang. Haha, Zhou Xueshi is a spirited young man, and his eagerness for advancement is quite understandable. Zhou Mingyi is, in fact, not aligned with Qin Chuan. However, due to Chen Mingguang's direct involvement in the affairs of the Public Security Bureau, he harbors some dissatisfaction towards Chen. After all, from an administrative standpoint, the Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission should oversee the Public Security Bureau. Qin Chuan is evidently aware of Zhou Mingyi's reason for visiting his office immediately after the commendation meeting. It serves as a veiled gesture of goodwill. Although they do not share the same backing, there is clearly a foundation for cooperation on certain matters. By the way, I heard that during this commendation meeting, a grassroots officer named Qin Chuan was awarded a second-class merit? Yes, Secretary Qin Chuan, this officer is quite young and only started working half a month ago, having just graduated from the Xing'an Police Academy. He is an outstanding youth. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow. Secretary Mingyi is quite familiar with Qin Chuan. That shouldn't be the case. If Qin Chuan and Zhou Mingyi are indeed connected, then it would be inconceivable for Qin Chuan to be assigned to that desolate place. The Changning Town Police Station. It is not merely a matter of familiarity. During his time at the police academy, Qin Chuan excelled academically, graduating with the highest overall score. Zhou Mingyi took a sip of tea and spoke leisurely. Commissioner Jiang specifically made a phone call, emphasizing that such an outstanding young comrade should be placed at the grassroots level for training to cultivate his capabilities. Upon hearing this, Gao Qingshan narrowed his eyes. To think that someone with the top graduation score would be dispatched to that forsaken location in Chongning Town. As for the so-called grassroots training, nonsense. Would it not be far better to be sent directly to the criminal investigation team in Xing'an City for practical experience? Being stationed at a remote township police station, if he fails to achieve any merit, he may be doomed to linger there for a lifetime. It seems that Qin Chuan has indeed made quite a few enemies. However, given Commissioner Zhang's stature, why would he target such a minor figure? At the headquarters of Xinheim Mining, a stunning woman clad in a pink qipao knelt on the ground, half of her curvaceous form subtly visible beneath the fabric. The woman was extraordinarily beautiful, with almond-shaped eyes and a figure that was both alluring and voluptuous. Yet, at this moment, her complexion was somewhat pale, her gaze trembling with trepidation as she picked up the shards of a teacup that had shattered on the floor. Before the grand sandalwood table, two men stood with their heads bowed, not daring to cast a glance at the woman in the qipao. The one who wronged me. And now he has not only received accolades, but has also become a hero? A cold, mocking laughter echoed, chilling to the bone. Those familiar with Do Sihai knew that he was at his most perilous at this moment. Such an inexpensive matter is hardly believable. Dare to challenge me, and I shall bring ruin upon your household. Investigate the origins of this Qin Chuan, where his family resides, whether he has a girlfriend or a spouse and children. I demand to know every detail. Yes. Additionally, arrange a meeting with Secretary Gao for a modest dinner tomorrow evening. Understood, Director Do. Two men promptly departed to fulfill their orders. Do Sihai gazed out the window, lost in thought for a moment, before his attention abruptly shifted to the woman in a cheongsam kneeling before him. You come here. Upon hearing Do Sihai's command, the woman trembled involuntarily, but dared not defy his order. She relinquished the shattered remnants in her hands and, forcing a smile, crawled towards him. A look of disgust crossed Do Sihai's face, and after a brief moment, his eyes widened as he exhaled a heavy breath. Leave. The day following the awards ceremony, Qin Chuan received a document at the Chongning Town Police Station. It was a notification from the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau regarding the appointment and dismissal of comrades, which stated the removal of Zhao Juanhao from his position as the captain of the Public Security Division, the dismissal of Song Hui from the captaincy of the Criminal Investigation Division, and the removal of Sun Jianya from his role as the chief of the Pingchuan Town Police Station. Sun Jianya was appointed as the captain of the Public Security Division, while Qin Chuan was appointed as the deputy captain of the Criminal Investigation Division, in charge of operations. A series of appointments and dismissals placed Qin Chuan in a prominent position. To his astonishment, he had been appointed as the deputy captain of the county's Criminal Investigation Division, and he was to take charge. When he reviewed the document, he was genuinely taken aback. He had anticipated being assigned merely as the deputy chief of a police station at best. Although Qin Chuan has recently garnered considerable achievements, his tenure is still relatively brief, totaling less than a month. Being appointed as the deputy director of a small police station at the rank of an associate section chief is not particularly extraordinary. However, to ascend to the position of deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, which wields substantial authority at the official section chief level, is quite remarkable, especially with the added note, in charge of operations. This implies that as long as Qin Chuan avoids any significant blunders in the coming year, by this time next year, he will ascend to the role of chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade at the deputy section level. In just 1 month of employment, he has not only been confirmed in his position ahead of schedule, but has also become the deputy chief of the county's Criminal Investigation Brigade. Qin Chuan, in his previous life, spent a decade without reaching such heights. Congratulations are in order, young Qin. Wait, now he must be addressed as Captain Qin. The astonishment at Qin Chuan's rapid promotion is palpable among his colleagues, including Wang Xuebing. Wang Xuebing has toiled his entire life at the Chongning Town Police Station and has only attained the rank of Associate Section Chief. Yet here is Qin Chuan, who has been a police officer for less than a month, already decorated with a third-class merit and a second-class merit, and now catching the attention of the county magistrate, leading to his direct elevation to Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade. Captain Qin, tonight I shall host a celebration in your honor, Zhang Jun exclaimed, his face flushed and his chest swelling with pride. Initially, he had only anticipated that the higher-ups would grant Qin Chuan a position as a deputy director of a police station or perhaps a role in the administrative office. At most an associate section chief. To his astonishment, Qin Chuan has soared directly to the position of deputy chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, with operational responsibilities. While this rank may not be exceptionally high, the power associated with it is considerable. Should the higher authorities wish to transfer an officer from a grassroots police station to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, it would merely require a word. Naturally, Qin Chuan would not refuse Zhang Jun's kind gesture. When the incident at the Xinhai coal mine occurred, Zhang Jun and others provided robust support. When Zhao Juanhao came looking for trouble, the department stood firmly by my side. However, it was somewhat disconcerting for Qin Chuan to witness the transformation of Xiao Qin into Captain Qin by noon. Chapter 31, Captain Qin. An alarming situation has arisen. A homicide has occurred. Qin Chuan was well aware of Zhang Jun's ulterior motives. Aside from the 5 personnel in the Chongning Town Police Station, Wang Xuebing was a native of Chongning Town. Having spent his entire life in this place, the prospect of leaving held little significance for him. He had transitioned from the military years ago, possessing limited academic qualifications, and reaching the position of police chief was the pinnacle of his career. Hu Jiangwo, being older, was nearing retirement in a few years and had no desire for upheaval. Although the Chongning Town Police Station had a small staff, it also meant fewer incidents, making it suitable for a peaceful retirement. As for Sun Bingquan, despite his youth, he seemed indifferent to aspirations for advancement. His sole focus was on marrying Zhang Xiaojun. Zhang Xiaojun, content with her current situation, had no intention of leaving Chongning Town. Thus, the only one left was Zhang Jun. Qin Chuan planned to familiarize himself with the circumstances at the Criminal Investigation Brigade before transferring Zhang Jun there. After all, the unfamiliarity of the Criminal Investigation Brigade would be somewhat alleviated with a familiar face like Zhang Jun's. On July 15th, under clear skies, a week had passed since the last appointment document. With no issues arising during the public announcement period, Qin Chuan was now ready to officially assume his position. Early in the morning, he appeared at the entrance of the County Public Security Bureau, prepared to report to Zhou Xueshi. At the entrance, Qin Chuan spotted a middle-aged man wearing an eye patch and greeted him with a smile. "Brother Wang, good morning." The gatekeeper of Julin County is a long-serving auxiliary police officer. 5 years ago, he lost an eye while carrying out a mission, and thus was assigned to guard the entrance. Qin Chuan, of course, held great respect for him and was well aware of his commendable deeds. Wang Lin was taken aback that Qin Chuan would take the initiative to greet him. The formidable Captain Qin had already become a topic of conversation within the Bureau over the past few days. Within just a month of joining, he had achieved 2 noteworthy accomplishments and had been promoted to the position of Deputy Captain of the Criminal Police Team. In the eyes of everyone, this Deputy Captain was no different from a full captain, as he still bore the title of being in charge of operations. The fact that such a rising star could remember him spoke volumes. On one hand, it reflected Qin Chuan's admirable character and approachability, explaining his swift promotion. On the other hand, it indicated that his own contributions to the Bureau had not gone unnoticed. "Good morning, Captain Qin." Director Zhou had arrived early and was currently enjoying a cup of tea in his office, located on the second room to the left of the third-floor stairwell. This was the advantage of having worked in the agency for a long time. One became familiar with the preferences and habits of the leadership. Qin Chuan thanked him and stepped into the police headquarters. This place was one he had only visited once before, during his initial reporting. Now, he found himself coming here every few days. At the entrance of Zhou Xueshi's office, Qin Chuan adjusted his collar and called out, "Report." "Come in." Qin Chuan pushed the door open, and as expected, Zhou Xueshi was brewing tea. Qin Chuan saluted sharply, declaring, "Director, Qin Chuan reporting for duty." Upon seeing Qin Chuan, Zhou Xueshi promptly set down his teacup. "Ha ha, Xiao Qin. No, it is now appropriate to address you as Captain Qin. In my presence, there is no need for formalities. Feel free to enter my office directly in the future, and please forego the salute. Come, enjoy a cup of tea. I have just brewed some Hong Pao." At this moment, Zhou Xueshi displayed none of the airs typically associated with his position. Rather, he conversed as if with a junior, avoiding any discussion of work-related matters. Later, when Director Lin and Political Commissar Wei Lin arrive, "We shall proceed to the Criminal Investigation Team to announce your appointment. Thank you for your concern, Director Zhou." Qin Chuan accepted the teacup presented by Zhou Xueshi, gently savoring a sip. The two engaged in casual conversation until Deputy Director Lin and Political Commissar Wei Lin arrived. Half an hour later, at the Criminal Investigation Team, Zhou Xueshi personally read the appointment document. "Rest assured, esteemed members of the Bureau, I shall not disappoint the organization's cultivation of me. I will unite with my comrades, approach my duties with humility, and strive to uphold the social stability and enduring peace of Julin County, safeguarding the safety of people's property and lives." After Qin Chuan made a brief statement, Zhou Xueshi and the others took their leave. Before departing, Zhou Xueshi earnestly patted Qin Chuan's shoulder, saying, "Work diligently. We all have high hopes for you." The county's criminal investigation team is located in a standalone two-story building in the northwest corner of the county. After bidding farewell to Zhou Xueshi and his companions, Qin Chuan entered his office accompanied by the three team leaders and another deputy team leader. "Captain Qin, this was originally Director Song Hui's office. We have replaced all the furniture. Please have a look and let me know if there is anything you find unsatisfactory, and I will have them make adjustments," spoke the deputy team leader who had been part of the criminal investigation team, Chao Tianrun. The leadership of the criminal investigation team consists of two positions at the rank of deputy section chief, the team leader and the political commissar, both of which are currently vacant. Among the two deputy team leaders, Chao Tianrun is one. Although Qin Chuan is not particularly familiar with him, he has heard of this veteran officer in his previous life, who has served as a detective for over 20 years. In fact, following Song Hui's incident, Chao Tianrun was qualified to assume Song Hui's position. However, unexpectedly, Qin Chuan was parachuted in, despite also being a deputy team leader. It was specified that he would oversee the work. Even if Chao Tianrun harbored discontent, he could only suppress it. Song Hui's office is the largest within the criminal investigation team, spanning approximately 100 square meters. A 5-meter-long rosewood desk is positioned at the back, accompanied by a spacious executive chair. On the coffee table rests a brand-new tea set, while the high-end leather sofa retains the distinctive aroma of leather. In 2010, there were no stipulations regarding office space limitations, yet Song Hui's office seems rather excessive in size. Qin Chuan glanced around, refraining from voicing his opinion, and instead inquired, "Where is Deputy Team Leader Chao's office?" "Oh, my office is just next door." "Perfect, let us tour each office. I would also like to familiarize myself with the operations of the team," Chao Tianrun responded. The three team leaders exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of Qin Chuan's intentions. Nevertheless, as the leader commanded, they would comply. Team Leader Qin, the first floor houses the archives, evidence room, detention room, and interrogation room, while the office spaces and weapons room are located on the second floor. Chao Tianrun led the way, with the three team leaders following. Qin Chuan traversed each office in turn. After approximately an hour of familiarization with the entire premises, "Captain Qin, is there anything else you wish to procure for your office?" Captain Chao inquired once more. "Captain, let us forego that office. We are both deputy captains. I noticed that there is an unoccupied office adjacent to yours, and I shall work there." Qin Chuan found it difficult to discern the intentions of Chao Tianrun. However, exercising caution was always prudent. The office previously occupied by Song Hui belonged to the head of the criminal investigation team. Although Qin Chuan was in charge, his rank as deputy captain rendered it more fitting for him to share an office of similar dimensions with Chao Tianrun. Chao Tianrun hastily waved his hand, saying, "Captain Qin, you are now in charge. It is only natural for you to occupy that office. Moreover, in no more than a year, You will no longer be acting in this capacity, and by then, Captain Chow, as you mentioned, there is still a year to go. So let us discuss this matter then. Captain Qin. Chow Tianrun attempted to persist, but was interrupted by Qin Chuan. Captain Chow, this matter is settled. As I am new here, let us convene a meeting in the conference room in an hour, so I may better understand our work. With that, Qin Chuan proceeded into the office he had chosen. Captain Chow. The three team leaders exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them. This newly appointed deputy captain is quite cautious. It seems the days ahead may not be easy. In comparison to Chow Tianrun and the three team leaders, the one who faced the most difficulty in the criminal investigation team was the forensic expert, Chen Guangzhu. He was the one who examined Dong Jijun's corpse and had previously had a conflict with Qin Chuan at the county hospital's morgue. A few days had passed, and unexpectedly, he had transformed into the deputy captain. In the office, Qin Chuan rubbed his slightly throbbing temples. He had just taken a stroll through the criminal investigation team, not out of whimsy, but rather to activate his sinister insight and survey a portion of the personnel. The results were quite favorable. Overall, the quality of the criminal investigation team was commendable. With low crime indices, even the few individuals marked in red mostly did not exceed 10 points. Bang! After a brief respite of over half an hour, as Qin Chuan prepared to attend a meeting, the office door was abruptly flung open. It was Lu Zhigua, the captain of the first squad. Captain Qin, there's serious trouble. A murder has occurred. Chapter 32. The first day in office, a headless corpse half an hour earlier. After completing his rounds in the criminal investigation unit, Qin Chuan returned to his office to rest, while Chow Tianrun and three squad leaders headed to Chow Tianrun's office. Captain Chow, you must devise a strategy. This Qin Chuan, I sense he is no ordinary foe. Sun Haomin, captain of the second squad, wore a distressed expression. He and Chow Tianrun were classmates from the police academy, and he had originally anticipated that with Song Hui's departure, Chow Tianrun would ascend to the position of captain, allowing him to bask in the reflected glory. To his surprise, a mere grassroots officer had been parachuted in. A fledgling, still lacking experience, was now set to lead these seasoned detectives. It was baffling to comprehend the higher-ups' intentions. Indeed, I believe we should impose a show of strength. Lu Zhigua, impulsive by nature, eagerly proposed this notion upon hearing Sun Haomin's thoughts. Old Lu, do not act rashly. Although Qin Chuan is young, he is indeed quite formidable. Captain Chow out of the third squad took out a cigarette, scattered a few, and lit one for himself. What was so remarkable about it? Wasn't it merely a stroke of luck to apprehend a few wanted criminals? Lu Zhigua scoffed. If I encountered them, I could certainly take them down. Chow Tianrun cast a glance at Lu Zhigua. Then why didn't you capture Zhao Juanhao? Why didn't you apprehend Song Hui? Why didn't you seize Sun Tao? Lu Zhigua stammered, his face flushed crimson. They are leaders. Why would I go after them? Leaders? Let us not forget that when Qin Chuan captured Zhao Juanhao, Sun Tao, and Song Hui, he was merely a police officer at a township station. We, having spent our lives in the criminal investigation team, cannot claim to be devoid of blemishes, yet we have acted with conscience. We honor the uniform we wear, regardless of whether Qin Chuan is a good man or not. Now that he is in charge, we must cooperate. Chow Tianrun scrutinized the three men. We are not like Song Hui. We have reached our current positions without relying on anyone's connections. No matter who becomes the captain, as long as we perform our duties well, no one can take away our livelihood. All right, everyone prepare for your tasks. We will report to Captain Qin properly later. The three squad leaders exchanged glances, nodded, and prepared to leave. Chow Tianrun was right. They were different from Song Hui. While they could not claim absolute integrity, they had not committed any major offenses. Who could truly threaten them? Moreover, although Qin Chuan is still in his youth, his strong connections with Director Zhou and Mayor Chen render him somewhat untouchable. In reality, the conduct of the criminal police team is commendable, given that they are the primary force in combating crime. If Song Hui were not seeking further advancement, he would likely not have succumbed to the corruption of Xinhai mining. However, just as the three were about to take their leave, Lu Zhigua's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, his expression changed dramatically. It was a call from the reporting center. As he spoke, he answered the call. Captain Lu, We've just received a report of a homicide at Huijia Garden Community. A homicide? Chao Tianrun and the others overheard the operator's words through Lu Jigua's phone. Captain Chao, what should we do? Zhulin County is not particularly large, and its population is modest. Serious criminal cases are relatively rare, and homicides one might not encounter even one in a year or two. Thus, a palpable tension enveloped the group. Jigua, you must immediately report this to team leader Qin, Lao Sun, and Lao Dong. Hurry and assemble the team. We must prepare to head to the scene. Upon hearing Lu Jigua's report, Qin Chuan was jolted to attention. What is happening? Is this not his first day in office? And already there is a homicide? When did this transpire? Just now. We received the call from the reporting center. What about Captain Chao and the others? After receiving the notification, Captain Chao instructed me to inform you that he, along with Lao Sun and Lao Dong, are gathering the team and preparing to head to the scene. Lu Jigua's face was anxious, and his words came out in a rush. Qin Chuan found himself somewhat taken aback by the sudden turn of events. In his previous life, Qin Chuan served as a police officer at the Longning Town Police Station, devoid of any substantial exposure to major criminal cases. Thus, he was not particularly well-versed in the intricate procedures of homicide investigations. However, he understood that maintaining composure was imperative at this moment. On his very first day in office, he encountered a murder case, both a trial and an opportunity. The Criminal Investigation Division, unlike other county bureau institutions, was unique in its structure. Due to the small geographic area and limited population of Zhulin County, various departments within the County Police Bureau were consolidated whenever possible. For instance, the Criminal Investigation Division not only undertook the investigation of 8 categories of criminal cases, but also managed narcotics and economic crime investigations. In fact, these two branches did not even possess separate teams. Lu Jigua's first team doubled as the narcotics squad, while Dong Hao's third team tackled economic investigations. Thus, it could be said that the Criminal Investigation Division of Zhulin County encompassed all functions related to the investigation of significant cases. Here, the sole criterion for establishing oneself was clear: solving cases. Though Qin Chuan was new and unfamiliar with the internal operations of the Criminal Investigation Division, he considered these details trivial. As long as he could resolve cases, he would swiftly secure his position. Naturally, the stakes were high. Failing to solve a case would jeopardize his credibility, potentially rendering him a target for criticism. It was essential to remember that his recent promotion was exceptional, justified by his outstanding abilities, youthfulness, and a history of commendable achievements, all backed by Chen Mingguan. Should this case yield unsatisfactory results, it was certain that the faction led by Gao Qingshan would seize the opportunity to undermine him. In such a scenario, his remarkable abilities could swiftly transform into a fleeting illusion, and being young and talented could easily be misconstrued as impulsive ignorance. The barrier between heaven and hell does not require much force. It can be easily breached with a mere touch. Chao Tianruan's abilities are indeed commendable. As Qin Chuan hurried down the stairs, 5 police cars were already on standby, with 3 teams of field detectives progressively disembarking. Compared to the 9-handed Santana from the Chongning Town Police Station, the vehicles from the Criminal Investigation Team were significantly superior, boasting at least 2 off-road vehicles. However, when juxtaposed with the cars of the Bureau's headquarters, never mind, let's set off. At Building 7, Unit 2 of Huijia Garden, a sizable crowd had already gathered at the entrance by the time Qin Chuan arrived. Captain Liu, please arrange for the establishment of a cordon prohibiting any photography or videography, and secure the scene. After assembling his team at the Bureau, Chao Tianrun chose not to join the convoy, but rather volunteered to remain behind to oversee the situation. Qin Chuan, of course, refrained from voicing any objections. He understood all too well that his sudden deployment had obstructed Chao Tianruan's path to promotion. He could comprehend the current attitude of his counterpart. Chao Tianrun would not be involved in this case. If Captain Qin could solve it, it would be a testament to his prowess. If he could not, it would bear no consequence for Chao Tianrun. In truth, Qin Chuan was already quite satisfied that the other party had promptly assembled their team. Who is the caller? I am. Where's the deceased? Upstairs. 301. The caller, a middle-aged woman, appeared pale and struggled to articulate her words, clearly shaken. Qin Chuan led his team upstairs, and upon reaching the door of 301, his expression shifted dramatically. Forensic Officer Chun, please accompany me inside. Captain Liu, arrange for someone to take a statement from the caller and gather further details. Captain Sun, please check the upstairs and downstairs, as well as the situation across the hall. Captain Dong, investigate the surveillance footage within the community to see if there are any unusual occurrences. While Qin Chuan's arrangements may not be particularly remarkable, they are nonetheless orderly. The three began their investigative work. On the sofa inside the room lay the victim's body, which had just caused a drastic change in Qin Chuan's expression, a headless corpse. Chapter 33. I ask you, how long will it take to solve this case? Although Chang Guangzhu had spent his entire career as a forensic doctor, Zhuilin County is a small place where serious crimes seldom occur. The sight of this headless corpse was overwhelmingly jarring. Chun Guangzhu felt a tightening in his chest. The metallic scent of blood, overwhelming and nauseating. Qin Chuan experienced similar distress. Chun Guangzhu, despite having performed autopsies before, was encountering this gruesome scene for the first time. Fortunately, he had acquired investigative skills through a system lottery that provided various techniques for examining different types of corpses. Old Chun, put on shoe covers and follow me. Qin Chuan instructed. He had previously held some reservations about Chun Guangzhu. The body of Dong Jijun had been examined by him, nearly leading to his own downfall. Initially, Qin Chuan suspected that Chun Guangzhu and Song Hui were in league together. However, it turned out that he genuinely failed to detect the poisoning of Dong Jijun. Chun Guangzhu's shortcomings were not due to a lack of attitude, but rather a deficiency in skill. As for Qin Chuan as promotion to deputy team leader and any notions of retaliation, he was not so petty. Yet, entrusting the crime scene examination to Chun Guangzhu was out of the question. Qin Chuan felt uneasy. This case was pivotal for his standing within the criminal investigation team, and he was determined to exert every effort, leaving no room for carelessness. After Qin Chuan finished speaking, he donned a pair of shoe covers and white gloves. He then crouched at the doorway, pressing his head against the ground, meticulously observing under the light. Chun Guangzhu felt a twinge of unease regarding Qin Chuan. He was aware that Dong Jijun's case had nearly cost Qin Chuan his police uniform. However, he had always believed he had committed no grave error. In such circumstances, anyone conducting the autopsy would likely arrive at a similar conclusion. The autopsy revealed death due to intracranial hemorrhage. Who could have anticipated such absurdities as dog walnuts? Nevertheless, Chun Guangzhu also came to realize that if Qin Chuan truly sought retribution, it would likely amount to little more than minor inconveniences. He certainly wouldn't resort to outright dismissal. As for Qin Chuan's capabilities, Chun Guangzhu felt that his examination of Dong Jijun's body was largely a matter of luck. Criminal investigation and forensic identification hinge on details and experience. After all, Qin Chuan had only recently graduated from the police academy, although he had apprehended a few fugitives. This was likely his first encounter with a homicide scene. When Qin Chuan had called him to enter the room, Chun Guangzhu had already resolved that if the other party made no protective preparations and simply barged in, thus compromising the scene, he would risk further antagonizing him to intervene. To his surprise, Qin Chuan did not enter the room. Instead, after changing into shoe covers, he crouched down to inspect the area. This position allowed Qin Chuan to see the footprints on the ground against the light. This was the initial step in entering a crime scene. To ascertain the distribution of footprints within the room, ensure proper protective measures, and only then proceed inside. Hand me the chalk. Oh. Chun Guangzhu paused for a moment before hurriedly handing the chalk to Qin Chuan. Commencing from the entrance, Qin Chuan advanced along the wall, meticulously marking the outlines of footprints on the floor with chalk. Have the forensic personnel arrived? Yes, they have. There are 2 forensic detectives from the Criminal Investigation Brigade, operating under Liu Zhigu's team. Pay close attention to the doorknob and the shoe cabinet on the right. You may begin dusting for fingerprints. I have already marked the footprints within the room, so please do not disturb them. Understood. Qin Chuan's pace was deliberate. After marking certain footprints, he would squat beside them for a moment of contemplation. After approximately 20 minutes, he finally reached the position of the sofa in the living room. At this moment, Chun Guangzhou followed closely behind, preparing to examine the corpse. The victim's body lay askew in the center of the sofa, the head having been entirely obliterated, with blood splattered across the floor and walls. Chun Guangzhou touched the arm of the corpse, noting the unmistakable rigor mortis. Although the body had stiffened, there was still residual warmth, indicating that death had occurred no more than 24 hours prior. The autopsy follows a strict protocol. Chun Guangzhou retrieved the autopsy form and meticulously checked each item, marking a tick upon completion. While conducting the forensic examination, Qin Chuan also observed the demeanor of those around him, whether it was Chun Guangzhou or the two forensic detectives who arrived later. Their work was highly systematic, reflecting the commendable training within the Bamboo Forest County Criminal Investigation Brigade. While the detective skills could not be deemed extraordinary, they were certainly competent. Team Qin. At that moment, Lu Zhigua called out from outside. Director, Zhou has arrived. Zhou Xueshi? Very well, I shall step out at once. The portrayal of crime scenes in television dramas, where leaders rush in and command from the corpses, is nothing but fanciful fiction. In reality, a genuine crime scene is not accessible to just anyone. Qin Chuan tiptoed, carefully avoiding all footprints, before departing to meet Zhou Xueshi. At this moment, Zhou Xueshi had already ascended from downstairs and arrived at the door of room 301. He was taken aback. Having just announced Qin Chuan's appointment that morning, they were meeting again so soon. What is the situation? After leading the team in announcing Qin Chuan's appointment, Zhou Xueshi did not return to the county police bureau, but instead proceeded to the county government. It was in Mayor Chun Mingwang's office that he received a call from the director of the Emergency Response Center, informing him of the homicide. Mayor Chun had given directives for a swift resolution to the case. Accompanying Zhou Xueshi was Secretary of the County Political and Legal Committee, Zhou Mingyi. Greetings, Secretary Zhou. Hello, Director Zhou. Enough with the pleasantries. Let us get straight to the point regarding the case, Zhou Mingyi said, waving his hand impatiently, his expression grave. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. He believed he had not offended this superior of his superior. Nonetheless, given the urgency of the situation, a brusque manner was understandable. The criminal investigation team received the call from the Emergency Response Center at 10 a.m. Presently, we have already assigned personnel to investigate the caller, the victim's neighbors, and the nearby surveillance footage. The on-site examination is also ongoing. Qin Chuan had only been at the scene for less than 30 minutes. All parties were still in the process of gathering information. Furthermore, having already utilized the evil eye technique earlier that morning at the criminal investigation team, he knew that if it were activated again, he would not be able to cope with the repercussions. Zhou Xueshi, having listened attentively, nodded in acknowledgement. Although Qin Chuan's arrangement was not particularly striking, it adhered to conventional standards. Just as Zhou Xueshi was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by his superior, Zhou Mingyi. After such a considerable period since the incident, is this all the information you have? Qin Chuan looked up at Zhou Mingyi, his expression one of surprise. If the previous interruption had been justified by the urgency of the case, this was clearly a direct attack on him. From the moment he received the notification to his arrival at the scene, scarcely an hour had elapsed. What significant information could possibly be gathered in such a brief time frame? Zhou Mingyi could not be unaware of this fact. Secretary Zhou, the specifics require further investigation. Enough. Do not attempt to explain. I am not interested. Zhou Mingyi offered Qin Chuan no opportunity for clarification. Qin Chuan, you're the newly appointed deputy chief of the criminal police team at the County Public Security Bureau, responsible for overseeing operations. Your duty is to safeguard the lives and property of our citizens and ensure social stability. Just moments ago, I was attending an investment promotion meeting with Secretary Gao when you managed to create such a significant debacle. The investors from Xing'an City are already aware of this incident, and they are greatly concerned about the security situation in Julin County. I will ask you only once, how long will it take to resolve this case? Zhou Mingyi's words, cloaked in the guise of concern for the investors' apprehensions regarding Julin County security, served to pressure Qin Chuan into expediting the investigation, an approach that could be deemed rather ostentatious. However, it is evident to any discerning observer that Zhou Mingyi is deliberately creating difficulties for Qin Chuan. On one hand, The latter has just assumed office for less than a day and is entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the criminal police team. Yet he is immediately confronted with a homicide case. The ability to respond swiftly and organize an orderly investigation is already commendable under such circumstances. On the other hand, it has been less than an hour since the report was filed, and the investors are already informed? Are they truly concerned about the investment environment? It seems preposterous. Chapter 34. A 3-day deadline? No, I will solve the case in a day. As Zhou Mingyi's words resonated, the surrounding dozen or so criminal police officers dare not breathe, enveloped in an oppressive silence. It was abundantly clear to all that the county's political and legal committee secretary, Zhou Mingyi, was thoroughly dissatisfied with Qin Chuan, the newly appointed deputy captain of the criminal police team. This was a deliberate attempt to undermine him. Zhou Xueshi naturally discerned this as well. Not only did he recognize it, but he also understood Zhou Mingyi's motives. Ultimately, this matter does not pertain to Qin Chuan. Zhou Mingyi's dissatisfaction does not stem from Qin Chuan himself, as he was merely a local police officer until today, with no prior interactions or conflicts with Zhou Mingyi. Instead, his discontent arises from his complete alignment with County Chief Chen Mingguang. However, what could Zhou Xueshi do in this situation? He was promoted by Chen Mingguang himself. If he were to withdraw his support from Chen Mingguang, would he then align with Zhou Mingyi? Therefore, at this moment, Zhou Xueshi had to step forward and bolster Qin Chuan's position. Secretary Zhou, the investigation has only just commenced. I believe it is prudent to first assess the progress of the inquiry before establishing a deadline for resolution. Although Zhou Xueshi did not fear Zhou Mingyi, he recognized the latter's status as the secretary of the political and legal committee. Thus, he chose his words with care and diplomacy. However, he did not anticipate that Zhou Mingyi's attitude would be exceedingly resolute. Director Zhou, the deadline for solving the case is not of my own making. Just as I was departing from the meeting, Secretary Gao explicitly instructed that within 3 days, the case must be resolved within 3 days. 3 days? As Zhou Mingyi's words echoed, the surrounding detectives gasped in disbelief. 3 days' time, and even a somewhat cunning thief might evade capture. The murderer not only committed homicide, but also severed the victim's head. Could this be the work of an amateur? As the secretary of the political and legal committee, Zhou Mingyi was undoubtedly familiar with the basic processes of criminal investigation. He understood that 3 days was indeed an unreasonable demand. Yet, he had just stated that this was Secretary Gao's directive. He was merely there to oversee and convey the message. If there were any objections, they should be addressed to Secretary Gao. Zhou Xueshi's complexion turned pale. He recognized that this was yet another attempt by Gao Qingshan's faction to undermine Chen Mingguang, capitalizing on the current homicide case. In truth, Zhou Mingyi, in his capacity as secretary of the political and legal committee, could have negotiated for more reasonable terms with Gao Qingshan regarding this unwarranted demand. However, it was evident that he had not done so. If Zhou Xueshi were to approach Gao Qingshan directly, it would not only prove futile, but would also lead to accusations of disregarding protocol and the greater picture. After all, Secretary Gao's request was ostensibly aimed at attracting investment to Julin County. Secretary Zhou, since this is Secretary Gao's order, our county's Public Security Bureau will certainly endure the challenges and resolutely comply. Zhou Xueshi understood that he could not adopt a confrontational approach at this juncture, as it would ultimately disadvantage the investigating officers. But, might I propose an alternative? Given that this is a homicide case, could you perhaps speak to Secretary Gao about extending the deadline by 2 days? We assure you that we will exert every effort to resolve the case. Zhou Mingyi cast a glance at Zhou Xueshi, contemplated for a moment, and ultimately feigned a reluctant nod. Learning, I find myself powerless. Secretary Gao has issued a stern directive. Alas, forget it as the secretary of the political and legal committee if I do not advocate for you. Who will? 2 days. I shall grant you an additional 2 days, and should Secretary Gao express his ire, I shall bear the burden. However, Zhou Mingyi shifted his gaze from Zhou Xueshi to Qin Chuan. In 5 days, Xing'an City will convene an investment promotion conference in our Julin County. If the case remains unsolved by then, a homicide unresolved, yet Zhou Xueshi remains unscathed, Nonetheless, someone must shoulder the blame. Although Zhou Mingyi's statement remained unfinished, its meaning was unmistakable to all present. Every pair of eyes turned toward Qin Chuan. Zhou Xueshi had already secured an extra 2 days. Now, it was up to Qin Chuan, the deputy captain overseeing the criminal investigation team, to declare his stance. Qin Chuan surveyed the multitude of expectant gazes upon him, acutely aware that he must speak. Yet, who among you has suggested that I, Qin Chuan, require 3 days to solve the case? Just moments ago, while reporting to Zhou Mingyi and Zhou Xueshi, he had merely detailed his plan arrangements. He had not divulged the clues he had uncovered at the crime scene. After all, the evidence at the scene was solely his own discovery, which must be integrated with investigations from the other 3 teams to ultimately formulate a comprehensive and valuable conclusion. Yet now, Zhou Mingyi, in front of so many, had left him no graceful exit, even compelling him to take a stand. Then I shall make my stance known. Secretary Zhou, with his police uniform impeccably pressed, stepped forward and gazed intently at Zhou Mingyi. If the criminal investigation team fails to solve the case within the stipulated time, I, Qin Chuan, will voluntarily resign. Zhou Mingyi's eyes lit up. This was precisely the declaration he had awaited. In truth, he was uncertain when the case would be resolved, but as time dwindled, the pressure intensified. Should Qin Chuan indeed fail to crack the case, he would have a legitimate rationale to reorganize the leadership of the criminal investigation team. Consequently, due to Qin Chuan's predicament, neither Zhou Xueshi nor Chun Mingguang would be able to intervene. This would afford Zhou Mingyi considerable influence over the selection of candidates. While Zhou Mingyi may not have harbored any particular ambitions, possessing control over the pivotal criminal investigation team was undeniably a source of satisfaction. Captain Qin, the county committee awaits your triumphant return, but remember, you have but 5 days. Only 5 days. With that, Zhou Mingyi prepared to turn and depart. Having achieved his objective, he saw no reason to linger. Wait. Zhou Mingyi halted his steps, turning back with a teasing glance at Qin Chuan. What, Captain Qin, are you having second thoughts? Qin Chuan shook his head. This was no child's play. His words were not to be taken lightly. Secretary Zhou, if the case remains unsolved by the deadline, I will resign voluntarily. But if the criminal investigation team solves the case ahead of time, Qin Chuan's gaze was piercing. What then? Oh. Zhou Mingyi regarded Qin Chuan with keen interest. Although it was he who had orchestrated Qin Chuan's assignment to the Chongning Town Police Station, he had not encountered him at that time. The decision was merely a directive from superiors, executed without much thought. Frankly speaking, Qin Chuan's performance over the past month has been nothing short of remarkable. Whether it was tearing apart a robbery and murder case or apprehending Sun Tao and Song Hui, his actions have been commendable. Zhou Mingyi holds a certain admiration for Qin Chuan. His vigor and decisiveness mark him as a suitable candidate for the police force. The audacity to challenge him openly brings a smirk of amusement to Zhou Mingyi's lips. So, what do you propose we do? At the very least, a collective third-class merit. Zhou Mingyi did not hesitate. Very well, I promise you that. While the county cannot unilaterally award such honors, the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau certainly can. If the murder case is resolved swiftly, there's a possibility he could advocate for it. As the secretary of the county political and legal committee, regardless of whether the police heed his guidance, he is nominally in charge of law enforcement. If the case remains unsolved, he has Qin Chuan to shoulder the blame, which does not concern him. Should the case be resolved, it would only serve to highlight his effective leadership. Thank you, Secretary Zhou. Qin Chuan expressed his sincere gratitude. Do not mention it, Comrade Qin Chuan. In 5 days, I will await your good news at the county committee. Wait. Qin Chuan called out to the departing Zhou Mingyi once more. Is there anything else? Zhou Mingyi inquired. Qin Chuan smiled, but what followed nearly left everyone in stunned disbelief. Secretary Zhou, who said I would solve the case in 3 or even 5 days. You will hear my good news on site today. I shall crack the case. Chapter 35. Just arrest her. She is the murderer. Madness. Including Zhou Xueshi, everyone believed that Qin Chuan had lost his mind. Zhou Xueshi had just managed to extend the county committee's 3-day deadline to 5 days with great difficulty. Yet, Qin Chuan audaciously claimed that he would solve the case today. It is worth noting that, even at this moment, the identity of the deceased had not been fully ascertained. Everyone had merely just arrived at the scene, and no valuable clues had yet emerged. What grounds did Qin Chuan have to assert that he could crack the case in a single day? Zhou Xuexi's face had darkened to the color of a soot-laden pot. He was beginning to regret promoting Qin Chuan to the position of deputy captain of the criminal police team. Although the latter's recent achievements were impressive, he was still too young, overly eager to showcase his abilities, and desperate to establish himself within the team. Zhou Xuexi understood his motivations. After all, he had once been young himself. Who among the youth is not impetuous? But what time was it now? Lives were at stake. Moreover, this case entangled not only the investigation, but also the influence of County Mayor Chun Mingguang over the county's Public Security Bureau. Should the case fail to be solved promptly, the criminal police team might fall under the control of Gao Qingshan, or at the very least, be led by someone from Zhou Mingyi's faction. In short, Zhou Xuexi had just managed to establish a firm grasp over the county's Public Security Bureau, and it was at risk of unraveling at any moment. It was utterly chaotic. The surrounding criminal police officers shared expressions of disbelief. No one even knew who the deceased was. Solve the case in a day? Was this a joke? Yet, at that moment, no one dared to speak. Qin Chuan was a newcomer. How could the members of the criminal police team advocate for him? Nevertheless, surprises were afoot. Secretary Zhou, just now, our team leader Qin may have been a tad overzealous. We shall solve the case within 5 days, without fail. Dong Jijun. Qin Chuan was fully aware of the consequences of his declaration. However, he was taken aback when someone actually spoke in his defense. Turning around, he discovered it was none other than Captain Dong Jijun of the 3rd Squad. Dong Jijun was not there to champion Qin Chuan, but rather as the case-handling captain. While Qin Chuan could afford to make bold claims without consequence, it was the officers under him who bore the responsibility of solving the case. Thus, Dong Jijun, out of necessity, uttered a few words. With the criminal investigation team behind him, matters became simpler for Zhou Xuexi. Xiao Qin, I understand your enthusiasm and your eagerness to solve the case, but one must not act in haste. It is imperative to proceed with caution. Although Qin Chuan had been directly promoted by Zhou Xuexi, the gravity of the homicide led him to consider a temporary reassignment, suggesting that Qiao Tianrun take the lead on the case. Yet before he could complete his thought, he was interrupted by Zhou Mingyi. Xuexi, I believe Captain Xiao Qin's fervor is commendable. Haha, henceforth, I shall take the lead. If the criminal investigation team manages to resolve the case in a day, I shall personally escort Secretary Gao to the Municipal Bureau to commend your team with a collective second-class merit award. However, Zhou Mingyi then approached Qin Chuan, firmly patting him on the shoulder. Qin Chuan, solving a case is not child's play. If you cannot resolve it within a day, then be prepared to relinquish your police uniform. Rest assured, Secretary Zhou, if we fail to solve the case within a day, I too shall find it shameful to remain here. With that, Qin Chuan stepped up to Zhou Xuexi, looking earnestly at him. Director Zhou, grant me 1 hour. With that, Qin Chuan promptly turned and returned to the crime scene. The recent criminal investigation conducted by Qin Chuan is yet to reach its conclusion. Although the perpetrator has long been identified in Qin Chuan's mind, there remain certain details that require clarification. Old Zhou, there's no need to wear such a grim expression. Let's simply sit and wait together. Zhou Mingyi had someone bring over chairs, positioning themselves right at the entrance. Isn't it said to take a day? Let us await the good news from Captain Qin. As time passed, Qin Chuan still had not emerged from the scene. Surrounding detectives began to murmur amongst themselves. Can our newly appointed Captain Qin truly manage this? What a joke. In my view, he is merely a decorative figure, having stumbled upon 2 wanted criminals by sheer luck. And now he fancies himself a deity? To claim he would solve the case in a day is utterly absurd. Indeed, how could leadership possibly endorse this? A fresh graduate from the police academy, having served merely a month in the force, is now appointed as vice captain of the criminal investigation unit and is expected to take charge. Those wanted criminals might well have been delivered to him on a silver platter. Surely, Captain Qin has some influential connections. Could one rise through the ranks so swiftly without such ties? Leaving that aside, consider the case. Day? At this rate, You may not solve it, even in a year. I share your sentiments. They haven't even confirmed the identity of the deceased, and the field investigations are far from complete. How can he assert a resolution within a day? It's simply impossible. Very well, if he fails to crack the case this time, it would be fortuitous. He could pack his bags and leave, allowing Captain Chow to take the lead, which is what the people truly desire. The whispers of those around him reached Zhou Xue's ears without omission. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyi's lips curled into a subtle smile. A mere 22-year-old youth. Does he truly believe that having accomplished a minor feat will allow him to ascend effortlessly? The depths of the bureaucratic realm are indeed profound. Qin Mingguang has misjudged the situation this time. Qin Chuan, present at the crime scene, remained oblivious to the machinations of those outside. Yet, even if he were aware, it would matter little to him. The crucial task at hand is to solve the case. If he succeeds, he shall be hailed as a detective extraordinaire, having led the criminal investigation team to achieve a collective second-class merit on his very first day. At that moment, he would solidify his position within the criminal investigation team based on this case. Failure to resolve the matter would mean a swift return to tilling the fields in Wangjiagu. At 2:28 p.m., Qin Chuan finally concluded his examination of the scene and emerged. Instantly, dozens of eyes were fixated upon him. Zhou Mingyi rose and casually inquired, "Captain Qin, where do we head next?" "To apprehend the suspect." "Huh? What do you mean by apprehend?" Captain Qin, Lu Zhigua, could no longer tolerate the situation. "Qin, it's not a matter of embarrassment for you as a newcomer, but please do not tarnish the reputation of the criminal investigation team. We are all professionals here." "Well, the identity of the deceased has yet to be confirmed. We just investigated and discovered that the deceased was not associated with this household." Qin Chuan nodded. "Indeed, the deceased does not belong to this family. His name is Zhang Jun, the owner of room 302. "What?" Lu Zhigua was taken aback. The individual who reported the incident was the female owner of room 301, and only moments ago, he had arranged for someone to take her statement. He had just learned that the deceased was the male owner from across the hall. However, Qin Chuan had not reviewed the statement, nor received any briefing. How could he possibly know? Qin Chuan discerned Lu Zhigua's confusion and elucidated. The female owner of room 301 is engaged in personnel work and is a colleague of the male owner of room 302, the deceased. Within the drawer of the living room in room 301, there exists a dossier containing mutual files, including photographs and essential information. However, the deceased's head is missing. How could one ascertain that the deceased emerged as the reporter's colleague? A detective, perplexed by Qin Chuan's line of reasoning, couldn't he refrain from inquiring. The deceased bore a circular, dark red birthmark on his left hand, which matched the photograph precisely. The surrounding detectives suddenly grasped the situation. The newly appointed Captain Qin Chuan exhibited keen observational skills. Yet, relying solely on this to solve a case within a day seemed rather ludicrous. Captain Sun, Qin Chuan disregarded the crowd's murmurs and directly summoned the leader of the second squad. "Sun Haomin, I just instructed you to interview the neighbors upstairs and downstairs. The female owner of 302 is among them, correct?" "Yes, I just came from across the hall." "Excellent. Immediately apprehend her. She is the murderer." Chapter 36. Capturing the murderer through a trail of footprints. Can you believe it? Qin Chuan's declaration left everyone momentarily stunned. What transpired? How could the female owner from across the hall be the murderer? The surrounding detectives were utterly bewildered. Based on the recent dialogue between Qin Chuan and Lu Zhigua, the deceased should be the male owner of room 302. Indeed, generally speaking, when one spouse is murdered, the other is the primary suspect considered by the police. However, even if the other party were the true culprit, an investigation would still be warranted. The crux of the matter lies in the perplexing decision of the wife to murder her husband not within the confines of their own home, but rather in the abode of their neighbor. Sun Haomin found himself at a crossroads in the face of Qin Chuan's directive, his expression betraying his discomfort. "Listen, Qin Chuan possesses no tangible evidence, yet boldly accuses the individual of being the perpetrator. To disregard his words would be unwise, as he currently holds the position of deputy captain in the criminal police brigade. What course of action should one take?" Fortunately, Sun Haomin was not the sole individual intrigued by Qin Chuan's assertion regarding the neighborly matron's guilt. Zhou Xuexi's inquiry alleviated Sun Haomin's awkwardness, prompting, "Why do you assert that the lady of the house across the street is the culprit? In our pursuit of justice, we must adhere to the principle of evidence rather than indulge in baseless speculation." Were it anyone else, Qin Chuan might have chosen not to elaborate. However, Zhou Xuexi was his direct superior. While Qin Chuan was unafraid to confront Zhou Mingyi, he would never dare to challenge Zhou Xuexi. Zhou Xuexi and Chun Mingguang represented Qin Chuan's most significant support during his tenure in Jilin County. In truth, when Qin Chuan had previously provoked Zhou Mingyi, it was not merely a matter of impulsive bravado. Despite his youth, Qin Chuan had accumulated wisdom from a past life, no longer the naive rookie he once was. His bold proclamation of resolving the case within a day, made before such an audience, stemmed from several considerations. Firstly, upon entering the crime scene, Qin Chuan had made a substantial discovery. The footprints at the scene, in the eyes of an ordinary detective, might yield only rudimentary information. However, for Qin Chuan, they held a different significance. He had acquired a skill through a system lottery that enabled him to analyze footprints. This particular skill allowed Qin Chuan to deduce crucial details about the owner of the prints, including height, weight, gender, and occupational characteristics. Armed with this pivotal lead, Qin Chuan felt a renewed sense of confidence. This is the foundation of his confidence in solving the case within a day. Secondly, the arrival of Zhou Mingyi is evidently driven by a specific intention. Since the other party is not being courteous, Qin Chuan need not extend any courtesy in return. After all, his promotion is unrelated to the other party. Capitalizing on the opponent's lack of knowledge about him, he aims to secure a collective second-class merit for the criminal investigation team, a prospect that no one in the team would disdain. This would greatly benefit his standing within the criminal investigation team and help him establish authority. Thirdly, his actions are designed to cultivate an image of a brilliant detective before Zhou Xuexi and all the members of the criminal investigation team. The more outrageous his current endeavors seem, the greater the disbelief they evoke. When the results manifest as he has promised, the ensuing contrast will be most striking. Through solving the case promptly, he intends to earn Zhou Xuexi's trust and the trust of his colleagues in the criminal investigation team. It is these three considerations that compel Qin Chuan to pledge a one-day resolution to the case. And now, the moment of revelation has arrived. Director Zhou, I have identified the mistress of room 302 as the murderer, and it is due to the evidence. Oh, pray tell, what evidence has led you to this conclusion? Zhou Mingyi steps forward, clearly intrigued by Qin Chuan's assertion. The footprints. Qin Chuan replies emphatically. The evidence that points to the mistress of the opposite room is the footprints left at the crime scene. As he explains, Qin Chuan approaches the doorway of room 301, gesturing towards the dozens of chalk circles, either overlapping or solitary, scattered within. Behold, everyone, the areas circled in chalk within the scene are all the victims, marked by the footprints left by the perpetrator. Present are members of the criminal police. Although not all are forensic investigators, such fundamental knowledge is well understood. Naturally, there is no disagreement with Qin Chuan's words. Even Zhou Mingyi nods in agreement. However, due to the angle of illumination, the details of the footprints remain somewhat obscured. Has the forensic photography been completed? Upon sensing all eyes upon him, Song Yang awkwardly lifted the camera in his hand. It's done? Goodness, being scrutinized by the director for the first time, will I get promoted? After receiving an affirmation, Qin Chuan turned to another forensic officer. Did you bring the magnesium powder? Chen Dajuan nodded stiffly. It's in the forensic kit. Bring it over. After receiving the magnesium powder, Qin Chuan took a handful and scattered it into the air. Just as the powder began to descend, he pulled out a match from his pocket. With a swift strike, a spark ignited and a dazzling light burst forth. The onlookers were momentarily blinded. When they reopened their eyes, they were astonished to find dark imprints appearing on the ground. The once invisible footprints now stood out starkly before them. A gasp of surprise echoed through the air. In the sweltering heat of July, one would expect unbearable warmth, yet the assembled crowd felt as though they had consumed ice. A chill creeping up their spines. What could this mean? Before the incident, the lady of room 301 must have mopped the floor. The residue from the footprints could absorb the thin magnesium powder after it had burned. The revelation struck them like a thunderbolt. How could they have been so oblivious? Song Yang and Chun Chuan exchanged glances, feeling as though their efforts in the field examination had been in vain. However, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, as he had acquired numerous techniques through the system's lottery for criminal investigation. Yet, these artificial enhancements could compromise the original state of the footprints. Therefore, prior to his actions, he confirmed with Song Yang whether the scene had been photographed. Once he was assured that evidence had been secured, Qin Chuan proceeded with the enhancement for the benefit of the onlookers. Behold, all the footprints present were left by 3 distinct types of footwear. The 2 prints at the entrance belonged to the mistress of room 301. Upon discovering the victim after entering, she refrained from entering further and exited to call the police. Within the confines of the room, the larger, indistinct prints were made by the victim's slippers, which could be verified against the slippers she had been wearing. The 3rd type of footprint belonged to the assailant, measuring 23 centimeters in length and size 36, with a high inner arch and a lower outer side. This pattern was characteristic of an adult female. The stride measured 43 centimeters, with an inward angle of 3 degrees. By analyzing the displacement of the footprint's center of gravity, it was calculated that the owner stood approximately 158 centimeters tall, weighed around 45 kilograms, and was likely aged between 34 and 36 years. Just moments ago, when I ascended the stairs, the mistress of room 302 happened to be at the door, and her height and weight corresponded perfectly with the conclusions drawn from the footprint analysis. Thus, I deduced that she is indeed the perpetrator. Chapter 37. Astonishing. A head in the refrigerator. Stride, step angle, step length, center of gravity, footprint identification analysis. These terms are familiar to many. It is known that some adept individuals can extract a wealth of information about suspect from mere footprints. But who are these experts? Are they not all esteemed professionals affiliated with provincial departments? Are they not seasoned veterans, their hair grayed by the countless cases they have endured? Yet what of Qin Chuan? His graduation was just about a month ago. Is the current police academy truly so extraordinary? He even claims to be inadequate. All eyes, including Zhou Xuexi's, shifted from Qin Chuan to Song Yang and Chun Chuan. The implication was unmistakable. You two are the on-site detectives, tasked specifically with administrative inspections. Speak up. Is Qin Chuan correct? However, the two stood there, resembling wooden puppets, blankly staring at Qin Chuan, seemingly lacking the capacity to respond. It appeared hope was misplaced. Captain Dong Howdy of the 3rd Squad was the first to regain his composure. Renowned for his ingenuity within the Criminal Investigation Unit, he remarked, "Qin, even if the information you derive from the footprints is accurate, there are countless individuals with similar height and weight. Why should we conclude it is the mistress of the house across the way? A commendable inquiry." Qin Chuan mentally applauded Dong Howdy. What is there to fear in showing off if there is no one to collaborate? Finally, a supporting character had engaged in the dialogue. You are correct. Footprint analysis can only narrow down the suspect's approximate range. Without comparative footprints from the individual in question, one cannot definitively identify a specific person. However, take a look at these 2 footprints. Qin Chuan pointed out those near the door, leading from outside to within. These are the footprints left by the assailant upon entering the room. The right foot is distinctly clear, while the left foot is obscured, with a noticeable weight shift to the right. As the crowd leaned in for a closer look, they confirmed the observation. But why is this the case? Dong Howd contributed significantly by raising an inquiry. It is because the assailant has a disability in the left leg. The revelation elicited a murmur among the crowd, and their gazes toward Qin Chuan began to shift. This is due to the fact that the female occupant of room 302 indeed has a disability. Could it be that Qin Chuan is speaking the truth? Captain Qin, your assertion holds merit. However, observe this series of footprints. It is evident that Dong Howd, having attained the position of team leader, is anything but incompetent. This series of footprints, with toes pointing outward, must belong to the assailant making their exit, correct? Qin Chuan nodded, acknowledging the validity of Dong Jijun's statement. The footprints of the assailant upon entering the room show toes pointing inward, while those upon leaving direct outward. The differentiation is quite clear. Dong Howd then posed another question. Why did the clarity of the two footprints appear almost identical? It is implausible for the assailant to have a disability upon entry and then be free of it upon departure. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. Dong's assertion is accurate. The assailant could not have entered with a disability and exited without one. Such reasoning lacks coherence. Could it be that Captain Qin has made an error? Let us not rush. Let us hear what Captain Qin has to say. As anticipated, Qin Chuan gestured for Dong Jijun to remain patient. Before addressing your query, I would like to pose a question to everyone. Does anyone know the weight of an adult human skull? The matter at hand. Although all present were criminal investigators, they found themselves quite perplexed by this issue. Zhou Xueshi furrowed his brow, unable to comprehend why Qin Chuan had posed this question. However, he had previously encountered a case involving a headless corpse and had studied the relevant documentation. The average weight of an adult human skull typically ranges from 4.5 to 5 kilograms. To Zhou's surprise, it was he who provided the answer. He had expected that forensic expert Chen Guangzhu would be the one to know. Yet, Chen remained silent, which further underscored that during the examination of Dong Jijun's body, it was not a deliberate attempt to mislead, but rather a reflection of his genuine inadequacy. Zhou was indeed correct. The weight of an adult skull falls within this range. Naturally, individuals of considerable obesity may exceed the maximum weight of 5 kilograms. Nevertheless, regardless of one's physique, the weight of an individual's skull is approximately 7 of their total body weight. The deceased, Zhang Jun, stood at 170 centimeters tall, of a robust build, and his estimated weight was around 70 kilograms. Hence, the weight of his skull should be approximately 3 kilograms. Now, let us delve into why the clarity of the footprints left by the assailant was relatively uniform despite the difference between the left and right foot. This can be attributed to the fact that the perpetrator was carrying the victim's head in their left hand upon departure. The weight of 5 kilograms effectively obscured the discrepancies in the footprints caused by the assailant's disability. Is this truly the case? The assembly was struck by a moment of enlightenment. However, just then, a voice resonated through the air. It was Zhou Mingyi. Zhou Mingyi was not intentionally seeking trouble. He genuinely sensed something amiss. Generally speaking, when individuals lift objects, particularly heavy ones, they tend to favor their right hand. Thus, why did the perpetrator insist on using their left hand to lift the head? Indeed, what an astute inquiry from a leader, who decreed that a murderer must exclusively wield their left hand. The right hand would be the logical choice. Everyone turned their gaze towards Qin Chuan, eager to see how he would elucidate this matter. Qin Chuan cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Mingyi. He had anticipated that no one would serve as his foil this time. Just as he was contemplating how to articulate the most pretentious aspect, Zhou Mingyi unexpectedly offered him assistance. Zhou's secretary was indeed correct. Qin Chuan raised his right hand. A typical individual, when handling heavy objects, would predominantly utilize their right hand. However, he then lifted his left hand. What if the individual in question were left-handed? Left-handed, you say? Without waiting for any further inquiries, Qin Chuan stepped into the room and positioned himself beside the victim's neck. There were evident serrated marks on the victim's neck, indicating that the assailant had employed a tool akin to a hacksaw to sever the head. Qin Chuan turned to the forensic expert, Chen Guangzhu. Forensic Dr. Chen, am I mistaken? Although Chen Guangzhu's skills were somewhat lacking, he possessed enough discernment to confirm that a saw had indeed been utilized to decapitate the victim. As everyone was aware, the teeth of a saw are oriented in a single direction. They examined the direction of the serrations on the victim's neck wound. Qin Chuan stood up, mimicking the action of holding a saw. Taking into account the positioning of the victim's body, it was evident that the assailant must have wielded the saw with their left hand, which resulted in the alignment of the serrated injury. Qin Chuan once again turned to Chen Guangzhu, saying, Forensic expert Chen, am I correct? Indeed, Captain Qin, you are right. Chen Guangzhu nodded vigorously. Rising from his seat, Qin Chuan departed from the corpse, glancing towards Zhou Mingyi at the doorway. Thus, based on the markings on the victim's neck, I deduced that the assailant is left-handed. Consequently, when a murderer departed with the head, it must have been in their left hand, bearing the weight. Qin Chuan's analysis was not merely reasonable. It was compellingly substantiated. As he elucidated, he reached the entrance of room 302. If I am not mistaken, The victim's head is likely frozen in the bottom compartment of their refrigerator. With a click, he opened the door, revealing the extremely pale figure of the mistress of room 302, collapsed on the floor. Clearly, she had overheard all of Qin Chuan's deductions through the door. Donning gloves, Qin Chuan headed straight for the kitchen and the refrigerator, followed closely by Zhou Xueshi and Zhou Mingyi. With a swift motion, he opened a freezer compartment. Pulling open the bottom shelf, there lay a head with wide-open eyes, quietly resting within. The milky white pupils stared back at the three of them. Chapter 38, Captain Qin. I am in awe. From now on, I shall follow you. Zhou Xueshi and Zhou Mingyi exhibited no discomfort at the sight of the severed head, only astonishment at Qin Chuan's remarkable investigative prowess. Both Zhou and Zhou were in their 40s, having ascended to their positions within the public security and judicial system, wielding significant authority. Their journey had been illuminated by accolades and achievements. In the year of his promotion, Zhou Xueshi ascended to the position of the youngest county police chief in Xing'an City. Conversely, Zhou Mingyi was elevated to vice county mayor, also earning the distinction of being the youngest deputy-level official in the entire city. Setting aside their backgrounds, when it comes to professional capabilities, both individuals are undeniably exceptional. Yet, in comparison to Qin Chuan, my goodness. Shortly thereafter, three team leaders entered the room. Lu Zhigua, with an indignant shout, exclaimed, "Captain Qin, you are truly remarkable." Among the three leaders, Lu Zhigua was the youngest and most spirited. He exhibited great enthusiasm for the case at hand. Although Sun Haomin and Dong Hao did not voice their thoughts, their astonishment was evident on their faces. Subsequently, the investigation progressed smoothly. The suspects were apprehended, and a meticulous search of the premises ensued. In the kitchen, an unprocessed hacksaw was discovered, alongside a blood-stained dagger. Inside the washing machine lay the bloody garments worn by the assailant during the crime. Although laundered, the bloodstains remained conspicuous. The suspects were taken into custody. Downstairs, Zhou Xueshi stood tall and resolute. "Qin Chuan, splendid work. I shall report to County Mayor Chun and Secretary Gao immediately." Secretary Gao has set a 3-day deadline for solving the case. Yet you completed it in less than a day. Zhou Xueshi was genuinely elated, not solely due to the smooth resolution of the case, but also because of his astute judgment in personnel selection. "Secretary Zhou, let us proceed. The collective second-class merit of the criminal police team relies on you." Zhou Mingyi replied. "Collective second-class merit. Is it as simple as just claiming it?" However, at this moment, it is utterly impossible for him to retract his earlier statements in front of dozens of criminal investigators. What is the purpose of holding an official position if it is merely a fade? Nonetheless, the situation is not entirely devoid of possibilities. When Zhou Mingyi arrived, the county was indeed conducting a symposium on attracting investment. 5 days later, it is true that Xing'an City will convene an investment conference in Julin County. If this case remains unresolved, it may not significantly impact the conference. However, if it is solved, that would be even better. The investment conference serves as leverage against Qin Chuan and others, as well as a bargaining chip for his application for a collective second-class merit from the Municipal Bureau. In matters of this nature, there is no absolute right or wrong. The pivotal aspect lies in one's narrative. Although Zhou Xueshi and Zhou Mingyi have left, Qin Chuan cannot depart. While the suspect has been apprehended, the scene requires processing. The body must be transported, and the evidence chain needs to be perfected. The dozens of members of the criminal police team remained occupied until midnight to complete their tasks. "Captain Qin, there is something that has perplexed me. Among the 3 squad leaders, Lu Zhigua has completely submitted to Qin Chuan. For the leaders of the criminal police team, establishing a firm foothold is straightforward. Solve the case. As long as you can lead everyone to crack the case, you will earn their respect." You see, despite feeling somewhat fatigued, Qin Chuan is in good spirits. His first day in office has been quite meaningful. In fact, he had heard of this case in his previous life. At that time, the case was indeed solved. But that was a year later. After all, who could have anticipated that a wife would murder her husband in another's home, with the head preserved in her own refrigerator? It is said that the incident occurred because the homeowner of room 302 was moving and a moving worker accidentally dropped the refrigerator. The head had fallen out, which ultimately led to the resolution of the case. Captain Qin, I have comprehended that you deduced the female owner of room 302 to be the perpetrator based on the footprints. However, I am curious. How did you ascertain that she placed the head on the bottom shelf of the refrigerator? This question lingered in the minds of Sun Haomin and Dong Haod, yet neither had the courage to voice it. Now that Lu Jigua has brought it up, both of them perked up their ears. It is quite straightforward. Most modern refrigerators are designed with two compartments, the upper section for refrigeration and the lower for freezing. The victim was rather corpulent, with a notably large head. Within the freezing compartment, other shelves were simply not conducive for such an item. Only the bottom shelf remained viable, as the compressor at the back necessitated a greater height. Thus, the murderer would naturally opt to place the head in that lowest compartment. That evening, Deputy Captain Chao Tianrun hosted a gathering. On one hand, it was to welcome Qin Chuan, and on the other, to celebrate Qin Chuan's remarkable achievement of cracking a significant case shortly after his appointment. Captain Qin, I raise a toast to you. Chao Tianrun proactively offered a drink to Qin Chuan. Chao Tianrun had refrained from attending the crime scene for two reasons. Firstly, he harbored resentment towards Qin Chuan for being parachuted into the criminal investigation team, usurping his position. His absence from the scene was intended to complicate matters for Qin Chuan, who was still unfamiliar with the personnel and dynamics, hindering effective command. In the investigation of a homicide, any disruption in command would impede the flow of information, which is crucial for sound decision-making. Secondly, Chao Tianrun wished to avoid entanglement in the murky waters of this complex case, as homicides are notoriously challenging to resolve. Chao Tianrun's choice to remain at home was a prudent measure for self-preservation. In such circumstances, should Qin Chuan fail to solve the case, it would inevitably fall upon Zhou Xueshi to assign him the task of resolution. If success were to grace his efforts, it would be attributed to his own prowess. Conversely, failure would be blamed on Qin Chuan's delay in seizing the opportune moment for resolution. Either outcome would serve to bolster his position. Yet, he could scarcely have anticipated that Qin Chuan would unravel the mystery in a mere hour, not a day, as one might expect. Moreover, he cleverly engaged in a wager, compelling Zhou Mingyi to pursue a collective second-class merit award. This commendation was unprecedented since the establishment of the Jilin County Criminal Police Team. Setting aside the honor, the monetary reward of 20,000 yuan was a tangible benefit, akin to Qin Chuan distributing bonuses upon his arrival. Captain Qin, today's case was resolved most splendidly. I, Lao Chao, have always been straightforward. With Song Hui's arrest, it was only natural that I would consider stepping into his role. However, I had not anticipated that someone from above would parachute in your presence. My absence from the scene today may have hindered your progress. Nevertheless, Captain Qin, rest assured, I have dedicated my life to criminal investigation and hold immense respect for those with genuine talent. Your ability to solve a homicide in just an hour commands my admiration. From now on, in the criminal police team, your word shall be law, and I shall follow your lead. This cup of liquor serves as my apology. I shall drink it. With a swift gulp, Chao Tianrun downed the 2 liang of clear liquor. Observing this, Qin Chuan discerned that regardless of the veracity of Chao's words, his commitment to drinking was sincere. Captain Chao, your candor is refreshing. After sharing this drink, we shall be brothers in arms. I shall partake as well. In a single gulp, he downed 2 liang of white liquor, leaving the 3 bystanders, including Lu Jigua, utterly astonished. Chapter 39. Who the hell do you think you are, demanding face from me? The officers of the Criminal Investigation Division were reveling in a joyous celebration, commemorating Qin Chuan's recent appointment and the resolution of a murder case. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingyi and Gao Qingshan hastily made their way to Xing'an City, accompanied by County Chief Chen Mingguang. This marked the first occasion for the 3 of them to unite their efforts for a common goal. The collective second-class merit award promised to Qin Chuan could not simply be dismissed. Zhou Mingyi's solitary endeavor would surely lead to failure, as the approval for such an award necessitated a request from the Municipal Bureau to the Provincial Department before any authorization could be granted. This entailed a matter of entitlement regarding merit rewards. The municipal bureau possessed the authority to approve second-class merits for collectives and individuals, excluding only its own leadership team and members. However, for first-class merits, only the provincial department could grant approval, with Zhou Mingyi, Gao Qingshan, and Chen Mingguang collaborating. The addition of 2 more individuals significantly enhanced their chances of success. Naturally, Gao Qingshan was reluctant. However, he had no alternative unless he wished to irrevocably forfeit Zhou Mingyi's vote within the county committee. This would represent an immense and irretrievable loss for him. With only a handful of votes available, losing one meant that Chen Mingguang could potentially gain another. When calculated, this resulted in a 2-vote disparity. Chen Mingguang was, understandably, pleased. Qin Chuan was his protege. Remarkably, on his very first day in office, he had solved a murder case in merely an hour, demonstrating his keen eye for talent. Zhou Mingyi, on the other hand, remained indifferent. He was committed to fulfilling his promise. The atmosphere of Qin Chuan's gathering reached its zenith, with Zhao Qianruan's tongue growing thick from drink. At this moment, as he embraced Qin Chuan's neck, there was an unmistakable intimacy. "Captain Qin, allow me to share something with you." With a hiccup, Zhao Tianrun leaned closer to Qin Chuan's ear, clearly wishing to keep his words from the ears of the other 3. "You are heading to the Chongning Town police station for work. Do you know who arranged that?" Qin Chuan was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Tianrun would bring up this matter. "Captain Zhao, you are aware?" Hee. What a coincidence. My wife works in the political work supervision office at the county bureau, overseeing personnel matters. She informed me 2 days ago about your promotion to the criminal police team and mentioned your situation in Chongning Town. At this point, Zhao Tianrun paused, and Qin Chuan's eyes lit up. In his previous life, he had never discovered why, based on his performance in Police Academy, he was assigned to the Chongning Town police station. "Captain Zhao, I truly had no idea. Consider me indebted to you." Though Zhao Tianruan's speech suggested he had indulged in drink, he instantly perked up upon hearing this. "Ha! Captain Qin, we are comrades in the same trench. What is this talk of debts? Your assignment was arranged by Director Lin." "Director Lin? Lin who?" Qin Chuan felt somewhat bewildered. This Lin who was not a malevolent character. Qin Chuan had scrutinized him with the eye of sin and found no trace of malevolence. Why would he assign him to Chongning Town? Had he offended him in some way? That seemed implausible. Their first encounter had been during the apprehension of a fugitive at the Chongning Town police station, standing off against Zhao Juanhao. Qin Chuan had had no opportunity to offend him. Noticing Qin Chuan's confusion, Zhao Tianrun raised his glass. "Come, Captain Qin, let us drink another toast. I have heard that Captain Qin excels in his studies at the police academy. Director Lin is beyond reach. Undoubtedly, someone has intervened on his behalf. If you take the time to converse with him, you'll understand." Zhao Tianrun comprehended Qin Chuan's words. Lin who is not the origin. He is merely granting a favor. "Captain Zhao, thank you, let's raise a glass." With that, Qin Chuan downed his drink in one gulp. "Lin who, there is no rush. Let's take our time. In this lifetime, Qin Chuan has ample time. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary police officer. A simple word from the deputy director of a county bureau could alter the course of his life. But this time, by the time they departed, it was already 9:30. Outside, the world was ablaze with lights, and the nightlife was just beginning. "Gulme, allow me to treat you today. Let us go sing and welcome Captain Qin." With a grand gesture, Zhao Tianrun led the group toward the nearby Jixiang KTV. "Captain Qin, you may be unaware, but our Julin County boasts 3 major entertainment venues." Lu Jigua, who had indulged in drink, now excitedly introduced Qin Chuan. "Hongguan, Jixiang, and Lan Guifang." Naturally, Qin Chuan was familiar with these 3 places. He had heard their illustrious names in his past life. However, he had never set foot in them. Now, Hongguan had been dismantled by him, leaving only Jixiang KTV and Lan Guifang. Let's not speak of Hongguan. Aside from the previous incident, it remains closed. Let's discuss Jixiang KTV. The 5 of them strolled and chatted, soon arriving at the entrance of Jixiang KTV. "What are you doing?" A sharp cry echoed, a somewhat familiar voice that captured Qin Chuan's attention. "How dare you hit someone? Leave at once, or I will call the police." "Call the police? Go ahead and make the call." I am eager to see which officer in Julin County dares to meddle in my affairs." As he spoke, Song Yaozong reached out his large hand, attempting to touch the girl's face. Having just emerged from the heated atmosphere of Jixiang KTV, where the proprietress had ignited a fervor within him, he was immediately captivated by the sight of two stunning beauties. Having roamed Julin County for years, he had yet to encounter such exquisite women. Under the influence of alcohol, his restraint crumbled, and he promptly sought to invite them for a drink. "Zonge, Zonge, I am Liang Tao. My father is the director of the construction bureau. Surely you remember, we dined together just a few days ago. Could you possibly extend me a favor?" Liang Tao had not anticipated that. In his attempt to escort a few esteemed guests from the city to the largest KTV in Julin County, he would cross paths with Song Yaozong, the notorious overlord of the area. Who would dare offend him? Yet, he found himself in a predicament, as these guests were under his care, and he could only muster the courage to confront the situation, hoping that Song would show some leniency, considering his father's position. However, no one expected that Song Yaozong would deliver a resounding slap across Liang Tao's face. "Your father doesn't even dare to speak of face in my presence. So who do you think you are to ask for face? Damn, even if the king himself were to arrive today, I have already set my sights on these two beauties. This is a declaration from me, Song Yaozong." With a cold snort, Song Yaozong raised his leg and delivered a kick to Liang Tao's groin, causing the latter to collapse to the ground, howling in agony. With Liang Tao no longer obstructing him, Song Yaozong leered as he approached the two girls, casting a dismissive glance at the two young men beside them, who were dressed impeccably and exuded an air of wealth. Yet what did wealth matter? In Julin County, Song Yaozong was akin to a deity. With a wave of his hand, his underlings surged forward, forcibly separating the two men. A lecherous hand reached out towards one of the girls' faces. "Stop!" However, just as Song Yaozong's filthy paw was about to make contact, a thunderous voice erupted from the side. "What the hell?" Song Yaozong's fury ignited. How dare anyone repeatedly challenge his authority? Did the law even exist in Julin County anymore? Chapter 40. The formidable Captain Qin Song Yaozong was seething with rage. Who the hell shouted that? Step forward if you have the guts. The onlookers, fearful of being collateral damage, instinctively retreated, revealing the tall and handsome Qin Chuan. Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia's eyes sparkled with surprise upon seeing him. Qin Chuan. They had not anticipated that he would be the one to arrive. However, something felt off. Wasn't Qin Chuan assigned to a remote town as a police officer? How could he possibly be in Julin County? Meanwhile, the two men, who had been subdued by Song Yaozong's lackeys, were already battered and bruised. In truth, they were not only affluent, but also held significant status. Yet, the strong dragon does not suppress the local snake. Now, they were unable even to make a single phone call for help, forced to witness the humiliation of the two girls. The sight of Qin Chuan brought a flicker of hope to their eyes, only to be extinguished shortly thereafter. The background of Qin Chuan has long been investigated by the two individuals. He was raised in a single-parent family and performed commendably in his studies. Unfortunately, he crossed someone, and after graduating from the police academy, he was assigned to a remote township police station in a desolate area. Even the son of the esteemed construction bureau director could not wield any influence here. What use was a mere junior officer like him? Qin Chuan was genuinely taken aback to encounter Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia in this place. Hadn't they mentioned that they would arrive a few days later for a class reunion? They were supposed to head to Shingen City, so what brought them to Julin County? However, it was evidently not the time for reminiscing. Qin Chuan merely nodded at the two women before making his way towards Song Yaozong. Song Yaozong was not one to indulge Qin Chuan. He raised his hand as if to strike him, akin to delivering a slap to Liang Tao. Just then, someone reached Song Yaozong faster than Qin Chuan could react. "Brother Zong, this is our new captain from the criminal police team, Qin Chuan." The one who rushed over was Chao Tianrun. At that moment, Chao Tianrun wished he could give himself a resounding slap. Drinking was one thing, but singing ridiculous songs was another. Now he found himself face to face with the notorious Song Yaozong in Julin County, who was unaware of Song Yaozong's infamous reputation. Leveraging connections from above, he ran rampant in Julin County, even commanding respect from figures like Gao Qing Shan and Chen Mingguang. In truth, Had Qin Chuan truly clashed with Song Yaozong, it might have been a fortuitous turn of events for Chao Tianrun, as Qin Chuan could potentially be eliminated in the process. This would allow the criminal police team to return to his control. However, it was he who had suggested Qin Chuan come to sing. Should a real conflict arise, he could not absolve himself of responsibility. More importantly, Qin Chuan's swift resolution of the Headless Corpse case had indeed earned him Chao Tianrun's respect. During the introduction, he deliberately emphasized the captain's title, omitting the subordinate term. Although Song Yaozong had indulged in some alcohol, Chao Tianrun still recognized him. As for Qin Chuan, while he had never encountered him in person, he had heard tales of the latter's exploits. In the span of merely a month, he had ascended from a humble rural police officer to the vice captain overseeing the criminal investigation team. He had apprehended Sun Tao and Song Hui, dismantled Do Sihai's powerful network, and shut down the Red Pavilion. Indeed, he was a figure of significance. However, no matter how formidable he might be, Do Sihai remained untroubled. To Song Yaozong, Do Sihai was merely a trivial matter. Song Yaozong stepped closer to Chao Tianrun, saying, "Given your appearance, I shall refrain from holding this against you. But this matter does not concern you." With that, he took 8 strides, swaying slightly, until he stood before Qin Chuan, his gaze condescending. "You little brat. So you're Qin Chuan? Today, I shall spare you a slap. Come, bow to me and apologize. Quickly leave, and we shall consider this incident resolved." Song Yaozong thought to himself that the youth was still young and might be promoted in the future. A little courtesy would not go amiss. Qin Chuan scoffed. "Apologize?" He strode forward and, to the astonishment of all present, swung his hand and struck Song Yaozong across the face. Following that, he delivered a kick to his chest, toppling the notorious bully of Julin County, a man whom no one dared to provoke. "Song Ye, how dare you strike Zongge?" After the shock, a dozen or so of Song Yaozong's underlings surged forward. 2 individuals rushed to support Song Yaozong, while the remaining 11 surged towards Qin Chuan in a frenzied wave. Some even brandished machetes and wooden clubs. Song Yaozong, who had been knocked to the ground, covered his face and screamed hysterically, "Go! Beat him! Kill him! I will take the blame if anything happens." With Song Yaozong's backing, the 11 subordinates charged forward, their eyes gleaming with madness. Crack! The sharp sound of a bone fracturing pierced through the air, akin to a dagger driving into everyone's eardrums. A young man with disheveled hair was the first to charge. His arm bent at an impossible angle, the pale fragments of bone protruding through the skin, laid bare for all to witness. Bang! After dispatching one opponent, Qin Chuan delivered a powerful kick. A bald youth wielding a machete was sent flying 5 meters before crashing into a lamppost with a jarring thud that made one cringe. Immediately, Qin Chuan ducked to evade a wooden club aimed from behind and collided with another assailant, a crew-cut man. With a swift, powerful right fist, he struck the man's chin, sending several bloodied teeth flying from his mouth as he reeled backward. 3 adversaries fell in mere moments. Then, a long-haired youth approached from Qin Chuan's side, raising a brick to strike. If the blow landed, it could split Qin Chuan's skull. "Qin Chuan, watch out! Be careful!" Lin Yuding and Shun Chusha cried out in alarm. However, every movement of the enemy was already under Qin Chuan's watchful gaze. In an instant, he stepped back and seized the wooden stick from the bald youth, swinging it forcefully against the forehead of the long-haired assailant. In an instant, the opponent wailed on the ground, blood streaming from his forehead. Bang! With a swift motion, Qin Chuan delivered a kick to the man's groin. The 7 henchmen rushing forward were momentarily struck with horror, halting in their tracks. Was this truly a human being? 1 against 11, and he had incapacitated 4 with a single encounter. Had merely 5 seconds elapsed? The surrounding individuals had yet to comprehend the situation, while 4 thugs lay sprawled at Qin Chuan's feet. Such a spectacle would scarcely be believed even in a film. Only Lin Yuding and Shun Chusha gazed at Qin Chuan with delight, exclaiming how impressive he was. How had he become so formidable? Was this truly their shy high school classmate? The 2 young men, who had just been pinned down by Song Yaozong's subordinates, exchanged astonished glances. This level of skill, surely it rivaled that of a seasoned bodyguard. Where had this young man emerged from? Hadn't they heard he was merely a lowly police officer? A glance exchanged between them revealed a tinge of jealousy. Though they had been rescued, an unsettling discontent lingered within them, particularly as they observed the expressions of Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia, which only intensified their feelings. After incapacitating 4 individuals, Qin Chuan surveyed the scene, and the remaining 7 thugs instinctively retreated several steps in fear. Trash. Qin Chuan's assessment was not born of disdain for these men. After all, at the Xinhai coal mine, he had confronted a dozen wanted criminals without fear. Why would he be intimidated by a few thugs? Casting aside the wooden stick in his hand, he strode confidently towards Song Yaozong, who instinctively took a step back as he rose, aided by his subordinates. Feeling that the situation did not align with his status, he turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan and took a couple steps forward. Chao Tianrun, who had just intended to mediate, was also taken aback by Qin Chuan's prowess. However, at that moment, he understood that the situation could not be left to escalate. Otherwise, no one would be able to manage the aftermath. Chapter 41. Halt. Did I permit your departure? Team Leader Qin. Team Leader Qin. Chao Tianrun hurriedly approached, eager to intercept Qin Chuan. This is all a misunderstanding. Brother Zong has had too much to drink. Let us consider this matter settled. Turning to Song Yaozong, he added, there are many eyes here today. Team Leader Qin has indulged in a bit of wine. For my sake, let's put this issue to rest. With a sharp motion, Song Yaozong spat out the bloodied saliva in his mouth and swatted away Chao Tianrun's outstretched hand. Damn it, you, a mere deputy captain of the criminal police brigade, have no standing here. Yet, he was acutely aware of the wisdom in avoiding immediate conflict. Presently, his men were unarmed, and he could not hope to match Qin Chuan in hand-to-hand combat. He would have to bide his time. No, this evening, after this encounter, there would be repercussions. However, with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to lose face. Qin, let it be known that our paths shall remain intertwined, and this matter is far from concluded. Deputy Captain Chao, I shall grant you this favor. Perhaps we will meet again. Although Chao Tianrun's influence was negligible, it served as a convenient exit strategy. After speaking, Song Yaozong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spat again. With a grand gesture, he commanded, let us depart. As Chao Tianrun watched Song Yaozong walk away, the tension that had lodged in his throat finally subsided. Whether it is Qin Chuan or Song Yaozong, he is not someone to be trifled with. A conflict has arisen between the two, and this enmity has been established. However, as long as no incidents occur tonight, all will be well. Captain Qin certainly lacks the inclination to sing, and Chao Tianrun intends to escort Qin Chuan back to his dormitory. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Qin Chuan's words nearly drained the color from his face. Halt! Qin Chuan bypassed Chao Tianrun, his icy gaze directed at Song Yaozong. Do you still think the green mountains remain unchanged and the waters flow eternally? Do you believe yourself to be a gangster? To openly harass women on the street, commanding your subordinates to defy the law and assault the police. Do you think I will let you go? With those words, the onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, a rush of exhilaration surging from their heels to the crown of their heads. Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia's eyes sparkled with astonishment, realizing for the first time that cursing could be so stylish. The guardian of the 2 women, standing beside them once more, felt his expression shift. Such ostentatious remarks had previously been their sole domain. How had everything changed in this small place, Zhulin County? Furthermore, it was unexpectedly unsatisfying to witness others show off. Chao Tianrun slapped his forehead, feeling his mind swell and his ears buzz. Oh, my ancestors, my Captain Qin, are you truly unaware of who Song Yaozong is? He has already departed. We could have simply retreated gracefully. If he becomes enraged, with a mere phone call, we would be unable to withstand the consequences. Song Yaozong, who had not taken 2 steps, turned around in astonishment upon hearing Qin Chuan's words. Seemingly incredulous or perhaps unable to believe that Qin Chuan would prevent him from leaving, he asked, what did you just say? I said, I will not allow you to leave. Amidst a tumultuous surge of emotions, Song Yaozong erupted into a bitter laughter, his eyes radiating a palpable aura of menace. Eliminate him. If I do not bring about his demise, I shall cease to bear the surname Song. In that moment, Song Yaozong unequivocally sentenced Qin Chuan to death. Do you comprehend the gravity of your words, Qin? I am acutely aware of your intentions, Song Yaozong. I hereby declare your arrest on the grounds of provoking trouble. Provoking trouble? Ha! Splendid, splendid indeed, Qin Chuan. Recognizing that brute force would not suffice against Qin Chuan, Song Yaozong resorted to alternative measures. He retrieved his mobile device and dialed a number. You think you are formidable? Prove your mettle by taking down your superior as well. Hello, Director Lin, it is Song Yaozong speaking. Is it true that a certain Captain Qin Chuan has recently joined your county's criminal police team? Quite the audacious fellow. He dares to attempt my arrest outside the auspicious KTV. Director Lin, will you intervene in this matter? Very well, please relay this to him. Song Yaozong sneered. That individual. Captain Chow, do come over here. As Captain Chow Tianrun approached, Song Yaozong carelessly tossed the phone into his hands. Hand this phone to him. Director Lin wishes to converse with him. With that, Song Yaozong raised his chin defiantly, casting a scornful glance at Qin Chuan. Aren't you the tough one? This time, I want to even grant you the courtesy of facing him directly. Flustered, Captain Chow hastily caught the phone and offered it to Qin Chuan, who, however, chose not to answer. Instead, he covered the microphone and stepped forward, startling Song Yaozong. What are you doing? Qin Chuan replied with a cold smile. Rest assured, I shall not lay a hand on you. Upon hearing this, Song Yaozong finally regained his composure, only to be abruptly pulled by Qin Chuan by the collar. Come here. I have a little secret to share with you. Then, in a hushed tone, he continued, Song Yaozong. If your second uncle were to discover that the child born by his mistress is actually yours, how do you think he would react to you? The words of Qin Chuan pierced through Song Yaozong like a sharp dagger, causing his entire body to tense up. With his mouth agape, he found himself unable to utter a single word, his eyes wide with terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. How could this be? This matter was the deepest secret harbored within Song Yaozong's heart. Aside from him and that woman, no one else knew. How did Qin Chuan come to know of it? Seeing the expression on the other's face, Qin Chuan felt reassured. He released his grip on Song Yaozong's collar, meticulously smoothing out the creases, before placing the phone back into his hands. As Song Yaozong numbly accepted the phone, he suddenly remembered that Lin, who was still waiting on the other end. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the shock within him. No matter how the other party had learned of this, it was imperative that this matter remain confidential. Otherwise, the consequences he would face would be far more excruciating than death. He was all too aware of his second uncle's methods. At that point, wishing for death would be a luxury. Song Yaozong was indeed correct. In his previous life, when the truth was revealed, he had met a truly miserable end. Not only he, but that woman and their child also suffered a tragic fate. The green hat of Song Chongfeng, the wealthiest man in Xing'an, a representative of the people, a renowned entrepreneur in the province, and the president of the Xing'an Chamber of Commerce, was not easily worn. Director Lin, I sincerely apologize for the misunderstanding that occurred with my friends from Team Qin after I had a few drinks. It has been resolved, and I regret disturbing your rest. I shall treat you to dinner another day. Meanwhile, Lin Hu, engaged in a repetitive motion, hung up the phone. As he prepared to continue his endeavors, he suddenly realized his weapon had become ineffective. After a prolonged struggle without any progress, Lin Hu slammed his fist against the headboard, exclaiming, Song Yaozong, damn it, darling. If this continues, perhaps you should take some medication. Lin Hu replied, reluctantly, as he was compelled to take the medicine outside the auspicious KTV. Song Yaozong tucked away his phone, adjusted his attire, and tidied his disheveled hair. He first approached Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia. Ladies, I deeply apologize for my earlier behavior after indulging in alcohol. I beg your forgiveness for my rudeness. Having said that, Song Yaozong turned to his subordinates, commanding, everyone gather here and apologize. The group of subordinates was utterly bewildered. What just happened? Wasn't he just rallying the troops? Why did he suddenly back down after one phone call? Chapter 42. The fury of Deputy Director Lin, who yet they dared not disobey their leader's command. Even those who had just been knocked down by Lu Chuan, unable to move, were assisted by others and approached the two ladies, bowing in unison at a 90-degree angle. We are sorry. After this, Song Yaozong walked over to Qin Chuan. Team Qin, does this suffice? Does it suffice? Under the eye of evil, Song Yaozong, with a crime value of 207, is suspected of premeditated murder, unlawful confinement, kidnapping and extortion, trafficking in women, and multiple counts of rape, drug manufacturing, and trafficking. His character is utterly corrupt, his morals in decline. He has seduced his uncle's young wife, with whom he has a child, wreaking havoc in Jilin County for over a decade, a true paragon of villainy. In dealing with such a person, Qin Chuan felt no remorse for his actions. Believing them to be justified, he produced a pair of handcuffs from his belongings. Cuff yourself and come with me to the criminal police unit. Song Yaozong realized that at this moment, he was merely prey in the investigation, subject to the whims of his adversaries. Very well, Captain Qin, I will accompany you, he replied, reaching for the handcuffs. But just as his fingers grazed the cold metal, Qin Chuan deftly flipped his wrist, causing the cuffs to clatter to the ground. Song Yaozong was momentarily taken aback. This was a clear affront to his dignity. How could he endure such humiliation? Internally, he was a volcano ready to erupt, yet he managed to muster a semblance of a smile. I'll pick them up myself. Of course I can endure. After saying this, Song Yaozong bent down to retrieve the handcuffs and secured them firmly around his wrists. Outside the auspicious KTV, a crowd of dozens gathered, including Lin Yuding, Qin Chuan, and two escorts, alongside team leaders Chao Tianrun and Lu Jigua, along with a dozen of Song Yaozong's underlings. Many onlookers, eager to witness how the notorious Song Yaozong would once again craft an indomitable legend, were left utterly dumbfounded. Just moments ago, he had exuded confidence. Yet after a single phone call, he found himself apologizing, bowing, and handcuffing himself. Is this still the same Song Yaozong, who commands the respect of both the county chief and the secretary? Surely, he cannot be an impostor. Yet, regardless of the astonishment of the onlookers, the reality remains that Song Yaozong has shackled himself. Before departing, Qin Chuan approached Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan, casually mentioning that he would call later. Before heading to the criminal police team, with so many eyes around, it was indeed not the right time for reminiscing. Yeah. Isn't Qin Chuan a police officer at a township station? Qin Chuan pondered, her gaze following the tall and handsome Qin Chuan as he left, her large eyes sparkling with intrigue. When did he ascend to the position of captain in the criminal police team? A 22-year-old officer in a township station is not uncommon in this world, but a 22-year-old captain of a criminal police team. It would be nearly impossible to find another. Lin Yuding shook her head, equally bewildered. Just a few days prior, during a phone call, he had mentioned being in the town. The two women had come to Jilin County with the intent of surprising Qin Chuan by visiting his workplace. Little did they expect to witness such a scene of public harassment, nor that Qin Chuan would come to their rescue. Don't worry, once he finishes his duties, we'll interrogate him and uncover everything, Lin Yuding assured, glancing at the two bodyguards beside her. Brothers, weren't you supposed to protect us? Is this how you fulfill that promise? The guardians, who had already been in a sour mood, felt even more humiliated by Lin Yuding's jibe, wishing they could vanish into the ground. The crowd gradually dispersed, and soon, the entrance of Jixiang KTV returned to its usual hustle and bustle. It is as if everything that transpired moments ago has vanished into thin air. Yet, in the eyes of certain individuals, the tumult brought about by this incident is far from over. On the third floor of Jixiang KTV, before a floor-to-ceiling window, stands a graceful woman adorned in a qipao, her arms gracefully embracing her chest, while her right hand delicately swirls a glass of red wine. Indeed, she is the proprietor of Jixiang KTV, the reigning queen of Jilin County, Lu Rumei. Qin Chuan, intriguing, no one is more aware of the character of Song Yaozong than he. Relying on the influence of his uncle in Xing'an City, he has been known to act with impunity in Jilin County, showing no regard for anyone's face. Just a week prior, the newly appointed director of the construction bureau clashed with Song Yaozong over a mere escort girl at his own establishment, resulting in the director's subordinates beating him to a pulp. The deputy director of the police bureau, Lin Hu, who had come along for leisure, remained utterly silent. Following the incident, the construction bureau director, sporting a swollen head, brought 2 bottles of Mao Tai to offer his apologies. only to be left waiting outside for over an hour before being granted an audience with Song Yaozong. In Julin County, one may not know who the county head is, but one must certainly be acquainted with Song Yaozong. Yet, this very man has suffered humiliation before Qin Chuan. Not only did he falter, but he also left without a shred of dignity, handcuffing himself in the process. Why? On what grounds? Is it merely because Qin Chuan is capable of combat, or because he has apprehended a few fugitives? Nonsense. If society operated on such a logic, the world would have long attained harmony. The news of Song Yaozong's arrest has sent ripples far beyond what Qin Chuan had anticipated. At the home of Lin Hu, the deputy director of the county police bureau, having just taken a pill, he now feels a surge of vigor as he prepares to embark on a conquest. "Wife, I am coming." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin, who initially had no intention of answering the phone, but the insistent ringing was relentless. He thought to himself, perhaps something significant had occurred at the office. Reluctantly, he rose from his bed and pressed the answer button. "Chow Tianrun, do you have any idea what time it is? If you don't provide me with a reasonable explanation." "What did you say?" "Song Yaozong has been captured by Qin Chuan?" After hanging up the call, Lin, who felt his hands trembling. Who was Song Yaozong that he could be apprehended so casually? "Darling, what's wrong? Is there a case?" "Huh? No. Let us continue." As Lin, who lay down once more, he sadly realized that the fleeting sense of vigor he had just experienced had vanished. "Chow Tianrun, you fool." Achoo! At the criminal investigation team, Chow Tianrun sneezed forcefully. "Who is mentioning me? Could it be Director Lin?" "Yes, indeed, it must be." This show of loyalty will surely score full marks. Within the next 2 hours, Do Si-hai, Chen Mingguang, Gao Qingshan, and all the prominent figures in Julin County were informed of the news. Stay here today, and tomorrow morning we will head to the detention center for 5 days. Qin Chuan casually shoved Song Yaozong into the holding room of the criminal investigation team and proceeded to outline Song Yaozong's itinerary for the following day. "Captain Qin, I believe 3 days would suffice. Do you think this is child's play? What I think matters, not your opinion." Qin Chuan locked the door and stated firmly, 7 days. "For days. It cannot be any longer. 10 days. Fine. 10 days it is." Song Yaozong wished to give himself a resounding slap. What was the point of haggling? Now, what was originally meant to be a 5-day ordeal had astonishingly doubled. Captain Chow arranged for 2 individuals tonight to keep a close watch on him, and tomorrow, take him directly to the detention center. Chow Tianrun nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. "On what charges?" Let's go with the charge of disturbing public order." Chapter 43. Qin Chuan, when will you marry? On the other side of the Iron Gate, Song Yaozong suddenly felt a surge of anger. What does it mean to simply charge him with disturbing public order? Why does it sound as if a charge was hastily concocted to justify his confinement? Stepping out of the criminal police brigade, Qin Chuan inhaled deeply. The cool, refreshing night air diluted some of the intoxication he felt. Tonight's encounter with Song Yaozong teasing his 2 high school classmates was purely coincidental. Yet, regardless of who it had been, Qin Chuan would have intervened. He understood Song Yaozong's background better than anyone else. In his previous life, although he resided in Chongning Town, the name of Brother Zong was known far and wide. The reason Qin Chuan chose such a drastic approach today, showing no regard for Song Yaozong's dignity, stemmed from multiple factors. His greatest assurance lay in the fact that under the watchful eye of evil, he had seized upon a secret of Song Yaozong that was unknown to others. Just as he had recently fabricated evidence against Secretary Sun Tao, it was precisely because of this leverage that Qin Chuan felt confident that the other party would not dare to confront him. With this protective talisman in hand, Qin Chuan naturally intended to exploit Song Yaozong to the fullest. On one hand, by arresting Song Yaozong, he could further establish his authority within the criminal police brigade. The case of the headless, bloodied corpse has solidified Qin Chuan's position within the criminal investigation division, albeit primarily on a professional level. It has demonstrated his capability to solve cases and his commendable proficiency in his field. However, his audacity in apprehending Song Yaozong and emerging unscathed signifies his fearless stance against authority. Previously, when faced with Song Yaozong's criminal activities, the officers of the Criminal Investigation Division lack the courage to even speak out, let alone make an arrest. This, of course, cannot solely be blamed on the ordinary detectives. The crux of the issue lies in the leadership's unwillingness to take responsibility. A leader who shirks accountability for those who fulfill their duties is hardly worthy of the title. The situation has changed now. I, Qin Chuan, not only dare to confront Song Yaozong, but I am also capable of apprehending him. The distinction between daring and being capable is profound. With the Criminal Investigation Division under my command, how could there be no promising future? On another note, this situation is indeed a personal vendetta. How dare they touch my classmate, Qin Chuan? If not him, then who? Furthermore, Qin Chuan's actions serve as a message to certain individuals in Julin County. Over the past month, his rapid ascent has garnered both admirers and adversaries. Do Si-hai of Xinhai Mining and County Secretary Gao Qingshan are among those eager to see him removed. Yet, Qin Chuan's true support is rather tenuous. County Mayor Chun Mingguang appreciates him, but their relationship is not particularly personal. Moreover, Chun Mingguang is merely the county mayor, in comparison to the county secretary. He is often obliged to follow orders. As for the Public Security Bureau chief, Zhou Xueshi, he is indeed a commendable leader, yet he is just that, a bureau chief. And he has not yet ascended to the county's standing committee. Whether it is Do Si-hai or Gao Qingshan, he cannot contend with them, let alone the formidable Song Yaozong. Thus, while Qin Chuan may appear to be basking in the glory of his youth, occupying a high position and wielding significant power, the reality is far more complex. In truth, his position in Julin County was precarious. With Song Yaozong presenting himself, Qin Chuan was certainly determined to seize this opportunity. If I, Qin Chuan, can apprehend even Song Yaozong and bring him to the detention center, what other individuals in Julin County could intimidate me? Anyone who wishes to set a trap for me should first consider whether they possess the same fortitude as Song Yaozong. With his thoughts clear, Qin Chuan dialed Lin Yuding's number. Captain Qin, have you finally concluded your busy schedule? Qin Chuan responded with a wry smile. He had not wasted any time on his end. After ensuring Song Yaozong was settled, he had come straight out. However, now was not the moment for explanations. Where are you? In the Emperor No. 2 private room at Jixiang KTV. After hanging up, Qin Chuan hailed a cab and headed directly to Jixiang KTV. Welcome. Upon entering the KTV, he was greeted by a row of young women clad in kipeos, their skirts split to the waist, offering a cheerful reception. This atmosphere was steeped in the opulence and indulgence of a lavish experience. Do you have a reservation for a private room, sir? Emperor número 2. It was Qin Chuan's first visit to Jixiang KTV, and thus he was unaware of the significance of the Emperor No. 2 room. However, the attendant was well informed, and her smile grew even brighter. Please follow me. It was the same room with floor-to-ceiling windows, where Lu Rume had yet to finish her red wine. Gazing at the man standing below, he has returned? Lu Rume was taken aback that Qin Chuan had made a reappearance. The private room of Lin Yuding and her companions had been deliberately arranged by her. There were only 3 emperor rooms at Jixiang KTV, traditionally reserved for esteemed guests. It was evident that Qin Chuan was acquainted with the 2 women. Otherwise, he would not have intervened on their behalf. Lu Rume initially intended to give Qin Chuan a favor, considering this was someone even Song Yaozong dared to approach and could potentially win over. However, she did not anticipate that the other party would come in person. In that case, please arrange to send a bottle of Remy Martin and a fruit platter. Today, expenses are on me, as a token of congratulations for Captain Qin's promotion. Inside the private room, Qin Chuan once again encountered Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia. The 2 women nestled beside him, their eyes filled with curiosity that seemed almost overwhelming. Be honest. Just a few days ago, you claimed to be a police officer at a township station. How did you suddenly end up in the county and become the captain of the criminal police team? Shun Chuxia, with her youthful appearance and ample bosom, had no qualms about embracing Qin Chuan, playfully nudging against him. Qin Chuan slowly but firmly withdrew his nearly suffocated arm, adopting a serious demeanor. Miss Shun, please be mindful of your conduct. Oh, come on. Shun Chuxia retorted nonchalantly. Have you forgotten the love letters you wrote us back in high school? Qin Chuan buried his face in his hands, recalling those days when they were all so young. Lin Yuding playfully patted his thigh, teasing, "What's the matter, Captain Qin? Are you not interested in our modest charms? Or are you worried about your little girlfriend getting the wrong idea?" Enough. Qin Chuan could no longer endure it. He was a man, a perfectly normal man. Being sandwiched between these two was quite overwhelming. "Ladies, please stop. If you two consider yourselves modestly charming, what does that make the rest of us? You both are no less than celestial beings." Qin Chuan struggled to extricate himself from the grasp of the two young women, his movements resolute and devoid of hesitation. How did he manage to forge a friendship with these two campus beauties during high school? It was simply because, after being rejected while professing his feelings, he gained a clear understanding of the disparity between them. Furthermore, after entering the workforce in his previous life and becoming fully aware of their family backgrounds, Qin Chuan recognized even more acutely that a connection with them was implausible. The chasm that existed between them was one that, even with his rebirth and the aid of a system, he might not be able to bridge. Thus, he adopted a prudent and respectful distance from the two. Their recent antics were clearly jest. This was one of Qin Chuan's admirable traits. He harbored no unusual affections for them, which allowed the two women to feel particularly at ease in his presence. Regarding their appearances and family backgrounds, he valued their friendship, and thus they cherished it in return. "Oh, please, heavenly beings, I've yet to see you pursue us," remarked Shun Chuxia, finally releasing Qin Chuan's arm as she uncorked a bottle of beer. "Why didn't you bring your little girlfriend along? When do you plan to get married?" Chapter 44. Who exactly is Qin Chuan? Qin Chuan clinked his bottle with hers and took a hearty swig. "Marriage? What a joke. We've already broken up." "Broken up? What happened?" Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia's eyes ignited with curiosity. "Nothing much. I was assigned to the police station in Changning Town, and they thought I was beneath them, so we parted ways. Such a disdain for the less affluent. Good riddance." The two chimed in, their banter resembling a comedic dialogue. "What are your plans for the future?" Lin Yuding possesses a commendable capacity for alcohol, downing half a bottle in one gulp. Qin Chuan remains unfazed and welcomes all comers, diving right in. "What's the matter? Are you attempting to introduce me to a girlfriend?" Indeed, Lin Yuding exclaims, pulling Shun Chuxia over. "Look at our Xiaxia, with ample bosom and a petite face. Effortlessly toppled, with shiny legs and a splendid physique. Consider her." Shun Chuxia, unfazed by Lin Yuding's brazen remarks, leans in, her long legs playfully draped before Qin Chuan. "So, what do you think? Fair-skinned, isn't she?" Qin Chuan snorts dismissively, not sparing them a glance. "You two should reconsider. I regard you as friends. Yet you treat me like a fool." The two women. Life's circumstances invariably differ. For instance, in the same private room, two male creatures exist. While Qin Chuan is flanked by admirers, the two ladies can only cling to the microphone, belting out their discontent. "I do not like him." Shun Guobai candidly expresses her disdain for Qin Chuan. Lin Shuan nods emphatically. "Although he rescued us, I made up my mind to report him later." Add one to the report. The two affluent gentlemen from the capital remarkably find common ground. Time rewinds 30 minutes to when Qin Chuan first entered the room. The two ladies nearly leapt into his arms with joy, while their brothers intervened just in time to facilitate introductions. It was then that Qin Chuan's moment of reluctant pretense arrived. At that moment, Shun Guobai patted her chest and proclaimed, "Brother Qin, I am grateful for your gallant assistance this time. Rest assured, when you arrive in the capital, I shall treat you to the finest Armai Martin, an exquisite delicacy unattainable in Julin County." Then, a middle-aged man, resembling a manager, respectfully knocked on the private room door. His face beamed with a smile that nearly resembled a blooming chrysanthemum, perfectly embodying the art of flattery. "Greetings, Captain Qin. I am Pandong, the manager of Lucky KTV. To congratulate you on your new position, our chairwoman, Lu Rumei, has specially sent this bottle of Armai Martin, acquired from an auction in the capital, as a token of celebration." Upon finishing his words, he bowed and saluted, adding, "I shall not disturb your enjoyment, Captain Qin." Qin Chuan picked up the Armai Martin from the golden velvet tray, examined it for a moment, then turned to Shun Gubai, "My friend, is this the wine you were referring to?" Shun Gubai replied with a hint of hesitation. Lin Shihao nudged Shingu by his side. Brother Qin, when you reach the capital, just give me a call. I am known as the Prince of Nightclubs in Beijing. Any KTV you choose, I will take you there without any cost. No sooner had he spoken than Pan Dong, who had just left, knocked on the door again. Captain Qin, here are the freshly cut fruits. By the way, all expenses incurred by your friends tonight will be on the house. Lin Shihao remarked. Both of them felt that Pan Dong was deliberately putting on a show for them. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and the two women were still indulging in merriment. What brings you two here? He asked. You mentioned a high school reunion, and there is still a week to go. It's just that after hearing you were assigned to a township police station, I wanted to come and see you to offer my support. I didn't expect you to have become such an esteemed official. Qin Chuan was taken aback. He truly had no idea that the two women had come to Jilin County solely for him. Could it be that they had visited in his previous life as well? However, due to Song Yaozong's circumstances, he did not have the opportunity to meet him and thus returned. Shin Chuxia leaned in once more, capturing one of Qin Chuan's arms with her soft touch, interrupting his train of thought. Do tell, how did you rise through the ranks? Lin Yuding inquired, her curiosity piqued, mirrored by the intrigue of the other two gentlemen present. It is noteworthy that Qin Chuan had only recently embarked on his professional journey, having been employed for just over a month. Ordinarily, he would not even meet the criteria for formalization. How then had he ascended to the position of captain of the Criminal Police Brigade in Jilin County? The four individuals, accustomed to the capital, were familiar with many young officials due to familial connections. At Qin Chuan's age, it was common to encounter civil servants at the department level, though most held nominal positions, as their entry point into the workforce was dictated by the hierarchy of their institutions. In contrast, Qin Chuan emerged from a grassroots police station, the very foundation of law enforcement. While the captaincy of the Jilin County Criminal Police Brigade may not carry significant authority, it is pivotal in ensuring the safety and stability of a county-level administrative region, overseeing the investigation of criminal cases. Such a role, even for those with connections, cannot simply be assigned without due consideration. Within the framework of the domestic system, mutual checks and balances are a prevalent reality at the county level. While unilateral decision-making is not entirely absent, many outcomes result from extensive coordination and compromise. They were all aware of Qin Chuan's humble family background, merely an ordinary household. Thus, what exactly propelled him to this esteemed position? With a nonchalant smile, Qin Chuan replied, "There isn't much to it. I was fortunate after starting work, apprehending a few wanted criminals and solving several cases, which earned me second and third-class commendations. Coincidentally, the previous captain of the brigade was apprehended by me, which led to my promotion. Have you apprehended the wanted criminal? Have you received a second-class merit? A third-class merit? Have you captured the former captain of the criminal police team?" For individuals posed 4 questions. Qin Chuan nodded. Indeed, that is the extent of it. What sort of dialogue is this? Just that? Could you elaborate on what transpired? The following morning, Qin Chuan bid farewell to Lin Yuding and Shin Chuxia. Do not exert yourself so intensely. Should you perish, no one would mourn your loss. Shin Chuxia, upon learning of Qin Chuan's remarkable feats over the past month, along with the scars recently healed upon his body, was overcome by maternal instincts and wept for a considerable time. Do not worry. I am resilient and shall not meet my end. You must attend the class reunion next week. We shall await you in Shingen City. Lin Yuding's eyes were also tinged with red. Her visit to Jilin County to see Qin Chuan was originally her suggestion. She intended to comfort an old classmate not seen for 4 years, but was taken aback by the tumultuous events that had unfolded in just a month since he commenced his duties. Rest assured, I shall arrive punctually. Meanwhile, Song Yaozong, who had already been sent to the detention center, welcomed his first visitor. Lu Rumei observed him, a half-burned cigarette dangling from his lips, and she realized that even within the confines of the detention center, Song Yaozong maintained a regal presence akin to that of a local emperor. Brother Zong, judging by your appearance, you remain as charismatic as ever. Among the few individuals in Jilin County that Song Yaozong genuinely respected was the proprietor of the auspicious KTV, known as the Golden Rose, Lu Rumei. How tiresome it is outside. Let me seek solace within. Solace? Zhonggu, let's not beat around the bush. What exactly is the background of Qin Chuan? Chapter 45. I'm simply giving Qin Chuan the courtesy he deserves. The information regarding Qin Chuan was obtained by Lu Rumei last night. Given her capabilities, it was only natural that the director of the County Personnel Bureau personally delivered the materials. However, upon reviewing the information, Lu Rumei found herself even more perplexed. She had initially thought that Qin Chuan must possess some significant connections, having been sent to the countryside for training and subsequently promoted step by step. His arrival in Jilin County seemed merely to be a means of acquiring grassroots work experience. Yet, the documents revealed that Qin Chuan only had a single mother residing in Xing'an City, with his father having vanished in his early years. There appeared to be no substantial background. However, if he truly lacked any connections, why did Song Yaozong meekly allow himself to be sent to the detention center by Qin Chuan? Nothing significant, Song Yaozong scoffed. If it weren't for him discovering my secret, I would. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something. Indeed, why was he in the detention center? Only he and Qin Chuan were privy to that information. No one else knew that Qin Chuan had grasped his weakness. If Song Yaozong were to fabricate a lie, creating a fade of a mysterious and powerful background for Qin Chuan, then his current predicament would seem entirely justified. Yes, that is the plan. I, Song Yaozong, fear the individuals behind Qin Chuan, not Qin Chuan himself. With this thought in mind, Song Yaozong added, however, Lu boss, I advise you to steer clear of this person. Lu Rumei was already skeptical of Song Yaozong's words, and his statement only deepened her disbelief. Zhonggu, I have opened a business. Why would I want to offend the leaders? Given our years of friendship, I implore you to be candid with me. Who exactly is Captain Qin's benefactor? Song Yaozong scratched his head, feigning impatience. Boss Lu, you've already stated that you're in the business of making money. Why the excessive inquiries? However, upon meeting Lu Rumei's steady gaze and subtle smile, Song Yaozong clenched his fist and struck the table. All right, I cannot divulge the specifics. Just know his connections reach high places. He pointed his right index finger towards the ceiling, wearing an enigmatic expression. But I have consulted Personnel Bureau contacts and examined his records. They are as pristine as unblemished parchment. Yet, Lu Rumei still appeared puzzled and pressed on. Are you foolish? People with his background would allow you access to genuine records? Are you suggesting the records are fabricated? What do you mean by fabricated? Could the Personnel Bureau's records be false? Indeed, the Personnel Bureau's documentation cannot be counterfeit, yet it is not entirely authentic. To manipulate records, one must possess considerable influence. Song Yaozong squinted, ceasing to speak, yet his expression conveyed, contemplate this, ponder it deeply. Lu Rumei, with a distinctly informal demeanor, clasped her fists together. Brother Zong, consider this a favor owed to you. In business, it is paramount to remain vigilant, recognizing who is worth the trouble and who is not. Who are we to each other? You flatter me, Boss Lu. My presence here is merely to render a favor to Qin Chuan, extending him a simple courtesy. However, this matter must not be disclosed. My uncle has strictly instructed that it must remain confidential. Uncle? Lu Rumei had just been curious about how Song Yaozong came to know about Qin Chuan's identity and background. It turned out to be news that had been relayed by a certain individual. No wonder. Song Yaozong was merely a figure of some stature in Jilin County. How could he possibly be privy to matters of higher significance? It was none other than Song Chongfeng, which made it all the more understandable. Song Yi, once you are out, I shall arrange for the twins, Xiao Shuanger and Shuanger, to welcome you. Upon hearing the names of the twins, a surge of heat ignited within Song Yaozong's lower abdomen. Xiao Shuanger and Shuanger were a pair of twins, the CR de la CR of Jixiang KTV, the very epitome of allure. Lu Rumei, who typically kept a watchful eye, treated them like her own daughters. Very few in Jilin County had experienced their charms, and even he had only encountered them once. Lu boss is generous. Then let us consider it settled. After bidding farewell to Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia, Qin Chuan remained blissfully unaware that he had been assigned a prominent identity by Song Yaozong. Of course, even if he had known, it would not have mattered. Though lacking a powerful backing, he possessed a system of his own. In truth, Qin Chuan had contemplated thoroughly capturing Song Yaozong. Without delving into details, the 207 points of criminal value he held would suffice for 2 lottery draws. However, the timing was not yet ripe. That secret could secure a momentary advantage over Song Yaozong, but could not sustain him indefinitely. When the time came for a decisive confrontation, Song Yaozong would undoubtedly retaliate. Moreover, retaining Song Yaozong and leveraging his influence in Jilin County to bolster Qin Chuan's reputation was the most advantageous course of action. Having seen off Lu Rumei, Song Yaozong swaggered back to his cell, having initially been assigned a private room, which he had chosen to decline. After much effort to enter, what is the point of living alone? Naturally, one should reside in a large dormitory. It is only when there are many people that one can find opportunities to assert dominance. Otherwise, how would these 10 days be spent? Stand at attention. Brother Zong is about to speak. Song Yaozong could not possibly enter alone, accompanied by 3 loyal subordinates. Qin Chuan paid little heed to these details. What mattered was that the other party entered, regardless of who accompanied him. Ahem. As Song Yaozong cleared his throat, he surveyed the row of prison uniforms worn by the trembling criminals before him, finding it rather amusing. Fear not, I do not feast upon human flesh. In the coming 10 days, Brother Zong, just as Song Yaozong was about to deliver an impassioned speech, he was unexpectedly interrupted. Turning to chastise the offender, he found himself facing the director of the detention center. Director Zhang? What is it? A call from Xing'an City. A call from Xing'an City? Song Yaozong immediately surmised it was from his second uncle. Stand at attention until I return. In the solitary room adjacent to his cell, the speakerphone blared, nearly shattering the receiver. You beast! What transpired last night? Tell me everything, in precise detail. Initially, Song Yaozong thought his uncle was calling to offer comfort or to arrange for his release, pondering how to deflect the conversation. Instead, he was met with a barrage of harsh reprimands, delivered in an exceedingly stern tone. He hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night. I did not lay a finger on those 2 girls. They are currently residing in the detention center. After a moment of silence, a voice finally emerged from the other end. Behave yourself for the time being. Stay well inside. Furthermore, regarding the individual you mentioned, Qin Chuan, it is imperative that you do not provoke him, nor should you venture out to seek vengeance. Understand? Yes, uncle, rest assured I will not engage him. Song Yaozong speaks the truth. Provoking him would be tantamount to courting death. However, could it be that Qin Chuan possesses some formidable backing? Otherwise, why will my uncle specifically caution me? At the top-floor office of the Fengfan Group building in Xing'an City, Song Chanfeng contemplated for a moment before dialing another number. Secretary Gua, please be assured, last night was merely a minor misunderstanding. The individual has already been taken into custody. Yes, indeed, I shall ensure strict punishment. You need not worry. Chapter 46. The girl prepared to leap upon returning to the criminal police team. Qin Chuan sensed an unmistakable shift in the atmosphere within the building. Although his colleagues had shown him respect upon his arrival yesterday, he could clearly discern their gazes, more akin to formality than genuine regard. Good day, Captain Qin. Good day, Captain Qin. Yet today, the same colleagues, while still the familiar faces from yesterday, regarded him with an entirely different sparkle in their eyes. Each one saluted him with evident enthusiasm. Several young women even blushed, their glances shyly avoiding his. Captain Qin, you have returned. Lu Zhigua emerged from his office just in time to see Qin Chuan's return, immediately greeting him. Qin Chuan nodded, noticing that Lu was accompanied by 3 or 4 individuals in uniform heading outside. Is there a case? I have just received a call from the emergency center. It appears that a student at the vocational high school is threatening to leap from the building. We should go and investigate. A student attempting to jump? Qin Chuan, with nothing pressing on his agenda, contemplated and said, I will accompany you to take a look. At the Jilin County Vocational and Technical High School, several hundred students had already gathered on the playground. A few individuals, evidently teachers and school leaders, stood beneath the teaching building, trying to dissuade the student perched above. Jiang Shui, have you lost your mind? Come down this instant. Do you believe I will expel you? The director of education, Cheng Liang, shouted in exasperation from below. This problematic student, always embroiled in trouble, whether it be complaints or fights, now resorting to threatening to jump. If only he had expelled her the first time she caused a ruckus. Principal Liang Guofa shot a glare at Cheng Liang, thinking, what a fool. Has his brain been eaten by a dog? Is this truly a time for threats? If she jumps, what will become of the school's reputation? The priority now was to coax her down safely and later address her behavior in a measured manner. With this thought, Liang Guofa donned what he believed to be his most amiable smile. Dear Jiang, I am Liang Guofa, the principal of our school. On the rooftop, Jiang Shui glanced down at the balding man below. How could she not recognize Liang Guofa when she was a timid freshman, bullied by a few senior girls? It was this very principal who, with his repugnant hands, had, now hearing him call out, even from the height of the building. Jiang Shui could almost sense the foul stench emanating from his yellowed teeth and see the repulsive strands of hair sprouting from his greasy scalp. Vice Principal Qiu Guizheng promptly called out, Jiang, if you have something to say, please speak. Rest assured, the school leadership will advocate for you. However, Jiang Shui on the upper floor remained unperturbed, suddenly standing there, tossing small pebbles one by one downwards. The crisp sound resonated, and Jiang Shui glanced down, finding the sound quite melodious. When she eventually leaped down, would it also produce such a delightful noise? Director Cheng, we need to find a way to bring her down. Where are the security personnel? Have they gone up yet? Principal Liang Guofa, witnessing the ineffectiveness of their pleas, unleashed his frustration upon Director Cheng Liang. If the situation is not handled properly, I foresee your tenure as director coming to an end. Cheng Liang felt a deep sense of injustice. What could she do when a student threatened to jump? Suddenly, a shrill siren pierced the air. Liang Guofa's countenance turned ashen as he turned to the teachers and students behind him, demanding, who on earth called the police? Wasn't it agreed that we wouldn't alert them? The arrival of the police escalated the situation significantly. Liang Guofa had intended to downplay the incident, but that now seemed impossible. Principal Liang, what on earth is happening to warrant such a commotion? After receiving a report from his subordinates, Liang Kai, the chief of the urban police station, took the matter seriously and personally led the response team. Upon recognizing Liang Kai among the arriving personnel, Liang Guofa felt a wave of relief. Both sharing the surname Liang, they were distant relatives. Liang Guofa served as the principal of a vocational high school, holding a rank equivalent to a department head, while Liang Kai was a member of the County Public Security Bureau's committee and the chief of the urban police station, holding a subordinate position. Both were prominent figures in the county, thus their relationship was of no ordinary nature. Liang, I sincerely apologize for disturbing you over such a trivial matter. A student, whose mother has eloped, is caught in the turmoil of having a gambling-addicted father. His temperament is somewhat volatile, leading to misunderstandings with his classmates, resulting in a minor dispute that has escalated to threats of suicide. Liang Kai glanced up and remarked, Principal Liang, this is a minor issue, regardless of the circumstances. We cannot allow any loss of life. First and foremost, let us persuade him to come down safely. You all, summon the fire department to deploy safety nets. Liang Kai's approach was, in essence, quite standard. However, the effectiveness of such measures in saving a life remained uncertain. Just then, the wailing of police sirens pierced the air. Liang, the criminal investigation team, has arrived. Oh, what brings them here? The alarm center must have notified them as well. Liang Kai casually nodded. After all, Zhulin County is a small place, and should a leap from heights occur, if the individual survives, it would be one matter, yet if death ensued, a coroner's certificate would be requisite. However, Liang Kai's expression shifted when he saw Qin Chuan stepping out of the vehicle. The first time Liang Kai encountered Qin Chuan was at the Hongguan, the night he apprehended Sun Tao and Song Hui. Without delving into details, Liang Kai had an acute awareness of Qin Chuan's ruthless tactics. This individual is exceptionally formidable. Those apprehended under his command, particularly wanted criminals, often emerge severely incapacitated. Nonetheless, despite Qin Chuan's prowess, Liang Kai felt no trepidation. After all, he had committed no crime. Moreover, he was a member of the Zhulin County Public Security Bureau's party committee, placing him in a superior position to Qin Chuan. Regardless of Qin Chuan's ferocity, he had neither opportunity nor justification to confront Liang Kai. Yet, even so, Liang Kai approached him with a beaming smile. not for any other reason, but simply because Qin Chuan apprehended Song Yaozong. Captain Qin, what brings you here as well? Liang Kai certainly had an impression of Qin Chuan. He was not a bad man. Under the scrutiny of the evil eye, Liang Kai bore an evil value of 8, having repeatedly accepted minor gifts and bribes from subordinates, and had dabbled occasionally in illicit pleasures. Liang's interest had just been piqued when Lu Zhigua received a call from the reporting center, and I happened to have nothing pressing, so I came to take a look. Captain Qin had only assumed his post yesterday and had already solved a murder case. I heard last night that someone was causing a ruckus outside the auspicious KTV and was subsequently detained by Captain Qin. Liang Kai did not directly mention Song Yaozong's name, yet who in attendance was unaware. Not only those within the system, but also Liang Guofa, Qiu Guizhong, and Cheng Liang were well aware of the remarkable deeds this individual had accomplished. Originally, this matter fell under the jurisdiction of the public security team, but circumstances dictated otherwise. If apprehended, then apprehended it was. What is the situation upstairs? Qin Chuan, upon noticing the frail figure above, felt a twinge of uncertainty. A vocational high school student had jumped. It seemed he had heard of such an incident in a past life. Captain Qin, Liang Guofa hurried over. I am Liang Guofa, the principal of the vocational high school. The individual upstairs is a troubled student of ours named Jiang Shui, who has had a minor conflict with classmates and is currently in a distressed state. Despite Liang Guofa's higher rank compared to Qin Chuan, his authority paled in comparison. Moreover, this was a person bold enough to apprehend Song Yaozong. If a good rapport could be established with him, it would undoubtedly yield benefits. Jiang Shui? Upon hearing this name, Qin Chuan's mind erupted with realization, recalling precisely who this individual was. In a previous life, an appalling series of murders unfolded in Julin County. Within a week, 9 individuals were brutally slain at a vocational high school. The perpetrator was a disabled female student named Jiang Shui. Chapter 47. The Murderous Fiend, Jiang Shui. As the floodgates of memory opened, Qin Chuan recalled all the antecedents and consequences of this case. The shocking incident of 9 consecutive murders within a week stirred considerable turmoil at the time, even drawing attention from the provincial authorities, who dispatched a supervisory team to oversee the investigation. At that time, Qin Chuan was a police officer at the Chongning Town police station, and naturally, he had no opportunity to partake in such a significant case. However, he later learned about the entirety of the incident through police reports. The murderer, Jiang Shui, an 18-year-old senior at Julin County Vocational and Technical High School, had heinously slain 4 teachers, including Principal Liang Guofa, Vice Principal Qiu Guizhong, Director of Education Cheng Liang, and class teacher Sun Xiaofeng. Among the gruesome details, Liang Guofa was deprived of his eyes, had his hands severed, and his lower body seared with a branding iron before being fed to wild dogs. Qiu Guizhong had his kidneys extracted, Cheng Liang was left toothless, and Sun Xiaofeng was flayed alive. The brutality and malevolence of these acts were staggering. Additionally, 3 fellow students from the same grade and 2 graduates from the vocational school also fell victim, suffering even more horrific fates than the 4 educators. After the massacre of 9 individuals, the blood-soaked murderer Jiang Shui surrendered to the police station. Possessing enhanced visual acuity, Qin Chuan was able to clearly observe the girl atop the building from a distance of several dozen meters. Although her complexion was pallid, her features were exquisite, and her figure alluring. Her eyes were devoid of life, resembling a mere automaton. Undoubtedly, Jiang Shui is strikingly beautiful. Yet, while God bestowed upon her a lovely appearance, he did not grant her a life of happiness. At the tender age of 10, Jiang Shui was abandoned by her mother, who left her and her father to follow a barefoot doctor. Her biological father, a notorious gambler and a drunkard, frequently subjected her to physical and emotional abuse, neglecting his paternal duties entirely. As for the 4 teachers and 5 students who fell victim to Jiang Shui, Qin Chuan believed they deserved their fate. Upon entering high school, Jiang Shui became a target of bullying, her sweet visage juxtaposed with her tragic background, which ultimately culminated in her committing an unspeakable crime, taking the lives of 9 individuals. Qin Chuan took a step forward. In his previous life, he had little recollection of the incident involving the rooftop jump. It seemed that Jiang Shui did indeed leap from the building, but survived, emerging disabled instead of dead. This was consistent with the police report from his past life, which described the disabled student Jiang Shui as having gone mad and killed 9 people. As he recalled the chain of events, Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze from the rooftop and turned it towards Principal Liang Guofa, his eyes blazing with a terrifying intensity. These wretches, given their treatment of Jiang Shui, they deserved to perish 1,000 times over. However, Jiang Shui was innocent. She should not be condemned alongside them. Principal Liang, when a blossoming young girl stands atop a building ready to leap, how can it be merely a trifling matter in your eyes? Just a fit of emotion? Liang Guofa was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Qin Chuan spoke so harshly. Yet, he dared not confront Qin Chuan. Inwardly, he harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Jiang Shui on the rooftop. Damn it, a worthless girl with no one to support her ought to have been dealt with harshly from the beginning. Why was she creating trouble now? After the persuasion, just wait and see how I deal with you. On the rooftop, Jiang Shui noticed the arrival of the police and observed the individuals below seemingly engaged in conversation. Yet, it mattered little. They were merely a nest of snakes and rats. The reason she had not yet leapt from the edge was that the sun had not yet reached its zenith. Today marked her 18th birthday. Having not lived under the sun, she resolved to die at its most radiant hour. Captain Liu, bring the megaphone. Huh? What? Quickly, I wish to converse with Jiang Shui. Oh, right. Liu Zhigua hurried back to the police car, retrieved the megaphone, and promptly handed it to Qin Chuan. Jiang Shui, I am Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the Criminal Police Brigade of the Jilin County Public Security Bureau. Jiang Shui instinctively lowered her gaze towards the officers on the ground. Unable to discern their faces, she felt that the voice was youthful. I understand you have resolved to end your life. But have you considered what will become of them if you do? Them? Jiang Shui scoffed coldly. Her mother had long abandoned her, while her father was a hopeless drunkard and gambler who hadn't even shown up when she contemplated jumping. What concern did she have for them? However, the next words from Qin Chuan caught her off guard. If you die, what will happen to the 9 individuals? Do you wish for them to go unpunished? 9 individuals? It dawned on her that this officer was not referring to her parents, but rather to those 9 people. How do you know about them? Qin Chuan continued to address her from below. Jiang Shui, I'm not here to dissuade you, but I kindly ask for a few moments to ascend and discuss this with you. Jiang Shui glanced down at the officer calling out to her. Once again, Qin Chuan gazed at the sun overhead, contemplating the passage of time. There was still a moment to spare. Although he had not received a response from the other party, this silence spoke volumes. Liu Zhigua, you maintain order down below. I shall ascend. With that declaration, Qin Chuan cast aside the loudspeaker and swiftly dashed into the teaching building. With unbridled determination, he raced up the staircase, internally chanting, "Do not jump. Do not jump. Please, do not jump." Scaling the 6 flights of stairs, he reached the rooftop in less than 2 minutes. Panting heavily, he spotted the young girl still standing on the edge of the roof, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, I made it in time. Jiang Shui. As he approached, however, when he was still 10 meters away, Jiang Shui spoke up, "Do not come any closer, or I will leap." All right. Qin Chuan halted abruptly. Jiang Shui, I am Qin Chuan, the captain of the county criminal police. Jiang Shui gave a slight nod, yet remained unmoved. I understand that you have endured much suffering at school, and your family has faced numerous tribulations. However, if you leap from here, what will become of those who have wronged you? Qin Chuan recognized the futility of persuasion. The transformation of Jiang Shui from a tormented student into a vengeful figure in her past life undoubtedly stemmed from her profound hatred for those who had harmed her. His aim was to ignite that very hatred within her, to instill a glimmer of hope for revenge. Indeed, he noticed a subtle shift in her expression as her gaze, once directed skyward, shifted towards him. It was then that she realized this captain of the police was remarkably youthful, seemingly only a few years her senior, and quite handsome. As Qin Chuan seized the moment, he urged Jiang Shui, if you leap into the abyss, only you will perish, while those who have wronged you will face no repercussions. Is this just? Jiang Shui shook her head, acknowledging the inherent injustice. Yet, as a mere student, what power did she possess to alter her fate? Reflecting on her tribulations, tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. Captain Qin, there is no escape. No one comes to my aid. She had sought assistance. Yet when she confided her plight of bullying to her inebriated father, he muttered disdainfully, equating her to her contemptible mother. Why is it you they choose to torment? Was followed by a brutal beating. Sharing her ordeal with her homeroom teacher resulted in unwelcome advances, as he demanded she disrobe for an inspection of her bruises. When she reported this to the head of the department, she was punished with a day of standing in the sun on the playground, denied food as a consequence. Defiant, she appealed to the vice principal and the principal, only to narrowly escape a vile assault in their office. Chapter 48. Jiang Shui. Believe me, I swear on my badge. Why? She cried out in despair, questioning the purpose behind her suffering. She had never inflicted harm upon others, yet had consistently been met with cruelty. Perhaps death was her only refuge. No, Jiang Shui, there are those who can assist you. As she gazed upon the dashing and radiant officer before her, a flicker of hope ignited within her heart, only to be extinguished moments later. She had indeed reported the incidents, yet the police merely returned her to the school, where she was condemned to endure even greater anguish. She dreaded the thought of reliving that nightmare once more. Leap forth, and all shall dissipate into nothingness. Is it you? Heh, no one can assist me. Jiang Shui gazed at the sun, now ascendant in the sky. I must depart. All has come to an end. Wait. Qin Chuan yearned to dash forward, to rescue her directly, yet it was impossible. The distance was too great, 10 meters apart, and even if he sprinted, it would take a moment to reach her. But Jiang Shui stood perilously at the edge of the rooftop, ready to leap in the blink of an eye. It is you, Jiang Shui. The one who can aid you is yourself. Having not endured the hardships of others, one cannot counsel them towards goodness. Jiang Shui, I did not urge you to turn back, but please listen to my words. After you hear me out, if you still wish to jump, I shall not impede you. Jiang Shui slowly turned around, silent, merely observing Qin Chuan. He was the only person in all these years who had shown her even a modicum of concern. Jiang Shui, I am unaware of the tribulations you have faced, yet I can share with you my own experiences. A month ago, I graduated top of my class from the police academy, only to be assigned to the most remote precinct in Changning Town, which led to the end of my relationship with my girlfriend. That was the darkest period of my life. I, like you, contemplated death even. I have already experienced death once. The reborn Qin Chuan has indeed tasted mortality. However, within a mere month, I not only ascended to the position of deputy captain of the criminal police unit, but also received commendations for third-class and second-class merit. I recount these achievements not to boast, but to convey that all things are possible. Liang Guofa, Qiu Guzheng, Cheng Liang, and others must pay the price for their actions against you. And those students, do they not merely possess influential fathers? Rest assured, I will ensure they face consequences. Consequences? Jiang Shui sighed, shaking her head. You do not understand, they. Jiang Shui, what you fear are the nude photographs they took, right? Do not worry. I assure you that these images will never be disseminated. Nude photographs? Jiang Shui's complexion turned ashen. How did he know about that? Jiang Shui, like you, I was raised in a single-parent household. I can empathize with your plight to some extent. Please trust me. As an elder brother, I pledge to help you seek justice. Brother? Jiang Shui's gaze flickered. Could she truly have an older brother? Qin Chuan extended his right hand and stepped forward slowly. Brother Qin Chuan, can I really trust you? Seeing Jiang Shui finally soften and lower her guard, Qin Chuan took another couple of steps closer. Jiang Shui, look here, he pointed to the emblem on his police cap. Trust me, I swear upon this badge atop my head that I will help you attain justice. Qin Chuan's sincerity finally touched Jiang Shui. However, just as he was about to grasp her hand, a voice from downstairs erupted in anger. Jiang Shui, you little wretch, stop dawdling. If you lack the ability to jump, then hurry up and come down. The moment Jiang Shui, who had just begun to relax, heard that familiar yet terrifying voice, a tempest of emotions surged within her. The myriad injustices and bullying that Qin Chuan had endured in the past overwhelmed his pleas, and the venomous curses left Jiang Shue's heart desolate in an instant. As she almost reached out to touch Qin Chuan, her hand recoiled as if struck by lightning, and in a moment of despair, she leaped from the rooftop. "Damn!" Qin Chuan exclaimed in a fit of rage and panic. He was so close to success. What could he do? Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, following Jiang Shui into the void. It seemed as though all would soon come to an end, and nothing would remain. Jiang Shui, her eyes tightly shut in fear, opened them one last time to behold the world, only to see a towering figure dominating the sky above her, who seized her right arm. "Hold on to me." In that fleeting moment, Qin Chuan reached out and grasped Jiang Shui, yet they were still plummeting at a perilous speed. If fortune did not favor them, they would meet a tragic fate. However, Qin Chuan had no intention of succumbing to death. Earlier, he had observed that the top floors of the teaching building had lightbox frames protruding from the walls. If they could grasp hold of those frames, salvation was within reach. With a swift motion, his elite combat skills endowed him with extraordinary physical coordination. The potent, strength-enhancing elixir had endowed him with threefold the physical prowess of an average person. Coupled with enhanced vision, Qin Chuan accurately grasped the iron frame. Finally, the two of them hung suspended in midair, having avoided a dreadful fall. Yet, the sharp edge of the iron frame lacerated Qin Chuan's palm, and his searing blood dripped down his arm, landing on Jiang Shui's cheek, flowing into the corners of her mouth and seeping into her heart. It dawned on her that this world had not forsaken her after all. "Qin Chuan, brother. From this moment forth, you are my sky." At that moment, terrified screams echoed from downstairs. Lu Jigua was the first to react. "Quick, save the person." Zhang Xiaoyu, having graduated from university 3 years prior, had joined the Linjiang Provincial Daily. Today, accompanying an editor from the newspaper for research in Julin County. Her leader had taken a half-day leave for personal matters. With time on her hands, Zhang Xiaoyu aimlessly wandered around the county town, fortuitously near a vocational high school. Upon hearing that a student had jumped from a building, her keen journalistic instincts propelled her to rush over. There, she witnessed the entire dramatic scene of Qin Chuan leaping down to rescue Jiang Shui. Retrieving her trusty high-powered DSLR camera, Zhang Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with excitement. The harrowing rescue of Jiang Shui was simply too thrilling. Moreover, the provincial publicity department, adhering to directives from higher authorities, had recently launched a campaign to positively promote the theme of People's Police for the people. The newspaper had received word that an exemplary figure named Qin Chuan had emerged in Julin County, having apprehended multiple wanted criminals within just a month and earning commendations for his gallantry. Zhang Xiaoyu was there to investigate this very matter. Little did she expect that before even meeting the principal subject, she would capture such a striking photograph. A police officer, clad in uniform, soaring through the air to save a girl from plummeting 6 stories. The vivid crimson of blood resembled a flag, stained red. Coupled with the officer's resolute and handsome features, he was nothing short of a promotional icon. Why seek out Qin Chuan any further? Zhang Xiaoyu resolved to strongly advocate for her leaders to prioritize this officer as a key figure for publicity. With this photograph alone, Zhang Xiaoyu is confident in her chances of being selected for the National Annual Best News Photography Award. While the National Photography Golden Statue Award may be a distant aspiration, the News Photography Golden Lens Award seems within reach, does it not? Chapter 49. Who are you to be a role model? After Qin Chuan and Jiang Shui were rescued, the young girl closely followed behind Qin Chuan, her gaze resolute, never straying a step away. With that leap, the former Jiang Shui had perished. From this day forth, the reborn Jiang Shui's life solely belongs to Qin Chuan. "Captain Qin, are you all right?" Lu Jigua was truly astonished. Qin Chuan had only assumed his position yesterday morning, and yet a mere 24 hours had passed. What remarkable feats had he accomplished in such a brief span? First, he solved a headless corpse case, apprehending the suspect within an hour at the crime scene. Then, that evening, he arrested Song Yaozong, the notorious thug of Julin County, on charges of creating a disturbance. These 2 incidents firmly established Qin Chuan's position within the criminal police team and garnered him respect. Every criminal investigator possesses a sense of righteousness. driven by the desire to punish evil and uphold justice. Yet, in Julin County, there exist individuals who, once apprehended, are swiftly released. What kind of person is Song Yaozong? During Song Hui's tenure as the head of the criminal police team, even he would take a detour to avoid confrontation. But for Qin Chuan, he simply stated he would apprehend him, and indeed, the man now resides in the detention center. Today, he also saved a female student from jumping off a building. On the rooftop, Qin Chuan leapt without hesitation, saving not only Jiang Shui's life, but also Lu Zhiguo's faith. For someone like him, charging in a battle, Lu Zhiguo would have no regrets in death. Qin Chuan shook his arm. It's nothing serious, just a scratch. Should we go to the hospital? Qin Chuan shook his head. The matter was far from resolved. Although Jiang Shui had been rescued, the promises he made to her remained unfulfilled. The Eye of Sin, Liang Guofa, with a sin value of 54, had committed lewd acts against multiple female students, filming videos to coerce them, and accepting substantial bribes from the cafeteria contractor. He had also orchestrated collusion in the bidding process during the construction of the office building, resulting in shoddy construction that led to the wrongful death of a teacher who reported him, whose body was buried beneath the playground. Xiao Guizheng, with a sin value of 39, had repeatedly raped female students and collaborated with Liang Guofa in the construction of the office building's substandard project. Sheng Liang, with a sin value of 44, was implicated in gang rape, and drugging, inciting outside individuals to threaten and intimidate students. Sun Xiaofeng, with a sin value of 19, had secretly filmed students' private moments, leading to an incident where a female student became pregnant and had an abortion, colluding with outside individuals to harm students. None of these four were virtuous souls. Now that they had crossed paths, how could Qin Chuan let them slip away? Captain Qin, I'm truly grateful. Liang Guofa hurried over, lavishing praise upon Qin Chuan. On behalf of the vocational high school, I extend my heartfelt thanks to you. After speaking, Liang Guofa turned to Jiang Shui, instructing, you should return to class with your homeroom teacher and await the school's decision. Although Jiang Shui had faced life and death, she was still just a 17 or 18-year-old child. In the face of Liang Guofa's words, she instinctively displayed fear. Principal Liang, did you just say decision? Indeed, a decision. This young girl has disrupted the normal teaching order of the school, causing such adverse effects and even implicating you in injury. Captain Qin, rest assured, we will impose strict punishment. Indeed, Vice Principal Qiu Guizheng continued, asserting that such a student should at the very least receive a serious reprimand, with the entire school required to reflect upon the matter. Qin Chuan scoffed, questioning whether Vice Principal Qiu deemed this response appropriate. Taken aback, Qiu Guizheng pondered. Was a serious reprimand insufficient? Cheng Liang sensed an opportunity to ingratiate himself, well aware of the school's disciplinary regulations. According to the school's rules, we could expel this student outright. Expel? Liang Guofa and Qiu Guizheng immediately reacted, exclaiming in agreement, yes, expel them, do it immediately. During this exchange, Liang Guofa discreetly cast a glance at Jiang Shui, lamenting silently. Despite her seemingly grim demeanor, she possessed an admirable figure and striking features. Should expulsion occur, such a remarkable girl might fall into the hands of those ruffians outside the school. Yet it mattered little. There were certainly other students within the institution who surpassed Jiang Shui in beauty, but came from less fortunate backgrounds. It was not worth offending Qin Chuan over this matter. Qin Chuan observed the trio before him, barely suppressing his laughter. Principal Liang, did you not just advocate for severe punishment? Indeed, Liang Guofan nodded eagerly. Principal Qiu, did you not just mention a serious reprimand? Qiu Guozheng nodded gravely. Qin Chuan then turned to Cheng Liang. Director Cheng, did you suggest expulsion? Severe violations of school discipline necessitate expulsion. Very well. Qin Chuan laughed heartily. What is severe punishment? A reprimand, followed by expulsion. Standing closest to Cheng Liang, Qin Chuan delivered a resounding slap to the latter's face. The sound echoed, leaving everyone in stunned silence. What has transpired? Hadn't everything been fine moments ago? Why did this turn violent? Captain Qin, you slap. At this moment, Qin Chuan could no longer show leniency. He delivered a series of slaps. forcefully knocking out two of the opponent's teeth. When a student attempts to take their own life, you do nothing to dissuade them, yet you demand punishment. A reprimand? Expulsion? Slap, slap, slap. Qin Chuan seized his opponent by the collar, delivering a relentless barrage of slaps, more than a dozen in total. Captain Qin! Captain Qin! Lu Jigua hurriedly stepped forward to restrain Qin Chuan. Calm down, calm down. Liang Kai was equally stunned by Qin Chuan's actions. How could a police officer strike someone publicly? Lu Jigua restrain him. Huh? Lu Jigua looked at Qin Chuan in confusion. Even if you are a superior, why must you handcuff him? Captain, this. Liang Kai also approached. Qin Chuan, enough. This is against protocol. Police officers cannot simply handcuff people. Initially, Liang Kai had little desire to intervene in Qin Chuan's affairs. He had no vested interest in Qin Chuan's actions. They were merely following their own paths. As a member of the Bureau's party committee, he had a broader perspective than the average officer. Although Qin Chuan was currently in the limelight, he had offended Do Sihai and Gao Qingshan, leaving his future uncertain. Liang Kai neither wished to be an adversary of Qin Chuan nor to become overly entangled with him. His current position was earned through his own merit. However, witnessing Qin Chuan's heroic act of saving someone from a fall genuinely impressed Liang Kai. Had he been in that situation, he certainly would not have dared to act. Thus, Liang Kai sought to advocate for Qin Chuan. Director Chung, please calm down. Captain Qin is simply too agitated, but do not take it to heart. As for that student, I believe a punishment is unnecessary. In the future, I shall host a gathering and invite Captain Qin to indulge in some libations, thereby putting this matter to rest. Although Chung Liang is not a figure of great significance, he is resolutely fixated on the incident where Qin Chuan publicly assaulted him, which will undoubtedly lead to complications for Qin Chuan. For instance, on Gao Qingshan's side, seizing upon this issue to craft a narrative would not be overly challenging. Even if he cannot completely clear his name, receiving a reprimand would be trivial. Chung Liang, in a state of distress, wept uncontrollably, his words barely coherent, and he spat out a tooth. Qin Chuan was taken aback by Liang Kai's defense of him. However, his aggression towards Chung Liang was not solely motivated by the affair involving Jiang Shui. Thank you for your concern, Director Liang, but Qin Chuan abruptly kicked Chung Liang again, striking him in the side. Liang Kai furrowed his brow, realizing that despite his attempt to mediate, Qin Chuan continued his assault, indicating a blatant disregard for his authority. Lu Jigua, take out his phone and show everyone what videos it contains. Lu Jigua, ever obedient, moved forward to retrieve Chung Liang's phone, but the latter resisted with all his might. Nevertheless, the injured Chung Liang was no match for Lu Jigua. Hand it over. Moments later, Lu Jigua accessed the phone's gallery and randomly played a video. Upon viewing just a few seconds, his expression shifted dramatically. Chung Liang, you wretched creature. He then delivered a forceful kick to Chung Liang's head, exclaiming, "What the hell? Someone like you dares to be a teacher? You certainly do not deserve to be a role model." Chapter 50. Director Liang, do you know what lies buried beneath the playground? Lu Jigua's kick left Liang Kai utterly bewildered. Are the members of the criminal police team truly this violent? The deputy captain resorted to violence, and so did the squad leader. Qin, look. Although Qin Chuan had long discerned, through the malevolent eye, that Chung Liang was indeed a nefarious character, and was aware that he had recorded videos of the persecution of students on his mobile device, the moment he confronted those videos, an overwhelming urge to exact revenge surged within him. Liang, take a look. Liang Kai, puzzled, took the phone and casually scrolled through a few videos. With each passing moment, his complexion grew more ashen. After a brief pause, Liang Kai lifted his foot. Chung Liang, how dare you? Ouch. Chung Liang, fully cognizant of the incriminating content on his phone, could only beg for mercy and cry out in pain, too terrified to utter anything else. Liang Kai, still unsatisfied after delivering a kick, continued to unleash several more. Ultimately, it was Lu Jigua who intervened. Liang, that's enough. If you continue, you might just kill him. Those brutes. All right, Lu Jigua, cuff him and take him back to the criminal investigation team. Yes. After dealing with Chung Liang, Qin Chuan approached Liang Guofa and Xiao Guozheng. Although they had not witnessed the footage during the playback, They had certainly heard the audio and were well aware of the nature of those videos. Principal Liang, Principal Chiu. Cheng Liang is implicated in multiple charges, including drugging, rape, and gang rape. Do you have anything to say? Liang Guofa, drenched in cold sweat. His shirt thoroughly soaked, beads of perspiration glistening on his bald head, struggled to find his words. Qin, Captain Qin. I represent the school in fully supporting the criminal investigation team. In the handling of this case, Qin Chuan's gaze shifted once more towards Qiu Guozheng, who nearly succumbed to fear. Qin, Captain, what do you want from me? Just moments ago, in the video that Liang Kai had played, the male protagonist was none other than Cheng Liang or himself. With a swift motion, Qin Chuan produced a pair of handcuffs from his possession and presented them before Qiu Guozheng. Principal Qiu, will you put them on yourself? Or shall I do it for you? Thud. Captain Qin, spare me this once. Qiu Guozheng dared not take the handcuffs and instead collapsed to his knees before Qin Chuan. I was merely misled by that scoundrel Cheng Liang. It was just that one time. Captain Qin, with tears streaming down his face. Qiu Guozheng crawled to Qin Chuan's feet, clutching his pant leg. Give me a chance. I beg you. Just one chance. With a dismissive kick, Qin Chuan sent Qiu Guozheng tumbling. A chance? When that girl pleaded for mercy before you, why didn't you grant her a chance? Take him away. The coward Qiu Guozheng, when handcuffed by Lu Zhigua, wet himself in fear. Principal Liang? Liang Guofa jolted at the sound of his name, called by Qin Chuan. Captain Qin. Although Liang Guofa's own transgressions were not lesser than those of Cheng Liang and Qiu Guozheng, he had one advantage. He had only engaged in lewd behavior without crossing further boundaries. Moreover, he had hidden all incriminating videos in a secret compartment of his office, leaving nothing on his personal phone. Qin Chuan could not possibly be aware of this. Thus, despite his inner trepidation, Liang Guofa still felt that he was in the clear. It appears that the moral standards of our school necessitate a thorough rectification. Indeed, Captain Qin, rest assured that we shall promptly undertake significant reforms. Qin Chuan cast a glance at the other party, snorted coldly, and proceeded directly to the class teacher of Jiang Shui, Sun Xiaofeng. Mr. Sun, do you still remember Zheng Fangfang? The already trembling Sun Xiaofeng was utterly terrified. Captain Qin, we are all consenting, truly. It is a relationship of free love. I have committed no wrong. In truth, Sun Xiaofeng's transgressions were indeed less severe than those of Cheng Liang and Qiu Guozheng. However, this scoundrel had colluded with outside miscreants, bullied his own students, and even surreptitiously captured the privacy of young women. If he were not stripped of his position and sent to reflect in confinement for a few days, he would remain oblivious to the beauty of blossoming flowers. Captain Lu, please escort Mr. Sun to the Criminal Investigation Unit for a chat over tea and a discussion on life. Understood. Lu Zhigua retrieved handcuffs from the officers behind him. The sound of them clicking shut echoed as they were tightened with force, causing Sun Xiaofeng to grimace in pain. After dealing with these individuals, Qin Chuan turned to Jiang Shui and gently said, Jiang Shui, you see, I promised you that I would fulfill my commitment. From the moment Qin Chuan slapped Cheng Liang to his arrest, followed by the apprehension of Qiu Guozheng and Sun Xiaofeng, Jiang Shui's eyes sparkled brighter with each passing moment. The words in the book, they're true. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. Justice may be delayed, but it is never absent. The young girl now bore a rosy complexion, her eyes brimming with hope and longing. Qin Chuan smiled as well, his smile radiant as a blossoming flower, pure as light. In the crowd, the reporter Zhang Xiaoyu captured the enchanting exchange of smiles between Qin Chuan and Jiang Shui with a series of clicks. Hope. A phenomenon known as hope brought tears to Zhang Xiaoyu's eyes. Liang, there is another captivating performance awaiting us. Would you care to join? Liang Kai witnessed the entire process of Qin Chuan apprehending the three individuals. From beginning to end, Qin Chuan, armed solely with a video on his mobile device, effortlessly dismantled their plans. Quite impressive. With the winds of fortune at his back, he subdued them with righteousness. The three had scarcely a chance to resist. Captain Qin, is there more to unfold? However, before that, there are some minor matters to attend to. After speaking, Qin Chuan approached the lingering students in the vicinity. Amidst the crowd, a girl with long hair streaked with blue dye cast her eyes downward, attempting to retreat into the throng. Yet, Qin Chuan had already noticed her when he saved someone from the precipice moments ago. At this juncture, where could she hide? Just prior on the rooftop. Qin Chuan had managed to dissuade Jiang Shui. However, just as he was about to grasp Jiang Shui, a cry emerged from the crowd below, provoking Jiang Shui to leap. What? What are you doing? The girl, adorned with heavy makeup, a nose ring, and metallic jewelry around her neck, resembled a street tough. Yet at that moment, her eyes were filled with fear as she beheld Qin Chuan advancing through the parted crowd, her voice rising in panic. My father is the deputy minister of the county committee's organization department. If you dare to touch me, he won't spare you. Qin Chuan scoffed, his gaze flickering with disdain as he regarded the girl in her delinquent attire. The Eye of Sin, Zhao Xinjin, with a malevolent score of 33, harbored jealousy towards her classmates' appearances. In a vile act, she mixed sulfuric acid into facial cleanser, disfiguring her victim. She colluded with outside miscreants to bully her peers, repeatedly capturing their private moments without consent, and even assisted in the heinous act of rape. Furthermore, she physically assaulted a classmate, leaving them disabled. Such malevolent thoughts at such a tender age. Her malevolent score is alarmingly close to that of Cheng Liang, even surpassing that of Sun Xiaofeng. Take her away. No. Zhao Zhenjin desperately retreated, exclaiming, "My father is a deputy minister. Who dares to lay a hand on me? Who dares?" Came the response. "You are already 18. If you err, you must bear the consequences." Lu Jigua, procure an excavator. Though Lu Jigua did not comprehend why Qin Chuan requested an excavator, he harbored no doubts about the command. Whether it was an excavator or a fighter jet, he would comply. "Director Liang, do you see how spacious the schoolyard is?" Liang Kai was puzzled by Qin Chuan's inquiry, but nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite large. However, do you know what lies beneath this yard?" Suddenly, a thud echoed as Liang Kai was startled by a sound behind him, turning to see Principal Liang Guofa tumbling to the ground. Chapter 51. What did you say? The county vocational high school has been raided. Principal Liang, are you all right? Liang Guofa struggled to rise. I'm fine, just stumbled a bit. Liang Kai glanced at him and turned to Qin Chuan. "Captain Qin, what did you mean by what lies beneath?" Instead of reiterating his previous statement, Qin Chuan began discussing a case. If I recall correctly, 3 years ago, there was a teacher who mysteriously disappeared from the vocational high school, wasn't there? 3 years ago. Disappeared? Liang Kai cast a curious glance at Qin Chuan. He certainly remembered this case, and it left a deep impression on him. After all, it was a case involving a teacher with an official position, and, at that time, the Public Security Bureau of Jilin County took it very seriously. At that time, Liang Kai was merely the director of the urban police station and had not yet entered the Bureau's party committee. Is Qin referring to the case of Zhao Yongji's disappearance? Yes, that is indeed the case of Zhao Yongji. I was involved in the investigation 3 years ago, initiated by a report from Zhao Yongji's wife. The circumstances surrounding the disappearance were quite peculiar. He was perfectly fine during the day at school, yet vanished without a trace after work, and he was never found thereafter. Jilin County is not economically prosperous, and there were hardly any surveillance cameras on the streets, let alone 3 years ago. At that time, Liang Kai led a thorough search of the entire vocational high school, but found no clues whatsoever. After more than a month of effort, the investigation ultimately yielded no leads. The case was left unresolved. Liang, although Qin Chuan was addressing him, was constantly observing Liang Guofa. Perhaps today's unsolved mystery might finally be unraveled. Liang Kai was no fool. Although Qin Chuan was conversing with him, his gaze was fixed on Liang Guofa, who appeared visibly anxious, with a pale complexion, an unmistakable sign of guilt. Could it be that this case was somehow related to him? I must say, Lu Jigua's efficiency in his work is indeed commendable. In the brief moment of their conversation, a digger drove in from outside the school premises. "Team Qin, the excavator has arrived. If one is insufficient, I shall procure 2 more. Qin Chuan was exceedingly pleased with Lu Jigua's initiative. This was precisely the type of subordinate he desired. Bring as many as necessary, and excavate the entire perimeter of the playground. Understood? Liu Jigua, regardless of other matters, would comply with Qin Chuan's directives without question. However, someone chose to intervene. Halt! Liang Guofa, who had initially been frightened, summoned an unexpected surge of courage, rolling and crawling to block the path of the excavator. Qin Chuan, what are you planning to do? At this moment, Liang Guofa had realized that Qin Chuan was indeed targeting him. Although he was unaware of how Qin Chuan had uncovered the incident from 3 years prior, he understood that he must not allow Qin Chuan to succeed, for failure would lead to dire consequences. What authority do you possess to excavate the vocational high school as playground? This is a project funded by the county. Your actions constitute the destruction of public property. Qin Chuan cast a dismissive glance at him, unperturbed. The eye of sin could not err. The corpse of Zhao Yongji lay buried beneath the playground. However, Qin Chuan was uncertain of the precise location, necessitating a comprehensive excavation. Liu Jigua, restrain him. Yes. Having spoken, he instructed 2 detectives from the first squad to apprehend Liang Guofa. Upon realizing that Qin Chuan was serious, Liang Guofa Qin Chuan's audacity is remarkable. He openly dispatched an excavator to dig up the vocational high school's playground. Should he fail to uncover what he seeks, the opposing party could escalate the matter to the county level, and Liang Kai would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position, especially since he is present at the scene. If he were elsewhere, it would be of little consequence. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan is indeed an enigmatic individual. Liang Kai's initial encounter with him occurred at the Red Hall, where Qin Chuan was merely a humble police officer. Yet, he managed to unseat the county committee secretary's secretary and the former captain of the criminal police team. This man is both audacious and meticulous. While some of his actions may appear reckless, they invariably lead to the adversary's retreat. Take, for instance, the recent confrontation with Cheng Liang and Qiu Guozheng, perfect exemplars of this phenomenon. Thus, Liang Kai disregarded Liang Guofa and approached Qin Chuan instead. Team Leader Qin, how confident are you regarding this matter? Although Liang Kai was not well acquainted with him, his keen eye for morality, as viewed through the lens of justice, revealed that Qin Chuan is not a malevolent individual. If he is not adversarial, then he cannot be considered an enemy of Qin Chuan. Rest assured, Officer Liang, I pledge my honor as a police officer that there is indeed something beneath. Liang Kai gazed intently into Qin Chuan's eyes, which reflected only openness and sincerity. Very well. Liang Kai initially intended to maintain his distance from Qin Chuan. However, the latter's vehement disdain for wrongdoing and decisive approach instilled a sense of admiration within him. What struck Liang Kai most profoundly was Qin Chuan's leap from the rooftop to save Jiang Shui, a true testament to placing life and death in disregard. This embodies the responsibility and mission of a true police officer. Qin Chuan's actions rekindled the long-dormant fervor within Liang Kai's heart. Moreover, the case concerning Zhao Yongji is indeed a thorn in his heart. No one knows that he and Zhao Yongji were childhood friends and neighbors, having grown up together since elementary school. As Liang Kai aligned himself with Qin Chuan, Liang Guofa's eyes darted towards the onlooking teachers and students. Vocational high school teachers. Fellow students, come quickly. The police are about to commit murder. The surrounding teachers and students exchanged glances, yet none dared to step forward. Liang Guofa's character was well known among the vocational high school teachers. He was a complete scoundrel. Those who bribed him enjoyed lighter coursework and could take leave at will, while those who did not were burdened with the heaviest teaching loads and received the least rewards. Several female teachers had even suffered harassment from him. When Jiang Shui had jumped from the building, everyone remembered how this principal had reacted. How could anyone possibly come forward to assist? Realizing his cries were in vain, Liang Guofa could only grip the arm of his opponent tightly. Qin Chuan, just you wait. I will report you to the county committee. Just you wait. Liu Jigua stepped forward, seizing his wrist, and soon several police officers approached, swiftly handcuffing him. Bang! A discreet elbow strike landed perfectly on Liang Guofa's abdomen, causing him to see stars and rendering him speechless. Noisy! Get him out of the way. Bring in the excavator. As Qin Chuan's team commenced excavating the playground, news of the arrests of Cheng Liang, Qiu Guozheng, and others quickly spread. Outside the Xingan Public Security Bureau, Secretary Gao, it's fortunate that you are here. If it were just me, This collective second-class merit would likely have been in vain. Zhou Mingyi lit a cigarette for Gao Qingshan, simultaneously showering him with flattery. Gao Qingshan waved his hand dismissively. Qin Chuan. Though young, impulsive, and somewhat immature, he does possess a certain aptitude for solving cases. Now, let us head back. Just then, a phone buzzed. Glancing at the caller ID, it was the office director. Yes, it's me. What did you say? Moments later, Gao Qingshan's face turned ashen as he hung up the phone. Zhou Mingyi, sensing something amiss, inquired, Secretary. What happened? Qin Chuan has apprehended several leaders from the vocational high school. Zhou Mingyi was left speechless. Chapter 52. Are you Qin Chuan? Such audacity. At the moment Gao Qingshan received the news, Qin Chuan was on the vocational high school's playground, directing 3 excavators to turn over the soil. Lu Zhigua was brimming with enthusiasm for the task. Here, dig deeper. Over there, dig alongside each other, ensure there are no omissions. In truth, Qin Chuan did not wish to create such a spectacle. However, he had no alternative. The Eye of Sin had merely indicated that Liang Guofeng had buried individuals beneath the school's playground, without specifying the exact location. Thus, Qin Chuan was compelled to have the excavators commence digging from one side, working in parallel until the site of the bodies was uncovered. Consequently, what began as a rescue operation transformed into a large-scale construction site. The incessant roar of the excavators echoed, while students, having been sent back to class, occasionally peeked out from the windows. Jiang Shui was also escorted back to her classroom by individuals arranged by Qin Chuan. Nevertheless, the subsequent events signified that this was far from over. Upon being taken back to the Criminal Investigation Unit, Zhao Jinjin, as soon as she seated herself in the interrogation room, confessed to everything. This included, but was not limited to, the bullying of Jiang Shui, intentionally disfiguring a classmate, instructing outside individuals to assault her peers, and collecting protection fees. She elucidated everything with utmost clarity. Team Leader Qin, Zhao Jinjin named 7 individuals in total, 4 students and 3 outside personnel. Should they be apprehended? The officer in charge of Zhao Jinjin's interrogation was Captain Dong Hao to the 3rd Squad. After confirming the details, he immediately called Qin Chuan for guidance. Naturally, they should be arrested. Otherwise, would they be allowed to return home for the new year? Captain Dong Hao was well aware that arrests were necessary, but he called Qin Chuan because there were certain matters he dared not decide on his own. Team Leader Qin, Zhao Jinjin's father, is the deputy director of the county's organization department, and among the 4 classmates she implicated, 3 have parents working within the county committee, including the nephew of the director of the Civil Affairs Bureau and the daughter of the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Stop! Qin Chuan, who answered the call, did not bother to lower his voice. Captain Dong, do these matters pertain to their crimes? I do not care whose son or daughter they are, or what connections they have. If they have committed a crime, arrest them. If he cannot take action, I will have Lu Zhigua make the arrests. If he fails, I will go myself. I refuse to believe they are more difficult to apprehend than Song Yaozong. After finishing, Qin Chuan ended the call and spoke to Liang Kai, who stood beside him. This Dong Hao is not a bad person. He merely hesitates and tends to calculate too much. Liang Kai remarked, what could be said? Those are your criminal investigation team members, not from my district police station. Nevertheless, he comprehended Qin Chuan's approach. After all, Qin Chuan had recently joined the criminal investigation team and was in urgent need of capable and obedient subordinates. Lu Zhigua had evidently been the first to establish himself and had garnered Qin Chuan's initial trust. Dong Hao was the next individual under Qin Chuan's scrutiny. This operation was, in essence, a pledge of allegiance that Qin Chuan had required Dong Hao to submit. On the other end of the line, Dong Hao was acutely aware of the situation, yet felt powerless. To make arrests would involve incurring the displeasure of some county leaders, but to refrain from doing so, that individual had even dared to apprehend Song Yaozong. Could he afford to provoke such a figure? The excavation efforts were ongoing, with Lu Zhigua having brought in 2 additional excavators in the afternoon. In total, 5 excavators were now at work, having excavated nearly 80% of the playground. However, nothing of significance had been uncovered. At this moment, the sun was approaching the horizon, and in a little over an hour, darkness would envelop the land. Liang Kai cast a curious glance at Qin Chuan, who remained composed, quietly observing the rumbling machinery at work. Despite the extensive area that had been excavated, no discoveries had been made, yet Qin Chuan exhibited no signs of anxiety. From noon until now, Liang Kai had received numerous calls, one from the Director of Public Security, Zhou Xueshi, another from County Head Chun Mingguang, and several from Vice County Head Duan Chunguang, who oversaw education, as well as various officials from county-level departments, both primary and secondary. All were inquiring about the situation on the ground. Liang Kai, indifferent, relayed the details candidly. Team Leader Qin, night is fast approaching. No worries, Liang. The sun will rise again tomorrow. Liang Kai smiled faintly, clearly aware that Qin Chuan understood his implication, recognizing that his words extended beyond mere weather observations. In a while, someone would likely arrive. Thus, he advised caution. Qin Chuan responded nonchalantly with a smile, expressing gratitude for Liang's concern, as he had presumed that they would wait until the excavation was complete before making an appearance, not anticipating their impatience. Liang Kai offered a wry smile, noting that Qin Chuan seemed to know everything. Today, Qin Chuan had caused quite a stir at the vocational high school. The administration comprised only 3 individuals: Principal Liang Guofa, Vice Principal Qiu Guizheng, and Director Cheng Liang. In the span of a single morning, 2 had been apprehended, while 1 awaited his fate. Julin County was a small locale with only a handful of prominent figures in the county seat, where everyone was familiar with one another. Thus, the essence of human connection was significant. Having rescued Jiang Shui, Qin Chuan had no intention of lingering at the vocational high school, nor did he wish to create further troubles for others. If he had to confront anyone, it would be Cheng Liang and Qiu Guizheng, whose actions warranted their misfortune. However, it would have been prudent to at least inform the Education Bureau or contact the deputy county head responsible for education to report the developments. Instead, they acted hastily, leading to arrests and deploying 5 excavators to thoroughly search the school's playground. During the day, no one dared to stir up trouble, partly because Qin Chuan had just apprehended Song Yaozong the previous night, leaving many uncertain about the situation. Additionally, there was widespread bewilderment regarding what Lu Chuan sought beneath the playground. Yet, as the day progressed and the excavation neared completion without yielding any findings, impatience began to brew, prompting inquiries and demands for accountability. As the voices of the 2 faded, a brand new Santana drove into the school entrance. Upon glancing at the license plate, Liang Kai immediately recognized who was inside and cautioned Qin Chuan. It's the vehicle of Wang Bing, the deputy director of the Education Bureau. Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the car, which had come to a halt. A middle-aged man of average build, clutching a briefcase, approached them with a furious expression, glaring at the playground that had been riddled with holes. Liang Guofa, have you lost your mind? This playground was just renovated a few years ago. Who gave you the audacity to dig it up? Seeing Wang Bing arrive, Liang Guofa was nearly moved to tears. Director Wang, save me. He clutched Wang Bing's arm like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. The police are about to commit murder. He then vividly recounted all of Qin Chuan's actions since the morning. Director Wang, you must stand up for us. This Captain Qin has no evidence and has arrested Director Cheng Liang and Vice Principal Qiu Guizheng. Moreover, he ordered his subordinates to seize the daughter of Deputy Minister Zhao from the County Committee's Organization Department. And let's not forget about the nephew of Director Guo from the Civil Affairs Bureau, and your daughter. What? Wang Bing was taken aback. What is happening? My daughter has also been arrested? Why was I not informed? Who is Qin Chuan? Who? Qin Chuan, who had been watching the unfolding drama, stepped forward nonchalantly. I am Qin Chuan. You are Qin Chuan? Wang Bing's expression contorted with rage. You have the audacity. Chapter 53, Captain Qin. How do you explain this? Wang Bing was attending a meeting at the county committee today. It was on his way back to the office after the meeting that he received a notification from the director stating that police were at the vocational high school, operating an excavator to turn over the playground. The director had spoken, and as the deputy, Wang Bing naturally had to comply. Moreover, the vocational high school had always been his point of contact, so it was only natural for him to handle this matter. However, Wang Bing was not a fool, who in Julin County was unaware of the illustrious Qin Chuan. And who was Song Yaozong? A figure whose mere stamp of the foot could send tremors through Zhulin County, commanding respect from both the county mayor and the party secretary. Yet, this formidable individual had been sent to the detention center by Qin Chuan. During the break at the county committee meeting, the topic of conversation was solely this incident. Reliable sources had even hinted that Qin Chuan was a person of significant influence, merely visiting Zhulin County for grassroots experience and would not linger for long. As soon as Wang Bing stepped out of the vehicle, he recognized Qin Chuan. However, he feigned ignorance and instead sought information from Liang Guofa. In Wang Bing's perspective, whether Qin Chuan had overturned the playground or even toppled the teaching building was of no concern to him. The excavation of the vocational high school's playground was no trivial matter. The fact that the director did not come personally but sent him instead indicated that something significant was at play. Yet, Wang Bing was genuinely unaware that his daughter had been arrested, which struck a nerve within him. Qin Chuan, you may be impressive and well-connected, but I, Wang Bing, neither engage in corruption nor break the law. What do you do to me? Isn't it the upper echelons that wish for me to be the scapegoat? Very well. I shall embrace that role today, confronting Captain Qin. However, Wang Bing could not directly address the matter concerning his daughter. He was already aware of how his daughter behaved at school. Alongside a few other officials' children, they would engage in fights today with one and tomorrow with another. Though it seemed rather inappropriate, it was merely a case of bullying classmates. Furthermore, his daughter was not naive. She only targeted those without power or influence. Who could possibly retaliate? Qin Chuan felt a tinge of admiration for the individuals orchestrating Wang Bing's actions from behind the scenes. They understood that Wang Bing posed no significant threat, while also being aware that his daughter had been apprehended. They had chosen their pawn wisely. Director Wang, you may inquire of those whom I've detained about my audacity. Wang Bing was disinclined to engage in futile dialogue. Who permitted you to vandalize school property? You are committing an offense under the guise of law enforcement. Do you possess a search warrant? Do you have authorization? You have nothing. Summoning a few excavators to wreak havoc. I could prosecute you. Qin Chuan cast a glance at him. No need for prosecution. You may arrest me. Wang Bing retorted. How can I arrest a lone individual? Are you not being unreasonable? Indeed, Qin Chuan was being unreasonable. He had resolved that if the individuals sent by the other party posed no threat, he would continue his antics. If they did pose a threat, all the better, he would have them arrested directly. In that brief moment, the last remaining intact section of the playground was finally upheaved by 5 excavators. Lu Jigua hurried over, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Captain Qin, there is nothing noteworthy to report. This matter is becoming troublesome. Lu Jigua's heart raced anxiously. Could it be that Captain Qin had misjudged this time? If indeed there was a mistake, then Lu Jigua understood that once Qin Chuan was finished, his own situation would not be much better. After all, today he had merely been a pawn in Qin Chuan's game. Could it be that he had pledged his loyalty too soon? Wang Bing, who had already been sidelined, laughed heartily. Qin, just wait. Your downfall is imminent. You have discovered nothing. Your end is nigh. The moment Qin Chuan faltered, his daughter would be released from the criminal police unit. A mere mid-level official, truly. Did he consider himself to be of any consequence? Meanwhile, Liang Kai, who had been present at the scene, began to harbor doubts. Had Qin Chuan erred? After all, the playground had been thoroughly searched, yet nothing had been uncovered. At that moment, 4 or 5 cars entered the school gate in succession. Liang Kai's eyes flickered. The leading vehicle belonged to Deputy County Chief Duan Chunguang, followed by officials from the Education Bureau, Organization Department, Finance Bureau, and County Committee Office. This was indeed an impressive display. Wang Bing, upon seeing this, immediately perked up. Qin, the Deputy County Chief has arrived. Let us see how you respond. With a cold snort, he dashed over and flung open the car door. Deputy County Chief. Qin Chuan did not need a guess. He knew the other party was there to file a complaint. But let them complain. Did he truly care? Duan Chunguang was of modest stature, with a notable belly, appearing to be in his 40s. As he walked, he swayed slightly, giving him a rather peculiar presence. Approaching Qin Chuan and Liang Kai, he did not spare Qin Chuan a glance, but instead directed his inquiry at Liang Kai. Director Liang, what is the situation with your police department? Wang Bing just mentioned that you commenced excavation of the vocational high school playground without any formal procedures or permits. Are you aware that this playground was constructed merely 3 years ago at the expense of over 7 million from the county's finances, which are indeed the hard-earned money of the people of Julin County? Is it truly acceptable for you to simply dig it up at your whim? Liang Ke, who is not only the head of the urban police station, but also a member of the County Public Security Bureau's party committee, is undoubtedly a deputy-level official. Naturally, Duan Chunguang seeks to converse with him, given his position. As for Qin Chuan, he is merely a lowly departmental official. Had it not been for the fact that they apprehended Song Yaozong, coupled with rumors of his connections, Duan Chunguang would have long since sought to dismantle him. Liang Kai is no fool. He is well aware of Duan Chunguang's intentions, yet the latter has committed no wrongdoing. Indeed, he is technically in a position of authority over Qin Chuan. Good day, County Director Duan. Here is the situation. 3 years ago, a vocational high school teacher named Zhao Yongji went missing, and he is yet to be found. We have received credible intelligence suggesting that Zhao Yongji may have been harmed, and that his body is likely buried beneath this very playground. In the presence of others, Liang Kai would not articulate the situation so plainly. However, as Duan Chunguang is the deputy county head, it is imperative to afford him the necessary respect. Are you out of your mind? Liang Guofa interjected vehemently. Having regained his vigor since the afternoon, Liang Kai, open your eyes and look around. The individuals sent by Qin have excavated the entire playground. Where is he? Where is the body? There is nothing. I shall report you to the county committee. Liang Guofa, a proper departmental official, pointed an accusatory finger at Liang Kai in a fit of desperation, leaving no room for rebuttal. At this juncture, Liang Kai found himself at a loss for words. For indeed, Liang Guofa spoke the truth. The playground was excavated thoroughly, yet nothing was discovered. Principal Liang, one should not speak so definitively. If nothing was found in the first dig, then a second excavation is warranted. At this juncture, Qin Chuan understood that it was time for him to step forward. Director Duan, greetings. I am Qin Chuan, the deputy head of the criminal police team, currently on a mission. Duan Chunguang remained composed, nodding slightly. I am aware of you, having earned 2 personal commendations within a month. Truly impressive for someone of your youth. However, he gestured towards the chaotic state of the playground, his tone taking on a more serious note. Captain Qin, how do you explain this situation? Chapter 54. Qin Chuan's explanation involves detaining individuals. The reason Duan Chunguang arrived here, coinciding precisely with the excavation that yielded no results, is not mere coincidence. When Jiang Shui leapt from the building, he was promptly informed. Duan Chunguang was aware of the excavation taking place when Qin Chuan began his work. However, what concern was it of his? Had Qin Chuan merely apprehended Song Yaozong the previous night, he would have been just another ordinary officer in pursuit of accolades. Duan Chunguang would have shown no particular interest. Yet the circumstances had shifted. He was unaware of Qin Chuan's true background. Duan Chunguang had ascended from a humble village chief to his current position through careful caution and a talent for navigating the murky waters of politics, ensuring no one felt slighted. He had never involved himself in the rivalry between Gao Qingshan and Chunming Wang. This time, it was Gao Qingshan who had called upon him to come and assess the situation. As the end of the year approached, a position for an executive vice county head would soon become available due to retirements within the county committee. The deputy county head, Duan Chunguang, is contemplating whether to prepend the title of executive to his designation, as Gao Qingshan wields considerable influence. The other party subtly alluded to this matter, and Duan Chunguang realized that if he did not make a gesture soon, he might lose the executive position altogether. Report to County Head Duan. The criminal investigation team is currently conducting the first round of inspections on the vocational high school's playground based on reliable intelligence. This initial phase has now been completed, and we are prepared to commence the second round immediately. Qin Chuan stood at attention and saluted, mirroring the formal demeanor of his counterpart. Ultimately, he understood the importance of maintaining decorum to avoid any potential pitfalls. While Qin Chuan's approach to investigations was indeed swift and decisive, it did not imply that he sought to alienate everyone in his path. County Head Duan, This is mere sophistry. If the first round yields no results, shall we resort to a third round of digging? Liang Guofa's heart raced in trepidation. The events from years past were known only to two individuals, and the other party would never betray him, as they too were implicated. If the inquiry continued, it was entirely possible that the truth would surface, and he feared he might not live to witness the outcome. Hence, Liang Guofa fervently attempted to obstruct the investigation. Yet, how could Qin Chuan acquiesce to such wishes? The information provided by the Eye of Evil was infallible. Today, he intended to excavate to the very depths to uncover the remains of Zhao Yongji. Principal Liang, your assertions are misguided. Qin Chuan indicated the playground. 3 years ago, vocational high school teacher Zhao Yongji mysteriously vanished. After such a long time, we finally have a lead. Yet you persist in your obstructions. What is it, Principal Liang? Could it be that Zhao Yongji's disappearance is somehow connected to you? Liang Guofa's complexion turned pale with anxiety. You are speaking nonsense. County Chief Duan, look, Qin Chuan is slandering me. Duan Chunguang coughed lightly and said, Captain Qin, unless you possess evidence, it will be prudent to refrain from making such allegations. Indeed, County Chief Duan, there was no conflict between Qin Chuan and Duan Chunguang. After all, he was the superior, and it was wise to maintain a courteous demeanor. Principal Liang, whether or not we can unearth anything beneath the playground is not solely your decision, nor mine. However, we must excavate to ascertain the truth. Your current reluctance to permit further digging does not concern me personally. The crux of the matter lies in considering County Chief Duan's position. With leadership present, we must ensure that everything is clarified thoroughly. If we fail to resolve this today, and issues arise in the future, are we not digging a pit for County Chief Duan? Upon hearing this, Duan Chunguang cast a glance filled with hesitation towards Qin Chuan. He was not mistaken, if indeed there were matters buried beneath the playground. Failing to clarify them today could lead to future complications. He would not be able to extricate himself from the situation, akin to attempting to wash away guilt in the Yellow River. No, County Chief Duan, please hear me out. That was not my intention, truly. Liang Guofa, taken aback, pointed at Qin Chuan, stammering, You? What of me? Qin Chuan approached Duan Chunguang, stating, County Chief Duan, my sources of information are exceedingly reliable. I kindly ask for a little more time, and I assure you that I will uncover the truth of this case. Duan Chunguang, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, did not provide an immediate response. Qin Chuan understood that his counterpart was deliberately withholding a reply, waiting for him to make a promise. Once the facts were uncovered, he would be prepared to take the necessary actions. However, it remains elusive. You must have a saying, Qin Chuan. Rest assured, Director Duan, should the investigation yield no results, I shall bear full responsibility. At this moment, Duan Chunguang nodded slightly, awaiting those very words. With someone willing to take responsibility, matters could be resolved with ease. Yet, before any agreement could be voiced, a sarcastic inquiry emanated from behind. Captain Qin, your words flow so effortlessly. Pray tell, how do you intend to shoulder the blame if the investigation proves fruitless? Qin Chuan turned to see a middle-aged man in a gray short-sleeved shirt, his balding head gleaming. Who is this fellow to chime in? Captain Qin, this is Deputy Minister Zhao from the Organization Department. Lu Zhigua, aware that Qin Chuan might not recognize the man, whispered a reminder. Ah, that clarifies everything. Earlier, I apprehended his daughter, and now he seeks retribution. Nevertheless, despite the provocations, Qin Chuan could only engage in verbal sparring. Do you possess any standing before me? Zhao, the Eye of Sin. Zhao Yunhu, with a sin value of 44 had, 20 years prior, impersonated another to gain admission to university. 5 years ago, hired his nephew to murder the individual he had usurped, and assisted his daughter Zhao Xinjin in concealing acts of school bullying, disfigurement of classmates, and other transgressions. Lu Zhigua, apprehend this balding man at once. Gah! Not only was Zhao Yunhu taken aback, but so were Duan Chunguang, Liang Guofa, Liang Kai, and Lu Zhigua, who had received the order. What circumstance warrants the immediate arrest of this individual? Zhao Yunhu erupted in laughter. Qin, who do you believe you are? You think you can just arrest whomever you please? I do not presume to be anyone of importance, but apprehending you is well within my capabilities. Captain Lu, why do you delay? The pressure now shifted squarely onto Lu Jigua's shoulders. At present, Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of a criminal police team, stands before the deputy county head and a member of the county bureau's party committee, audaciously intent on handcuffing the deputy minister of the county's organization department himself. What to do? To execute this order? It could spell ruin for his own future. Yet, to refuse. Lu Jigua reflects on the events of the past day. An hour to solve a murder case, with the arrest of Song Yaozong facilitated by immediate handcuffing. Moreover, this morning, Qin Chuan recklessly leapt from a rooftop to save Jiang Shui. Such audacity. With such a leader, Lu Jigua felt compelled to act. Years later, when asked about the wisest decision of his life, by then the head of a provincial public security bureau, Lu Jigua would unhesitatingly declare that night when he heeded Captain Qin's words and apprehended a man named Zhao Yunhu. Snap! Deputy Minister Zhao, I apologize. Zhao Yunhu offered no resistance. After being handcuffed by Lu Jigua, he raised his hands before County Head Duan. Duan County Head, you see this? Qin Chuan is abusing his power, unjustly handcuffing a current county committee official. If such behavior goes unpunished, is there still any rule of law? Chapter 55. Sudden Turn of Events. Only 2 hours remain. Lu Jigua truly did handcuff Zhao Yunhu, a single act sending ripples through the waters. Splendid. Liang Guofa silently applauded. He was all too aware of Zhao Yunhu's character. How could he possibly be oblivious to the misdeeds of Zhao Zhenjin at school? The incident where Zhao Zhenjin added sulfuric acid to a classmate's facial cleanser was caught on surveillance. During the investigation, it was clear evidence of guilt. However, Liang Guofang not only failed to take action, but even actively sought to exonerate the accused. The surveillance footage currently resides within the confines of his home safe. Why? One might wonder. The answer lies with Zhao Yunhu. Earlier that morning, when Qin Chuan ordered the arrest of Zhao Zhenjin, Liang Guofang awaited Zhao Yunhu's retaliatory response. Now, it has culminated in conflict between Qin Chuan and Zhao Yunhu, with the latter being handcuffed in the presence of Deputy County Chief Duan Chunguang. How amusing. Liang Guofang is now reveling in this turn of events. Setting aside Zhao Yunhu's influential brother-in-law in Xing'an City, one must consider the implications of Duan Chunguang's authority. Qin Chuan has displayed a remarkable lack of discernment. At this moment, Duan Chunguang's expression is decidedly grim. Zhao Yunhu's inquiry was, in essence, a defense of his own position. He posed a question to Qin Chuan regarding the potential ramifications should nothing be unearthed beneath the playground. Yet, without hesitation, you proceeded to detain him. What does this signify? Should I, Duan Chunguang, also be subject to your handcuffs? Or do you presume the Public Security Bureau to be your personal domain, allowing you to detain whomever you please? Liang Kai discerned Duan Chunguang's displeasure, and as a member of the Public Security Bureau's committee, he felt compelled to speak up. Qin Chuan, what are you doing? He then turned to Lu Jigua. Lu Jigua quickly removed Minister Zhao's handcuffs. However, having resolved to steadfastly align with Qin Chuan, Lu Jigua was disinclined to heed Liang Kai's commands. While you may hold a leadership position, you are not my direct superior. The county official holds less sway than the immediate supervisor. Thus, Lu Jigua's gaze shifted back to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan found Lu Jigua's demeanor quite satisfactory. Shaking his head to signal for the other not to move, Qin Chuan turned away, standing at attention and saluting. Liang, the reason for arresting Zhao Yunhu is unrelated to any inquiries made during the process. My motive stems from his alleged involvement in hiring a hitman. What? Upon hearing Qin Chuan's assertion, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply. What is happening? Zhao Yunhu hiring a hitman? At that moment, not only Liang Kai, but also Duan Chunguang turned their gazes toward Zhao Yunhu. You, Qin, you're spouting nonsense. You are slandering me without proof. I will file a complaint with the county committee. You. Enough. Zhao Yunhu, cease your charade. We shall not discuss the transgressions of your daughter for now. You surely have not forgotten the name Sun Biao? Gasp. Upon hearing Qin Chuan utter this name, Zhao Yunhu's words faltered, his face transforming into a mask of shock and horror. Qin Chuan continued. Zhao Yunhu, or rather, I should address you as Sun Biao. For you cannot have forgotten the incident from 20 years ago when you usurped Zhao Yunhu's identity to attend university. 5 years ago, when the original Zhao Yunhu confronted you, you resorted to hiring your own nephew to eliminate him. Now, I wonder if I apprehend your nephew, will he confess? You. Zhao Yunhu's face turned ashen with terror. This matter was known only to him and his nephew. How could Qin Chuan possibly be aware of it? Observing Zhao Yunhu's expression, Liang Kai and Duan Chunguang discerned that Qin Chuan's words were likely grounded in truth. The issue of assuming another's identity to attend university is a relic of history. During that era, re-examination for college entrance was not prohibited. Some individuals exploited the loopholes in policy by seeking out expelled high school seniors to impersonate their identities and participate in the college entrance examination a second time. Qin Chuan approached Duan Chunguang, saying, "County Chief Duan, I believe we will see significant progress regarding the criminal act committed by Zhao Yunhu in hiring a killer in the near future. At that time, the criminal investigation team will provide you with a detailed report." Qin Chuan mentioned a report because Duan Chunguang was responsible for the education sector and not the Public Security Bureau. He secretly rejoiced at having refrained from saying too much to Zhao Yunhu earlier. Duan Chunguang patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder, saying, "Since we have leads, there is no need for further reports to me. You may proceed with your official duties." Understood. Having secured Duan Chunguang's approval, Qin Chuan turned to Lu Jigua, return the individual to the criminal investigation team, and notify the second squad to promptly arrest Zhao Yunhu's nephew. Yes. Lu Jigua's face flushed with excitement. This was exhilarating. What of the deputy minister of the county party committee's organization department? They will be cuffed. And what could be done about it? Damn it, my brother Qin is formidable. Lu Jigua had spent his entire life as a criminal investigator and had never experienced such exhilaration. Let us go. However, Zhao Yunhu could no longer move, having collapsed entirely to the ground. Get a few people to carry him away. The leaders from various departments who had accompanied Zhao Yunhu were now sweating profusely. Why were they here? It was simply to address the fact that their daughters, sons, or nephews had been apprehended by Qin Chuan that morning. They had intended to pressure Qin Chuan collectively. After all, it was merely a minor incident. Children playing rough at school was quite normal, wasn't it? But now, who dared to step forward? Each of them had their own issues. What if something were to come to light, County Chief Duan? I have some matters to attend to at home. I must take my leave. Director Duan, there is still a manuscript that requires revision at the unit. I shall take my leave now. Director Duan. In the blink of an eye, the vehicles that accompanied Director Duan vanished into thin air. Qin Chuan nodded in satisfaction, reflecting that monkeys, indeed, learn to behave after a single lesson. At this moment, Duan Chunguang took his first careful appraisal of Qin Chuan. Youthful, this was the most immediate impression Qin Chuan left on him. He radiated vitality, exuding a spirit of daring and tenacity, with a pair of piercing eyes brimming with confidence. Qin Chuan, you are quite remarkable. This sincere commendation stemmed from Duan Chunguang's heart. Despite the seemingly larger presence of his own side, neither Wang Bing, the deputy director of the Education Bureau, nor Zhao Yunhu, the deputy minister of the organization department, managed to gain the upper hand. In fact, Zhao Yunhu's apprehension had frightened off several individuals from other departments. Throughout this ordeal, Qin Chuan maintained an air of composure and rationality. What appeared to be reckless actions were, in truth, underpinned by meticulous planning. Indeed, being awarded 2 honors within a month and capturing over a dozen wanted criminals certainly positioned him favorably for an extraordinary promotion from County Chief Qin. This Qin Chuan possesses considerable prowess. Qin Chuan had not anticipated Duan Chunguang's praise. Thank you, Director Duan, for your kind words. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Duan Chunguang. I am here today at the behest of Secretary Gao, thus. Duan Chunguang gestured towards the chaotic playground before them. You must provide an explanation for this. Moreover, your time is limited. Secretary Gao is currently on his way back. Duan Chunguang raised his hand to check the time. You have no more than 2 hours. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan immediately grasped Duan Chunguang's intention. It was a subtle indication that he was distancing himself from the matter, attributing it solely to Secretary Gao's arrangements. Chapter 56. In critical moments, the bones resurface. Thank you, County Chief Duan. This expression of gratitude was heartfelt and sincere. Qin Chuan was genuinely unaware that Gao Qingshan had returned from Xing'an City, and he had no inkling that the other party would arrive in merely 2 hours. The decision to excavate the vocational high school's playground was neither trivial nor monumental. However, it is important to note that Qin Chuan had not followed any official procedures. In this regard, it was indeed unlawful. Should someone seize upon this detail, say, if Gao Qingshan himself arrived on site to halt Qin Chuan's digging, Qin Chuan would find himself in a precarious situation. As for Duan Chunguang's presence, Qin Chuan initially believed it was to prevent him from continuing the excavation. The timing of Duan's arrival was particularly fortuitous, coinciding precisely with the conclusion of Qin Chuan's first excavation wave, during which no discoveries were made. Now it appeared that Duan Chunguang was merely sent by Gao Qingshan to delay proceedings. If Duan could indeed obstruct Qin Chuan's efforts, it would be advantageous. However, if he could not, it mattered little. As soon as Gao Qingshan arrived, he could promptly relieve Qin Chuan of his duties. The reasoning was straightforward. He had violated the law by conducting destructive excavation without any formal authorization on the vocational high school as playground. Once Qin Chuan's position was revoked, the question of whether there were indeed corpses beneath the playground would become irrelevant. Chun Mingguang might be concerned, but the initial wave of excavation yielded no findings. In the end, should the playground be refilled, Qin Chuan, even with the knowledge that Liang Guofa had committed murder, would find himself powerless without a body or evidence. There would be no possibility of redemption. Duan Chunguang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for thanks. It is your own actions that have salvaged your fate. Now, focus on the excavation. Time is of the essence." Understood. Qin Chuan turned and called out, "Lu Jigua, regardless of the means, I demand you procure 10 excavators for me." Half an hour later, 15 excavators roared to life, digging into the playground. However, an hour passed with no results to show. Captain Qin, this marks the third wave. The 15 excavators have turned over the entire playground to a depth of nearly 2 meters and have made 3 passes. Standing at the periphery, Qin Chuan furrowed his brow in deep thought. He was certain that the information provided by the Eye of Sin was indeed accurate. Given sufficient time, he could meticulously sift through the soil of the playground, inch by inch, to uncover the body. Yet, time was the critical factor. There were only 20 minutes remaining from the 2 hours mentioned by Duan Chunguang. Although it was possible to make another pass, they had already done so 3 times. Would another pass yield any clues? It seemed implausible. Recklessness was not an option. Qin Chuan approached the edge, surveying the playground, which had been transformed into a field of tilled earth. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to the basketball hoops still standing in the distance. Had the areas beneath those hoops been excavated? The surrounding land had been cleared, leaving only the bases intact. The workers, fearing the hoops might topple, had likely avoided digging there. Enough of this idle chatter. Move the hoops aside and commence digging, he commanded. Yes. With that, Lu Jigua directed the excavators to begin work on the 2 basketball hoops. On the other side, Liang Guofa, who had been anxiously counting the moments while waiting for Gao Qingshan's arrival, nearly collapsed upon hearing Qin Chuan's order to dismantle the basketball hoop. "Oh, my Secretary Gao, if you do not arrive soon, Tears threatened to spill from Liang Guofa's eyes as an unprecedented light suddenly ignited within them. At the school gate, a sleek black Passat glided into view. Liang Guofa, overwhelmed with joy, exclaimed, "Qin Chuan, stop! Quickly, cease your actions. Secretary Gao has arrived." "Secretary Gao is here." Duan Chunguang and Liang Kai exchanged glances with Qin Chuan and promptly rose to greet their superior. Liang Kai let out a quiet sigh. Qin Chuan's relentless pursuit suggested that Zhao Yongji might indeed be buried beneath the playground, while he too harbored a desire for vengeance on Zhao Yongji's behalf. The impending arrival of Gao Qingshan signaled a profound shift in the current circumstances. With a soft creak, the vehicle came to a steady halt before the gathering. Duan Chunguang stepped forward, opening the rear right door with great reverence, and addressed Secretary Qin Chuan. Gao Qin Chuan nodded, disembarking from the car with a leisurely demeanor. "Thank you for your efforts, Director Duan. It is but a trifling matter," Duan Chunguang replied, acknowledging Gao Qin Chuan's return from Xing'an City despite the fatigue of travel. "Your prompt arrival is commendable, and I shall strive to learn from you." Gao Qin Chuan nodded once more, clearly appreciative of Duan Chunguang's words. However, this did not imply satisfaction with Duan Chunguang's performance. Had he excelled, there would have been no need for Gao Qin Chuan to make this journey. Thus, his comment on the director's hard work subtly indicated that while effort was noted, results were lacking. Secretary Qin Chuan, Liang Guofa, interjected as the two men concluded their conversation, hastily approaching and nearly falling to his knees before Gao Qin Chuan. "You must advocate for me." In the absence of any formal procedures or permissions, the criminal police team, led by Qin Chuan, indiscriminately excavated the vocational high school's playground under unfounded pretexts. Without any evidence, they brazenly arrested our vice principal, the director of education, a teacher, and several students in broad daylight. It is utterly deranged. Just moments ago, they even took away Deputy Minister Zhao Yunhu from the organization department. This is a blatant disregard for the law. Secretary Qin Chuan, you must stand up for us. Liang Guofa, in a state of despair, no longer resembled a principal, but rather appeared like a scorned woman shouting in the streets. Although Gao Qin Chuan found him distasteful, Liang Guofa managed to succinctly articulate Qin Chuan's transgressions, which proved somewhat effective. "Enough of this wretched display. Look at you, weeping and wailing. Zhulan County is a place governed by rules and laws. No one is above the law." Indeed, indeed. Secretary Qin Chuan speaks the truth. Liang Guofa followed closely behind Gao Qin Chuan, standing tall with a fierce glare directed at Qin Chuan, as if he intended to devour him whole. Qin Chuan sighed inwardly upon witnessing Gao Qin Chuan's approach. It would be no easy feat to navigate this situation. However, when Gao Qin Chuan arrived, he did not spare Qin Chuan a single glance, completely disregarding him, and instead turned his attention to Liang Kai. It felt as though Gao Qin Chuan had no intention of addressing Qin Chuan at all. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, then offered a bitter smile. It was evident that someone who could ascend to the position of county party secretary was far from inept. With this seemingly trivial action, Qin Chuan realized that, despite wielding considerable power, a cadre at the stock level was merely an entity unworthy of the county party secretary's gaze. Gao Qin Chuan understood that to assert his own agenda required little exertion. A mere gesture would suffice. "Liang Kai, what is the situation at your public security bureau? Immediately cease any unlawful activities and address the relevant personnel. I expect Zhou Shiweshi to personally report to me this evening." Thus, Qin Chuan found himself among the implicated. Liang Kai rubbed his hands together, attempting to negotiate. "Secretary Qin Chuan, we have received intelligence." Where did this intelligence originate? Is it credible? It is merely the ramblings of an individual. Enough, implement it immediately. Boom! At that moment, a resounding crash interrupted Gao Qin Chuan's words. In the distance, the basketball hoop that once stood tall suddenly collapsed. Lu Jigua's voice, sharp and piercing, resonated with excitement. "Captain Qin, remains. There are remains beneath the basketball hoop." Chapter 57. Capturing a suspect in front of Gao Qin Chuan is delightful. Upon hearing this, Liang Guofa felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly fainting. In the distance, Lu Jigua bounded over like a wild monkey, flailing his arms. "Remains. Captain Qin, we have unearthed remains." Qin Chuan's expression momentarily froze. He had not anticipated such a fortuitous discovery at the last possible moment. Liang Kai was equally astonished. Had they truly uncovered remains? The reactions of others, including Deputy County Head Duan Chunguang and County Party Secretary Gao Qin Chuan, varied, but at that moment, none spoke. The unfolding situation had exceeded everyone's expectations. Qin Chuan had arranged for personnel to toil on the playground for an entire afternoon. The ground had been turned over thrice and excavated to a depth of over 2 meters. Yet no discoveries were made. Even Lu Jigua, who initially had unwavering confidence in Qin Chuan, began to waver. However, no one anticipated that upon Gao Qingshan's arrival at the scene, skeletal remains would be uncovered. Everyone understood that Gao Qingshan's intent in coming here was directed at Qin Chuan. According to the original narrative, Qin Chuan should have already faced the consequences by now. Yet, the discovery of the remains altered the course of events. Within the confines of the system, regardless of one's rank, all must adhere to the established rules of engagement. Even Gao Qingshan, as the county party secretary, could not interfere with the police investigation. Without remains, there could be no evidence. As the head of Julin County, whatever Gao Qingshan stated would be heeded by others. However, now, confronted with evidence, even the highest-ranking officials must step aside. Qin Chuan adjusted his collar and donned his police cap, deliberately bypassing Gao Qingshan without casting a glance in his direction. He halted before Liang Kai, declaring, "Report to committee member Liang Kai, Criminal Investigation Team Qin Chuan, here to conduct an investigation. Please provide guidance." Liang Kai cleared his throat awkwardly, fully aware of Qin Chuan's intentional disregard for Gao Qingshan, mirroring Gao Qingshan's earlier indifference towards Qin Chuan. However, the former was the county party secretary, while Qin Chuan held the position of deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan, despite his lower rank, had apprehended individuals of no trivial nature. "Proceed according to protocol," he affirmed. "Understood." Qin Chuan turned around and approached Duan Chungguang, standing at attention and saluting. "Director Duan, in accordance with the directives from higher authorities, the Criminal Investigation Brigade is proceeding with the investigation of the criminal case." Duan Chungguang nodded, but remained silent. What more was there to say? This fellow reports to Liang Kai and to himself, yet neglects to inform Gao Qingshan. What does that imply? Thus, he could only wave his hand dismissively. However, to be frank, he harbored a certain admiration for Qin Chuan's audacity. Youth must possess the vigor of youth, regardless of the county party secretary's stance. If he chooses to ignore you, what can you do? Yet, if he were in Qin Chuan's shoes, he should have sought counsel from Gao Qingshan at this juncture. This was not merely a matter of respect for Gao Qingshan, but rather an acknowledgement of the institutional mechanisms at play. Although Gao Qingshan's animosity towards him was evident to all, it remained unspoken in the open. Moreover, Qin Chuan's approach to Gao Qingshan was not genuinely about paying him respect. It was a form of provocation, or perhaps even humiliation. "You wish to undermine me? And yet, here we are, a prominent county party secretary personally involved, unable to thwart me and instead compelled to support me. Tell me, how does that feel?" Qin Chuan, indeed, was youthful. In the next moment, however, Qin Chuan compelled Duan Chungguang to regard him with newfound respect. With a serious demeanor, Qin Chuan turned and walked before Gao Qingshan, coming to a halt. With a sharp salute, he reported, "Secretary Gao, I am Qin Chuan, Deputy Chief of the Criminal Investigation Brigade, currently engaged in a mission. Principal Liang Guofa of the vocational high school is implicated in the conspiracy 3 years prior with the construction firm responsible for the school's playground. In the murder of the missing teacher Zhao Yongji, whose body was concealed beneath the basketball stand in the playground. The body has now been discovered, and our team is preparing to apprehend the suspect, Liang Guofa, following protocol. Hi, Secretary. Please provide your directives." The command was thundered by Qin Chuan. Although Gao Qingshan felt a tumult of emotions, he maintained a calm demeanor. In this moment, he could not afford to exhibit personal feelings. Faced with Qin Chuan's apparent request, which was in essence a show of force, he could only fulfill his duty. "Very well. Please proceed according to judicial procedures and ensure the subsequent investigation of the case is conducted thoroughly." "Understood." Qin Chuan snapped to attention, saluted once more, and swiftly made his way towards the now crumpled Liang Guofa. He is coming, he is coming. He approaches with the intent of retribution. To Liang Guofa, Qin Chuan at this moment bore a striking resemblance to a demon. With a cold smirk, Qin Chuan drew near Liang Guofa and whispered into his ear, "Liang Guofa, I promised Jiang Shui, none of you will escape." Lu Jigua, the ever-loyal Lu Jigua, who had been shadowing Qin Chuan, called out loudly, "Present. Find him for me." Yes. In the distance, within a classroom, The glint of handcuffs seemed to illuminate Jiang Shue's bright eyes. The world, after all, is a beautiful place. Justice has always existed. Zhang Xiaoyu was equally moved by the unfolding scene. So he is Qin Chuan. He is the exemplary police officer from Julin County that Zhang Xiaoyu intended to interview. Initially, Zhang Xiaoyu had thought that Qin Chuan's exploits were somewhat exaggerated. Tales of apprehending child traffickers during blind dates, tearing apart wanted criminals on the street, sustaining injuries and being hospitalized, bravely confronting multiple felons, single-handedly dismantling criminal dens, and achieving second- and third-class merits within just a month of joining the police force. Is this still a human? Yet now, Zhang Xiaoyu believes it. On this fateful night, Zhang Xiaoyu not only witnessed Qin Chuan risk his own life by leaping from a building to save Jiang Shui, but also observed his unwavering spirit in seeking the truth behind the murder, undeterred by the powers that be. By the time Zhou Xueshi and others arrived, Gao Qingshan and Duan Chunguang had already departed, leaving the head of the county bureau in a state of bewilderment. What is happening? How is it that another murder case has emerged? Hadn't we just resolved one yesterday morning? Furthermore, Qin Chuan, could you not inform us when you apprehend someone? It might be acceptable for a vocational high school teacher, and students are of little concern, but to arrest the director of education without notice? The vice principal too? And the deputy minister of the county committee's organization department. Do you think you can just take him in? Do you realize that Zhao Yunhu oversees the evaluation of all county-level officials? I must give some respect. And now, a principal of a vocational school, a position equivalent to mine, has also been taken away by you. When Zhou Xueshi learned from Liang Kai that Qin Chuan had not only apprehended someone, but had done so in front of the deputy county mayor and the county party secretary, he was even more astounded. Upon discovering that Qin Chuan had dared to confront Gao Qingshan in front of everyone, Zhou Xueshi could only utter one phrase. Impressive. You are remarkable. The things I wouldn't dare to do, you have accomplished. But tell me, is the county mayor aware of your prowess? After understanding the situation, Zhou Xueshi immediately called Chun Mingguang, who was still in Xing'an City, to provide a detailed report. After a brief moment of silence, the response from the other end was succinct. We fully support Comrade Qin Chuan's work. Chapter 58. Qin Chuan, you made it to the newspapers. Today is destined to be a sleepless night. The remains of Zhao Yongji have been discovered, yet solving the case necessitates time. It was shortly after 4 in the morning, when the sky began to lighten, that Qin Chuan finally found a moment to rest his eyes. However, by 6 o'clock, he was awakened by a phone call. The caller ID read, Lin Yuding. Hello. His voice was heavy with fatigue, and Lin Yuding instantly recognized that Qin Chuan had not yet fully awakened. Qin Chuan, you lazy cat. What time is it? Get up quickly. You've made the papers. In the county party committee courtyard, Gao Qingshan adhered to a commendable routine. Each workday commenced with a cup of strong tea. As he sipped, he perused the morning editions of the Linjiang Province Daily and the Xing'an City Evening News. In his own words, as the county party secretary, it was imperative to stay informed about the interests of the municipal and provincial party secretaries. This approach, he believed, provided direction for work and purpose in life. Today, the front page of the Linjiang Daily featured a headline about Governor Lin Ruiqing's investigative tour at the Public Security Bureau. Gao Qingshan read every word diligently. The essence of the report conveyed that in recent years, the public security conditions in Linjiang Province have gradually improved, leading to a more stable and prosperous life for the citizens. The achievements were attributed to the relentless efforts and sacrifices of the vast ranks of police officers. The report called for the promotion of the spirit of resilience among the police force, emphasizing the importance of the socialist core values and highlighting the exemplary deeds of distinguished police officers. Drawing from his experience, Gao Qingshan could surmise without a doubt that the second page of the newspaper would include a feature on an exemplary police officer. Should the officer's deeds be particularly remarkable, it might warrant a full-page spread. If the achievements were more modest, it would likely consist of several individual stories, probably 4, each receiving a quarter of the page, accompanied by a commentary. Clink. As a result, just now, upon opening the second edition of the newspaper, Gao Qingshan's teacup slipped from his hand and shattered on the floor. How is this possible? Meanwhile, In the offices of County Chief Chun Mingguang, Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Zhou Mingyi, Deputy County Chief Duan Chunguang, and Public Security Director Zhou Xiueshi. All the prominent figures accustomed to perusing the newspaper early in the morning bore expressions of sheer astonishment upon flipping to the second page of the Linjiang Daily. Awakened by the commotion, Qin Chuan groggily rose from his slumber, shaking his head to clear his mind. "Lin, dear beauty, your jest is far from amusing. A newspaper? What could I possibly have done to warrant being featured? Truly, I'm not deceiving you." On the other end of the line, Lin Yuding held the Linjiang Daily of that day, accompanied by Shun Chuxia. The two had spent the night together and were still in bed, their four snowy white legs playfully entangled. "Xiao Chuan, Yuding is indeed telling the truth. The photo of you saving someone yesterday has been reported in the Linjiang Daily." Qin Chuan paused momentarily, recognizing Shun Chuxia's voice. Could it be that what the two women said is indeed true? After all, the incident of his heroic act had just occurred, and they were far away in Xing'an City, making it impossible for them to know. "Once I return, I shall procure a copy of the newspaper." After hanging up, the two women continued to gaze at the newspaper. How had they never noticed before how handsome Xiao Chuan was? Lin Yuding, unfazed by the blanket slipping aside, stared at the photograph with eyes sparkling like stars. "What is this, my esteemed Lady Lin? Have you genuinely developed feelings for Xiao Chuan? Is that a problem? He is single now. Who could possibly object to a lonely man and woman?" Shun Chuxia covered her face, exclaiming, "Is this how a solitary man and woman interact? However, have you noticed how much Qin Chuan has changed over the years? I find myself rather fond of him now. It's as though he has transformed into a different person entirely. Yet, there is one aspect of him that remains unchanged." "What aspect?" "The sense of distance. Despite his willingness to joke with us, I can distinctly sense that he is somewhat deliberate in maintaining a boundary." Shun Chuxia blinked. "It seems that is indeed the case." In another suite at the Sheraton Hotel in Xing'an City, two young men huddled together, whispering, "Did you create this newspaper? Ridiculous. That guy loves to show off. Why would I assist him? Then who produced it?" "The Linjiang Provincial Daily. Xiao Yu, you did an excellent job on this assignment. It has substance and depth, especially the photograph you captured. This morning, I heard the Secretary General say that Governor Lin personally gave it high praise. You will be responsible for following up on this case regarding Qin Chuan. Be sure to uncover the achievements and highlights." Zhang Xiaoyu nodded eagerly. "Rest assured, leader. I will complete the task." After leaving the office, Qin Chuan splashed water on his face, feeling significantly revitalized. "Xiao Zhang, please fetch me today's Linjiang Daily." "Yes." 5 minutes later, as Qin Chuan gazed at the second page of the newspaper, featuring his photograph of jumping off to save Jiang Shui, an unfamiliar sensation washed over him. "What the hell? Am I really this handsome?" The phone rang, and upon checking, Qin Chuan saw it was Wang Xuebing calling. "Director Wang, do you have any instructions?" "What instructions? I just saw the Linjiang Daily. Have you made it to the newspaper?" "Hee. It's all thanks to your exemplary guidance, Director. I appreciate your nurturing. Don't start with that nonsense. When you return, I'll treat you to a drink." As he hung up the phone, Wang Xuebing shook his head in contemplation. This lad had only been away from the bureau for a few days, yet he had already made it to the provincial newspaper. The report covered not only Qin Chuan's rescue of Jiang Shui, but also his courageous acts of apprehending fugitives and bravely solving a headless corpse case, among other commendable deeds. Undoubtedly, the moment Qin Chuan dashed down 6 flights of stairs and seized Jiang Shui was the most exhilarating. The photographer's skills were remarkable, capturing Qin Chuan's resolute gaze and unwavering determination with exquisite detail. Furthermore, with Qin Chuan's striking features, it was undoubtedly the quintessential promotional photograph for law enforcement. Moreover, fortune smiled upon him as he coincidentally caught the attention of Governor Lin, who was visiting the Public Security Bureau to promote the spirit of fearlessness and to celebrate the achievements of outstanding police officers. Subsequently, Qin Chuan's phone incessantly rang. His mother called, weeping uncontrollably, incessantly inquiring about his well-being. Friends, classmates, and superiors reached out as well. A full-page feature in the Linjiang Daily had disseminated Qin Chuan's story far and wide. Meanwhile, In the detention center, Song Yaozong, who had already spent 2 days there, felt increasingly restless. He contemplated whether to enlist someone to facilitate his release. As for Qin Chuan's mention of 10 days, nonsense. He had already entered. Saving face. What more did they want? However, just moments ago, upon seeing the Linjiang Daily, that thought evaporated entirely, leaving no trace. He felt quite content to be here. It was his first time reading the Linjiang Daily, contemplating life, sleeping in a large dormitory, and even urinating in front of more than 20 people. Suddenly, Song Yaozong felt a sense of enlightenment. Being here was rather pleasant. 10 days. Could be too brief? Chapter 59. Sudden Incident. Mother in a Car Accident. Returning to Xing'an City at the auspicious KTV, Liu Rubii gazed at the photograph in the newspaper and candidly remarked on its striking quality. Qin Chuan was inherently handsome. The photographer had expertly captured the angle and timing, and with the enhancement of the police uniform, Liu Rubii felt as though she had become somewhat radiant. Song Yaozong had previously mentioned that Qin Chuan possessed significant connections, and now it seemed that this assertion held true. If only she could establish a connection with someone like him. Liu Rubii believed her trump card, the double aces, was about to make an appearance. Of course, if that did not work out, she would be perfectly fine on her own. With such looks and status, Qin Chuan was deserving of someone like Liu Rubii. Qin team, you've made it to the newspaper. In the criminal police team, Liu Zhigua held a copy of the Linjiang Province Daily, shouting exuberantly down the corridor as if he himself had made the front page. Enough with the commotion. Has Liang Guofa finished his review? Qin Chuan did not grant Liu Zhigua a pleasant expression and spoke rather casually. Yet, it was this very nonchalance that elicited envy from others, particularly from team leader Sun Haomin and team leader Dong Haod. Sometimes when a leader reprimands you, it is not a genuine criticism, but rather a sign of camaraderie. Clearly, within the current criminal police team, Liu Zhigua was the only one whom Qin Chuan regarded as an ally. Certainly, this was also a deliberate act by Qin Chuan to draw the attention of Sun Haomin and Dong Haodi. Both individuals possess commendable qualities. Sun Haomin, eager to prove himself, often lags behind Liu Zhigua in efficiency. Dong Haodi, with his meticulous nature, tends to overthink, weighing the pros and cons. While this cautiousness ensures safety, it also diminishes the potential for earning further trust from leadership. As a newcomer, Qin Chuan finds himself in dire need of support from his team, particularly from the 3 squad leaders. Liu Zhigua's recent performance, especially yesterday, has left Qin Chuan quite satisfied. Haha, Captain Qin, the interrogations are complete. I employed a few tactics, and they revealed everything. The construction team leader who was involved in the killings has just been apprehended as well. We are merely waiting to finalize the documentation before transferring him. Excellent. Let us ensure the subsequent work is thorough. As the acting deputy captain, Qin Chuan no longer needs to oversee every detail personally. Upon returning to his office, he intended to seize a moment of rest, but suddenly remembered the rewards from the system. With so many arrests made yesterday, he anticipated a significant increase in his virtue and vice points. Ding! Congratulations, host. For capturing Zhao Yunhu, you are awarded 44 virtue points. Ding! Congratulations, host. For capturing Qiu Guizhong, you are awarded 39 virtue points. Ding! Congratulations, host. For capturing Liang Guofa, you are awarded 54 virtue points. The numerous arrests made in the afternoon and evening, combined with the existing surplus of 2 virtue points, culminated in a total of 289 virtue points in Qin Chuan's system account. With excitement, he rubbed his hands together, ready to commence a new round of lottery draws. Summoning the system's lottery wheel, Qin Chuan fervently called out, "Lottery!" The vibrant wheel began to enlarge and spin rapidly in his mind. Stop! After a moment, the red pointer halted in the blue zone. Congratulations to the host for drawing the skill. Enhanced Olfaction. Enhanced Olfaction, a primary skill, augments the host's ability to discern scents. Quite impressive, akin to Enhanced Vision, both of which enhance the faculties of perception. The lottery will spun once more, and this time, Qin Chuan waited a considerable while before calling it to a stop. The red pointer directed itself to the red zone. Congratulations to the host for drawing the card. Skill Upgrade Card. The skill upgrade card, a one-time use item, allows the elevation of a primary skill to a secondary skill. Qin Chuan's eyes lit up at this. The upgrade card was indeed valuable. Among the skills acquired through the system, aside from the combat elite, which is a secondary skill, the others such as long-distance tracking, artifact appraisal, criminal investigation, and field examination, enhanced vision, and enhanced olfaction are all primary skills. After pondering for quite some time on which skill to elevate, Qin Chuan still found himself unable to make a decision. Well, he thought he could always choose when the need arose, as the card would not expire. The days that followed were marked by tranquility. Qin Chuan devoted all his energy to familiarizing himself with the criminal police team. In the interim, he received a call from the county committee's publicity department, requesting him to visit Shingen City on Saturday for an interview regarding exemplary police officers. Upon checking the date, he realized it coincided perfectly with his high school class reunion in Shingen City. After reporting to the bureau, Deputy Director Lin, who also received notification that he and Zhou Shui would be heading to the city as well, prompting Qin Chuan to prepare accordingly. Originally, Qin Chuan had planned to return home on Thursday afternoon. Now, with work commitments, he had not yet been home, and this trip to Shingen City would also provide an opportunity to see his mother. On Friday evening, I attended a gathering with classmates, followed by an interview on Saturday. However, plans are often subject to change. On Monday at noon, while enjoying a meal in the cafeteria, Qin Chuan received a phone call from a neighbor in Shingen City. "Chuan, you must return immediately. Your mother has just been struck by a vehicle." A sudden jolt coursed through Qin Chuan's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. His mother had been in an accident? For her, it had only been a little over a month since her son began his new job, having just departed from her side. Yet, in his 2 lifetimes, Qin Chuan had not seen his mother for a decade. In his previous life, he had been whisked away by a dump truck immediately upon his release from prison, never having the chance to bid her farewell. How could it be that in this lifetime, his mother had met with an accident? He distinctly recalled that such an event had not occurred in his past existence. After a brief moment of panic, Qin Chuan forced himself to regain composure. Being in Julin County, he realized that he was too far away to offer immediate assistance. Fortunately, he had classmates in Shingen City, one of whom worked at the hospital. As he hurriedly made his way out, he dialed the number of a high school friend employed at the First People's Hospital. "Chun, my mother has just been hit by a car." The neighbor said she was taken to the first hospital. "Could you please check on her?" Chun Bing was not only a high school acquaintance, but had also known Qin Chuan since elementary school, having been cared for by his mother throughout their childhood. He had made quite a name for himself in Shingen City and was now the deputy director of the first hospital. "Do not worry. I am here to help. You can count on me." Upon witnessing Qin Chuan rush out, squad leader Lu Jigua and 2 others quickly followed. "Captain Qin, what has happened?" "My mother has been struck by a vehicle. I must go to Shingen City." "Son, please assist me in requesting leave." "Lao Dong, you take care of things here." "Lu Jigua, please drive me to Shingen City." A decade ago, there was little distinction between public and private transportation, so Qin Chuan directly requested Lu Jigua to take him in the police vehicle. Such vehicles are registered, and speeding incurs no fines, making the journey more convenient. Along the way, Qin Chuan called a neighbor to inquire about his mother's condition. However, the neighbor was also uncertain, merely stating that she had been taken to the hospital. "A quel accident? How could my mother be in a car accident?" Yet, fretting would yield no results. He could only await the outcome from Chun Bing. Aware of Qin Chuan's anxiety, Lu Jigua accelerated whenever they encountered another vehicle, pressing the gas pedal as though it were glued to the floor. 2 hours later, at the orthopedic department of the First People's Hospital in Shingen City, the news was reassuring. She was unharmed, with a fractured right leg and abrasions on her right arm. The bone had just been set and encased in a cast. Chapter 60, Deliberate Collision. Who is the culprit? Upon hearing the situation from Chun Bing, Qin Chuan let out a significant sigh of relief. "Old Chun, thank you. Don't mention it. At the gathering the day after tomorrow, make sure to drink a couple more glasses. By the way, I have a few matters to attend to. You should go check on your mother. Speaking of which, I saw you in the Linjiang Daily a few days ago. You become quite the figure, a people's hero. Hero my foot. Just fortunate. Or else I might have met my end while trying to save someone from jumping off a building. Enough of that. Hurry and go see your mother." After Chun Bing departed, Qin Chuan slowly opened the hospital room door. Some people truly are different. Chun Bing had arranged for him a private room. Jiang Huijin initially thought it was a doctor arriving, but upon turning around, she was greeted by her son. Mom. At the sound of Mom, tears nearly spilled from Qin Chuan's eyes, a poignant reunion after a decade apart. Before him stood his mother, retaining the visage of her middle age, starkly contrasting with the image from his previous life when he had languished in prison, her hair gray and her eyes filled with weariness and despair. Xiao Chuan, what brings you back? Jiang Huijin exclaimed, her face illuminated with surprise. Did Aunt Chen inform you? I told you it was nothing serious, just a fracture. Look, I'm fine now, aren't I? Qin Chuan approached the bedside, taking his mother's hand. Unlike in his past life, her hands bore fewer calluses and wrinkles. Mom, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt at all. They administered anesthesia. Not a bit of pain. Such a trivial matter, and you traveled all this way. What about work? I'm perfectly fine. You should return this afternoon. Do you hear? It's all right. I've already taken leave from my job. Besides, I have an event to attend here on Saturday. I won't be going anywhere these days. I'll stay with you. Stay with me for what? I'm doing just fine. But you, be cautious at work. That building is so tall. How could you dare to jump? In Jiang Huijin's eyes, the desire for her son to attain high office paled in comparison to her yearning for his lifelong safety. Qin Chuan, however, did not linger with his mother for long, for he needed to inquire about the circumstances surrounding her car accident. Upon exiting the hospital, he made a phone call. Old Lu, what's the situation? Lu Tao was Qin Chuan's classmate from high school and university, who had remained in Xing'an City after graduating from the police academy. Unlike Qin Chuan, Lu Tao's father worked within the public security system of Xing'an City, and upon graduation, he immediately joined the bureau. After inquiring with friends, he learned that the driver responsible for the accident had fled the scene. The traffic police had already initiated an investigation, but no conclusions had been reached yet. A hit and run? Is there surveillance footage? Yes, Chuanzi, this accident is rather unusual. You should come to me directly. Unusual? After ending the call, Qin Chuan requested Lu Jigua to drive him straight to the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau. Half an hour later, Qin Chuan finally understood why this incident was deemed unusual. The accident occurred at an intersection not far from his home, where both pedestrian and vehicle traffic was minimal. At the time of the incident, Qin Chuan's mother was crossing the street with their neighbor, Aunt Chun, after returning from grocery shopping. The two were walking in tandem on the sidewalk during a green light. Suddenly, the offending vehicle approached at high speed without any sign of deceleration, heading directly towards Jiang Huijin. Fortunately, Aunt Chen noticed the oncoming car and managed to pull Jiang Huijin aside just in time. The vehicle grazed Jiang Huijin's right leg, resulting in a mere fracture. Lu Tao pointed to the video. Had Aunt Chen not intervened, the vehicle would have struck Jiang Huijin squarely, and at that moment after watching the footage, Qin Chuan was drenched in cold sweat. It was so close, just a hair's breadth away from never seeing his mother again. Who could it be? A flurry of names rushed through Qin Chuan's mind. Gao Qingshan, Dou Sihai, Zhao Juanhao, Wu Jianzong, Song Yaozong, Zhao Yunhu. Liang Guofa, his mother, had already retired and spent her days dancing in the square with a few neighbors. She had no enemies. Regarding the individual who caused my demise in my previous life, the fact that he has refrained from harming my mother over the years suggests there is no reason for him to act now. Among the remaining individuals, Zhao Juanhao and Wu Jianzhong have been apprehended, rendering any thoughts of revenge futile. As for Song Yaozong, if he wished to safeguard his secrets, he would be more inclined to eliminate me rather than target my mother. The only individuals with the means to hire an assassin who remain at large are Gao Qingshan and Dou Sihai, both of whom I have wronged. Gao Qingshan's intermediary, Zhao Juanhao, was captured by me. On the night of the buried corpse incident at the vocational school playground, I confronted him directly. However, it is implausible that Gao Qingshan would resort to hiring a killer, especially to harm my mother. As the county party secretary, he possesses ample legitimate methods to deal with me without resorting to such extremes. Therefore, it must be Dou Sihai. I dismantled the criminal stronghold of Xinhai Mining in Chongning Town and captured over a dozen of his associates, significantly crippling Dou Sihai's power. Coupled with the investigation into the Hongguan, Both of Do Sihai's key aides were arrested, along with former criminal police team leader Song Hui and County Party Secretary Sun Tao. Do Sihai harbors a profound hatred for me, providing him with both motive and capability for revenge. Damn it. Initially, Qin Chuan intended to stabilize the situation within the criminal police team. He had planned a gradual approach towards Do Sihai. After all, the latter has deep roots in Jilin County and intricate connections with Gao Qingshan. To uproot him entirely, Qin Chuan must be prepared to confront the two most powerful and affluent figures in Jilin County. In his current capacity as a mere deputy chief of the police precinct, it seemed nothing short of a fanciful dream. Yet, to Qin Chuan's astonishment, Do Sihai dared to lay his hands on his mother. Damn it. Just then, Lu Tao's phone rang. Have you located the vehicle? Excellent. I'll head over immediately. After hanging up, Lu Tao urged Qin Chuan. Chuanzi, we haven't apprehended the driver yet, but we found the car involved in the incident. 30 minutes later, in the self-built housing area of Qingfeng village, Qin Chuan stumbled upon the offending vehicle in a secluded alley. Traffic police from the Gao Xian district of Xing'an City were present at the scene, having identified the vehicle through surveillance footage, yet the driver remained elusive. As Lu Tao engaged in conversation with them, Qin Chuan donned gloves and opened the car door. Hiss. However, just as he inhaled, Qin Chuan sensed something amiss. A faint metallic scent of blood lingered within, accompanied by a familiar odor that stirred his senses. Possessing an enhanced olfactory ability, Qin Chuan was acutely sensitive to various scents. The skills of criminal investigation and scene examination activated. Visual enhancement initiated. It was not long before he discovered traces of blood in the glove compartment of the passenger seat. The pristine white glove delicately touched the fresh blood stain. Having already observed the exterior of the vehicle, he noted distinct collision marks on the right front, stained with blood that had long since dried. That must have been the blood from his mother at the time of the accident. Yet, why was there fresh blood inside the car? Moreover, that familiar scent. A thought struck Qin Chuan, prompting him to emerge from the vehicle and cautiously survey the surrounding buildings. Under the visual enhancement, every detail he scanned appeared magnified. Suddenly, a wrought iron gate of a self-built house captured Qin Chuan's attention. Chapter 61. The Ghostly Encounter, 2 Sacrifices. To his astonishment, half a bloodied fingerprint was discernible on the gate's handle. As Lu Tao and others observed Qin Chuan exit the vehicle, he made his way directly toward the self-built residence. Chuanzi, what is the matter? Qin Chuan raised his right hand, signaling them to halt. Stay back, there is something amiss. Instinctively, he drew the firearm from his waist, causing the others to tense up with apprehension. Why draw your weapon? Despite being the deputy chief of the criminal police brigade, Qin Chuan's authority did not extend beyond the jurisdiction of Jilin County. In Xing'an City, he possessed no legal power. Drawing his weapon was by all means irregular. However, given the urgency of the situation, he cast aside such concerns. He picked up a small stone from the ground and hurled it over the wall. The absence of barking dogs prompted him to cautiously push open the iron gate. It was not locked, and with a creak, the gate swung open to reveal a lifeless body sprawled in the courtyard. Lu Tao and several traffic police officers who followed behind were taken aback, their eyes widening in shock. Qin Chuan, what is going on? The driver involved in the incident, Qin Chuan replied, gesturing towards the body where a set of car keys hung from the waist. A knife wound to the neck. The carotid artery has been severed, leading to the lifeless body lay before him. Its fingernails ruthlessly extracted, scattered teeth strewn across the floor, and a dagger embedded deep within the chest. Blood still seeping slowly from the wound. The time of death had not exceeded 10 minutes. Upon entering, Lu Tao discovered yet another corpse, his breath quickening with alarm. Old Lu, you all wait here. The victim has just perished. I must step out for a moment. The murderer had only just departed, and if Qin Chuan were to pursue now, he might very well catch up. Furthermore, the body upon the chair bore numerous marks inflicted by the assailant. The style of attack, combined with a scent that Qin Chuan found familiar, evoked memories of an individual he had encountered once at the Xinhai coal mine. That enigmatic figure. Ghostly grief. However, at that time, Qin Chuan had just acquired the system, with few opportunities for draws. and his combat prowess was nowhere near as formidable as it was now. Thus, he had allowed the adversary to escape. This time, he was determined to apprehend the foe, no matter what. Setting aside Lu Tao's call to the criminal investigation team, Qin Chuan dashed out through the alley. From the timeline of the crime, it appeared that ghostly grief had first slain the reckless driver before brutally executing the man within the room. After viewing the footage of the accident, Qin Chuan surmised that it was Do Si-hai who had orchestrated the collision with the victim's mother. Now, with a trace of ghostly grief in sight, it confirmed his suspicions. After all, ghostly grief had come to the Xinhai coal mine for business dealings. It seemed evident that the motive behind the murder of the reckless driver was to silence him. The man in the room had endured severe torment before his demise. Ghostly grief was a killer who emerged from a pile of corpses, whose method of killing was to strike with lethal precision. Thus, the tormentor of the man in the room likely sought to extract something or glean certain information from him. Of course, this is merely Qin Chuan's conjecture. The truth will be revealed once he captures Gue Jianzhou, then all will be made clear. Suddenly, in his frantic pursuit, Qin Chuan came to a screeching halt. He realized that the alley where the perpetrator had fled was a dead end. However, this alley lay a considerable distance from the main road, approximately over 1,000 meters away. Given the narrowness of the path, it had taken Qin Chuan and his companions nearly 10 minutes to drive in. Yet, Gue Jianzhou had only just committed murder. Merely 10 minutes had elapsed since the victim had drawn his last breath. If the assailant had departed the scene via the alley, Qin Chuan should have encountered him along the way. Yet, upon entering, he had seen not a single shadow. This was dire. Qin Chuan turned back, sprinting with all his might. The perpetrator had not left the scene after the murder. He had been overly hasty, falling victim to the darkness beneath the lamp. Lu Tao, you must not come a harm. However, as Qin Chuan rushed back to the building, he beheld a bloodied hand reaching out from the threshold. Though he could not see the face, he recognized the watch on the wrist. Lu Tao, upon bursting through the door, the sight that met Qin Chuan's eyes ignited a fury within him. 2 traffic police lay motionless on the ground, a pool of blood beneath them. Lu Tao lay on his back, a sharp knife protruding from his abdomen. A figure turned back from atop the wall, locking eyes with Qin Chuan. The Dragon Country Police. We meet again. Gue Jianzhou. Damn it. But the figure had already leaped down, fleeing over the other side of the wall. At this moment, Qin Chuan could not abandon Lu Tao to pursue. In a flash, Qin Chuan executed a 100-mile tracking maneuver, once again closing in on his target. Previously, in order to seize leverage against Sun Tao, Qin Chuan had withdrawn the tracking skill that was already affixed to Gue Jianzhou. Otherwise, had the adversary entered within 100 kilometers of Qin Chuan, they would have been detected long ago, preventing the recent occurrence of such a concealed situation. Qin Chuan silently chastised himself for his lack of experience, which ultimately resulted in Lu Tao sustaining severe injuries, while the other 2 traffic officers. With his expertise in criminal investigation, Qin Chuan discerned at a glance that the 2 were beyond saving. There were no signs of respiration, and a large pool of blood lay beneath them. They were finished. Damn it. Gue Jianzhou, this time I, Qin Chuan, will not rest until you are utterly obliterated. I won't even need to wear my uniform. In his mind, a 3-dimensional map materialized, revealing Gue Jianzhou fleeing swiftly. Meanwhile, outside, the wailing of police sirens announced the arrival of the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Team, led by Captain Qian Guobin. Qin Chuan? What are you doing here? Upon seeing Qian Guobin, Qin Chuan felt a surge of joy. Captain Qian, quickly call for an ambulance. The murderer has fled. I'm going after him. With that, he entrusted Lu Tao to Qian Guobin and, with a powerful leap, vaulted over the wall in pursuit. Among the other arriving team members, a middle-aged man approached the fallen traffic officer, lifting him up for inspection. The carotid artery was severed, and there were no signs of a pulse or heartbeat. Who's he? Captain Qian, my brother is dead. Upon hearing this, Qian Guobin immediately handed Lu Tao over to a nearby officer. Zheng Hu, dead? The traffic officer had previously worked in criminal investigation, but was reassigned to traffic duty after sustaining an injury during an operation. His brother served as the right-hand man to Qian Guobin, the captain of a criminal investigation team in Xing'an City. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan followed the tracking information in his mind, relentlessly pursuing the elusive Gijianshu. At this moment, Qin Chuan felt like a volcano on the verge of eruption. This was the first time he had witnessed a colleague's sacrifice before his very eyes. A tumult of self-reproach, rage, and regret surged within him. If only he had been more vigilant, the 2 lives could have been spared. Chapter 62. Is the life of a police officer in Longwell worth merely $1 million? As Qin Chuan vaulted over the wall, his pace quickened. In his mind, Gijianshu had already fled over 1,000 meters. The adversary's movements were exceedingly enigmatic. Initially, Gijianshu had raced westward toward the crime scene, but after leaping the wall and making several turns, he had completely veered off course. Now positioned in an alley to the east of the crime scene. Had it not been for his exceptional tracking skill, Qin Chuan would have certainly allowed the perpetrator to slip away once more. Qin Chuan secretly scoffed. The last time he had let Gijianshu escape was partly due to the overwhelming number of personnel from the Xinhai coal mine, and partly because he had just been reborn, with limited experience in the system's lottery and relatively weak abilities. However, the situation had changed. Through diligent accumulation over time, Qin Chuan had made significant advancements in combat prowess, physical fitness, and auxiliary abilities such as vision and smell. If he were to confront Gijianshu again, he was confident that he could subdue him without sustaining any harm. On the spatial map of a 100-mile pursuit, discerning the direction in which Gijianshu fled, Qin Chuan resolutely altered his strategy. He shifted from chasing from behind to intercepting by changing his route. If a drone were hovering above at that moment, it would reveal that Qin Chuan seemed to anticipate Gijianshu's destination, heading straight towards it. In contrast, Gijianshu was meandering aimlessly, taking various turns without a fixed path. Yet, the distance between the two was steadily diminishing. Cautiously emerging from an alley, Gijianshu glanced back, a flicker of smugness flashing in his eyes. The Dragon Country police were nothing extraordinary. After fleeing from Zhulin County, he had not truly left, but had relocated to another hideout prepared by Xian High Mining. His visit to the Dragon Country was mission-driven. Now that the negotiations in Zhulin County had concluded successfully, he had promised Do Sihai a condition in return, to assist him in silencing someone. Under different circumstances, Gijianshu might not have obliged. But murder was a task all too simple for him. Moreover, the driver believed he could obtain a reward from him. For Gijianshu, killing him was as easy as slaying chicken. However, he did not anticipate encountering that Dragon Country police officer once again. In truth, if not for the pressing need to return something significant, Gijianshu would have relished the opportunity to face Qin Chuan. Though his adversary possessed commendable combat skills, killing transcended mere fighting. In urban warfare, Gijianshu was confident he could annihilate his opponent. Slaying an elite police officer from the Dragon Country would bring him immense satisfaction. He chuckled to himself, thinking, "Consider yourself fortunate, Gijianshu. You believe you can kill my Dragon Country police officer and escape?" However, before the fleeting thought could dissipate, Gijianshu was halted by a familiar voice. Without a moment to ponder how the individual had tracked him down, Gijianshu did not even turn his head. His right hand darted swiftly into his bosom. Bang! Bang! Following the crisp sounds of gunfire, Gijianshu executed a forward roll, seeking refuge behind a wall corner. On the other side, Qin Chuan had already anticipated the presence of a firearm and was well prepared. Upon uttering a word, he leapt down from the high wall. An old Type 54 pistol, polished to a sheen, gripped firmly in his hand. He had already fired a shot moments prior. 1 million for the Dragon Nation police. Let me go. Gijianshu cast a glance at his left shoulder, grazed by a bullet, and gently moved it, confirming that it would not impair his combat capabilities. As he put forth his demands. Indeed, just as Gijianshu had discharged his weapon, Qin Chuan had also fired, though his shot had missed, only resulting in a superficial injury. Are the lives of 2 Dragon Nation officers worth merely $1 million? Qin Chuan scoffed. He had actually possessed the opportunity to stealthily approach his adversary moments earlier. However, Gijianshu had already vacated the residential area he had constructed and found himself on a main road. Not far away, Vendors were peddling barbecue delicacies. Should his opponent mingle with the crowd, no matter how superior Qin Chuan's skills, it would be exceedingly difficult to apprehend him without risking civilian lives. 5 million. Qin Chuan surveyed his surroundings, contemplating an escape route while tearing a strip of cloth to bind around his wound. That seems a relatively fair price. Toss the money over, and I shall allow you to leave. The specter known as Qin Chuan nearly choked to death. I currently lack funds. Once I escape. Damn it. Once you escape, who shall I turn to for money? Both individuals were acutely aware that they were merely stalling for time. Qin Chuan awaited the support of Qian. This locale was merely a little over a kilometer away from the recently constructed dwelling. Following the sound of gunfire, Qian would undoubtedly hear it. Qin Chuan's conjecture proved accurate. Qian had indeed heard the shots. Not only did he hear the gunfire, but he also discerned that the first shot was fired from a Beretta, an armament exclusive to foreign forces. The second shot was from a Type 54, a firearm utilized by the police. Thus, had Qin Chuan encountered the adversary? First squad, handle the aftermath. Second and third squads, follow me. Qin Chuan certainly did not intend to part with any money. Although he lacked reinforcements, he was acutely aware of his advantages. Just a few hundred meters behind lay a densely populated area. Should he disregard all caution and charge forth, no one could halt his rampage. He was biding his time. A turning point emerged 3 minutes later. A white SUV approached from a distance. Qin Chuan decisively stepped out from the corner, brandishing his weapon to commandeer the vehicle. Get out! The young driver was nearly paralyzed with fear, trembling as he opened the door, only to be yanked out by Qin Chuan. He then leapt into the vehicle, executing a swift turn, the sound of tires screeching against the asphalt resonating as they sped away. At that moment, Qin Chuan emerged from another corner. I'm not afraid you will flee. I fear you will take a hostage. Call the police. Inform them that a police officer named Qin Chuan is in pursuit. After briefly recounting the plight of the terrified car owner, Qin Chuan sprinted towards the main road. During the pursuit, his phone had inexplicably gone missing, leaving him unable to notify Qian. Reluctantly, he had to rely on the victim to relay the message. With a relentless pursuit underway, there was no escape for the assailant. Upon reaching the road, Qin Chuan produced his identification and signaled for a vehicle. Shortly thereafter, he successfully flagged down a red BMW. I am a police officer. I must requisition your vehicle. Zhang Xiaoyu had taken a 2-day leave after completing her report on Qin Chuan, planning to take her mother shopping today. However, as soon as she stepped onto the road, she found herself stopped by the police, only to discover that it was a familiar face. Captain Qin? Qin Chuan furrowed his brow. This woman recognized him? Yet, despite her striking beauty, he could not recall her. No matter, it was perhaps for the best. Miss, we can chat later. I have an urgent mission. I need to commandeer your car. You can retrieve it later at the Criminal Investigation Division. With that, Qin Chuan hopped into the vehicle and accelerated away. Who is that young man, Xiaoyu? He is quite handsome and seems somewhat familiar, her mother inquired. Mom, that's the exemplary police officer from Jilin County I reported on recently. The one who saved the girl from the building. Oh, I remember now. He the one who performed that daring rescue. Qin Chuan, right? Yes, that's him, but he should be in Jilin County. What brings him to Xing'an City? Just as Qin Chuan sped off in the BMW, he resumed his pursuit of the elusive assailant. Qian, accompanied by members from the 2nd and 3rd squads of the Criminal Investigation Team, hastened to the scene where a gunfight had just occurred. 2 individuals had emerged from that direction. One, a middle-aged man armed with a gun, had commandeered my vehicle, while the other, a young man clad in police uniform, proclaimed himself an officer and instructed me to inform you that he was pursuing the suspect. You two take statements, the rest follow me. They approached the 2 corners where Qin Chuan and Qin Chuan had encountered each other, and the observant team members discovered spent bullet casings on the ground. Qian, you remain here. There are bullet casings and bloodstains. Qian retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Qin Chuan's number. Earlier, he had intended to contact Qin Chuan but refrained, fearing that calling might disrupt his pursuit. Now that the suspect had fled in a vehicle and Qin Chuan had just intercepted a BMW to give chase, he deemed it appropriate to call. However, upon connecting the call, Qin Chuan faintly heard a ringtone nearby. Two team members jogged over, returning with a mobile phone. Clearly, it was the one Qin Chuan had inadvertently dropped. Qin Chuan contemplated the situation, not overly anxious. Although he and Qin Chuan had only met once, he had heard numerous accounts of Qin Chuan's exploits during this time. Furthermore, from the information received from the carjacking victim, the injured party was the middle-aged man. Qin Chuan was likely unharmed. Notify the traffic police to trace the two license plates and see if we can locate them. Understood. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan leisurely followed Gui Jianshou's vehicle, maintaining a distance of approximately 3 to 5 kilometers. The distance renders the other party utterly oblivious to the fact that they are being tracked. Yet, due to the existence of the 100-mile tracking skill, Gui Jianshou remains firmly within Qin Chuan's sight. This ability places Qin Chuan in an invincible position. Now, he merely awaits the moment when the adversary departs from the densely populated area. Free from concerns, it will be time for the opponent to meet their fate. At this moment, Qin Chuan did not have to wait long. In less than an hour, through the 100-mile tracking skill, he observed Gui Jianshou maneuvering his vehicle off the embankment and halting beneath a desiccated bridge arch. Subsequently, he ventured alone into the forest. This individual is indeed astute. Aware that driving would make him an obvious target, he decisively chose to proceed on foot after leaving the urban area. Moreover, the location he selected is quite peculiar. Xing'an City lies in the southwestern region of Linjiang Province, bordering the capital of Linjiang Province, Linchuan City, and Miaodi. The border stretches for dozens of kilometers, enveloped by dense mountains and forests. Gui Jianshou surely intends to traverse the border's wilderness to return to Miaodi, thereby evading Qin Chuan's pursuit. For an ordinary person, tracking someone under the cover of night would be nearly impossible. However, Qin Chuan is different. He possesses an advantage. Every movement of his target unfolds beneath his watchful gaze, devoid of concealment. Entering the mountains, that simplifies matters. Gui Jianshou remains unaware that had he lingered in the city or sought refuge, Qin Chuan would exercise caution, fearing harm to innocent civilians. Yet, since he has ventured into the mountains, the situation becomes manageable. Qin Chuan pressed the accelerator firmly, reaching the location where Gui Jianshou abandoned his vehicle and entered the forest in under 10 minutes. One must admit, Gui Jianshou is formidable, with a keen mind and a thorough familiarity with his surroundings. He abandoned his vehicle at a location where the ground beneath was composed of sand and gravel, leaving no tracks behind. Thus, had Qin Chuan not possessed the extraordinary skill of tracking, even if he had followed the trail to this point, he would have found no evidence of the vehicle's descent. He might have continued his pursuit in vain. After extinguishing the engine and parking by the roadside, Qin Chuan chambered a round in his pistol and ventured into the forest via an alternate route. At this juncture, his tracking ability could merely indicate the general location of Gui Jianshou, while the surrounding environment would rely solely on Qin Chuan's discernment. With enhanced vision activated, the pitch-black forest appeared to Qin Chuan as if illuminated, allowing him a semblance of sight. Gui Jianshou was acutely aware that Qin Chuan would undoubtedly pursue him. However, he remained unperturbed. Regardless of whether Qin Chuan might discover the site where he had discarded his vehicle, even if he managed to track him into the depths of the mountains, Gui Jianshou felt no fear. He had spent his entire life navigating the dense jungles of Miaodi and had traversed the forests along the border of Xing'an City numerous times. This place felt akin to his own home. Moreover, not far off in Tongjiegu, his comrades awaited to assist him. Gui Jianshou even harbored a flicker of hope that Qin Chuan would follow suit. Should that transpire, it would not matter if Qin Chuan were alone. Even an entire squad of police would find themselves facing insurmountable peril. Meanwhile, in the northwestern direction of Tongjiegu, a fully equipped 10-man squad was stealthily maneuvering through the underbrush. Over the years, they had acquired superior gear, each member equipped with night vision goggles. The team leader raised a fist, signaling for silence among the 10. Nightingale established contact with the anti-narcotics unit. Where are they? Wang Kai, captain of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, was on his 36th mission along the border. Although the content of this mission bears resemblance to previous operations, it features an additional collaborator. This endeavor is conducted in partnership with the anti-narcotics team of the Lingzhou Public Security Bureau. The day before yesterday afternoon, a narcotics officer who has been undercover within the Miaoti drug trafficking syndicate for a decade relayed a crucial piece of information. Tonight, the most infamous Black Scorpion mercenary squad is set to rendezvous with a significant figure in the vicinity of Tangjiagu. This individual possesses vital intelligence regarding the entire drug trafficking network of Lingjiang province. Moments later, Nightingale completed communication with the contact. The individual has arrived at the designated location, and the Black Scorpions have already crossed the border. A glimmer of determination flashed in Wang Kai's eyes. They have entered. That is all that matters. The Black Scorpion mercenary squad has clashed with Wang Kai on multiple occasions. Yet those encounters have always occurred near the border, never delving into the Tangjiagu area. This time, Wang Kai resolved to eliminate them all in one fell swoop, avenging the brothers who have fallen in previous battles. As several teams advanced towards Tangjiagu, Guwei Jianshou found himself on the brink of madness due to Qin Chuan. Just 10 minutes prior, Qin Chuan had severed one of Guwei Jianshou's arms. Just when Guwei Jianshou thought it impossible for Qin Chuan to catch up, the latter suddenly appeared at his side. Heaven knows, Guwei Jianshou was nearly frightened to death. However, Qin Chuan did not pull the trigger. The muzzle was pressed against Guwei Jianshou's forehead, yet he refrained from shooting. Having killed 2 officers from Longhua, how could Qin Chuan possibly let him go? Enhanced through systematic augmentation, Qin Chuan's strength had surpassed all previous limits. Even he himself was unaware of how formidable he had become. Time rewinds 10 minutes. Running through the jungle, Guwei Jianshou inhaled the familiar scent of the foliage, his spirits lifting with each breath. The jungle, indeed, felt like home. Chapter 64. It is not death that brings despair, but hope. As Guwei Jianshou sprinted through the verdant expanse, he felt akin to an infant cradled in his mother's embrace, enveloped in comfort and contentment. Standing atop a hill, he gazed into the distance, where a faint glimmer of light beckoned. He knew that in 2 or 3 hours, he would reach Tangjiagu. At that point, once he delivered the package to Black Scorpion, his mission would be accomplished. The boss had promised him a reward of $10 million for the successful completion of this task. Thereafter, Guwei Jianshou would no longer need to accept assignments, liberating himself from the perils of life and death to embrace a life of leisure and freedom. Like a nimble monkey scaling a tree, Guwei Jianshou descended the hillside, darting into the dense foliage. As for Qin Chuan, even with a police dog, he could never hope to locate him in these deep mountains. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, Guwei Jianshou halted abruptly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Accustomed to flirting with death, he was all too familiar with the sound of a gun being chambered. A jolt of inexplicable fear struck him at his right temple. Who? How could someone have approached him without his notice? Only when the barrel pressed against his forehead did he realize. Turning his head mechanically, Guwei Jianshou gasped in shock. It's you. Qin Chuan regarded him with a cold smirk. Surprised to see me? This fool was a bit slow. I've been waiting here for 5 minutes. How did you manage to track me? Guwei Jianshou had repeatedly confirmed that no one was following him during his journey. However, how did Qin Chuan manage to find his way without anyone tracking him? Coincidence? That seems implausible. The border of Lingzhou stretches for dozens of kilometers, shrouded in dense rainforests. Even if an entire army were to infiltrate, it would be akin to a drop of water vanishing into the ocean, creating no discernible ripple. Qin Chuan had no desire to divulge that he had indeed tapped into extraordinary abilities. His immediate focus was on avenging the 2 deceased traffic officers and the critically injured Lu Tao. To merely end his opponent's life with a single shot would be far too merciful. Guwei Jianshou, I shall spare you this time. Guwei Jianshou believed his end was nigh. At such close proximity, Qin Chuan's skills were equally formidable. His adversary could easily deliver a fatal blow the moment he detected any movement. As he contemplated the possibility of mutual destruction, Guwei Jianshou was momentarily taken aback by Qin Chuan's words, only to quickly regain his composure. Do you seek money? Qin Chuan shook his head. He was indifferent to wealth. What he desired was for Guwei Jianshou to pay a price, one that extended beyond mere death. An arm. Qin Chuan stepped forward. The icy muzzle of his gun pressed against Gue Jianchao's forehead. "Break your right hand, and I will let you go. No money? An arm?" Gue Jianchao's cold gaze fixed upon the young man, lurking in the shadows. A man who had taken countless lives surely understood the implications of Qin Chuan's demands. It was akin to a cat playing with a mouse, relishing the experience rather than the outcome. No one truly comprehends the sensation of death. Yet everyone is familiar with the pang of disappointment. Especially when faced with mortality, the feeling of hope followed by its shattering can lead one to the brink of despair. Gue Jianchao had employed this tactic before, relishing the sight of those he tormented as they reached for hope, only to have it cruelly extinguished by his own hand. The sensation derived from such an encounter is far more rewarding than the mere act of eliminating an opponent. However, a cat does not always succeed in catching the mouse it has let slip away. Confronted with the glimmer of life, Gue Jianchao found himself with no choice. Dragon Kingdom's police? You shall come to regret this. Qin Chuan was acutely aware that Gue Jianchao could discern his intentions. Yet what of it? This was an overt scheme. To deviate from this course was to court death. Crack! With a single shot, Qin Chuan struck Gue Jianchao's head, while simultaneously encircling his left arm around the opponent's right hand, twisting with great force. Gue Jianchao's right arm was broken at the elbow joint, the shards of bone piercing through the skin, yet not a drop of blood graced the surface. Qin Chuan's technique was ruthless. This method of shattering bone utterly obliterated the possibility of any reconstruction at the elbow joint. Gue Jianchao, true to his reputation as a cunning and desperate assassin, merely emitted a cold snort despite the injury to his joint. 10 minutes. You have 10 minutes to flee. Without uttering a word, Gue Jianchao turned and vanished into the woods, his form seemingly evaporating with a few deft movements. Qin Chuan gazed into the distance, a cryptic smile playing upon his lips. For Gue Jianchao had not truly fled. In the course of a 100-mile pursuit, he had circled back, returning stealthily. Now this was more like it. This was the true essence of Gue Jianchao. Otherwise, the game would be dreadfully dull. On the other side, Gue Jianchao drew his handgun, having stealthily maneuvered to Qin Chuan's rear. 10 minutes? A mere game. He chuckled to himself. This little Dragon Kingdom policeman, relying on his prowess, thought he could engage me in such a manner? 3 minutes later, Gue Jianchao could distinctly make out the silhouette within the dense foliage. This fool. Is he truly waiting here for 10 minutes? The specter known as Gue Jianchao moved silently, closing in, mere meters away from the lethal range of his firearm. The moment of truth was at hand. Would your agility surpass the speed of my bullet? Closer, closer. Just a fraction remains. Gue Jianchao mentally calculated the final stretch. 5 steps. 4 steps. 3 steps. Almost there, almost. I shall send you to the afterlife. Bang, bang. Following the sharp report of 2 gunshots, Gue Jianchao clutched his wounded shoulder, gazing in horror at the young man before him. How did you discover me? Qin Chuan, suppressing a chuckle, recognized that Gue Jianchao had no inkling that his supposedly flawless plan lay bare before Qin Chuan's keen eyes. The skill of 100 miles tracking, though not directly enhancing Qin Chuan's combat prowess, proved remarkably effective in pursuit. 5 minutes. You have 5 minutes left. Gue Jianchao cast a deep glance at Qin Chuan, believing his demise was imminent. Yet, to his surprise, Qin Chuan had afforded him a sliver of opportunity. Run. A wise adage rings true. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Everything that transpired was surely mere fortune. His opponent, cunning as they were, anticipated his retaliation and caught him off guard at the final moment. No matter, there remains a chance. Gue Jianchao sprinted towards Tongjiegu, unleashing all his might. Once he reached Tongjiegu and connected with the Black Scorpion's men, he intended to teach Qin Chuan the dire consequences of trifling with him. Foolish Dragon Country Police, you remain blissfully unaware of the formidable force you have provoked. Qin Chuan, observing the continuously flashing red dots on the map and the shifting perspective of Gue Jianchao, leisurely followed in pursuit. It matters not, for the day is still young. and the game has only just commenced. However, unbeknownst to the two, the recent gunshots had alarmed forces from all directions. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, comprised of 10 members, fell silent once more. Captain Wang Kai, observing the source of the gunfire, displayed a look of perplexity. As the leader of the Special Operations Team, his prowess in both close-quarters combat and long-range marksmanship is undoubtedly exceptional. Upon hearing the gunfire, he discerned that the first shot originated from a domestically produced Type 54 police pistol, while the second belonged to a Beretta. Had a skirmish erupted between his men and foreign troops? In Chapter 65, If You Can Kill Me, the distraught Gue Jianshou inquired whether any of their personnel were still engaged in combat in Linzhou. Meanwhile, the anti-drug unit of Linzhou also sent out inquiries, albeit directed at the Municipal Command Center. In the vicinity of Tongjiegu, the mercenary Carter of the Black Scorpion had likewise heard the gunfire. Unlike the other two parties, Carter immediately assessed the situation as they had crossed the border specifically to assist Gue Jianshou. With the onset of gunfire, it was evident that Gue Jianshou had become entangled with the opposing forces. All units advance northeast and assist the target. This mission held significant importance for Black Scorpion. Completing it would ensure their financial security for the rest of their lives. As for Gue Jianshou, it was preferable for him to survive, but his demise would not weigh heavily on their minds. Their primary objective was the USB drive in his possession. As long as they could retrieve that item, their mission would be deemed a success. On the highway, Qin Gubin led a squad, having finally determined a route taken by Qin Chuan and Gue Jianshou, based on surveillance information provided by the traffic police of Xing'an City. However, at this moment, the convoy had already exited the boundaries of Xing'an City. This road is a national highway, devoid of any surveillance. Therefore, Qin Chuan's precise whereabouts remained uncertain for Qin Gubin. In truth, they had yet to reach the location where Qin Chuan abandoned the vehicle, though they were not far off. The sudden sound of gunfire alerted Qin Gubin to the fact that Qin Chuan had undoubtedly encountered the adversary. "Accelerate," he commanded. Meanwhile, at the operational command center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, a large screen displayed real-time footage transmitted from drones and portable cameras carried by Special Operations Forces. This operation was of paramount importance. The intelligence had been relayed by an undercover agent who had been embedded in Miaoti for a decade. According to credible sources, foreign mercenaries known as Black Scorpions had infiltrated the country, aiming to assist a notorious assassin named Ghost C. Trouble. This individual held dominion over the drug trafficking network throughout the entire Linjiang province. For the drug lords of Miaoti, whoever controlled this network wielded power over the province's narcotics market. Should this information fall into the hands of the police, it would enable them to uproot the entire network and cleanse the region. How they responded? Inquired a middle-aged man in a white shirt, seated at the forefront of the command center. His hair was graying, his stature modest, yet his piercing gaze commanded authority without the need for anger. Zhang Tianyu, the director of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, promptly replied, "Director Yang, we have yet to establish contact." Yang Jingwa's brow furrowed deeply, his weighty presence rendering the atmosphere somewhat stifling. Zhang Tianyu sighed inwardly. 3 years prior, when Yang Jingwa ascended to the position of director of the Jiang Province Public Security Bureau, he had solemnly handed Zhang a list of names. The foremost figure in this narrative is the 10-year undercover agent codenamed Kite. For a decade, Kite has consistently relayed crucial intelligence at pivotal moments, significantly contributing to the anti-drug efforts in Linjiang Province. It is no exaggeration to assert that, without this individual, the current situation regarding drug control in Linjiang would be exponentially more severe. The original plan indicated that by the end of this year, Kite would return to the homeland, concluding the undercover mission and resuming the identity of a police officer. However, there has been no communication from them as of now. Of course, a lack of news does not necessarily imply that something has gone awry. After all, as an undercover agent, it is implausible for them to be available for contact at all times. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a phone pierced the air with the contact code, Nightingale. The political commissar of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Unit answered the call. Moments later, he said, "Please hold. I will confirm now." Director Zhang, We just received reports from the front line of 2 gunshots, one of which was fired from a police-issued Type 54 pistol. They are inquiring if there's been any incident. An offensive pistol? Zhang Tianyu immediately glanced at the captain of the anti-drug unit, who shook his head in response. Our team is currently lying in wait at Tongjiegu and has not encountered any enemies. Moreover, they're all equipped with long guns. No one is carrying a pistol. Zhang Tianyu then turned to the criminal investigation personnel. What about your team? The captain of the Lin City Criminal Investigation Unit hurriedly shook his head, stating, No. We are not involved in this operation. Everyone is at home. Nobody? Then who could it be? Just then, Zhang Tianyu's personal phone buzzed to life. He did not answer immediately, but checked the caller ID before looking at Yang Jinhua. Director Yang, it's Zhao Donglai, the head of the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau. Yang Jinhua nodded, prompting Zhang Tianyu to finally take the call. Old Zhang, I urgently seek your assistance with a case. The situation has escalated. And Zhao Donglai gets straight to the point. Oh, old Zhao, what's the situation? I'm at the bureau. Please elaborate. It is as follows. Just 3 minutes ago, my head of the criminal investigation team, Qin Chuan, heard gunfire at the 178-kilometer mark on Highway 2311. It seems our earlier pursuit has encountered the adversary. What is your man's name? Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the criminal police team in Julin County. Qin Chuan? The one who came to the Lijiang Daily during the New Year? Yes, indeed, that's him. All right. I will promptly arrange the deployment from my end. Also, inform your team not to enter the mountains. There is a significant operation taking place tonight, and Director Yang is commanding on-site. Upon ending the call, Zhang Tianyu hastily briefed Yang Jinhua on the situation. Director Yang, we have confirmed it is Qin Chuan, the deputy captain of the criminal police team from Julin County in Xing'an City. He encountered Gue Jianshou while in Xing'an and has pursued him into the mountains. Qin Chuan? The one featured in the newspaper? Yes, exactly him. Yang Jinhua nodded, evidently familiar with Qin Chuan. Notify the Lone Wolf unit to remain vigilant and, if possible, rescue the individual. Understood. In the jungle, Nightingale concluded the radio communication and reported the situation to Wang Kai. A police officer? Alone, pursuing Gue Jianshou? Wang Kai had crossed paths with Gue Jianshou before. There was an instance where he nearly neutralized him, yet regrettably, he had managed to escape. Thus, Wang Kai recognized the formidable nature of his opponent. Unexpectedly, he found himself entangled with a police officer. Nevertheless, he pressed onward towards his objective. Meanwhile, Qian Guobin, who had already discovered the abandoned red BMW belonging to Qin Chuan, was about to venture into the mountains when he received a call from his superior, ordering him to remain on standby and refrain from entering the area. What shall we do? Qian sighed, contemplating the situation. The external disturbances did not affect Qin Chuan. At that moment, he was engaged in the third round of a game with Gue Jianshou. Crack! The sound of a bone fracturing echoed sharply, accompanied by Gue Jianshou's anguished screams. Kill me. If you have the ability, then do it. Half kneeling on the ground, Gue Jianshou was unable to lift his arms, as Qin Chuan had crushed his joints and completely shattered them. His left ankle now twisted at an unnatural angle, the bones having been methodically crushed one by Qin Chuan's relentless grip. Kill you? Qin Chuan's eyes burned with a crimson fury. Did you consider this moment when you took the lives of those 2 police officers? Chapter 66. The sudden gunfire. 5 Special Forces soldiers go missing, with both arms thoroughly broken and 1 foot rendered useless. Gue Jianshou struggled on the ground, casting a malevolent glare at Qin Chuan. The past hour had been the most desperate for him, since the moment Qin Chuan had first tracked him down, leading to the shattering of his right arm and his subsequent failed counterattack. Gue Jianshou had found himself at the mercy of Qin Chuan's gun for the 3rd time. He could not fathom how, in such a complex and dense mountainous terrain, Qin Chuan had repeatedly managed to locate him with such precision. Could it be that his adversary had implanted a tracking device on him? However, just moments ago, by a babbling brook, Gue Jianshou had thoroughly soaked his garments in the water, meticulously searching, yet discovering nothing. What a vexation! Nevertheless, Gue Jianshou, undeterred, pressed on. Although Qin Chuan had rendered himself incapacitated with shattered arms and a single injured ankle, hope still flickered. He was drawing ever closer to Tanjiegu. Moreover, Gue Jianshou was acutely aware that the sound of gunfire during his counterattack against Qin Chuan must have reached He Xie and his compatriots. Perhaps he was not far from them now. If he could just endure a little longer, he would surely escape this dire predicament. As for He Xie abandoning him, that was simply inconceivable. The information he possessed was the backbone of the drug trafficking network throughout Linjiang province. His boss would never forsake him, bearing his battered form. Gue Jianshou chose not to respond to Qin Chuan's words. They were merely two Dragon Kingdom police officers. Killing them was trivial. At the border, he had dispatched more than one special forces soldier without hesitation. Oof. You shall come to regret this. Qin Chuan, unfazed, offered a nonchalant smile. For Gue Jianshou was already ensnared like a turtle in a jar. He was determined to ensure that the latter would pay the price he rightfully owed. Yet, in an instant, a surge of unprecedented danger coursed through Qin Chuan, causing his hair to stand on end. Suddenly, a spray of crimson mist swept past his cheek, a searing sting making him feel as though he had danced with death itself. Bang! It was only then that the heavy, thunderous report of gunfire resonated. Ignoring his astonishment, Qin Chuan lunged forward and rolled. Bang! Just where he had stood moments before, a bullet embedded itself in the ground. A sniper. Someone was targeting him. As Qin Chuan fought for his life, Gue Jianshou, still struggling on the ground, erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Dragon Kingdom Police. This time, I shall witness who among us will meet a fate without a burial. The Black Scorpion. It must be the Black Scorpion that has arrived. A flicker of unprecedented hope ignited in the eyes of ghostly woe. I have managed to endure. Foolish Dragon Kingdom Police. I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons. 1 kilometer away, upon a hill, a sniper under Carter's command cursed. Boss, it's simply too far. Their reactions are too swift. Beside him, Carter lowered his binoculars and shook his head nonchalantly. Advance the entire team. Retrieve the target. Qin Chuan, merely a police officer from the Dragon Kingdom. Despite his impressive skills, he excels in tracking, even surpassing ghostly woe. But what of it? He is not my target. Is it not the item possessed by ghostly woe that truly matters? As the leader of the Black Scorpion mercenaries, Carter has never shown interest in individuals or matters beyond his missions. It is not out of compassion. Rather, no one is paying for his services. Thus, whether or not he eliminates that Dragon Kingdom police officer is of no consequence to Carter. Though his sniper had just missed the shot, it was merely due to the distance. The recent gunfire served primarily as a warning to the adversary, and secondarily, to signal ghostly woe of his arrival. Huff! Concealed behind a large tree, Qin Chuan exhaled a breath of frustration. He had not anticipated that someone would be here to assist ghostly woe, and that they would possess a sniper rifle. Damn it! Clenching his fists tightly, he seethed. This was the territory of the Dragon Kingdom, and foreign mercenaries dared to intrude. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes, filled with the intent to kill. Meanwhile, the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team also heard the sound of the sniper rifle. This is bad. It is undoubtedly our personnel who have encountered the Black Scorpion. The entire team advanced at full speed. In Wang Kai's view, although the police officer from Jilin County is somewhat reckless, his audacity to pursue the notorious ghost of fear into the rainforest single-handedly is commendable. For this reason alone, Wang Kai is determined to rescue him. At the location of Qin Chuan, Ghost of Fear has already crawled towards the direction from which the sniper shot was fired. Qin Chuan observes the adversary's movements but refrains from intervening. Ghost of Fear is now a mere shadow of his former self. As long as he does not cross the border, Qin Chuan can dispose of him at any moment. The crucial factor at this moment is the reinforcements for Ghost of Fear. With enhanced vision, everything in the vicinity is laid bare before Qin Chuan. Rather than pursuing Ghost of Fear, he decides to withdraw from the scene, intending to circumnavigate towards the rear of the reinforcements to deliver a decisive blow. This strategy appears promising. In the darkness of the rainforest, Qin Chuan perceives his surroundings as if it were daylight, while the adversary, even with night vision goggles, can only barely discern their surroundings. Qin Chuan's speed vastly surpasses that of Ghost of Fear, and should all proceed smoothly, His strategic objectives are bound to be achieved. However, unbeknownst to Qin Chuan, the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, poised to rescue him, is now racing toward his location at full speed, with less than 1,000 meters separating them. At this moment, both parties are converging. The 10-man combat team has divided into 3 groups, providing alternating cover as they advance. The sniper team moves ahead to seek a vantage point. The fire support team engages from the center, while Wang Kai leads the communications team, the Nightingale, from the rear to maintain contact with the command center. Lone Wolf calls in, confirming the approximate location of our personnel. A minute ago, the adversaries engaged in a fierce exchange of gunfire with the Black Scorpion, the details of which remain unclear. The Lone Wolf is advancing to effect a rescue. Zhang Tianyu, the chief of the Public Security Bureau in Linzhou, cast a glance at Yang Jinhua, who nodded in affirmation before he commanded, "Ensure your own safety first, and exert every effort to rescue our comrades." "Understood. We will accomplish this mission." Suddenly, an enemy ambush was revealed. "We have fallen into a trap. Damn it." However, before Wang Kai could terminate the call, the frantic exclamations of the sniping team echoed through his earpiece. In that instant, his mind felt as though it had exploded. Viper, Black Cat. Yet, all that met his ears was the crackling sound of static. Wang Kai compelled himself to regain composure and promptly ordered, "Tank, you 3 proceed immediately to Viper's position and assess the situation. Remember, your safety is paramount. Assault team, follow me for support." Yet, merely 3 minutes later, the earpiece was once again filled with 2 shouts of alarm. "Tank, damn it, you!" Wang Kai felt a sharp throb in his head. "Tank!" No response came through the earpiece, only the eerie silence of static. The 3 members of Tank's team had also gone dark. Out of 10 team members, half had inexplicably vanished in a mere 3 minutes. Who exactly were these adversaries? How had the Black Scorpion become so formidable? No, it could not be the Black Scorpion. Wang Kai had encountered them on multiple occasions. If the adversary possessed individuals capable of neutralizing 5 Special Forces operatives without even granting them the chance to fire a shot, his remains would have been fed to the beasts 3 years ago. However, if it is not the Black Scorpion, who could it possibly be? Could it be that another mysterious force resides within the mountains? Chapter 67. Release our captain, or I shall fire. Everyone, gather around me. The situation of the adversary remains unclear. Wang Kai cannot send reinforcements again. The remaining 4 team members have all assembled by Wang Kai's side. Their firearms are loaded, and should there be any sign of movement, they will open fire without hesitation. In the dense jungle, the 5 move silently, indifferent to the vines that lash against their faces, leaving trails of blood in their wake. Their sole desire is to hasten to their destination and rescue their comrades. Including Wang Kai, none of them utter a word. Compared to previous missions, this one undoubtedly feels the most perilous. A team of 10 has mysteriously lost 5 members in an instant. Are they still alive? Uncertain. No one knows. Perhaps the next to vanish will be oneself, and the sacrifice could be oneself. 10 minutes later, the support team of 5 traverses the thick jungle, discovering a small clearing. A tank. Wang Kai immediately spots a comrade leaning against a pine tree. Although the individual remains motionless, the rhythmic rise and fall of their chest indicates life. And there is no scent of blood in the air. They're not dead. Wang Kai is overwhelmed with joy and rushes over. The other 4, though equally relieved, maintain their protective formation, encircling Wang Kai while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Should anything appear amiss, they will fire at the first opportunity. Wang Kai supports the tank, gently probing for breath at the comrade's nose. Fortunately, they are merely unconscious and unharmed. However, just as Wang Kai relaxed his mind, a shadow suddenly sprang forth from behind the pine tree, like a bolt of lightning, catching everyone off guard. Wang Kai immediately sensed something amiss. With his left hand, he swiftly intercepted the tank, while his right hand deftly drew the dagger hanging from his chest, thrusting it towards the shadow with the ferocity of a tempest. At that moment, success seemed inevitable. In the blink of an eye, as long as the opponent did not alter their trajectory, Wang Kai was confident that the dagger would pierce their chest. Yet, to his astonishment, The figure that was clearly within his striking range not only failed to retreat, but surged forward with even greater speed. Whoosh! Wang Kai felt a blur before his eyes, and his hand suddenly felt light. In the next instant, the cold blade of his dagger was pressed against his own neck. Stop! Release our captain. Who are you to dare seize a member of the Lone Wolf Special Forces? If you do not let go, I will shoot. Wang Kai's scalp tingled in shock. What had just transpired? Someone had disarmed him barehanded, seizing his dagger and taking him hostage. The four teammates opposite him whispered admonishments, yet they were utterly astounded. What had just occurred? Wang Kai, the captain of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Brigade of the Jiang Province Military District and a champion of the military competition, had been disarmed and taken hostage. Moreover, as they had witnessed the earlier confrontation, the four could see clearly that the 5 missing team members, apart from the tank resting against the pine tree, were all lying motionless in the grass. Could it be that this individual had single-handedly incapacitated 5 elite soldiers? My heavens, are you serious? Are there truly such ruthless individuals in this world? Qin Chuan gripped his dagger tightly, concealing his entire form behind Wang Kai. When he had unexpectedly encountered the sniper earlier, he had momentarily believed that this was the very person sent to assist him in dealing with the ghostly menace. Initially, he had intended to eliminate them all, but had spared one to lure the rest. However, upon hearing the adversary proclaim their identity, Qin Chuan found himself bewildered. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team? Is this not reputed to be the most formidable special forces unit in Linjiang Province? Could it be? Cautious, Qin Chuan did not fully trust them, remaining securely hidden behind Wang Kai. You claim to be who you say? Show me your credentials. The 4 adversaries momentarily faltered in their response. They were on a mission, tasked with eliminating mercenaries, and such operations demanded anonymity. Not only were their credentials absent, even their attire was not that of military combat uniforms for various reasons. Brother, my name is Wang Kai. We truly belong to the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, and I am the team leader. You're the criminal investigator from Jilin County, RNTU. Qin Chuan? In that fleeting moment of being held hostage, Wang Kai discerned the police uniform Qin Chuan wore. Thus, this was the solitary investigator who had been relentlessly pursuing the ghostly figure, as reported by the command center. Upon hearing Wang Kai's words, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. The other party actually knew his identity. Could they genuinely be from a special operations team? Yet, was not the Lone Wolf the most elite strike force in the entire province? How could they exhibit such a standard? With this thought, Qin Chuan found himself, convinced to an extent, unconsciously loosening his grip on the dagger by an inch. Wang Kai's eyes narrowed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Click! Seizing the opportunity, he deftly blocked Qin Chuan's right hand, wielding the knife with both hands, bending low and executing a throw that sent Qin Chuan sprawling. How absurd it was! A deputy captain of a county criminal police team had not only vanquished his 5 brothers, but had also been taken hostage himself. If word of this spread, the reputation of the Lone Wolf would be irreparably tarnished. Qin Chuan had not anticipated that his momentary lapse would lead to such a sudden assault. Yet, suspended in midair, he felt no fear. With a vigorous twist of his waist, he transformed from lying supine to a headstand. As he landed, he forcefully pushed off the ground, soaring into the air once more, executing a tumble that placed him behind Wang Kai. Once again, he felt the chilling edge of danger at his neck. Wang Kai was utterly bewildered. Was this still a human? How is this possible? Identity! In that moment, Qin Chuan's eyes glinted with icy resolve. He could no longer trust his opponent's words. Reluctantly, Wang Kai instructed Nightingale to contact the Operational Command Center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau. A phone call was made to Jing Guobin, and only then did Qin Chuan come to believe that these individuals truly belonged to the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team. Captain Wang, gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. I mistook you for the group that had just opened fire. Qin Chuan felt a twinge of embarrassment. They had come to his aid upon hearing the gunshots, only to find themselves thwarted by him, with 5 of their own incapacitated and their captain apprehended. If roles were reversed, Qin Chuan would certainly not have taken kindly to such a situation. Wang Kai, however, waved dismissively. He prided himself on his combat prowess, boasting an undefeated record across the military. He had not expected a deputy captain from a county criminal police team to possess such remarkable skills. It can be said that we have become acquainted through conflict. Once the task is completed, we shall have the opportunity to engage in a friendly exchange. Indeed, Qin Chuan holds great admiration for Wang Kai, recognizing that while he may possess extraordinary abilities, his counterpart does not. Yet, in a moment of distraction, Wang Kai seized the opportunity to escape, showcasing impressive skill. Once we emerge from these mountains, feel free to seek me out. With misunderstandings resolved, Qin Chuan assisted in gradually reviving the 5 individuals who had succumbed to unconsciousness. Suddenly, an enemy assault. The last to awaken, the sniper known as Viper, cried out hoarsely, startling Qin Chuan. "Viper, it's all right. It was a misunderstanding," he began to explain, but was promptly tackled by Qin. "Hide! They're coming." With a resounding bang, Qin Chuan's voice echoed, and the muffled sound of a sniper rifle fired from a distance. Chapter 68. Bullet versus Bullet. Is this truly the realm of reality? A bullet struck the ground where Wang Kai had just been standing, causing him to break into a cold sweat from the near miss. It was a close call. He could easily have met his demise. All members of the Special Operations Team, aside from Qin Chuan, sought refuge behind trees or lay flat on the ground. "Head, 9 o'clock. The observer, Black Cat, whispered urgently, signaling with his hands. The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, known for its strict discipline, swiftly overcame the initial panic, demonstrating exceptional combat readiness. 1,800 meters, Barrett. Viper, now fully alert, deduced the type of sniper rifle used by the enemy simply from the sound of the shot. Yet, his own sniper rifle had just been confiscated by Qin Chuan, rendering him unable to retaliate. Taking cover behind a pine tree, Qin Chuan touched his cheek, cursing silently. During his pursuit of the elusive ghost, he had nearly been eliminated by this very sniper. System: activate the Gun God's Glasses. The Gun God's Glasses, a consumable item that, upon usage, grants the host the abilities of a master marksman for a duration of 24 hours. Qin Chuan had initially been reluctant to employ this skill, given that he only possessed a police-issued Type 54 pistol, with a maximum shooting range of merely 200 meters. However, the situation had changed. He now had in his possession a 97 type sniper rifle recently seized from a venomous adversary. With a swift motion, the skill card was activated, and a wealth of knowledge regarding the operation of various firearms, pistols, rifles, sniper rifles, and heavy-duty guns flooded Qin Chuan's mind in an instant. The 97 type sniper rifle in his grasp seemed to forge an inexplicable connection with him, as if it were an extension of his own being, propelling him into a state of perfect harmony between man and weapon. Bang! At that moment, the crack of a sniper rifle echoed from the opposite direction. The observer, Black Cat, who was lying prone, let out a piercing scream as blood erupted from his arm. Black Cat! Wang Kai's eyes blazed with fury. The opposing sniper wielded a Barrett rifle, a weapon of immense power capable of severing an adult's thigh even at a distance of 1,800 meters. Though the bullet did not strike Black Cat's arm directly, it grazed him, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh. There was no time to waste. Their team of 10 was now entirely within the enemy's firing range. Even those concealed behind trees were at risk, given the Barrett's formidable might. If the enemy advanced even slightly closer, they would inevitably be systematically picked off one by one. Qin Chuan inhaled deeply, clutching his sniper rifle, and executed a tactical roll from behind the sheltering pine tree. Bang! A bullet struck the tree he had concealed himself behind, tearing away a substantial piece of bark. However, in that fleeting moment when the opponent fired, Qin Chuan gained a clear view of the situation across the field. He swiftly rose, adopting a forward stance, raising his rifle without a hint of hesitation. Bang! The bullet whistled through the air. Return! The urgency in his comrade, the sniper known as Viper, pierced the air as he shouted. Having just had his sniper rifle confiscated, Viper's scope was rendered useless. This officer, firing blindly, risked becoming a living target for the opposing sniper if he missed. Did he truly believe that a mere ambush, having knocked him out, would suffice? Combat is combat. Sniping is sniping. Two entirely different matters. Yet, before Viper could finish his warning, he swallowed his words. The precision of Qin Chuan's shooting stance was simply impeccable. With his forward stance, his left arm served as a steady platform for the rifle, while his right hand controlled the direction. His gaze was icy, his expression focused, as if all his strength coalesced at the muzzle of the gun. Such poise and concentration Viper had only witnessed before in a legendary marksman during the military sniper competition. Moreover, the young officer's reaction time was astonishing. For seconds, from rolling out to aiming and firing. This youth had accomplished the feat in a mere for seconds. Incredible. Viper, selected from millions to join the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team as a sniper, took immense pride in his shooting speed, too. 5 seconds. Just a mere 5 seconds short of achieving the coveted marksmanship title of under 2 seconds. Further advancing to the 8-second mark, one encounters the marksman, a veritable master of his craft. Yet the police officer who had just been fell, 4 seconds. What on earth? Unless the adversary was merely firing blindly, this is utterly chilling. Regarding whether it was a blind shot, the Viper would soon ascertain the truth. After 3 breaths, silence reigned on the opposite side. Barrett did not retaliate. What does this imply? Wang Kai was equally taken aback by Qin Chuan's prowess. He had not anticipated that the opponent not only possessed exceptional combat skills, but also exhibited divine sniping capabilities. Sniping is not merely a matter of effort. It requires an innate talent. When Wang Kai initially joined the military, he aspired to become a lethal sniper, capable of taking down targets from beyond visual range. Yet, he was not cut out for it. After a year of training with the military's most elite snipers, he merely attained the standard level of a sniper. To achieve greatness, he lacked the requisite talent. Meanwhile, the leader of the Black Scorpions, Carter, surveyed the sniper beside him, now lying in a pool of blood with his skull shattered, his eyes glinting with intensity. Although Sol was not the most exceptional sniper in the team, he was undoubtedly among the finest. His shooting time could stabilize at 2 seconds, and at times even dip below that threshold. With time, he had the potential to become a legendary sniper. It was unexpected that he would meet his demise here. Useless. Carter scoffed. Sol's death surprised him somewhat, but a death is merely a loss of a few dollars. As long as there is money, snipers of this caliber can be recruited at any time. Wingott, you're up. From the rear of the group emerged a gaunt man who unfastened a cloth strip from his back, revealing an Age-Type 85 sniper rifle. If the Viper could have seen the man's visage, his jaw would have dropped in astonishment, compelling him to pursue the man with fervor. Feng Shun, once the premier sniper of Linjiang province, had shared a bond of life and death with his comrades for a decade, only to betray his country and flee for monetary gain. His assassination warrant ranked 3rd on the Linjiang Military District's most wanted list. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan had already holstered his weapon and risen. While others remained oblivious to the unfolding events, Qin Chuan had witnessed the blossoming of blood from the opposing side. Brother. No, master. How did you manage to kill him without night vision or a scope from a distance of 1,800 meters? The Viper felt his mind was at a loss. Naturally, Qin Chuan could not confess to having an extraordinary advantage, so he merely shook his head, saying, "It is nothing but familiarity with the craft. Viper, can we still converse?" At that moment, Wang Kai approached. Having encountered the most elite snipers and practiced himself, he understood the incredible nature of Qin Chuan's recent shot. "Brother, that shot of yours could rival a master." Qin Chuan scratched his head, fully aware of his own circumstances. The God of Guns glasses were only effective for 24 hours. After today, he would revert to being the novice who struggled with even a pistol. "Captain Wang, do you believe it was merely chance?" Wang Kai thought to himself that he believed in nothing of the sort, but whoosh, as if soaring through the clouds. Wang Kai only noticed Qin Chuan's foot connecting sharply with his chest. Then, he witnessed Qin Chuan swiftly lift the sniper rifle and fire suddenly in his direction. The searing bullet whizzed past Wang Kai's scalp, singeing a tuft of his hair. Ding! A crisp sound of steel colliding followed, merely 5 meters away from Wang Kai. A spark erupted in the void as 2 intertwined bullets fell to the ground. Beside him, the Viper's tongue drooped in disbelief. "Mother, what have I just witnessed? Bullets, sniping bullets? Is this the real world? Have I traversed into an anime realm?" Chapter 69, Explosive. Single-handedly, annihilating the Black Scorpion. Concealment. After firing his weapon, Qin Chuan advanced, taking cover behind a pine tree at the forefront of a 10-man squad. The enemy had a sniper. Just moments ago, while conversing with Wang Kai, Qin Chuan caught a glimpse of flash from a distance. Sporting his gun god glasses, he immediately deduced that it was the glint of a bullet being discharged. 1,680 meters. The majority of bullets have an initial velocity of around 800 meters per second, taking approximately 2 seconds to traverse such distance. There is still time. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan kicked Wang Kai, the sniper target, out of the way while simultaneously raising his weapon to fire. Bang! Bang! Ding! The sounds of gunfire reverberated through the forest, followed by the sight of 2 bullets colliding mere 5 meters behind Wang Kai, bursting forth with sparks before plummeting to the ground. The Type 85. The enemy had a sniper. After the initial shock, the Viper whispered in astonishment. The sniper across the way, who had utilized a Barrett rifle, was evidently taken down by Qin Chuan's shot. However, to his surprise, there was yet another expert wielding a Type 85 sniper rifle. Wang Kai, rolling to find cover, felt a chill run down his spine. 5 meters. Merely 5 meters separated life from death. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's timely kick and shot, his head would have been shattered. Although Wang Kai had flirted with death on numerous occasions, this particular instance filled him with an unparalleled dread. Death itself is not terrifying, for those who have perished are oblivious to fear. It is the survivors who truly comprehend the essence of mortality. On the opposite side, over 1,000 meters away, Carter, the leader of the Black Scorpions, lowered his night vision binoculars in astonishment. A bullet, sniping another bullet? It seemed that Soul's demise was not in vain. Indeed, to fall victim to a marksman of such caliber was a distinction for Soul. Yet, do such snipers truly exist in this world? Or was it merely a fortuitous coincidence? Carter turned to face Feng Shan, once one of the most elite snipers from the Dragon Kingdom. In Feng Shan's gaze, he discerned a brilliance he had never before witnessed. Holy light of the void. Feng Shan murmured incomprehensible words, laughter erupting from him as he gazed skyward, his eyes shimmering with an uncontainable madness. Feng Shan, what is the holy light of the void? Gradually regaining his composure, Feng Shan glanced at Carter. Had it been anyone else posing the question, he would have dismissed it without a second thought. Though not a member of the Black Scorpions, he felt obliged to extend a modicum of courtesy to Carter. The holy light of the void is a legend within the realm of snipers. Only when 2 of the finest marksmen engage in a duel, firing bullets at one another, does this spark in the void illuminate, manifesting as the holy light of the void. Over the past decade, Feng Shan has eliminated no fewer than 30 Special Forces operatives from the Dragon Kingdom, among whom were over 10 of the most elite snipers. However, he had never encountered such a formidable opponent before. Could it be that the individuals on the other side were aware of his presence and thus dispatched a sharpshooter of legendary caliber to confront him? Yet, the few he was acquainted with were of similar age, proficient in the 85 style sniper rifle. A sniper seldom changes their weapon, akin to a swordsman whose blade is an extension of their being. But the adversary wielded a 97 style sniper rifle. Was this a newly ascended master in the past 2 years? Unbeknownst to Qin Chuan, the sniper on the opposing side was none other than Feng Shan, a legendary sharpshooter who had once dominated the Jiangling province. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him, whether it was Feng Shan or some other deity. He was determined to seize the opportunity and eliminate his target with a single shot. His focus remained on Gue Jianchou. Although he had rendered the man armless and mutilated one of his legs, he was still a top-tier assassin who had emerged from the depths of despair. Through the perspective of the relentless pursuit, Qin Chuan observed that his foe was still crawling through the dense foliage. They were now perilously close to one another. If Qin Chuan did not act swiftly, the two would surely converge. Wang Dui, my target is about to join forces with the enemy. Cover me while I retrieve him. He then glanced toward the location where the Viper lay in ambush. Brother, may I borrow your rifle? Without waiting for Wang Kai's response, Qin Chuan swiftly launched his assault, but in a mere half-step, he veered off in the opposite direction. Bang! Indeed, The enemy sniper was deceived, as a bullet struck the tree trunk where Qin Chuan had feigned. 9 seconds. Qin Chuan had already gauged the speed at which his adversary fired. Subsequently, Qin Chuan had a brief window of 9 seconds of safety before the adversary could fire a second shot. Bang! As Qin Chuan advanced, he was not idle. The Type 97 sniper rifle discharged a fiery streak in motion. At a distance of 600 meters, a mercenary from the Black Scorpion met his fate, a bullet piercing his forehead and leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist at the back of his head, causing him to collapse backward. Pat Carter, witnessing the fallen figure, was filled with rage. That was his only brother, his flesh and blood. How could he be shot dead before his very eyes? Wind God, what in the world are you doing? The Wind God paid no heed to Carter's curses, his gaze fixed solely on Qin Chuan through the scope. Slow down. Slow down. Bang. Bang. Clang. The sounds of gunfire echoed in succession, followed by the sharp metallic ring of steel colliding. Holy light of the void. Bullet meets bullet. After 2 shots, Qin Chuan had secured himself an additional 3. 8 seconds. Bang. With no time to waste, Qin Chuan unleashed shot after shot, targeting another mercenary concealed behind a pine tree. However, this bullet merely penetrated the bark and struck his shoulder, insufficient to deliver a fatal blow. Nevertheless, the tremendous force of the bullet sent the mercenary soaring into the air, his screams exposing his entire body to Qin Chuan's sniper's gaze. Bang! After the gunfire, the screams abruptly ceased. A man flying through the air, his head severed from his body. A grotesque spectacle of red and white splattered within a radius of several meters, with numerous nearby mercenaries now adorned with brain matter and warm blood. Conceal yourselves. Carter bellowed, retreat immediately. There was no choice. The sniper across the way was far too terrifying. Concealed behind the tree, a companion was abruptly lifted into the air by a single shot, followed by a devastating headshot. Our sniper, the legendary Wind God, found himself utterly impotent to halt the advance of the adversary. Bang, bang, clang. Once again, the Wind God beheld the legend of the sniping realm, the void holy light. However, his initial exhilaration had gradually morphed into sheer terror. It was not that he lacked opportunities to target the enemy. Rather, each bullet he fired was meticulously intercepted mid-flight by his opponent. Seizing the moment of vulnerability, as the enemy retreated in disarray, Qin Chuan pursued relentlessly, dispatching one foe after another. In less than 3 minutes, the once formidable Black Scorpion mercenary unit, originally comprising 21 members, was reduced to a mere 2, the leader Carter and the sniper Wind God. Moreover, the 2 remaining individuals had long since lost their former invincibility. Carter's leg was pierced by a bullet, rendering it useless, while the Wind God's left hand was severed at the wrist, revealing stark white bone fragments exposed to the air. The cherished 85 sniper rifle, which he once regarded as his lifeblood, had vanished without a trace. Who could believe that the Black Scorpion mercenary group, which had dominated the battlefield for over a decade and instilled dread in their enemies, could be annihilated by a single person in just half an hour? Chapter 70. The one who obliterated my Black Scorpions is merely a humble police officer? The Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, stationed behind Qin Chuan, witnessed the obliteration of the Black Scorpions in its entirety. Is he even human? As a sniper, Viper had always aspired to become a legendary marksman. Yet even the dream of the unparalleled sharpshooter paled in comparison to Qin Chuan. The void holy light, expertly intercepting bullets with bullets, and not just once. The sniper adept in the use of the Type 85 sniper rifle, known as Feng Shun, has been identified by the likes of Snake and Wang Kai. 10 years ago, he defected and now holds the 3rd position on the wanted list of the Linjiang Military District. He fired 12 shots within half an hour, while Qin Chuan annihilated the entire Black Scorpion mercenary unit. Remarkably, each of those shots was intercepted by Qin Chuan's own bullets. During this period, all 19 members of Black Scorpion met their demise at his hands. Moments ago, Wang Kai witnessed through his night vision scope that the Black Scorpion leader, Carter, had been shot in the leg and was rendered incapable of combat. After the final shot, Feng Shin's scope was shattered by Qin Chuan's bullet, which also crushed his wrist, nearly resulting in a fatal headshot. Snake remarked, "He is not human." Having staunched the bleeding, the observer, Black Cat, gazed at him with admiration. "He is a god. What do soldiers venerate the most? Strength." In mere moments, Qin Chuan single-handedly subdued 5 of his comrades from the Special Forces, showcasing unparalleled combat prowess. It is important to note that during this encounter, they were afforded no opportunity to fire a single shot. Subsequently, Qin Chuan, armed only with his rifle, eradicated the Black Scorpion mercenary unit under Feng Shun's command within half an hour. This is Feng Shun we speak of. Though a defector, his capabilities are beyond doubt. His sniper record remains unbroken in the Linjiang military district to this day. For the generation of sharpshooters like Snake Tongue, the ultimate mission is to surpass Feng Shun and bring him back for judgment. Apart from the lone wolf, another witness to the entire slaughter was Gue Jianchou, who now stands less than 100 meters away from Carter and Feng Shun. Both parties have already sensed each other's presence. However, they have yet to converge, for between them stands a specter of death. Impossible, utterly impossible. When the wind god beheld Qin Chuan emerging from the shadows, wielding a 95-style sniper rifle devoid of a scope, his resolve was finally shattered. He, a formidable gunslinger of his generation, was bested by a sniper rifle lacking a sight. What did this signify for him? The adversary held him in such low esteem that he deemed him unworthy of utilizing a scope. In truth, for Qin Chuan, equipped with the divine glasses of the gun god, the absence of a scope was inconsequential. Raising his weapon guaranteed a hit. Such was the marvel of the system's creation. Undeniably exhilarating. Though both the wind god and Carter bore grievous injuries, their formidable prowess as elite warriors remained intact. However, this power is relative. In the presence of an ordinary Special Forces soldier, Carter would be confident in executing a counterattack. Yet, he was not facing an ordinary soldier. He confronted a demon, a god of war. Thus, even with a Desert Eagle strapped to his side, Carter dared not make a single move. In the darkness, Qin Chuan drew ever closer, his figure gradually becoming discernible. Carter aimed to discern his features, to etch the visage of this foe into his memory. He recognized the lone wolf, Wang Kai. Having encountered him before, while formidable, he had not reached this inhuman level of prowess. Carter sought to ascertain the identity of this expert capable of driving the wind god to the brink of madness with his marksmanship. Police. Uniform? Carter was aware that the Dragon Kingdom possessed special police forces, yet their attire was not akin to this. "Are you a police officer?" The insignia on Qin Chuan's shoulder gleamed, blinding Carter's eyes. To think that the one who vanquished my Black Scorpion is merely a lowly police officer? Where are the special forces? Where are the master snipers? How the police of the Dragon Kingdom become so formidable? Beside him, Feng Shun was equally astonished. The one who defeated him is a police officer? Is this some kind of joke? Qin Chuan observed his opponent leisurely. Carter was one thing, but the sniper on the opposing side was truly impressive. Qin Chuan was equipped with the god of guns glasses, enhancing his abilities. Yet the other skills were undeniably honed through rigorous practice. "What is your name?" Feng Shun was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Qin Chuan would inquire about his identity. "You don't know who I am?" Qin Chuan shook his head in puzzlement. "Why are you famous?" The audacity. Feng Shun suddenly felt a profound sense of humiliation. "What do you mean, am I famous? I am Feng Shun, ranked 3rd on the wanted list of the Linjiang military district, once the king of sharpshooters, and you don't know me." Feng Shun had initially thought this was a trap set by the Linjiang military district. What nonsense about ghosts seeing woe, drug trafficking networks, and lone wolves? Nonsense. They sent such a sniper to eliminate him. However, Qin Chuan's expression did not seem feigned. Now he understood. Qin Chuan nonchalantly shook his head, then turned his gaze away from Carter, looking into the distant darkness. "Go seeing woe, stop hiding. Come out quickly. I promise to sever your limbs. And I always keep my word." The hidden ghost, seeing woe in the distance, was utterly baffled. "Your prowess is formidable, yet such intimidation is unwarranted." However, he finds himself compelled to comply. Initially, he believed that with Black Scorpion providing backup, the adversary would surely regret not eliminating him with a single shot. Yet now, Black Scorpion has dwindled to but Carter alone. The organization he once regarded as his bastion now seems to the enemy merely a swarm of ants, easily crushed at will. To survive, Gue Jian Cho realizes that obedience is his only hope. Rustling, emerging from behind the tree where he had concealed himself, Gue Jian Cho cautiously inched towards Qin Chuan's position. Noticing the other's compliance, Qin Chuan finally shifted his focus to Carter. Why did you not draw your gun earlier? Qin Chuan had intentionally overlooked Carter in a bid to afford him the opportunity to arm himself. As a police officer, Qin Chuan felt no moral dilemma in neutralizing an armed adversary, yet he could not bring himself to execute a captive from a position of dominance. Carter smiled calmly, because I do not wish to die. In truth, Carter had considered drawing his weapon. Although his leg was broken, his hands remained functional. The Desert Eagle at his waist was conveniently positioned. Just a second and a half. He required merely a second and a half to lift his gun and take aim. Moreover, Carter was prepared to wager his life that he could deliver a lethal shot to Qin Chuan's head. Yet he hesitated. Despite Qin Chuan's earlier lack of focus on him, the muzzle of a 97 sniper rifle loomed ominously above his lap. With Qin Chuan's terrifying marksmanship, Carter was convinced that the adversary could eliminate him in a heartbeat without even turning around. The earlier behavior had merely been a ploy to entice him into a fatal move, leading to his inevitable demise. The foolish sense of self-righteousness, however, has inadvertently granted Carter the chance to survive. As a mercenary, Carter seeks only wealth, women, and the gift of life. He is not a soldier and has no obligation to sacrifice himself. Moreover, he possesses a trump card that ensures his survival. Chapter 71. This Qin Chuan? We shall take him from the military district. Carter noticed the approaching Gue Jian Cho, the target of his current mission. Yet at this moment, whether Gue Jian Cho was alive or dead, and the USB drive containing the entire drug trafficking network of Linjiang province were of little consequence to him. He differed from Feng Shun. The latter was a defector from Dragon Country, ranked third on the Linjiang military district's wanted list, with no means of escape regardless of the incentives offered. Carter, however, still retained hope. Officer, Carter addressed Qin Chuan, refraining from inquiring about his name, as he wished to avoid giving Qin Chuan the misconception that he harbored intentions of vengeance. I believe we can have a discussion. Oh, Qin Chuan, who was awaiting the arrival of Gue Jian Cho and the Lone Wolf team to conclude the mission, regarded Carter with a hint of amusement. What do you wish to discuss? I should release you? Carter nodded earnestly. Officer, I am unlike him. He is a defector from Dragon Country, but I am merely an outsider. Feng Shun, overhearing this, let out a cold snort. Yet, he too recognized the reality of his situation. This time, he had truly met his downfall. No one could rescue him. Therefore, I wish to offer a monetary exchange for my life. $10 million, all my possessions. In exchange for my survival. $10 million? This was indeed a substantial sum. But would Qin Chuan accept it? Are you insulting my intelligence? Qin Chuan harbored a fondness for wealth. Yet he could not resort to such means to attain it. To release you and permit you another chance to return and slay the citizens of Longhua? Carter offered a wry smile, assuring, I shall never set foot upon this land again, I promise. However, if I release you and you renege, what then? Upon hearing this, Carter's expression shifted to one of sudden excitement. It seemed there was hope. I can provide a deposit up front. Once I cross the border, the remainder will be transferred to you immediately. Qin Chuan shook his head. Do you take me for a mere child of 3? $2 million must be deposited into my account before I release you. By heavens, a mercenary leader, and yet you possess only $1 million? Qin Chuan was incredulous. Officer. Silence. You have no choice, so long as I have not altered my mind. Carter's gaze bore intently into Qin Chuan's, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his thoughts. Would this exceptional sniper from Longhua truly release him for the sake of money? Carter, capable of arming the Black Scorpion mercenary unit, was certainly no fool. The $1 million was merely a test. Should Qin Chuan refuse to raise the stakes, it would signify that he had no intention of freeing him, but rather sought to deceive him for financial gain. Conversely, an increase in the offer would reveal the man's avarice. Even so, should Qin Chuan accept the payment, He could effortlessly eliminate Carter the very next moment or surrender him to the authorities of Longhua, earning merit for his contribution. Regardless of the choice, it seemed Carter held no disadvantage. Yet, was there a possibility that he might indeed be freed? Even if that possibility were but 1 in 10,000? You have 3 minutes remaining. Qin Chuan gazed into the distance, observing the approaching Gue Jianzhou and the members of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team hastening toward him. Once they arrived, I fear it would be impossible to collect my payment. All right. Carter gritted his teeth and promptly accessed his mobile phone, entering the account number provided by Lu Chuan, initiating the transfer. In less than half a minute, sir, the $20 million has been successfully transferred. I trust you will honor your commitment. Qin Chuan's phone had long since been lost, leaving him unable to verify the transaction. However, upon witnessing the successful transfer notification on the other party's device, he comprehended that he now possessed $20 million. Damn! The speed at which this money materialized was astonishing. Regret suddenly washed over Qin Chuan. He should not have executed those mercenaries. Keeping them alive could have yielded profit. Carter, you fool! At that moment, Feng Shin scoffed from the side. Did you truly believe that once he received the payment, he would release you? If it were me, I would eliminate everyone present, ensuring that no one would ever know of this affair. Qin Chuan glanced at Feng Shin and realized, oh, your perspective has indeed prompted a thought. Releasing him poses no issue, but should you choose to betray? Feng Shin, upon perceiving the gun barrel, now aimed at his forehead, felt an overwhelming impulse to chastise himself. Damn it, why did I speak up? Fool! Carter disdainfully regarded Feng Shin, declaring, a traitor may instill fear, yet will never garner respect. In the world of mercenaries, one may switch allegiances for money, but no one dares to betray their original comrades. Once such a choice is made, there is no turning back. Carter is far more astute than Feng Shin could ever imagine. Do you truly believe I would risk my life for such a trifling sum? This is merely a prelude to demonstrate my sincerity. Carter turned his gaze towards Qin Chuan once more. Officer, I recognize that attempting to buy my life with money is somewhat insulting. A man of your caliber would find earning wealth far easier than slaughtering a mere chicken. This money merely serves to affirm my genuine intent. My true bargaining chip is a person. At this revelation, Qin Chuan regarded Carter with newfound seriousness. He had not anticipated that Carter would present $20 million merely to showcase his sincerity. In truth, Carter was perceptive. Qin Chuan was indeed seeking financial gain. Once the mission concluded and the details were relayed to his superiors, that $20 million would hardly equate to a second-class merit award. Perhaps he might even reward himself a little. As for Carter, discussing integrity with a mercenary leader seemed rather absurd. From Wang Kai, Qin Chuan had learned that the Black Scorpion had taken the lives of numerous Special Forces soldiers from Dragon Nation over the years. How could he genuinely release his adversary for the sake of money? If Qin Chuan were to act in such a manner, how could he justify the sacrifices made by the brave soldiers of Dragon Nation? However, he was astonished to discover that Carter had seen through his thoughts. The $20 million was merely a means for him to gauge the other's sincerity. Frankly, Qin Chuan did perceive that sincerity. Meanwhile, at the Combat Command Center in Linzhou City, he exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this kid even human? Damn, this must be some sort of deity." A lone individual single-handedly annihilated the Black Scorpion mercenary unit. If it weren't for witnessing it with my own eyes. The hall was filled with numerous high-ranking officials from the police force, each cursing in disbelief as they gazed at the combat footage relayed from the screen. Although the visuals were somewhat dim, with some captured through night vision goggles, the scenes of Qin Chuan taking down foes with a single shot, even intercepting bullets mid-flight, were partially captured. Such a talent should not be confined to the small Bamboo Grove County. Is this not a gem obscured by dust? He ought to join our Special Operations Forces. Director Yang, we must have Qin Chuan in our military district. With this young man on the battlefield, he would be unstoppable. Moreover, the successful capture of Feng Shin would greatly enhance the reputation of the Linjiang Provincial Military District. If the higher-ups were to learn of this matter. Deputy Chief of Staff Li Zhonghua, who participated in the systematic operations, felt he could awaken from dreams with a smile. Chapter 72. Identity Revealed, Trouble for the Kite. Old Li, Why are you suggesting he goes to your military district? This is a personnel matter concerning our police system. Our Provincial Criminal Investigation Department is in need of skilled individuals. Deputy Director of the Linjiang Provincial Public Security Bureau, Liang Dong, interrupted Li Zhanghua. Turning to Director Yang. Director Yang, I believe transferring him to the Provincial Bureau would be more fitting. Come now, Deputy Director Liang. Our armed police are in dire need of such expertise. Placing him in the Provincial Bureau would be a waste of talent. Hand him over to us. Go on. Armed police, what do you want with him? He belongs in the military district. I'll offer him the rank of Major. Major? Aren't you merely a colonel in the military district, Deputy Chief of Staff? Spare me. If he comes to the Provincial Bureau, I shall make him Deputy Director. Armed Police. The Deputy Commander of the Armed Police Detachment, Yang Jinhua, paid no heed to the squabbles of the surrounding individuals. His gaze fixed intently on the screen, displaying Qin Chuan's resume. At the tender age of 22, he had graduated at the top of his class from the police academy and had only recently commenced his duties 2 months prior. Remarkably, within this brief period, he had apprehended numerous wanted criminals and dismantled significant drug, vice, and organized crime syndicates, earning a second-class merit award and a third-class merit award for his commendable efforts. Transitioning from a humble rural police officer to the deputy captain of the county criminal investigation team, he had already taken charge of operations. On his very first day in office, he saw the homicide case, leading his squad to achieve a collective second-class merit award. The commendation for resolving the decapitated corpse case had been issued 3 days prior. Astonishingly, he single-handedly annihilated a mercenary unit known as the Black Scorpion. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that Qin Chuan's accomplishments rivaled those of an entire battalion. Furthermore, the photograph capturing his heroic leap to save Jiang Shui at school was nothing short of breathtaking. His continuous success in solving cases attested to his capabilities, while his willingness to risk his life for others demonstrated his sense of justice. Although Yang Jinghua maintained a stoic exterior, internally he applauded fervently. What a remarkable figure had emerged from the Linchuan province police system. As for the talk of transferring him to the military district, the provincial department, or the special police force, such notions were utterly nonsensical. It is through rigorous training at the grassroots level that one prepares for greater responsibilities. Ascending to high positions at a young age is not necessarily advantageous. Amidst the heated discussions regarding Qin Chuan, the phone nestled in the arms of Zhang Tianyu. The police chief of Linshur City began to vibrate. This phone had been entrusted to him by Yang Jinghua upon his reassignment. At any time, whether during meals, sleep, or crucial meetings, when the phone rings, it must be answered without delay, for this is not merely a phone call, but the last lifeline for comrades battling on the front lines of life and death. What did you say? Zhang Tianyu's face turned ashen, his right hand trembling uncontrollably as he held the phone. Are you certain? The worst has indeed transpired. After hanging up, Zhang Tianyu approached Yang Jinghua with a heavy heart. Yang, the situation concerning the kite has deteriorated. In the dense border jungle, Carter revealed his true cards. Our mission this time is to retrieve a USB drive from the notorious Gijianshu. This drive contains the entire drug trafficking network of Linjiang province. Whoever possesses it will command the entire Linjiang market. Qin Chuan suddenly realized that Gijianshu harbored such a crucial item. However, the mission has been compromised, which is why the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team from Longhua has appeared here. The individual responsible for leaking our mission is an operative embedded a decade ago within the ranks of the largest drug lord in Miaoti, known by the codename Kite. Before our departure, we had already apprehended Kite. Carter solemnly turned to Qin Chuan. The Longhua police, I know where he is. I will trade his life for mine. Meanwhile, in the Operations Command Center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, Yang Jinhua listened to Zhang Tianyu's report, his mind buzzing in disbelief. Kite is in trouble? What has happened? Kite, originally named Yang Hu, was personally sent undercover by Yang Jinhua a decade ago. For the past decade, Kite has remarkably fulfilled various tasks, standing out as the most exceptional undercover agent of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau. Furthermore, it is a little-known fact that Yang Hu is the biological son of Yang Jinhua. Zhang Tianyu, the current director of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, is among the select few privy to this secret. The recent intelligence transmission marks a test imposed by Uncle Qin on Kite, revealing the information solely to him. Should any leaks occur, his identity would be compromised. Yang Jinhua inhaled deeply, his fists clenched tightly. No one comprehends the dire consequences of an undercover agent's identity being exposed within a drug cartel better than he. A former operative. Yet, as a father, as long as he has not seen a corpse, he clings to a glimmer of hope, however minuscule it may be. What is the status of his son? He was apprehended in the morning, spared from execution at that moment, yet his current whereabouts and condition remain uncertain. The ambiguity. Perhaps it is the best news, or it could conversely be the worst. In the jungle, Qin Chuan listened to Carter's words, naturally skeptical of their authenticity. However, he found himself unable to verify the truth of Carter's claims at this juncture. Where is he? The border. Only I possessed that knowledge. Carter's confidence had significantly strengthened this time. Having dealt with Dragon Country Police and Special Forces for many years, he understood these individuals all too well. For the sake of their comrades, they would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. Moreover, the trump card in his possession is a 10-year undercover agent's significant contribution to the other side. A principal policeman like Qin Chuan could never stand idly by in the face of death. Take me there, but if I discover that you are deceiving me. Qin Chuan's gaze was icy, yet he understood that Carter had no reason to mislead him. After all, he had annihilated the Black Scorpion, and Carter was the sole witness. To deceive himself would be tantamount to mocking his own life. Young man, I advise you to ponder this carefully. At this moment, Feng Shun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, the Tongjiga area is still 2 kilometers from a border, which can be considered our territory. However, the border is a different matter. Once we cross, a mere cry for help from Carter could summon dozens of people. At that point, not only will you be unable to save anyone, but you may also find yourself in peril. Qin Chuan turned his gaze towards Feng Shun, his eyes filled with confusion, unable to comprehend why the other was cautioning him. Logically, allowing him to march to his own demise without intervention would be the most fitting response from Feng Shun. Young man, do not look at me like that. I share this information not to save you, knowing that your comrade is in danger. To rescue him could mean your own death, yet to refrain from acting. You might carry the weight of guilt for a lifetime. Do you know why it affected years ago? Because back then, I was like a kite caught in a storm, trapped in desperation, with no one to save me. I am eager to see how you will choose. How to choose? Qin Chuan laughed. With a crisp sound, the bullet was chambered, revealing the answer to all. You, a traitor to your country, wish to witness my decision? Without even glancing at his adversary, Qin Chuan fired a shot into the distance. The last intact leg of Gue Jianshou was pierced by the bullet, leaving a gaping hole the size of a bowl. Sever your limbs, and you will not succeed in even a single endeavor. At that moment, Wang Kai and his comrades from the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team arrived at the scene. Brother Wang, the one they call Wind God, and that fellow over there, Ghostly Fear, are yours to handle. Allow me to borrow Carter for a while. Wang Kai could hardly fathom that he would have the chance to capture the Wind God alive in his lifetime. His departure from the capital to serve in the Linjiang military district was driven by a desire for vengeance for his brother, a special forces soldier who had cared for him since childhood, only to be ruthlessly ambushed by a teammate. Among the entire Lone Wolf Special Operations Team, there was not a single member who did not hold Qin Chuan in high esteem. They adhered to his commands without question. After acquiring the remaining sniper ammunition from a Viper, Qin Chuan stealthily led Carter into the depths of the jungle. Chapter 73. The lethal trap on the borderline. The winds howl with a chilling ease. As he watched Qin Chuan's departing figure, Wang Kai clenched his teeth and declared, Chen Junsheng, take the Wind God and Ghostly Fear back. Captain? Chen Junsheng was acutely aware of Wang Kai's intentions. What are you doing? Are you disregarding my orders? Captain. I. Follow the orders. With no alternative, Chen Junsheng could only grit his teeth and salute. Understood. The mission of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team had been accomplished. Without orders from higher-ups, they could not act independently. Wang Kai's solitary departure from the team risked jeopardizing his position as captain upon his return. However, Could he bear to witness Qin Chuan march towards certain death alone? Unbeknownst to the lone wolf at that moment, the Operations Command Center of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau was already in consultation with Provincial Public Security Chief Yang Jinghua to deploy another unit. Just a minute ago, the special phone of Zhang Tianyu, the director of the Linzhou Public Security Bureau, rang once more. The kite has been located. In fact, there was no need for a report from that side. The personnel at the command center were already aware of the kite's whereabouts. 5 minutes prior, a 10-meter-tall tree had been erected along the border. Suspended from it was a figure, grotesquely mutilated, alongside a large flag proclaiming, "The undercover agent is dead." The drone had transmitted the footage back to the command center in real time, displaying a close-up of a face on the large screen. The kite. Yang Hu. The drug lord had audaciously hung him on the border, a blatant provocation. Within the command center, Yang Jinghua's eyes burned with rage. That was his son, the son he had personally sent in as an undercover agent. At that moment, without the need for orders from Yang Jinghua, Zhang Tianyu slammed his hand on the table. Armed police. Dispatch personnel to the border immediately. I do not care what the cost is. We must bring our comrade back. Yes, the armed helicopter had long been on standby, and now time was of the essence. The commander of the Armed Police Brigade personally led an elite team for the rescue. Meanwhile, a communication request from the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team came through. Reporting to the command center, I am Chun Hu, the deputy commander of the Lone Wolf Special Operations Team. The Black Scorpion has been eradicated, and all special operations missions have been accomplished with the target, Ghost Sea Trouble, captured alive. Furthermore, the defector, the sniper Feng Shun from the Linjiang military region a decade ago, has also been apprehended. While everyone was already aware of the first half of Chun Hu's report, having seen it on the drone and helmet cameras of the Special Operations Team, the situation regarding Feng Shun remained unclear. Deputy Chief of Staff Li Zhonghua of the Linjiang Military District sprang to his feet, seizing the microphone from the communications officer. Feng Shun, Chen Junsheng, you claim you have captured Feng Shun, the one who defected a decade ago. Report to the superior. Chun Hu's voice was resolute and powerful. It is indeed that very Feng Shun. Just recently, during Comrade Qin Chuan's annihilation of the Black Scorpion mercenary group, Feng Shun served as their marksman. Now, having successfully apprehended Comrade Qin Chuan, we are currently escorting him back. Damn it! Li Zhonghua slammed his thigh in excitement. Excellent. Ha ha! So it turns out the one facing off against Qin Chuan was none other than Feng Shun. The bullets fired by Qin Chuan were actually those of Feng Shun. Ha ha ha! Chen Junsheng, I command you to ensure that Feng Shun is brought back safely at any cost. Wait, where's Wang Kai? Why are you the one reporting? Where has Wang gone? A sudden chill ran down Li Zhonghua's spine. Damn it! That little ancestor better not be in trouble. If anything happens, not only will we fail to capture Feng Shun, but I could also be in jeopardy myself. Not just me, but everyone in this building will be doomed. Report to the superior, Team Leader Wang. Chun Hu hastily explained the situation. Sir, he did not act with intent. There's an undercover comrade who has been working for 10 years over there. Qin Chuan went to rescue him, and Team Leader Wang was concerned about him being alone in danger. He did not disregard orders. Li Zhonghua currently pays no heed to whether Wang Kai follows orders. His sole desire is for the other party to remain alive, holy and intact. You few, leave 2 individuals to guard Gue Jianshou and Feng Shun. And should there be any unusual movements, execute them on the spot. The rest of you, return immediately to support Wang Kai. Meanwhile, in the command center, chaos ensues. In the jungle, at the border, Uncle Kuan's subordinates are on watch. Carter and Qin Chuan have now crossed Hanjiegu and approached the border. How many individuals do they have? At least 50, though the specifics remain unclear. With his life in Qin Chuan's hands, Carter is cooperative, revealing everything. They are equipped with heavy firepower and are desperate fugitives. 50 individuals. Qin Chuan muses, with 80 rounds in his pocket. He deems it sufficient to confront 50 adversaries. In the jungle, Carter is as stealthy as a weasel, able to move silently despite a bullet wound in his leg. Although Qin Chuan lacks experience in jungle combat, he possesses elite fighting skills and remarkable bodily coordination, enhanced vision allowing him to perceive the dark jungle as if it were daylight, unimpeded in his movements. Gradually, the two draw closer to the border, just a few minutes and 100 meters away from their destination. As they near the border, Carter's heart races with anticipation. He understands the discipline of the Dragon Kingdom's special forces and police. These individuals strictly adhere to protocol and would never venture beyond the border without orders. Therefore, once he reaches the borderline and returns to the other side, he believes he will be safe. As for the intelligence he provided to Qin Chuan, including the location of the kite, the number of henchmen dispatched by the drug lord Uncle Qin, and the configuration of their firepower, it was indeed all authentic. There was no need for him to fabricate anything in this regard. However, he did withhold one crucial detail from Qin Chuan. He was equipped with a wireless locator. This device served two purposes. It confirmed his location and facilitated communication with the Black Scorpion's headquarters over at Miaodi. This was a traditional practice of the Black Scorpion. In the event that a team member was captured during a mission, they could relay information in Morse code through this wireless locator. At that moment, he had already transmitted the message back, awaiting Qin Chuan to unwittingly step into the meticulously crafted trap he had set. You believe yourself to be formidable, capable of sniping 19 Black Scorpion members within half an hour. I am eager to witness whether you can escape alive from an ambush of over 50 men, heavily armed. Naturally, Qin Chuan was unaware of Carter's machinations. Yet, he maintained a vigilant wariness towards Carter. The opponent was no fool. Employing $20 million as a show of good faith and leveraging an undercover agent to coerce him into releasing him suggested that Carter likely had numerous contingencies in place. Nevertheless, Qin Chuan was not excessively concerned, for he could take Carter's life at any moment. Additionally, in his quest to rescue the kite, he had no choice but to rely on Carter. 5 minutes later, the two had stealthily approached the vicinity of the border. After Carter sent his final message, a large tree, visible from the command center of Lin City, was promptly raised. Hanging from it was indeed the undercover kite. Chapter 74. A heavily charged atmosphere at the border upon witnessing the large tree he had anticipated being erected at the border. The tension that had long plagued Carter finally dissipated. The sensation of having one's life controlled by others is truly unbearable. However, that no longer matters, as I am on the verge of reclaiming my freedom. Officer, as I promised, I will certainly lead you to the kite. Standing merely 20 meters from the border, Carter straightened his back, a sincere smile adorning his face. At that moment, Qin Chuan also noticed the figure hanging from the tree. With the advantage of enhanced vision, he could clearly discern the grotesque scar etched across the person's face in the darkness. Observing Qin Chuan's gaze, Carter reassured him, "Officer, rest assured. He is quite well and has sustained not a scratch. After all, I am trading his life for mine. If you doubt it." Carter raised his right hand and brought it down abruptly. Bang! A sudden gunshot erupted from the jungle on the opposite side of the border. A cry escaped from the figure hanging in the tree, blood gushing from his thigh. Qin Chuan looked over, astonished to see that the location of the gunshot matched precisely with the spot where his own bullet had struck Carter's leg. "Officer, I am a fair man. The life of the kite is my own. If I am unscathed, he must suffer the same fate." Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze and faced Carter directly. He had never underestimated Carter, yet he had not anticipated that Carter could not only communicate with his accomplices beyond the border right beneath his nose, but also orchestrate a life-for-life scheme at the border. This man was indeed remarkable, having survived in such a perilous environment for many years. Even lone wolves had fallen prey to their machinations. "Carter, do you think I would believe you if you merely hung someone up there and claimed it to be the kite?" Qin Chuan did not feel insulted by Carter's cleverness in his presence. On the contrary, it affirmed Carter's undeniable prowess. However, Qin Chuan needed to ascertain that what hung from the tree was indeed a kite. Carter scratched his head, affirming that it truly was a kite up there, as he would never risk his own life. Yet, he lacked the evidence to convince Qin Chuan of its authenticity. "Officer, I cannot disclose this to you, but I believe you can verify with your local authorities." "No need, it is indeed a kite." A sudden voice interrupted from behind them. Turning around, they found Wang Kai, who had been trailing them. Seeing Wang Kai approach, Qin Chuan frowned and asked, "What brings you here? What? Is it only permissible for you to play the hero while the rest of us live in fear?" Qin Chuan regarded Wang Kai, whom he had once saved, and nodded. All right. If we survive this, I will acknowledge you as my brother. Haha, Qin Chuan, I also recognize you as my brother. Wang Kai grinned widely. He had rarely admired anyone aside from his elders, and among his peers, only his own brother had earned his respect. Now, there was one more individual he held in high esteem. The man above is Yang Hu, a college classmate of my elder brother. I met him a decade ago. With their identities confirmed, the next step was to negotiate the exchange. Carter had long contemplated this. Officer, I am now merely 20 meters from a border. For every meter I advance, that tree will lower a segment. When I reach the border, the person in the tree will fall directly before you. What do you think of this exchange method? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Qin Chuan and Wang Kai exchanged a glance, both nodding in agreement. Carter's proposed method seemed relatively fair. From the 20-meter distance to the border, he could easily shoot and eliminate his opponent at any moment. Conversely, the other party could also fire in the darkness, eliminating the kite perched upon the tree. Once Carter crossed the border, it would be impossible for Qin Chuan to shoot, although the opposing side had no concerns about firing across the border. The fact that the individual was now within Qin Chuan's reach necessitated caution due to the sniper rifle in Qin Chuan's possession. Observing their agreement, a smile crept onto Carter's face, while internally he felt a sense of relief. Freedom, life, just 20 meters apart. Due to a leg injury, Carter could only advance with assistance. 1 meter later, a tall tree slowly began to lower its trunk. 3 meters, 5 meters. At that moment, within the operational command center of Lyncher City, although no sounds emerged from the screen, everyone witnessed the scene where the kite was shot in the leg. Provocation. This was a blatant act of defiance. Armed police, where are you? Zhang Tianyu shouted into the communication device. Report to the command center. We will arrive at the designated location in half an hour. Half an hour? Damn it. By then, will anyone still be alive? Director Zhang, that tree is about to fall. What? Zhang Tianyu, who was rallying rescue forces, rushed to the screen. He saw the tree indeed tilting, and then it tipped further, heading towards their border. What is happening? Can the drone adjust its angle? No, Director Fang. If we adjust it any further, it will cross the border. No, look, a figure emerged from the dense jungle. The drone footage revealed Carter, dragging his injured leg, appearing a mere 5 meters from the borderline. This location marked the transition from the thick foliage into a small clearing. The notorious leader of the Black Scorpion mercenaries. Carter. It was Qin Chuan, the police officer from Julin County, who had accompanied Carter to rescue someone. Yang Jinghua stood rigid, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the screen. There, displayed before him, was his son. Then, the personnel in the command center observed as Carter took a step forward, causing a large tree to topple. Now, he was suspended in midair, having crossed the borderline. Closer, closer. With only 10 meters remaining, Carter's heart raced with fervor. Just 10 more meters, and he would attain freedom, reclaim his life anew. At that moment, he intended to confront that damned Dragon Kingdom officer, inquiring how they would respond should he unleash 6 Gatling guns. Alas, Carter had never indulged in the online novels of the Dragon Kingdom. Had he done so, he would have comprehended the terror of an opponent equipped with extraordinary systems. Carter believed that his hidden ally in the shadows had gone unnoticed, yet in truth, Qin Chuan, endowed with enhanced vision, had long since discerned the situation on the other side with clarity. The 6 Gatling guns lay concealed less than 100 meters ahead, hidden behind a few blades of grass. However, one might question the adequacy of such camouflage. At this distance, it would only fool Wang Kai's night vision goggles. Was there truly no ambush on the opposing side? Wang Kai scrutinized the surroundings for a considerable time, yet found nothing amiss. Through the night vision, all remained eerily still, the distant darkness impenetrable. Qin Chuan shook his head. It was evident that Wang Kai would not believe Carter's fabrications, yet he could not perceive the opponent's arrangements. Do not concern yourself with the situation over there. Just follow my instructions. Is that agreeable? Rest assured, do you doubt my marksmanship? Wang Kai pondered the recent annihilation of the Black Scorpions and nodded emphatically. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Chapter 75. Those who dare to challenge our Dragon Kingdom shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Carter stepped forward once more, closing the gap to the line. 7 meters. Just 3 more meters, and he would cross that threshold. He vowed to make the Dragon Kingdom police regret their actions. He had destroyed the Black Scorpions he had painstakingly built and lost $20 million. Yet they still aspired to bring the undercover agent back? A foolish dream. Utilizing the locator on his person, Carter transmitted his final message. As soon as he crossed the border, he would open fire. However, in the next instant, bang! The abrupt sound of gunfire startled Carter, causing him to instinctively recoil. Damn it! Which bastard fired the shot? I haven't even crossed the line yet. Carter swore that upon his return, he would ensure the perpetrator met a gruesome fate. Yet soon, he realized something was amiss. The gunfire originated from behind him. The individuals trailing him were the menacing and infuriating Dragon Kingdom police, along with the commander of the Lone Wolf unit. The exchange with the undercover agent was not yet concluded. Why would they fire? Nevertheless, at that moment, Carter had no time for contemplation. With merely 3 meters remaining, crossing over would secure his safety. As the gunfire erupted, the personnel in the Combat Command Center of the Lyncher Public Security Bureau were equally startled. Who was firing? Zhang Tianyu's eyes were ablaze with fury as he beheld the kite ensnared atop the tree. The ropes binding its hands had snapped, and it teetered perilously on the brink of falling. Bang! 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 Amidst the chaos, 3 gunshots rang out in quick succession. The ropes that restrained the kite's limbs severed completely, sending it plummeting from the heights. Vunki! Now was the time. Qin Chuan bellowed from his concealed position within the thicket. Like a nimble fox, Wang Kai emerged, poised to catch the descending kite. At that moment, Carter, who had 1 foot over the border, realized who was responsible for the gunfire. It was Qin Chuan. To his astonishment, Qin had fired 4 shots, severing the ropes that bound the kite. Humph! Carter scoffed, thinking it was a futile dream to save the kite before he crossed the border. Fire! Carter commanded with fervor, aware that his remaining men, though merely a reserve unit of the Black Scorpions, could still manage to take down the falling kite. Bang! At Carter's order, gunfire erupted from the opposing jungle. Bang! Ding! In the pitch-black night, a flash of fire erupted into existence. Damn! The ethereal holy light illuminated Carter's blue pupils once more. That formidable officer had once again showcased his uncanny ability to intercept bullets. Suddenly, clarity struck Carter's fevered mind. Run! With 19 Black Scorpion members, along with himself and the Wind God, having been wiped out within half an hour, what made the 50 adversaries believe they could prevail? Carter had thought he was well prepared, yet he had forgotten that in the face of absolute power, all schemes and treachery were in vain. Enough of this. Survival was the priority. Carter had already stepped 1 foot across the border. Freedom was imminent. As for that officer, the undercover, to hell with him. Nothing mattered more than preserving one's own life. After 5 shots, the kite was finally caught by Wang Kai. Qin Chuan, too, breathed a sigh of relief. This was the plan he had just decided upon. As Carter approached the border, he would fire directly at the kite, severing the ropes that bound it, thereby rescuing the other party and seizing the initiative. Otherwise, once Carter truly crossed the border, the 6-barreled Gatling gun on the other side would unleash a merciless barrage. While he might escape unscathed, the kite would undoubtedly perish, for the mechanism to raise or lower the great tree was on the opposite side. As long as they lifted the trunk by half a meter, the kite would be transformed into a nest of hornets. Of course, now was not the time to relax completely. One could say the real battle had only just begun. Qin Chuan gazed at Carter, who had half a foot already over the border, a fierce, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. How dare he think he could so easily escape after having killed someone from my Dragon Nation? Bang! The distinctive sound of the Type 97 sniper rifle echoed through the mountains once more. Carter suddenly collapsed to the ground. It turned out that his other leg had also been struck by Qin Chuan's shot. Yet, he paid no heed to looking back. Just 1 step more. As he fell, his upper body had already crossed the border. Soon, just half a body length more, and he would be safe. Carter knew that at this moment, Qin Chuan was over 20 meters away. Even if he were an acrobat, it would be impossible for him to catch up. Safe. He would be safe soon. However, could Qin Chuan allow him to leave so easily? System, deploy the charge needle. The surge needle, a disposable item that, once used, doubles the hose speed for a duration of 24 hours. Qin Chuan, who had already enhanced his physical attributes with the powerful Vajra pill, experienced a staggering increase in velocity, reaching 6 times that of an ordinary human. This terrifying burst of speed transformed Qin Chuan into a streak of lightning, effortlessly covering a distance of over 20 meters in the blink of an eye. As Carter stumbled, he dashed out of the jungle, fully exposed to the gaze of all present. What was that? So swift? In the Operations Command Center of the Lianzhou Public Security Bureau, someone gasped, having caught a glimpse of the shadow flashing across the screen. Zhang Tianyu fixated on the monitor, bewildered by the unfolding events. No one could ascertain what had transpired. But when Wang Kai appeared to catch the kite, it became evident that a tactical plan had been orchestrated between Qin Chuan and Wang Kai. Unlike those stationed in the command center, Carter had a deeper appreciation for the sound of lightning-fast movement. Crack! Just as one foot hovered on the edge of the border, Carter suddenly heard a distinctly familiar sound, the unmistakable snap of bones fracturing. In the jungle, as he tormented those Special Forces soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom, he would crush their bones, and this sound was identical. Yet this time, it was accompanied by searing pain. Carter turned his head, his pupils dilating in horror. How could it be that Dragon Kingdom officer? How is this possible? Qin Chuan sneered, applying pressure with his left hand, which crushed Carter's ankle, slowly dragging the adversary's body, which had already crossed the border, back. No. Carter panicked. If he were truly pulled back, he would undoubtedly meet his demise without a trace. Let me go. You promised me. You promised. I gave you 20 million. You cannot be untrustworthy. Yet, Qin Chuan remained unfazed, his iron grip resolutely dragging Carter inch by inch back to the borderline. I cannot cross the line to capture you. But who says you cannot have 1 foot still on the Dragon Kingdom side? Carter clawed desperately at the weeds, but it was futile. He could only watch in despair as his body was slowly pulled back, as if being dragged into hell by a demon. Shoot! For God's sake, shoot! Kill them! As his last hand was drawn back, a resolute glimmer flashed in Carter's eyes. If they would not let him live, then they would all perish. Following Carter's command, the jungle unleashed fierce serpents of fire, bullets pouring down like a torrential rain. Qin Chuan had long anticipated the opponent's desperate counterattack, so, without a moment's hesitation, he positioned Carter in front of him as a shield. Bang! 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 In the intervals, the sound of gunfire echoed in retaliation. The effectiveness of the gun god's glasses had not yet faded. Qin Chuan's bullets seemed to possess a will of their own. With each shot, a life was claimed on the other side. The first to fall was the Gatling gunner. On the other side, Wang Kai and the kite lay flat on the ground, too afraid to raise their heads. Carter, in front of Qin Chuan, had already been riddled with bullets. Bang! 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 With bloodshot eyes, Qin Chuan hoisted Carter's mangled body with one hand while firing with the other, shouting, "Kill! Kill! Kill! 53 people!" Qin Chuan poured all his strength into firing 53 shots in less than half a minute. Each shot claimed a life. Every bullet found its mark. The adversaries had never witnessed such terrifying marksmanship. A voice suddenly cried out, "Do not kill me. I surrender. Surrender," followed by the immediate tossing of weapons. Subsequently, the remaining terrified individuals reacted in kind, discarding their firearms and shouting in the language of the Dragon Kingdom, "We surrender. We surrender." As the gunfire ceased, Qin Chuan observed the remnants of the defeated soldiers scrambling out of the jungle. He cast aside the lifeless body that had shielded him, raising his voice to the heavens, declaring, "Those who infringe upon the Dragon Kingdom shall face retribution, no matter how distant." Chapter 76. Qin Chuan. Is it? I am Yang Jinhua. Remember me. Those who infringe upon the Dragon Kingdom shall face retribution, no matter how distant. Qin Chuan's roar resonated like the evening drum and morning bell, echoing across the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, reverberating within the hearts of the few remaining soldiers across the way, as well as in the ears of Wang Kai and Feng Zheng behind him. It also struck a chord within the hearts of those in the Operations Command Center of the Public Security Bureau in Linzhou City. "Excellent," exclaimed Yang Jinhua, the director of the Jiang Province Public Security Bureau, as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, What a magnificent declaration. Those who infringe upon the Dragon Kingdom shall face retribution, no matter how distant. Truly gratifying, truly gratifying. Yang Jinghua had encountered many exceptional young talents. Individuals, such as those in their 20s holding positions of authority or county chiefs under 30. However, Qin Chuan was the most valiant young man he had ever met. With unwavering courage and selflessness for the nation, he alone stood against nearly 100 foreign troops, shielded only by the lifeless body of an enemy. Ultimately, he vanquished his foes, compelling them to cast down their arms and abandon their escape. What an extraordinary police officer. What an exceptional captain of the criminal investigation team. Qin Chuan, is it? I, Yang Jinghua, shall remember you. Within the command center, Zhang Tianyu's eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the screen, where Qin Chuan stood resolutely amidst a sea of blood. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Salute." Instantly, everyone in the command center rose to their feet, paying homage to the hero. Deep within the jungle, along the border, Qin Chuan stood armed, facing a line of terrified remnants of the enemy who had knelt before him. This group included both the Black Scorpion's reserve members and the subordinates of the drug lord Qin Chuan. Yet, irrespective of their affiliations, none were untainted by bloodshed. The description of them as ruthless and desperate was utterly fitting. However, the merciless fear the dauntless, and the dauntless also fear those who are unyielding in their resolve. Qin Chuan stood alone at the border like a monumental obelisk, having single-handedly dispatched over 50 armed men. These were no mere amateurs. They were fully equipped soldiers. While some had contemplated fleeing when more than 20 of their comrades were slain, none could escape the battlefield. Each one fell by the precise aim of Qin Chuan's sniper rifle, with each bullet finding its mark, who would not tremble in fear. Thus, surrender became their only option. The battle was brief yet intense. Just as Wang Kai had rescued Feng Zheng, he followed Qin Chuan's orders to pin the adversary to the ground, motionless. At this moment, with the gunfire ceased, he dared to look up. Qin Chuan, drenched in blood, stood with wide eyes, facing the group of pleading captives who had knelt before him. "Qin Chuan," Wang Kai exclaimed, startled, abandoning the relatively unharmed Feng Zheng to leap to Qin Chuan's side. The image of one man confronting dozens sent a chill down Wang Kai's spine. "Are you all right?" Breathing heavily, Qin Chuan acknowledged the captured enemies kneeling along the border and noticed Wang Kai approaching him. Yet, it seemed as though nothing could be heard, enveloped in a state of profound surrealism. After a considerable duration, Qin Chuan gradually regained his senses, and the surrounding sounds began to seep into his ears. "Qin Chuan, are you all right? Were you hit?" Wang Kai fumbled over Qin Chuan's body, assessing his injuries. "Ouch! Please, Captain Wang, stop touching me. It hurts." At that moment, Wang Kai, with his thick eyebrows and large eyes, appeared teary-eyed. Qin Chuan had been shot 3 times, in his leg, waist, and shoulder, during the recent skirmish. Although Qin Chuan had the protection of Carter in front of him, the adversary was still flesh and blood. Had he not been wearing a bulletproof vest, the bullets would have undoubtedly penetrated Carter and struck Qin Chuan directly. However, his limbs could not fully shield him, and he was still struck by stray bullets. "Capture them. I need a moment." The intense combat had greatly drained Qin Chuan's energy. In that brief minute, Qin Chuan not only had to eliminate the armed adversaries, but also protect Wang Kai and the kite from harm, intercepting every bullet that flew in their direction. Otherwise, amidst the chaos, even if the two remained prone on the ground, they would not escape unscathed. Yet, even so, with dozens of people firing simultaneously, and hundreds of bullets soaring towards him in an instant, what Qin Chuan accomplished, targeting foes while safeguarding Wang Kai and the kite, was beyond the realm of ordinary imagination. After uttering these words, Qin Chuan collapsed straight back. Wang Kai hurriedly caught him. "Qin Chuan." Just then, as Qin Chuan fell backward, the distant sound of roaring echoed. The armed police's helicopter support had finally arrived. When Qin Chuan awoke, it was already the afternoon of the following day. As he opened his eyes, he was greeted by the pristine ceiling and an uncomfortable scent of disinfectant. "Where am I?" Wang Kai, who had been vigilantly by his bedside, exclaimed upon hearing Qin Chuan's voice. "You're awake." He then turned to shout, "Doctor!" "Yes, awake. Hurry." Qin Chuan gazed at the boisterous Wang Kai with a bemused expression, thinking, I am awake, not deceased. Why does it feel as if I am on the verge of passing? Within a minute, a throng of medical personnel surged in behind Wang Kai. They prodded his eyes with a flashlight, took his blood pressure, monitored his heart rate with various instruments, and even had a pair of hands hovering near his nostrils to check for breath. After a quarter of an hour, the flurry of activity subsided. A doctor, whose hair had turned completely white, exhaled a long sigh of relief. All is well. He is merely exhausted. In short, he gets ample rest. As the foremost surgeon at Xing'an People's Hospital, Zhong Yusong had encountered numerous leaders. Even district heads treated him with utmost respect. However, the individual before him was different. From last night until now, he had received visits from a multitude of dignitaries, armed police, military officials, and prominent figures from the Public Security Bureau, each insisting on ensuring his safety. Even a high-ranking provincial official had come personally to inquire about his well-being. It was unclear who this person was. Yet, even without such calls of concern, upon noticing the police uniform and the gunshot wounds, Zhong Yusong would have exerted every effort to provide care. In truth, Qin Chuan's injuries were not severe. He had 3 gunshot wounds, all superficial grazes that had bled slightly, but had not caused any significant damage. Once the crowd dispersed, Qin Chuan turned to Wang Kai with a puzzled expression. What are you doing here? Before Wang Kai could utter a word, the nurse beside him, who was changing the dressing, stifled a laugh. This handsome fellow has been here all night, refusing to leave, simply waiting for you to awaken. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan instinctively wrapped himself tighter in the blanket, pondering whether this Wang Kai harbored any peculiar inclinations. However, Wang Kai appeared unfazed, flashing a grin as he remarked, I couldn't rest easy without watching you wake up. Now that you're all right, I must take my leave. There are tasks awaiting me back at the team. Qin Chuan was taken aback by the abruptness of his departure. By the way, here is my phone number. If you need anything, do not hesitate to call. No matter the matter. With that, Wang Kai pushed the door open and exited. Qin Chuan stood there, dazed, contemplating whether he had merely uttered a single sentence. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and Wang Kai's head peeked in. Qin Chuan, thank you. After expressing his gratitude, he quickly withdrew. Qin Chuan was left in bewilderment, questioning the man's sanity. Chapter 77. The future of Qin Chuan is boundless. Though the jungle operation had reached a conclusion, the events were far from over. The catalyst for this operation stemmed from the car accident involving Qin Chuan's mother. Subsequently, Lu Tao sustained severe injuries, and 2 traffic police officers lost their lives. Their current status remained uncertain. Qin Chuan's phone had fallen during the pursuit of the elusive foe, rendering him unable to contact Lu Tao. As for his mother, she should still be in the orthopedic ward. He could visit her shortly. Although he had incapacitated the adversary, the villain still clung to life. And the truth surrounding his mother's accident would soon be unveiled. Reclining on the hospital bed, Qin Chuan began to peruse the system rewards. Last night, I was engaged in an intense battle, and I scarcely had a moment to glance at the system's reward notifications. Setting aside other matters, capturing the notorious Gui Jianshou would yield a staggering 244 points of evil value, allowing me to draw twice. During this jungle skirmish, Qin Chuan once again experienced the formidable capabilities of the system. The gun god glasses were simply unparalleled in strength. Additionally, the acceleration needle utilized at the border significantly doubled my speed. At a critical moment, I successfully apprehended Carter, who was barely within the border, with only 1 foot remaining inside. Had it not been for this item, he might have truly escaped. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing Gui Jianshou. Reward: 244 evil value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating Soul, a member of the Black Scorpion mercenary group. Reward: 39 evil value. Ding! Congratulations to the host for eliminating Seth, another member of the Black Scorpion mercenary group. Reward: 23 evil value. The cascade of system notifications lifted Qin Chuan's spirits immensely. Coupled with the previous balance of 89 points of evil value, I had amassed a total of 1,032 points. 1,000 points of evil value would be an insurmountable feat in Zhulin County, where capturing all the underworld leaders would still fall short. Yet, this was accomplished in just one night of combat. 1,000 points of evil value was sufficient for Qin Chuan to draw 10 times. 10 times. Each draw could yield skills or items. Since my rebirth, I had only drawn 11 times. Huh. Wait, something's amiss. Why is there no reward notification for the Black Scorpion leader? Carter, report to the host. The leader of the Black Scorpion mercenary group, Carter, perished amidst chaos and was not slain by the host. Hence no evil value reward is granted. Damn, had I known, I would have shot him myself to send him to his demise. That is not quite right. Each member of the Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps is responsible for taking lives. So why are the rewards for their moral values so meager? Report host. This system only accounts for the crimes committed within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom. Offenses committed abroad are not included in the statistics. Qin Chuan understood there was indeed this limitation. By the way, what about the 50-odd individuals on the border? Have they not committed any crimes within the Dragon Kingdom? Report host. The individuals perished outside the borders, rendering relevant data untraceable. Damn. So those who die abroad don't count. As Qin Chuan further comprehended the system's rules, he prepared to commence a lottery. This time, he aimed for a delightful 10 consecutive draws. However, just as he was about to summon the lottery compass, the system interrupted him once more. Report host. Your moral value balance has reached 1,000 points, meeting the conditions for system upgrade. Would you like to upgrade the system? Upgrade? The system can be upgraded? What benefits does an upgrade confer? And does it require spending moral values? Report host. Upon upgrading, the system mall will be unlocked. Besides the lottery, the host will also be able to spend moral values to purchase designated skills or items. This upgrade requires a cost of 1,000 moral values. What the hell? Qin Chuan was taken aback. Why don't you just take it by force? To upgrade one's cost a staggering 1,000 moral values. Wouldn't that mean all my gains would vanish? Yet, the prospect of purchasing designated skills is still quite enticing. The lottery skills offered random rewards each time, some of which were not particularly essential to him. Now that designated purchases are permitted, the situation has transformed. Although 1,000 points of good and evil value is indeed exorbitant, Qin Chuan has resolved to upgrade the system. System. I wish to spend 1,000 points of good and evil value to upgrade immediately. Affirmative. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors danced before his eyes, and shortly thereafter, all phenomena vanished. Upon inspecting his remaining good and evil value, he found it to be a mere 32 points. Qin Chuan felt an overwhelming sense of having toiled for decades, only to regress to an earlier state. He summoned the system interface once more, and, as expected, it had undergone a transformation. In addition to the lottery option, a new system marketplace had appeared. Upon entering, he encountered two densely packed lists. Skills: Combat Elite, Combat Master. Firearms Elite, Firearms Master. Lockpicking Elite, Lockpicking Master. Tire Track Identification Elite, Tire Track Identification Master. The array was splendid, featuring skills both familiar and unfamiliar to Qin Chuan. He randomly selected a skill, Combat Master, priced at 500 points of good and evil value. Goodness, how expensive. He then checked another skill, Firearms Master, which cost 800 points. This is even more outrageous. Closing the skills directory, Qin Chuan opened the items directory and directly searched for the Gun God Glasses. Gun God Glasses, 400 points of good and evil value. Charge Needle, 200 points. Strength Pill, 1,000 points. The prices for all items were predominantly above 200 points of good and evil value. Glancing at the system page that displayed only 32 remaining points, Qin Chuan silently exited the system marketplace. How impoverished he felt. It seems he must capture more villains. With his thoughts organized, Qin Chuan rose from his bed, engaged in some light exercise, and prepared to visit his mother. Knock, knock, knock. A knock resounded at the door, leaving Qin Chuan pondering who might be visiting him. Please come in. To his astonishment, the visitor was none other than Qian Guobin, the head of the Criminal Investigation Division of Xing'an City. Qin Chuan hastily rose from his bed. What brings you here? Qian Guobin strode forward and firmly pressed him down. Oh, take it easy, you rascal. Even after being shot, why act so tough? Chief Qian, it's nothing serious. The doctor assured me that these are merely abrasions, and I will be discharged tomorrow. Qian Guobin's expression shifted. Abrasions are still the result of a bullet. It's wise to be cautious. Thank you for your concern, Chief Qian. Qin Chuan was genuinely surprised by Qian Guobin's visit. Now that you are a war hero, how could I not care? Their first encounter had taken place at the police station in Changning Town, where Qian Guobin recognized that Qin Chuan was destined for greatness. However, he had not anticipated the magnitude of Qin Chuan's achievements, nor the brevity with which they unfolded. It had only been a little over a month since their last meeting. In that time, Qin Chuan had not only dismantled the Black Scorpion mercenary organization, but also apprehended Feng Shun, a defector from the Linjiang military district for 10 years, and captured the elusive assassin known as Ghost Sea Trouble, retrieving the entire drug trafficking network of Linjiang province. More significantly, he had rescued the nameless hero, Kite, who had been undercover for a decade. Furthermore, on the border, he single-handedly eliminated over 50 enemy combatants, instilling such fear that several adversaries were reduced to begging for mercy on their knees. Each of these feats alone would warrant the highest commendation. Yet Qin Chuan had accomplished them all through his own singular efforts. Last night, Yang Jinghua, the head of the Public Security Bureau of Linjiang Province, personally flew in from Linzhou City by helicopter solely to meet Qin Chuan. The future of this young man is indeed boundless. In Chapter 78, as the truth unfolds, Do Sihai is wanted. Qin Guobin wasted no time. After briefly tending to the injuries of Gue Jianshou, who was apprehended last night, he ensured that he would survive before conducting an intensive interrogation. It has become evident that the incident involving your mother was not an accident, but rather a deliberate act orchestrated by someone. And Gue Jianshou was sent to cover it up. Having spent the entire night delving into the case related to Gue Jianshou, Qin Guobin is now well informed. His entry into the country has two primary objectives. The first is to negotiate with Do Sihai from Julin County. Do Sihai, the wealthiest individual in Julin County, has established Xianheim Mining, which operates a coal transportation fleet consisting of 100 vehicles. The drug trafficking group from Yaodi has proven to be exceptionally cunning, attempting to exploit the coal transport routes to establish a covert drug trafficking network over the past few years. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Who could have devised such a brilliant plan? The coal transportation industry operates differently from typical transport sectors. Those who dare to engage in such activities usually have substantial backing. Such vehicles are seldom scrutinized. It dawned on him that his previous encounter with Gue Jianshou at Xianhai coal mine was related to negotiations with Do Sihai. According to Gue Jianshou's account, they had reached an agreement and commenced a collaboration a week prior. His presence in Xing'an City was due to significant changes within the drug trafficking forces in Miaodi this year. The previous generation's most formidable drug cartel saw its leader poisoned, leading to a fierce competition among several subordinate groups vying for supremacy. The drug trafficking network established by the former cartel in Linjiang province remains their greatest asset. Gue Jianshou arrived in Xing'an City solely for the intelligence related to this network. The driver who collided with your mother was merely a hired hand. Gue Jianshou had received a call from Do Sihai to silence him. Damn it! Qin Chuan clenched his teeth, realizing his analysis was correct. It was indeed that scoundrel Do Sihai. Qinji, what are your plans now? Last night, we interrogated Gue Jianshou overnight, and after acquiring this crucial information, we promptly dispatched elite detectives to Bamboo Forest County to apprehend Do Sihai. Qin Chuan was taken aback by the swiftness of Qin Guobin's actions. So the suspect had already been captured. However, Qin Guobin shook his head. No, by the time our people arrived, Do Sihai had already fled. Fled? Was there a mole? Qin Guobin's expression darkened. The team that interrogated Gue Jianshou consisted entirely of members from the Xing'an City Criminal Investigation Division. The personnel dispatched to apprehend the suspect were also from the same division. To prevent leaks, Qin Guobin had not informed the Bamboo Forest County Public Security Bureau. Yet somehow, the other party had received advance notice and escaped. What does this imply? You should focus on your recovery. We have already reinforced our personnel on Do Sihai's side and issued a wanted notice. Due to the events of last night, Heavy troops are now stationed at the border, leaving the suspect no viable means of escape. Qin Chuan engaged in various conversations, advising Qin Chuan to take good care of his injuries. He promised that once Qin's health was restored, he would personally celebrate his achievements. However, after bidding farewell to Qin Chuan found that his mood remained tense. Do Sihai had managed to escape. He had crashed into my mother and simply fled. How could such an incident be overlooked? Yet, Qin Chuan felt powerless. Not only was he still injured, but even if he were well, capturing criminals was beyond his purview. Shaking his head to dispel the chaotic thoughts, Qin Chuan changed out of his hospital gown and into his own clothes. He couldn't possibly let his mother see him in a hospital outfit. It would only cause her unnecessary worry. After checking the phone that Qin Chuan had given him, Qin Chuan proceeded to the orthopedic ward. His mother's recovery was progressing smoothly. The operation had been successful, and now all that was required was a period of rest. Thanks to his intake of powerful restorative pills, Qin Chuan's healing capacity was astonishing. Within merely 2 days, his bruises had nearly vanished. During his hospital stay, he had also visited Lu Tao, who had remarkably survived. The knife that could have pierced his heart had narrowly missed during a critical moment. He would live, and at the very least, he could obtain a second-class merit award. The memorial service for the 2 traffic police officers was scheduled for Friday morning, and Qin Chuan planned to attend. His original police uniform had been soaked in blood during the gunfight and was no longer wearable. Nevertheless, he retained it as a memento. At the memorial service, the political commissar of the Xing'an Public Security Bureau personally presided over the proceedings. The lives of comrades Zhang Hui and Zhao Disheng were brief, yet they were also filled with glory and devoid of regrets. They sacrificed themselves to safeguard the lives and properties of the people, their valor surpassing even the weight of Mount Tai, remaining faithful to their organization and the populace. All present, fire a salute. The officers participating in the memorial service removed their hats in reverence. Qin Chuan, with his left arm bandaged and suspended across his chest, held back tears as he mourned the loss of the 2 men right before him. Zhang Hui, Zhao Disheng, may you rest in peace. The crowd stood at attention, shouting in unison, Zhang Hui, Zhao Disheng, may you rest in peace. Upon departing from the martyrs' cemetery, Qin Chuan personally drove Qin Chuan. What are your plans next? Qin Chuan replied with a smile. I'll return to Jilin County and continue my role as deputy captain. Qin Chuan chuckled, saying nothing further. Surprises, after all, lose their charm when revealed. In a few days, when Qin Chuan returns, he will naturally find out. Don't forget about tomorrow's interview. Make sure to perform well. Qin Chuan smacked his forehead. Qin Ji, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have truly forgotten. His purpose for coming to Xing'an City was to attend a class reunion and participate in the interview on Saturday. Little did he expect that his mother would be in a car accident, followed by a series of unforeseen events. You, my friend, can forget such things? I must remind you, the higher-ups are quite concerned, so do not let this slip through your fingers. Rest assured, I will fulfill the task. Qin Chuan thought to himself that he would simply answer whatever questions were posed. How could he possibly make a mess of things? Unbeknownst to him, the following day would indeed prove to be a formidable challenge. By noon, Qin Chuan had brought his mother back home, as hospitalization was unnecessary. Her fractured bones required only a period of rest. As for the money, Qin Chuan had a staggering $20 million resting in his account, which was intended for Carter's downfall. Initially, Qin Chuan planned to apprehend Carter, turning both him and the money over to the authorities. However, with Carter's demise, Qin Chuan, not being a saint, decided to keep the funds. Yesterday afternoon, he anonymously donated $500,000 to the families of the 2 fallen traffic police officers. Converting that to local currency, each family received a sum of $15 million, ample enough for their sustenance. Heroes may bleed, but they must not weep, nor should the descendants of heroes shed tears. This money would ensure that the offspring of the 2 sacrificed officers could live with dignity. Moreover, with these funds, Qin Chuan could hire the finest rehabilitation team for his mother, allowing him to return to work in Jilin County with greater peace of mind. Once everything was settled, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Chuan glanced at the time, bid farewell to his mother, and left home, heading straight for the Hilton Hotel to attend a high school reunion. In the private room 888 at the Hilton Hotel, Qin Chuan expected to be the first to arrive. However, upon entering, he discovered four others already present: Chen Yang, Chen Bing, and Zhao Zixuan. Old Chen Yang, who had shared a desk with Qin Chuan during their school days, had maintained contact over the years. "What happened to your arm?" "Just a little accident. Nothing serious." "You put on some weight after all these years." They embraced heartily, and Qin Chuan greeted Chen Bing and Zhao Zixuan. The reunion was organized by Shen Chuxia and Lin Yuding, inviting only those who had played together during their high school days. Among the boys, there were only four of them, while besides Lin Yuding and Shen Chuxia, there was also a Li Hui among the girls. "What does it mean to be chubby?" "My dear friends, this is all muscle. I'm quite robust." "Lao Qin, come sit down. Let us indulge in a few more drinks today. It has been several years since we last met. I heard you've been stationed in Jilin County?" Chen Bing pulled out a chair beside him and beckoned Qin Chuan to sit. 7 or 8 years ago, Chen Bing was Qin Chuan's closest companion. They had skipped classes together, sneaked into video halls, and even penned love letters to Shen Chuxia. Qin Chuan nodded. "I'm a police officer over there." "Being a police officer is great. Do you have a service weapon?" "Show it to the brothers," Zhao Zixuan exclaimed, eager to search him. Qin Chuan would not allow him that satisfaction, for he indeed had a gun at his waist. "I only have a karami. How could I possibly have a gun?" "Stop joking. You and your karami? We have all read the newspapers. You are quite impressive." Indeed, the deputy captain of the criminal investigation team, awarded second-class and third-class merits. "Have you been using cheats?" "My father told me you made it to the provincial daily. At first, I couldn't believe it." "Quickly confess. What is your relationship with that female student you saved?" "Yes, I noticed that girl was quite beautiful." The three of them bantered, prying into Qin Chuan's secrets. Although they had not seen each other in years, their bond remained unbroken. "What girl is so beautiful?" A melodious voice, as sweet as a lark, interrupted their conversation. They turned to see Shen Chuxia standing at the door. Today, the stunning Shen was dressed in a beige dress, her hair styled in twin ponytails, exuding a fresh and vibrant charm reminiscent of a fairy tale. "What do you mean by that girl is so beautiful?" Following Shen Chuxia was Lin Yuding, who exuded an air of grace and elegance. She donned a pair of faded gray denim jeans that accentuated her long, shapely legs, complemented by a pristine white t-shirt and sneakers adorned in a vibrant mix of red, yellow, and blue. Qin Chuan quickly distanced himself from the trio to greet Shen Chuxia, exclaiming, "Ah, the stunning Shen is here just in time." He extended his right hand for a handshake, only to be met with Shen Chuxia's open arms, enveloping him in a warm embrace. "Missing me after just a few days, are you? Be careful, or Yaya might get jealous," she teased. With his left hand bandaged, Qin Chuan gently patted Shen Chuxia's shoulder with his right. Yet he could not help but notice the stunning figure beneath her dress. "It's fine, if she is jealous. I shall embrace her too," he quipped, half in jest. To his surprise, Lin Yuding approached him. "This is what you said, remember?" Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback, but said nothing. After all, it was merely a hug, and it wouldn't cost him much. However, he was astonished to feel Lin Yuding's embrace was significantly stronger than Shen Chuxia's. It was indeed a surprise, despite years of camaraderie and playful banter. This was their first hug. "Wow, what is the story here? How did you two end up in embrace?" A bright voice chimed in, prompting Qin Chuan and Lin Yuding to part ways, turning towards the entrance where a young lady stood. "Miss Li, you're the last to arrive. You owe us a drink." Li Hui cheekily raised her middle finger, retorting, "Oh please, do you forget how I made you vomit during graduation?" Qin Chuan grinned and stepped back. "Forget? Not a chance. Just because you're petite doesn't mean you've been bested by any of the boys in our class. Beautiful Li, come sit with me. Today, I seek to avenge past grievances. I shall not rest until you are thoroughly intoxicated." Chen Bing was once brought low by drink as well, and having honed his tolerance over the years, he yearns for retribution. "Chen Bing, it seems that your penchant for boasting remains unchanged after all these years." Li Huiling, with her sharp tongue, is never one to concede defeat. As the group settled down, Zhao Zixuan turned to Shen Chuxia and inquired, "Shen, my fair lady, did I hear you mention a recent encounter with Qin Chuan? Have you two already met?" "A few days ago, Yaya and I ventured to Jilin County, where we encountered some trouble and Qin Chuan lent us his assistance. Qin Chuan chose to withhold further details, for she and Lin Yuding had narrowly escaped an unwelcome advance, and there was little to discuss. The others paid little mind and reminisced about past events. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, two young men were also indulging in drink. The food on their table was commendable, yet the atmosphere seemed rather lackluster. If Qin Chuan were present, he would undoubtedly recognize them. Those were the very two who trailed Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan in Julin County. Old Lin, why not go over and check on them? Lin Jingyu shot a glare at his companion. Why don't you go instead? Yang Jingchun retorted, I simply fear the embarrassment. Lin Jingyu paused, nearly dropping his chopsticks in disbelief. What do you mean? You fear embarrassment? And I do not? Not at all. You have a thick skin. Lin Jingyu replied, and yet, Ye is your own sister. You saw her embrace with that Qin Chuan just now, did you not? If you delay any longer, I fear your sister may become infatuated. Lin Jingyu found it peculiar. Why can't it be your sister who falls for him? Yang Jingchun shook his head, declaring, because I am more handsome than you. Lin Jingyu remained silent. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, number 666, the young master was informed, I have uncovered the truth. Those two ladies are driving a rented car and are not locals. According to the hotel staff, they are merely attending a high school reunion and have ordered rather modest dishes, totaling around 1,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, Dou Xiaoguo's eyes nearly gleamed with envy. Over the years, he had encountered countless women, yet none had captivated him quite like those two. The shorter one, with a youthful visage and ample curves, resembled a character from fairy tale. The taller one exuded elegance and possessed an exquisite beauty that surpassed even the so-called stars. Just a glimpse of them in the corridor had stirred an insatiable desire within him. Had this been a few days prior to his father's predicament, he would have bypassed all formalities and simply brought them over for his amusement. However, circumstances had changed. His father was now a wanted man, and although he was a recognized, illegitimate child, the outside world remained oblivious to his true lineage. Therefore, it was prudent to maintain a low profile. Since it was established that they were not locals, it implied they wielded no significant influence in the area. With their modest expenditure of merely 1,000 yuan, they hardly appeared to be wealthy individuals. Thus, if anything were to transpire, he would not be the one to bear the blame. Rather, it would be due to their own allure. Dou Xiaoguo turned to a bald man beside him and said, Fourth brother, I must trouble you once more. Please invite them over for a drink. Chen Laosi downed a glass of Mao Tai, smacked his lips, rubbed his bald head, and with a toothpick in his mouth, replied with a grin, Rest assured, I will take care of it. A minute later, a loud bang echoed through the room. The door to the private dining room, where Qin Chuan and others were gathered, was forcibly kicked open by Chen Laosi. Two lovely ladies come. Our young master invites you for a drink. Chapter 80, wasn't this supposed to be a class reunion? Why has it escalated to violence? Chen Laosi was not a prominent figure in Xing'an City. In his youth, he engaged in petty thefts and brawls, never amounting to anything significant. However, as he reached middle age, fortune smiled upon him unexpectedly. 3 years ago, he witnessed a girl being harassed by a group of ruffians at a bar, for reasons unknown. He decided to intervene and rescue her. Little did he know, the girl had an impressive background. She was the daughter of the esteemed Feng Fan group, having just returned from abroad. By saving Song Chongfeng's daughter, Chen Laosi soared to prominence in Xing'an City, becoming a person of considerable influence. Yet, even with this newfound status, it came at a price. Dou Xiaoguo was rather generous, with singular interests. He simply enjoyed the company of women and avoided entanglements with other matters. Chen Laosi believed that as one ages, engaging in safe mischief becomes essential. Bullying defenseless young girls seemed quite appealing. Moreover, most of the time, while Dou Xiaoguo indulged in indulgences, Chen too could partake in the delights. After all, why not enjoy the benefits? Two girls from out of town. Chen Laosi had just consumed a blue pill. Preparing himself for action, Qin Chuan and his companions, who were engrossed in laughter and conversation, looked on in astonishment at the bald man who had just barged in. What era is this? How can such fools be encountered everywhere? Lin Yuding and Qin Chuan exchanged glances filled with resignation. Bamboo Forest County was like this, and Xing'an City was no different. Who are you? We do not know you. Please leave. Zhao Zishuan, seated near the entrance, rose and admonished. This has nothing to do with you. Just enjoy your drink. We merely wish to invite these two lovely ladies for a toast. Do not create trouble for yourself. Zhao Zishuan, incensed, retorted, What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? Are you deaf? Get out of here, or I'll call the police. Chun Laosi grinned, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. You're overstepping your bounds. Someone, teach him a lesson. At his command, two burly men with tattooed arms charged forward. Damn it! They cursed, ready to deliver a lesson to Zhao Zishuan. However, before they could even approach, they were swiftly sent flying backwards. Zhao Zishuan had indulged in quite a bit of alcohol and was not in a fit state to contend with them. Naturally, Qin Chuan intervened. Leave, and I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred. It was a reunion of classmates, and Qin Chuan wished to avoid any trouble, especially in Xing'an City. So he promptly revealed his police badge. Chun Laoxi's expression shifted. A police officer? He had not anticipated that there would be a police officer among them. Although he was not afraid, assaulting a police officer was a completely different matter from attacking an ordinary person. Under normal circumstances, Chun Laoxi would prefer to steer clear of the police. However, glancing at Shun Chuxia and Lin Yuding, whose faces were flushed from the drinks, he felt a stirring of desire. My friend, today's affair is beyond the purview of a mere officer like you. I advise you to recognize your place and leave promptly, and I will pretend nothing has transpired. Oh, Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the other party's words. You, a mere thug, expect me, a police officer, to recognize my place? What gives you the audacity? The eye of crime has been activated. Chun Qingbiao, with a crime value of 89, known as Qin the fourth brother, is implicated in 3 instances of intentional injury and illegal detention, organized and participated in 8 cases of rape and gang rape. He is backed by the underworld forces of the Fengfan Group and has colluded with the captain of the Public Security Management Division of Xing'an City, repeatedly committing offenses against women. He is also complicit with Do Xiaohua in harboring the notorious fugitive Do Sihai from Julin County. Damn! No wonder he dares to disregard the police. It turns out he is affiliated with the Fengfan Group. The key point is this guy is actually sheltering Do Sihai. ISNT that a reward laid, right, at his doorstep. At this moment, Qin Chuan had completely abandoned his earlier intention of pacifying the situation. Qin IV, seeing that Qin Chuan had not responded for quite a while, assumed that he had been intimidated by his imposing presence. Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Fengfan Group, and many leaders in your city bureau are my friends. Young man, I see you are still young. Don't try to play the hero and ruin your future. Ruin my future? If I don't apprehend you today, that would be the real destruction of my future. Crack! Qin Chuan, uninterested in further conversation, swiftly seized Chun IV's right hand with a grip as firm as iron, twisting it with force, causing Chun IV to kneel in submission. Ah, it hurts, it hurts! Chun IV cried out, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Let me go. Do you know who I am? Oomph. Qin Chuan scoffed coldly. But do you know who I am? With a slight exertion of his left hand, Qin Chuan snapped the bandage encircling it and produced a pair of handcuffs he always carried. Click! He secured them tightly around Chun IV. What on earth are you all standing there for? Charge in and finish him off. I will take responsibility if anything goes awry. Chun Laosi gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, beckoning his 2 henchmen for assistance. Only then did the 2 brawny men react. Damn it! Let go of our boss. We'll take you down. One of them drew a machete from his waist, brandishing it as he lunged forward. The glint of the blade and the menacing expression sent chills down the spines of Lin Yuding and the others. Qin Chuan, be careful. Before the women's cries could fully resonate, the foremost attacker was sent flying out of the private room, akin to a discarded sack, propelled over 5 meters by a single kick from Qin Chuan. The clang of metal echoed as he swiftly seized the hand of the knife-wielding brute, causing the machete to tumble away. A sharp crack echoed as the opponent's wrist bent at an unnatural angle. Ah, my hand. Sobi. Thud. A knee strike sent the assailant spitting out a mouthful of broken teeth, his head thrown back as his entire body was propelled into the air. These 2 were Chun Laoxi's accomplices, having committed numerous misdeeds. Qin Chuan, having assessed their malevolence with the eye of judgment, struck mercilessly. This entire altercation, though it may sound prolonged, transpired within mere breaths. Qin Bing, who sought to intervene from the table, had barely crossed the alcohol-laden surface when all three adversaries were subdued. With the two henchmen incapacitated, Qin Chuan turned, placing a foot upon Chen Laoxi's left ankle. The grating sound sent shivers down the spine. Chen Laoxi emitted another agonizing wail. Without a flicker of emotion, Qin Chuan drew his pistol, chambering a round with a click. The dark muzzle pressed against Chen Laoxi's forehead. "Speak. Where is Do Sihai hidden?" Chen Laoxi was utterly astonished. How did he know that he was harboring Do Sihai? To speak or to remain silent? In the blink of an eye, Chen Laoxi made the astute decision. It has nothing to do with me. Truly, it is all Do Xiao was doing. Do Sihai is his father, and I am merely a lackey. Qin Chuan, uninterested in further debate, forcefully pressed the gun's muzzle. "Where is Do Xiao?" "Next door. Room 666. It was he who instructed me to find trouble. I swear. Come, take me there." Qin Chuan seized the individual and cast a glance back at Lin Yuding and the others. "You all continue dining. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly." "Qin Chuan, your arm." Lin Yuding could not help but step forward. Qin Chuan's left arm was bleeding. Qin Chuan glanced at it and smiled. "It's nothing, just a minor injury." With that, he dragged Chen Laoxi away. In room 999, upon hearing the commotion, Lin Jingyu and Yang Jingchen happened to emerge just as they witnessed Qin Chuan exiting with a gun pressed against the bald man's head. What is happening? Yang Jingchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Wasn't this supposed to be a class reunion? How did it escalate to gunfire? Recognizing the two, Qin Chuan nodded and, with a swift kick, flung open the door to room 666. Chapter 81. What did you say? Do Sihai has been captured? Do Xiao's heart raced with excitement, his mind already conjuring images of how he would dominate the scene. I should take a couple of pills first to prepare. Bang! Just as he was reveling in his thoughts, the door was kicked open, startling Do Xiao into a shiver. Who the hell has the audacity to kick down my room's door? Who are you? Before the words could escape his lips, Chen Laoxi was thrust into the room, a gun pressed firmly against his temple. Trouble. Do Xiao's first instinct was to realize he had provoked someone he ought not to have. This was a public space, and the audacity of drawing a firearm here. Who could this person possibly be? My friend, I did not recognize the mountain before me. I am unaware of your standing. If I have offended you in any way, I implore you to show mercy. Do Xiao was merely a lecherous yet not foolish young man, a wealthy heir skirting the edges of the underworld. Engaging with a few women and indulging in vices was the extent of his escapades. To challenge someone willing to draw a gun was tantamount to courting death. Qin Chuan had not anticipated being mistaken for a member of the mafia. Yet it mattered not. Where was Do Sihai? Seeking his father? Do Sihai's presence in Xing'an City was a calculated risk. The most perilous places often provide the greatest safety. You wish to apprehend me? Then I shall hide beneath the very noses of the criminal investigation team in Xing'an City. This matter was known only to himself and Chen Laoxi. How did this young man come to know of it? Do Xiao's gaze shifted to the handcuffs on Chen Laoxi's wrists, and he gasped, "You are a police officer?" Qin Chuan assessed the situation. The adversary was not entirely dim-witted. With a swift motion, he struck Chen Laoxi down with the butt of the gun, aiming it directly at Do Xiao. "Now tell me, where is Do Sihai?" Do Xiao's countenance darkened as he regarded his opponent. He was acutely aware of the reasons behind his current predicament. Chen Laoxi had been obedient to him, indulging his whims whenever he desired. This was all thanks to Do Sihai's wealth. Without Do Sihai, Do Xiao was nothing. Thus, Do Xiao swiftly made a decision. "I do not comprehend what you are saying. I am unfamiliar with anyone named Do Sihai. Furthermore, you are a police officer. Do you dare to fire a weapon?" Qin Chuan smirked, thinking, is this your game? Bang! The sharp crack of the gun startled Do Xiao, causing him to tremble, the fear rendering him momentarily weak. "Why you?" Qin Chuan furrowed his brow as he glanced at the bullet lodged in the wall, without the divine marksmanship glasses. His aim had indeed faltered. He had clearly intended to target Do Xiao's arm. I asked one last time, where's Do Si Hai? Do Xiaohua had not anticipated that Qin Chuan would actually fire the gun. His face blanched with fear. Although he held some importance, his life was certainly of greater value. Ah. Nanluo Guxiang. You refuse to drink the toast, and instead choose punishment. Come, leave me there. Qin Chuan urged Chun Laosi and Do Xiaohua out the door and into their car, heading straight for Nanluo Guxiang. Feng Shui Yuan Community is one of the affluent neighborhoods in Xing'an City, situated in the luxurious Nanluo Guxiang, surrounded by mature commercial establishments and well-developed educational and healthcare facilities. Less than a kilometer away lies the Xing'an City Public Security Bureau, ensuring a sense of safety. At this moment, Do Si Hai reclined in a spacious executive chair, savoring a bottle of red wine worth tens of thousands, enjoying a massage from a woman in a qipao behind him. I want to notice? In Do Si Hai's eyes, it is utterly insignificant. Over a decade ago, he had already begun to prepare for this day. In Julin County, Xing'an City, he had supported not merely one or two individuals throughout these years. Moreover, the assets he had long since transferred overseas were more than sufficient to sustain a lavish lifestyle for the remainder of his life. There exists an illegitimate child named Do Xiaohua, a contingency that has been meticulously arranged for over 2 decades. Now I, Do Si Hai, boldly reside adjacent to the Public Security Bureau. Will they be able to locate me? Just 3 days remain. In a mere 3 days, the arrangements for my departure abroad will be finalized. At that moment, provided I can successfully leave the country, Do Si Hai shall reclaim his former stature as a formidable figure. Yet, before my departure, there remains one task to accomplish. Qin Chuan. Through unconventional channels, Do Si Hai has come to realize that his current predicament is largely attributable to Qin Chuan. Damn this man. Do Si Hai harbors a sense of regret. When the latter disrupted the coal mine, he should have spared no effort to eliminate him. Now, as fate would have it, Guei Jianqiu has been captured. In the culmination of Do Si Hai's lifelong endeavors, Xinhai Mining has been sealed, resulting in a fate akin to that of a stray dog. 10 million, well, you could say it was a worthy demise. 2 days prior, Do Si Hai expended 10 million, leveraging connections from Yaodi to hire top-tier assassins from abroad for the purpose of infiltrating the country and eliminating Qin Chuan. If all proceeds smoothly, perhaps he will receive news of Qin Chuan's demise before his own departure. Come here. Contemplating this, Do Si Hai felt a surge of excitement as he sees the beautiful woman in a cheongsam behind him, a grotesque smile emerging upon his face. The woman, with a complexion as delicate as a peach blossom, has been serving in Do Si Hai's office. However, in a fleeting moment of bowing her head, her gaze shifted, revealing a terrifying intent to kill. Joy is imminent. Qin Chuan, upon observing the opulent and grand community before him, found himself in a state of bewilderment. You have hidden Do Si Hai here? Is this place even a kilometer away from the Public Security Bureau? Duo Xiaohua, startled by that gunshot, now behaves as docile as a cat. At 989 meters, hidden in the shadows beneath the light, unmonitored, I made my purchase. While in the car, Qin Chuan discerned that Duo Xiaohua was, in fact, the illegitimate son of Do Si Hai. For years, this revelation had remained a closely guarded secret, unknown to anyone. Such talent. Qin Chuan felt a sense of awe. Indeed, those who ascend to the pinnacle of wealth are never ordinary individuals. Take me there. Chun Laosi had already been rendered unconscious by Qin Chuan and was discarded in the trunk. With Duo Xiaohua in tow, they made their way to Do Si Hai's residence. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Do Si Hai, lost in his ecstasy, suddenly felt deflated. Damn it! Who is disturbing me at this hour? Kicking aside the beauty beside him, Do Si Hai seized the handgun from the table and approached the door. In his fugitive state, the gun remained his constant companion. Recognizing his son through the peephole, Do Si Hai holstered his weapon and opened the door. Didn't I say you weren't allowed to come here? What the? Before Do Si Hai could finish his sentence, a shadow darted past him. Bang! A heavy blow struck his head, causing Do Si Hai to fall backward onto the floor. Seizing the moment, Qin Chuan stepped inside, mounting Do Si Hai and unleashing a flurry of punches upon his face. Damn you! This is for having someone crash into my mother. I'll kill you. Qin Chuan's rage stemmed not only from a sense of public justice, but also from personal grievance. Had it not been for his mother's resilience, that accident could very well have claimed her life. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the entire neighborhood, accompanied by Do Si-hi's anguished cries. Yet, despite the ferocity of his blows, Qin Chuan refrained from delivering a fatal strike. Otherwise, with Do Si-hi's physique, Qin Chuan could easily send him to the afterlife with just 2 powerful punches. After thoroughly pummeling him, Qin Chuan finally ceased his assault and retrieved his phone. Moments later, Qin Guobin's call connected. I have not slept for 3 days in pursuit of Do Si-hi. I just managed to doze off for a brief moment. And you? My friend, had better provide me with an explanation. I shall see how I handle you next time we meet. In recent days, the entire criminal investigation team of Xing'an City had been in a frenzy. Every officer was dispatched, nearly turning Julin County upside down. Yet not a single trace of Do Si-hi could be found. The case assigned by Gue Jianshou was of utmost significance, attracting considerable attention from higher authorities. Qin Guobin felt the weight of immense pressure. Qin, coincidentally, I'm calling you regarding news about Do Si-hi. Upon hearing this, Qin Guobin perked up. What news? I have apprehended Do Si-hi. Huh? On the other end of the line, Qin Guobin was momentarily taken aback, wondering if he had misheard. What did you say? Do Si-hi has been captured by you. Chapter 82. Let me tell you, Qin Chuan is truly impressive. Qin Guobin, accompanied by a large contingent, arrived at Fengshuiyuan community in less than 10 minutes. He could hardly believe that the fugitive they had tirelessly sought for 3 days resided right next to the Public Security Bureau. Qin Guobin gazed at Qin Chuan with a complex expression. We, 100 strong, could not capture him, and you, a lone ailing individual, managed to do so? Do I not have any dignity left? Qin, the individual is now in your custody. I still have a class reunion to attend, so I shall take my leave. Wait. Qin Guobin pointed at the moaning Do Si-hi lying on the ground. What has happened to him? At this moment, Do Si-hi not only had a blossoming face, but also a pool of blood beneath his waist. Qin Chuan spread his hands, stating, the wounds on his face are my doing. He resisted arrest, and I had no choice but to subdue him. However, the incident involving his trousers was not my fault. After saying this, Qin Chuan gestured towards the young woman in the cheongsam in the living room, claiming that was her doing. Qin Guobin had just entered when he noticed the scene. The girl in the cheongsam was slumped on the floor, her eyes vacant, with a fruit knife lying beside her. Let us rewind the clock by 10 minutes. Just as Qin Chuan vented his anger and stood up to call Qin Guobin, the previously serene girl in the cheongsam suddenly lunged at Do Si-hi with a fruit knife from the coffee table, unleashing a flurry of strikes aimed at his groin, shouting, I will kill you. I want to kill you. Had it not been for Qin Chuan's quick reflexes, Do Si-hi might have faced far graver consequences than mere inability to urinate. He could very well have been fatally stabbed on the spot. What was the background of this woman? Qin Chuan had already inquired. She hailed from Julin County, and 3 years prior, Do Si-hi had murdered her boyfriend, keeping her imprisoned ever since. By the way, Qin Ji, when I entered just now, I happened to witness Do Si-hi attempting to assault this girl. In her panic, she managed to stab him, which could be deemed self-defense, right? Qin Guobin glanced at Qin Chuan, fully grasping his implication. Although Do Si-hi was a wanted criminal, he was still a human being. When the girl in the cheongsam inflicted injury on him at a moment when he was incapacitated, it could be classified as intentional harm. However, according to Qin Chuan's reasoning, if one were to stab a person in self-defense against an attempted rape, it would be justifiable regardless of the outcome. Incorrect. When we entered, we did not see. Do Xiaohua initially intended to express that they had not witnessed Do Si-hi assaulting the woman in the qipao. However, before he could finish his thought, he was silenced by a single glance from Qin Chuan. This police officer is quite audacious, truly willing to draw his weapon. Do Xiaohua resolved not to hold it against him. Rest assured, I will take care of this matter. Qin Guobin is not lacking in intelligence, especially considering that the girl is indeed the victim. With Qin Guobin managing the aftermath, Qin Chuan stepped out and hailed a taxi, returning once more to the Hilton Hotel. Old Qin, Zhao Zishuan exclaimed joyfully upon seeing Qin Chuan return. rising to greet him. How'd you come back so quickly? Qin Chuan's expression darkened as he retorted. What do you mean quickly? I hardly took any time. Qin Chuan, the three women, including Qin Chuan, rushed to him as he arrived. Is your arm all right? Lin Yuding inquired with concern regarding Qin Chuan's left arm injury. Qin Chuan waved dismissively. It's nothing, just a minor abrasion, nearly healed. Due to the intense altercation earlier, the wound had reopened and bled slightly, but it should have scabbed over by now. Come, take a seat. Let's continue. Qin Chuan returned to his previous spot, preparing to sit down. He had only been away for about half an hour to apprehend Do Si-hai, not a significant delay. However, he was halted by Chun Bing, who insisted, what abrasion? That is a gunshot wound. Chun Bing, already employed at the People's Hospital in Xianan, was well aware of Qin Chuan's hospitalization. He had even heard a considerable amount about Qin Chuan's battle at the border. Though they had agreed not to discuss such matters at the gathering, the reopened wound posed a risk of infection and required attention. A gunshot wound? Li gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Qin Chuan Yu. Zhao Zishuan was equally perplexed. He had just inquired whether Qin Chuan was armed. And now he had witnessed Qin Chuan aiming a gun at that bald man's head. To be honest, although he felt quite frightened at the moment, it was undeniably impressive. But now, what was this about a gunshot wound? I'll tell you all about Lao Qin's remarkable feats later. First, I need to take him to tend to his injuries. The Hilton Hotel has a medical room, and Chun Bing checked it out, stating that after disinfection, rebandaging would suffice. You have no idea. Just a few days ago, Lao Qin single-handedly eliminated a mercenary unit at the border. Wow, is that really true? Li Hui blinked her big eyes, as if listening to a captivating tale. How could it be false? I heard it from a special forces personnel during their conversation. While he was hospitalized, the commander of the Special Operations Brigade of the Linjiang Provincial Military District, Wang Kai, kept vigil by his side. Numerous high-ranking officials from the Armed Police, Military District, and Public Security came to visit him, including the Provincial Public Security Bureau Chief, who personally flew in by helicopter to see him. Wow. Chen Yang turned around and touched Qin Chuan's forehead. Is he really that impressive? Chen Bing nodded. Absolutely remarkable. Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia, who were nearby, listened intently, astonished that in just half a month since their last meeting, Qin Chuan had accomplished so much. Furthermore, that Wang Kai, could it be the same Wang Kai who ran away from home in the capital? I heard he came to serve in the Linjiang Provincial Military District. I should ask about that later. Old Chun, stop messing with me. How come I know nothing of this? Qin Chuan curled his lips. Chun Bing had only a rudimentary understanding of the matters at the border, yet spoke as if he were well-versed in them. Of course, you wouldn't know. When they arrived, you were still in a stupor. I must tell you, had it not been for our timely rescue, who knows what might have happened to you. All right. You are impressive. Come, let me toast to you. Given Qin Chuan's injuries, Chun Bing was certainly unable to assist. However, it was Chun Bing who had been instrumental in dealing with his mother's situation. The group, having not seen each other for years, engaged in conversations that traversed various topics. Gradually, the initial sense of estrangement that accompanied their reunion dissipated entirely. Qin Chuan, why do I feel that you have changed? Shun Chuxia asked, holding her empty glass after sharing a drink with Qin Chuan. Have I become more handsome? He retorted playfully. Shun Chuxia turned to Lin Yuding beside her. Yeah. Do you think Qin Chuan has changed? Lin Yuding nodded affirmatively. He seems like a completely different person. Qin Chuan was momentarily taken aback. Is a woman's intuition truly that accurate? After his rebirth, he indeed felt like a different individual. Although he remained himself, he carried with him the wisdom of an additional 20 years from his previous life. Well, you both guessed correctly. I am an extraterrestrial being reincarnated in a new shell. The night stretched past midnight, and the gathering finally dispersed, everyone having enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Zhao Zishuan was inebriated beyond recognition, as he lived close to Chun Bing. He took a taxi while Chun Bing accompanied him home. Chen Yang and Li Hui appeared to have ignited a spark of chemistry between them. Old Qin, I leave the stunning beauties Lin and Shun in your capable hands. I shall escort Li Hui home. Chen Yang had a commendable tolerance for alcohol, while Li Hui, in truth, possessed an even greater capacity. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, She claimed to feel a touch dizzy and was subsequently supported by Chun Yang into a taxi. Chapter 83. A terrifying family background. Qin Chuan. You must hold on. They're ghosts. Lin Yuding, with her keen eye, observed. They had a mutual attraction back in high school. Shun Chuxia remarked, shaking her head, recalling that something felt amiss during their recent drinking session. Naturally, Lin Yuding refrained from saying much. If Li Hui and Qin Yang could cultivate a genuine relationship, it would indeed be a positive outcome. She then tossed the remaining half bottle of mineral water to Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan, after several years, your capacity for alcohol has certainly improved. Lin Yuding remembered that during their high school days, Qin Chuan would be incapacitated after merely one bottle of beer. Yet today, he had consumed a bottle of baijiu and appeared completely unaffected. Qin Chuan, parched, accepted the bottle and drank it in one go. You mentioned that people can change. In his previous life, while at the Changning Town police station, Qin Chuan had little to occupy his time and often drank alone, thereby honing his tolerance. After his rebirth, it seemed he had brought back the drinking prowess from his former life. Two lovely ladies, where do you reside? He hailed a taxi and opened the back door, inviting the two ladies to enter. The Garden Villa Hotel. Ah, a place for the affluent, Qin Chuan mused as he settled into the passenger seat. Watching the taxi vanish into the distance, the two men trailing behind had no choice but to drive after them. Old Lin, could it be that your sister has taken a liking to that fellow? Yang Jingxian remarked, having never witnessed Lin Yuding exhibit such closeness to that man before. Just moments ago, he had seen Lin Yuding hand her half-consumed bottle of mineral water to Qin Chuan. Is that something that can be freely shared? Lin Jingyu, driving, let out a cold snort. Why couldn't it be that your sister has taken a liking to that lad? I'm far more handsome than he is. Lin Jingyu. According to the family's wishes, the elders are keen on matchmaking Lin Jingyu with Shun Chuxia and Yang Jingxian with Lin Yuding. The two women have come to Linjiang province, acting as guardians of the flowers. However, having grown up together, none of them felt any inclination towards such arrangements. Yet, at this moment, seeing Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia showing such enthusiasm towards Qin Chuan inexplicably stirred a sense of discomfort within him. In the car, the two women inquired about Qin Chuan's experiences in border combat. They had barely grasped what Chun Bing had just mentioned. It's nothing. Don't pay attention to Chun Bing's nonsense. We simply apprehended a couple of villains. Isn't that what the police do? Qin Chuan thought there was little to elaborate on, as he had only committed one act that night, taking a life. You were shot. It's no big deal. Qin Chuan waved his hand dismissively, just to scrape a minor issue. Let us not dwell on that. Shun Chuxia pouted her lips and suddenly exclaimed, by the way, how about accompanying us for shopping tomorrow? Tomorrow's not feasible. I have an interview arranged at the bureau, and I must attend. Is that true? Could I possibly deceive you? All right, we've arrived. The car had already come to a halt at the hotel entrance. Qin Chuan stepped out to open the door. You two should rest early. I'll head back now. Just as he was about to return to the car, Lin Yuding grasped his arm. Why the haste? Casually pulling a 100 yuan bill from her bag, she handed it to the driver, saying, no need for change, thank you. Then, she grasped Qin Chuan's arm and urged, come on, join us for a stroll. Behind them, Lin Jingyu and Yang Jingxian exchanged puzzled glances as they watched the trio enter the small grove. How'd they end up in there? They wondered. Perhaps they have something in mind, Lin Jingyu speculated. The evening breeze caressed them, carrying a hint of coolness that somewhat dispelled their inebriation. Perhaps buoyed by the effects of the wine, Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia flanked Qin Chuan, linking their arms with his as they ambled along the forest path. Qin Chuan, why do I get the impression that you are deliberately distancing yourself from us during these two encounters? Lin Yuding mused. In truth, she had previously admired this quality in Qin Chuan. Though friends with the two women, he had always maintained an admirable sense of boundaries, never hinting at any romantic notions. This allowed the three of them to interact with a sense of ease. It also explained why Lin Yuding and Shun Chuxia shared a closer bond with Qin Chuan compared to Zhao Zixuan, Chun Bing, and Qin Yang. However, for reasons unknown to her, Lin Yuding now found herself somewhat averse to this feeling. After years apart, Qin Chuan seemed to have transformed into a different person, more composed and even more charming. The recent arrest of Song Yaozong in Julin County appeared trivial in his eyes. Earlier at the Hilton Hotel, he had nonchalantly apprehended a wanted criminal while bantering with a bald man, treating the incident as if it were of no consequence. Even when pressed for details, Qin Chuan merely chuckled and brushed it off. What others might perceive as astonishing feats seemed to evoke no sense of pride in him whatsoever. What does it mean to deliberately distance oneself? The excellence of this gentleman leaves me apprehensive that you too might fall for me, leading to a duel or some tragic betrayal among friends. Qin Chuan let out a scoff, feeling the astonishing sensations from both arms as he spoke insincerely. Dream on about us both falling for you. Shun Chuxia pinched Qin Chuan's arm. Do you still wish to enjoy the benefits of shared romance? Lin Yuding, clutching her left arm, still wrapped in bandages, naturally refrained from acting. Chuxia, are you unaware? He believes that our privileged backgrounds intimidate him, preventing us from even becoming friends. What, do we resemble ferocious beasts or celestial beings? Qin Chuan was taken aback by Lin Yuding's candidness. Yet, it mattered little. He shared the same sentiment and acted accordingly. Ladies, please spare me. One of you is the offspring of a high-ranking official, and the other, a financial tycoon. What right do I have to pursue you? Merely relying on luck. That approach may work for evading capture, but pursuing women? My mother was in a car accident a couple of days ago. I must return home to take care of her. You two should rest early. With that, Qin Chuan disregarded their reactions, withdrew his arms, and hastily departed. The two women gazed at his retreating figure for a long while. Eventually, Shun Chuxiao waved her hand in front of Lin Yuding's eyes. Are you still staring? He has vanished from sight. Yeah, you cannot possibly be thinking. Lin Yuding gathered her long hair behind her ear, smiling as she gazed in the direction Qin Chuan had gone. Don't you think Qin Chuan has become rather intriguing? It is indeed intriguing, yet the circumstances surrounding your family. In comparison to Lin Yuding, Shun Chuxiao's situation is considerably more favorable. Her family is engaged in business, her parents are open-minded, and they do not place excessive importance on social status. However, Lin Yuding's situation is quite different. Not only does she have a father who is the governor, but she also boasts a formidable mother, renowned as an Iron Lady, hailing from an illustrious lineage. Although Qin Chuan is not without merit. When juxtaposed with the true elite of the capital, he falls short in terms of family background, capability, and status, with the exception of his appearance. They are who they are, and I am who I am. No one can dictate my choices. Yet, Lin Yuding remains unfazed. After all, her maternal grandfather once looked down upon her father, and now, hasn't her father become the governor of Linjiang province? Chapter 84. Unerring Precision. The two women's delight upon returning home. It was already past 2 o'clock, and my mother had long since retired for the night. The recent incident involving my mother has given Qin Chuan a more profound understanding of the nature of his work. Merely being the wealthiest individual in a county nearly cost his mother her life. What awaits in the future? As his tenure and position evolve, the adversaries he will confront will undoubtedly be far more formidable than a mere dosi high. Furthermore, he will not forget Aunt Shun, who had called to inform him of his mother's accident and had inadvertently pushed her on the sidewalk. She had saved his mother's life. Lying in his room, Qin Chuan opened the system notification. Do Sihai had been apprehended, along with Do Xiaohua and that bald man. And Qin Chuan had accrued a new batch of good and evil points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for capturing the leader of the Xinheim mining underworld, Do Sihai, and earning a reward of 379 points in good and evil values. Qin Chuan was taken aback by the substantial amount of merit and demerit points that Do Sihai had bestowed upon him. Coupled with his existing balance and the contributions from Do Xiaohua and the bald man, Qin Chuan's recent gains amounted to an impressive 603 points. This bounty was sufficient for him to engage in the lottery 6 times. Indeed, it was evident that capturing significant targets was paramount. One Do Sihai could equate to 3 or 5 wanted criminals. Upon accessing the system, Qin Chuan found himself faced with 2 choices. The first was to partake in the lottery, which would grant him 6 new skills. The second was to purchase skills from the system store, where 600 points of merit could secure him at least 1 commendable intermediate skill. How to decide? The lottery promised a plethora of skills and items, enriching Qin Chuan's repertoire. While purchasing skills would allow him to attain a high level of expertise in a specific area, to gamble or to specialize. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Chuan opted to open the system store. System access shooting skills. Indeed, Qin Chuan took a moment to reflect on the skills he had currently mastered. In terms of physical prowess, bolstered by the effects of the Great Strength Pill, his capabilities have been permanently enhanced threefold. While he may not qualify as superhuman, he had certainly reached the level of an elite special forces operative. Regarding combat abilities, Qin Chuan possessed the intermediate skill of combat elite. Though merely intermediate, it allowed him to incapacitate 5 special forces operatives in a short span during jungle warfare, a remarkable feat. As for other skills, his abilities in tracking, enhanced vision, enhanced smell, and criminal investigation were adequate for his needs. However, Qin Chuan was acutely aware of one glaring deficiency: his marksmanship. In the treacherous terrain of border jungle operations, his tracking skill had rendered his foes unable to escape his pursuit. The enhancement of vision has bestowed upon Qin Chuan a certain degree of nocturnal perception. However, these abilities merely serve as auxiliary aids. The most pivotal asset remains the gun god glasses. While this item possesses a mere 24-hour duration of efficacy, its power is undeniably formidable. The capability to precisely target bullets, a feat Qin Chuan had never dared to envision, is now within his grasp. It is precisely due to this skill that he was able to eliminate Black Scorpion with such swiftness and to suppress the firepower of dozens of adversaries with a single sniper rifle along the border. Yet, during the previous day's confrontation with Do Xiaohua, despite aiming for the arm, he inadvertently struck the weapon instead. Consequently, Qin Chuan resolved to acquire abilities related to firearm proficiency. In the marketplace, there exists a plethora of firearm-related skills, including elite pistol shooting, master rifle shooting, and machine gun shooting, among others. The system cataloged various shooting skills according to the type of firearm. Upon inspection, Qin Chuan remarked to himself how exorbitant the prices were. A basic pistol skill demanded 200 points of virtue and vice, while a sniper rifle skill, a basic level, required 500 points. He even encountered a category where a basic skill commanded a staggering 5,000 points of virtue and vice. Basic gun combat, 5,000. How